One will do. I mean, you can do two, it's not gonna hurt.
One's good.
But that's usually what I've been doing, is just using one.
Yeah, it's true. We don't have people out there in the audience speaking.
And
My
everybody
girlfriend-
in here's loud enough.
My girlfriend's a nurse, and I texted her last week, this is what's going on with the page, what do I do? I said, I want to go to urgent care. She's like, go to the doctor.
Yes.
She just texted me
My
now.
sister battled that mess for over a week. I said, Susan, it's time to break down and go to the doctor.
They said at the urgent care last night, she said it is bad. Everybody's getting it.
Yeah.
Easily fixed.
I'm pumping the vitamin C, trying to stay out from it. Ask the Lord just to get me through the new year.
Nerves. Red man.
Yeah, that's it, red man.
Yeah. I did that golden balloon for a while.
They changed the name red man.
God, that coffee's good. I'm gonna run out of it.
I did not know that.
The color package and everything was the same, but it had a different thing to it.
I don't know. I did not know that.
Changed
Good morning. Did you get stuck out
We
there?
need some more chairs.
It's stuck everywhere.
Oh, no.
We're gonna have to make some more, we need another
There's
table.
a chair next to, there's a chair here next to Julie's, or over there next to Daniel. Is that where, is Kristen over there?
No. Here you go, Courtney.
Courtney, Chief over here.
You want to put everything about losing now?
I don't think Chief Dixon is me. I think that's what his email said. Here.
I don't know what's going on with him.
He had something going on, and then he had not a retreat.
I think y'all sit in the middle myself.
He had a lieutenant graduating.
We'll put one of those pointed hats on your head, get it right there in the middle.
I may have to stand up and walk.
You got the gingerbread house over there.
I don't like that.
It's good. Yeah, I'm probably at 95%.
Is that what you were doing?
I'm not feeling. When I initially get up and sit, like, now when I get up from this chair, I felt this chair.
You can do,
But sit.
go log in Office 365 through a browser.
This is really good.
It's very slow. You're talking about SharePoint,
But
right?
I've got time to make it all.
Log in Office 365.
It's 8:29. You can make coffee. He's just not coffee.
Get it going, get it going.
See, if you, like, do in your browser Office 365, enter login, takes you here, and then you go to apps, you go to SharePoint. And then this is the site. With everything.
Mr. Manager, you about ready to call?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Excuse me, good morning, everyone. It's 8:30, December the 18th. And we're here today for our council strategic workshop. And we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. So today at your place, you have an agenda. It is jam-packed. We are going to try, we're going to try to stay on task and on time. This is your strategic retreat. Let me back up before I say that, to go on the record. I did receive word from Mr. Councilmember Lee Stiles. He's not feeling well, so keep him in your thoughts and prayers, and that he will try to attend tomorrow. He did signal to me that he would not be here today. Anyone else have anything for council, any council members that I may have missed? We're all going to be here today and tomorrow. Look at housekeeping items. They are doing active shooter this morning. We're sequestered inside the building. Please feel free to stand and walk around to energize yourself. Restrooms are just outside, and we'll try to keep ourselves inside the building while they do their annual active shooter training. On the screen behind me and at your place, there is a detailed agenda. You have every right to change, amend, manipulate, or augment that. It's thoughts from staff about how we should go forward. Before we get into what our proposed objectives are for the next 2 days, you'll see them on the screen behind me and at your place. Objective 1 through 6. I'm gonna pause there and do something a little different. It'll be the very 8:30 to 9:30. We're gonna go through a review of what we have done, we, staff, city, etc., in the prior year. At your place is a very large 11 by 17 strategic retreat document. Have it, you can grab it, and help me out. It looks like this. Orient yourself to this document. We made it pretty large, so I can read it. No pun intended, because you look through. So we're going to not walk through every single category that's in this. We need to walk through from your last strategic retreat through the calendar fiscal year. What has staff, city, and you completed into this effort in this last year? We kind of need to get a baseline and a crosswalk of what we've done. Everything that I'm doing today is a stop me, ask questions engagement. Do not hold back. Feel free to come and have questions and have dialogue. That's the spirit of what it is today. Respectful of your meeting, I'd ask you to just jump in and help me give staff as much feedback. I've limited the staff that are here today so that you can have open dialogue without having a larger staff influence to what your will and your strategic elements are done. PIO is here just so she can hear and not contribute, okay? 2 assistant managers are here so they can contribute and help me capture. Fire chief is here because he gets about 30 minutes of your time. Towards the back end of this day, I wanted him to kind of glean and hear and observe. Police chief is doing, there's something happening in the county city today that was not called for by us, so he's addressing that this morning. In addition to that, they had some out-of-city training that he must attend today, or he would be here for the last 30 minutes. Other city staff were not invited to this. You know about the spirit of that dialogue for me. I'll repeat it again because I wanted you to have unrestricted, good common time with each other so that you can set a pathway for us in the city forward without having any internal or external influences so that you feel free to have that good discussion today. It is public is welcome, but with staff here, a lot of times I don't want you to feel as if you're belabored by some of their wishes, wants, and needs, okay? With that, and this strategic document, I want to kind of go through the categories. So take a look at it, you look at living with water. Living with water has a couple of objectives. I'm not going to go through each one of these individually, but what did we do in each of these categories? I will glance through this first page to kind of give you a spirit of what we have generally, I'll say, checked off, but either launched, in the middle of completing, or have completed altogether. Install living with water as a citywide core value. That is a check mark for us. It's the reason why it's the far left on top is because it is our principal guiding phraseology. It's almost like our motto, living with water. Objective 2, acquire and develop Calico Bay Park for public waterway access. You know that has sunset to a degree. We've shifted some of the conversation back over to Project Grander. The philosophy still exists. Why? Because we're still 25S1 living with water. Promote and encourage smart development addressing water land management through incentives and regulation. That's a big category where we're dealing with both street ends and how we move forward with living with water and how we address it in the city. 4, secure and clear public street ends for public access. Nothing new to you. That is underway, launched, and moving forward. We even had conversations about that in our last budget workshop. Let's jump from living with water, and at the very top you see it says 25S1. You're starting to see staff key in to everything they do, every document they do, to put in. When we're talking about something, 25S1. It should be reflected in this document. So let me pause you if you look at me for a second. Staff have been instructed when they give you reports and they give you projects, they must align with the 25S1, 25S2, 25S3, 4, and 5. So you'll see a color number next to it. Nothing we do, to a degree, should deviate from this strategic document which you've set forth as a general policy for the city. And everything they talk to you and execute on should have the number attached to that category so that we're not out there picking something we want to do. No, it has to align with your strategic plan. Welcome to corporate America right here. It's not laid out in this foundational document. We as city staff should not be executing or doing it. That's in almost everything we do. And we require in your subcommittee meetings now, any project you have ongoing, tell city council what category of framework you're working in for their stuff. So just recognize this throughout the year when you see that. It is my goal to have even your agenda, to have those strategic numbers attached to your agenda. We're not there quite yet. Does that deviate or stop you from bringing something forward as an individual council member? Absolutely not. If you've got an initiative that is off the map from this, we would encourage you to keep those initiatives inside of this collective strategic document, because you all, as a body, have agreed to this, and it helps city staff. City staff works within this framework. I'll make up one real quick. If Chris Turner, a council member, I'm now a council member, chooses to do a brand new Christmas tree and Christmas lights, I'll just pick something very new, and it's not laid out somewhat in the foundation of this document, we ask the city staff that you not move forward that until you find consensus of all your council members, and we lay this in the foundation. That's a very, very odd request to do. Consider it more a larger element, that'd be more relevant to you. A brand new hotel that you have a passion for, the placing inside of your city. Where does that fit in this document? It does have a place, and I can find a place for it. You can find a place for it. But city staff only operates within this general model, and this is our marching orders as a policy. I pause there because you have this framework, the flight analogy, where operational details. I gave you an operational detail where I mentioned Christmas lights. That's more operations. Then I mentioned hotel. We're up on the plane on this one. We're high value air traffic control for general vision to the city. This document and this document are aligned. Where are you talking about, Chris Turner? This tells city staff that the city council is policy driven, lays the vision and strategy for the city. And the further down in the plane we go to the landing strip, the city begins to execute. City staff only execute. We don't establish a vision or policy. We assist and support you, but try to stay within this framework, and I always mention. I'll pause there. Question before I jump in. Everybody kind of follow my loose analogy. So stay within this policy framework. When you set today and tomorrow, when you set a new revision to this, this gives city staff its marching orders for the year and for the next 3 years. And it is a living document. You can change it at any time. You don't have to come back to the strategic retreat. You can meet on March and go, hey, Chris Turner, we want to change living with water, objective number 5. We have a passion to do this with waterways. And we will go back in a minute, and it gives us new marching orders. All right. That being said, let's jump over to the green one real quick. Let's walk down and see it as a health check for what city staff has done. Objective 5. And if you ever wanted to see what those specific ones are, they're behind on the piece of paper. But I'll just look off the front page. Implementation of Unified Development Ordinance. Where are we with that? It's not completed, but that boat is in the water and moving forward. Moving forward with legislative impact, moving forward with some conversation we're going to have today. So know that one, Objective 5, is not completed, but well underway. Objective 6, develop a customer relationship management, CRM, system for commercial business to promote and improve communication. In other words, develop a list of things to do. I can tell you right now that is a check mark for me. Planning and economic development have generally completed that. It is a living document for them, but Objective 6 is done. 7, create and coordinate citywide marketing materials. Done. Objective 2. I'll look at Sandy because Sandy's like, it's not absolutely complete. Those are massively complete. So 6 and 7 are check marks and complete. Number 8, create and implement a business attraction plan focused on the City of Choice campaign. Underway and moving forward. Number 9, lead, engage, and practically coordinate municipal and county partners on master infrastructure planning. I can tell you that number 9 is an ongoing element. We can move forward and faster with that, but we're having constant conversation with our planning and leadership partners at the county. There's some change has happened in the county, and I'll be honest with you, we are the leaders in the planning and development world inside the county. No shock or surprise to you that Sandy and her team are the ones who are being called on quite frequently for things beyond our borders and insight. Are they executing work? No. Well, sometimes you send Robert out. So.
Well, DOT also for regional planning with the Downey's RPO and.
Number 9 is a column. A lot of the elements inside of 25S2 here are well underway or completed. Let's jump over to number 10. Expand and promote economic vitality citywide through programs, processes, and uniform engagement. Begun, started is number 10, but we're gonna have a conversation about number 10 today. About what do you want to do with the, as you'll call it, the downtown Morehead City Main Street front, and cascading that across your city. So we'll have an expanded dialogue on 10 today. 11, diversifying and attract innovative industry clusters in 3 sectors. I can tell you that that is a driving force for economic development. Okay, you'd probably say, Chris, speak to me in common terms. Living with water, blue economy, what drives our economic development is inside of number 11. Those 3 clusters are what we're working in. We're not creating a research and pharmacology section of the city to go after that form of economic development. We're not doing that. We're staying within the 3 common core clusters. Moving on quicker. Number 12.
So do you consider that started or
Started. It's a dry, it'll always be there. We will probably never complete number 11.
Okay.
Great question, or a great statement from Mr. Taylor. There are several elements in this document right here that are never going to be sunset. They are just driving principles for us. So if we're using this as I am doing today, as a checklist, there's some elements in here that are not going to be finalized because they kind of are biblical in terms of how we treat them in the city. And number 11 is one of them. Great question, thanks, sir. 12. Implement and encourage citywide annexation within our extraterritorial jurisdiction. There's another one that is never going to sunset unless you command us to do something different. Okay, let's jump over to the gold one of my favorites and one of Joel's favorites. Gold one is 25S3, that's organizational efficiency and fiscal excellence. Where are we? What have we done? Talk to us, Chris Turner. Objective 13, implement a comprehensive financial policy, debt, fund balance, capital reserves, long-term financial planning, and risk management. I don't ever see that one going away. I see us having great progress and checking off the box with that one, but we are well underway with achieving that every single year since I've been here, and even prior to my arrival, your staff has been working on that. There's some significant goals that you've achieved. Your unassigned fund balance is 30%. You're going to hear from Jewel Lasser today. We're going to move into the next phase of refinement on Objective 13. 14. Implement city data center for trends analysis and forecasts across all departments. You have helped us with that. Really? Tell me how. Matthew and his team are doing hero work inside of our city. If you sit in an administration finance subcommittee or you read those minutes, you're seeing how that young man is moving. You'll call it the VC3 affair. You see how he's moving through emergent triage into setting us up for success for data centers and synergy across the city. Big fancy words for unifying all of our information, securing our infrastructure, all combined into one. Want to add anything to that in your brain off the top of your head? Good. 15, align and unify city information technology systems. You're probably asking, what's the difference between 14 and 15? One is a true data center, and number 15 is in the spirit of what I just spoke to you about, where Matthew's doing great work along with finance. 16, financially commit to funding a fair compensation for retention and recruitment as an employer of choice. You did that with the salary study, and you continue to do that when you approve a cost of living adjustment and when you approve longevity. So those elements are ongoing and they will never sunset. We'll bring those back to you. Okay, 17, innovate services for nimble, responsive citizen touch points with exceptional customer service. Fancy words in 17 for you'll hear some things today about what we are doing with our forward-facing website and our citizen touch points. We're adding in complaints for city streets, complaints for city infrastructure. Let's go to 18. Realignment of culture and recreation services, library, parks, and recreation and cultural affairs. Again, a framework for us about how we treat both the library, parks and recreation, and our special events combined into one. We're getting more efficient, more effective, and looking at ways that both the individual humans who are there, their roles and responsibilities, how we treat the library, how we're communicating between both departments for parks and recreation, Daniel and public services, special events, train station, including downtown Morehead cities. We're going to have some conversations today how to be more efficient, more effective with those elements. And you hear us call it in the budget, culture and recreation services. You'll know it as parks and recreation, library services, special events. Questions about the gold category. What have we done? What are we doing? Okay. I'm trying to go quick. Another favorite of mine, red category, 25S4, right here. Investing in facilities and infrastructure. Taking a look at 25S4, objective 19. Explore and diversify revenue options in support of infrastructure needs to include facility repairs and expansion of all service lines. I'm gonna go through the full list of objective 19 to 24 so you can get a spirit, because they speak to different elements, but they're one and the same in this category. Expansion of water treatment plant operations, sustainable utility rates to support the service, forecast fund and construct city hall annex in support of consolidated city utility services. That has been discussed but not started, so that is one that we're still working on. So objective 22 has not been in earnest, from my opinion, begun, because we haven't received a direction from you or city staff in terms of where we are with executing that. Number 23, objective 23, develop and implement a complete streets walkability connectivity plan. This combines with ADA. It's combined with planning and development. When we're talking to developers about you're wanting to place a Wawa here and you want to put sidewalks where, you want to contribute money to the pool, or do you want to go ahead and lay down the foundation for those sidewalks? So that is a steady state objective that will never sunset for us. When we're doing a long thought process and engagement with 23 about developing and implementing complete streets, complete sidewalks, pedestrian bike ped, and how we treat that with both development, new infrastructure coming into the city, and also your budget. How much money are we allotted to incrementally bite the elephant here on completing those streets? What is the plan for tackling those disjunct or improvements that we need? You've heard Daniel and myself, along with Rick Goff and others, mention a lot frequently about ADA connectivity, and those sidewalks are not necessarily a disrepair, but there's too many cut-ins. Daniel and I looked at it over the last couple of weeks, particularly Daniel. We'll just pick on the Bridges Street extension corridor around the 20th through 35th Street area to the hospital. Daniel has identified so many cut-ins that go to nowhere, and they cause a problem in our complete streets bike ped stuff. So this is something that is ongoing. I don't see us being able to tackle it and look at Mr. Goff or others and go, we've done it. Because it's going to take a while for us to be able to tackle those. Questions about that? 'Cause I know that's near you.
Chris,
Go ahead, Bill. Yes, sir.
is this where repairing, fixing, and replacing streets would be under this category also?
Yes and no. So complete streets and connectivity plan, and then our infrastructure capacity combined. So yes, you can. You can include.
So where is it? If it's not there, where would it be in this strategic plan?
We don't jump down to the minutia of going where are we putting money to paving our streets, because that's a steady state MAPS program, in addition to getting funding for streets and pavement. I know this council has had a desire to put extra funds in there for street paving. Daniel has a matrix for that, so we're combining all of that together. Complete streets is going, how are we paving, how are we executing paving, in addition to the projects he has ongoing. His balance is finding 20th through 28th Street, when he does that master stormwater project, how much of the paving money is he going to use, or is he not going to use, because he knows he's going to have to repave that quadrant of the city, and finding the balance. In our mind, we may think, I'll lean over to this beautiful man here, we're in the promised land streets, as Daniel has articulated right now, are next up for high demand. They must be repaired and replaced. If you live in Mandy Farms, you've got some issues too, but are you inside the city? If you live in Mitchell Village, you got some issues too. If you live in Blair Farm, and you just did a pretty decent lift inside of the Blair Farm Parkway, but those side secondary streets are on a matrix that are not as high a priority. His demand is both the project that I have at 20th and 28th Street, what council wants to do with paving in their mind, and his true Excel matrix that says, this is a primary street, it must be repaved first. This is a secondary street, it gets treatment. This is a third tertiary street, but it has nothing to do with 20th and 28th. Unfortunately, we get to look at you and go, doing 20th and 28th Street, I hear Promised Land is screaming, and it doesn't look good in the Promised Land. We need to do something with it. And Mr. Taylor has sung a song to us in a great way going, you guys keep repairing and replacing these pipes, but you're not completing all the spider web. You put a metal cap over top of it, and you put a cold or hot patch over top of it. Let's use some paving money to do that. Well, hang on a second. Before we do that, there's a larger conversation of the master projects we have. I'm not going to be able to give you a fast answer for if you give me $1 million, I'll pay everything. If you give me $1 million, I'll pay the Promised Land. Because Daniel also has an infrastructure problem, kind of pull you back for a second, that he's got pipes and infrastructure that must be repaired and replaced because it's clay and it's striations of the train jogging back and forth was a linear strip and he has to repair it. So when those go break, he has to have money to go, pipe comes out, we repave over the top of it. There went $50,000 in repaving.
I mean, I hear you, and this is not a swipe toward anyone, I promise, this is a discussion. It just seems, Chris, by either riding our bike, riding my bike out, it just seems like our roads are becoming worse and worse and worse. And I understand the big picture, we got projects that's gotta be done, but it just seems like our roads in the Promised Land area and some of our side streets, I tell you, it is just,
The worst roads are the ones you go down. The worst roads are the ones I go down.
yeah,
The worst runs are the ones we travel
Yeah.
because we see them. But I promise you, there's worse roads. And it's on the matrix. And you don't see them and I don't see them.
Yeah.
Unless you get over to Justin Court or somewhere, down some of those little things with Red Fox, which I don't get to unless I'm called out there.
and I understand, and again, it's not a swipe, I promise you, it's not even normal, but it just seems to me when we do a repair, it just takes the longest time to get them fixed and get them paved. Whether we're spot paving, whether we're trying to pave the whole street, it just seems, just like right there at 16th Street. I mean, it took over a year to get that
Hey,
paved.
we've had stuff on the books for 2 years, and you're waiting for contractors. But the problem is, I only got one contractor that's pretty responsive, so I don't want to call him out too bad, because at least he
I
does show
understand.
up in a while and does a good job when he gets there.
I don't know, you just see rock down, and again, it's not a negative, it's just discussion.
Yeah.
It just seems like it just takes the longest time to get it done, and this rock all over the road, and when it rains, it washes out. It's just, we hear it, we hear it.
In your call, or I'm called, and do I ask council to give me 5 people and $500,000 worth of equipment to try to do it ourselves? Or do you pay the contractors to come in and do it? And I'd like to say I do the right answer.
I like a
We
little
seem
bit
to have
of
tried it
both.
both ways.
How about a little bit of both?
Well, on our pavement assessment, part of that, where we scan all the streets, they give you a number. That number is low and wrong because they're just doing it with scanning and they're not taking any pipe work into consideration or anything that's under the top layer of pavement. If you just want to touch every street in Morehead City, no problem, that's $36 million. And that'll fix your problem, because all the problems come from storm drains and pipe work, all the major ones. I mean, and that is a different contractor doing a different thing on a different timeline. So, I mean, right now we're bringing in X contractor to do the pipe work, then we got to schedule X contractor to do the paving. Contractors that used to do both don't really do both anymore, and I've learned the hard way, you don't want a piping contractor to do your paving. So
For me personally,
struggle.
and again, it's not a problem, but a pothole, a sinkhole in one of our city streets, I just think that is we can fill it up with something. If we've got to go to Williams Hardware and put patch in it, I mean,
Where?
that's my opinion.
Where?
When I see one, I always forward them to Daniel, he takes care of
We
it.
don't
So I
fill
just think it's high priority
It is.
for a pothole in one of our city streets.
See one and we don't fill it, let us know.
If it's reported to us, and I know some of my guys in a pothole in their truck, they don't say anything about it, I know it. But I also know that if anyone reports a pothole to us, it's filled within 24 hours.
Okay.
And we have filled potholes and had customers say, down a dead end road, oh, I'm glad you filled that pothole, it's been there for a month. And I say, hey, did you call us? And they said, well, no. And I said, so sometimes you just gotta let us know.
Yeah.
We'll hit the main ones, but if it's down a side street or something that
Yeah.
isn't normally traveled, we'll miss it.
This is good, Doc. Do not stop doing that today. I'm encouraging everybody sitting here. This is what you're doing is what we're asking you to do today. So you don't hold back, keep going. All right, we're on the red category, finishing up, increase. Oh, sorry. Gotcha, I'll shut up.
I'm not gonna repeat what George said, because I've done that before. We can say, honestly, that we've started with the street repair. And we made good progress for several years, but we hit this plateau. And at the time that we hit this plateau, we've got some policy decisions to make. We are doing 20th to 25th Street with a grant, and to my understanding, that grant money did include resurfacing. Is that correct?
It's it's a stormwater grant,
And the stormwater pipes get fixed.
and
The,
by default,
the access, the right of way gets resolved. and we get it surfaced with that amount of money,
Wherever there's a stormwater pipe,
wherever there, which is all over.
most all of it.
Okay.
That's where some of the street, like he was saying, you gotta go back a little of the pavement. They run down the number streets, 20th, 21st, 22nd. But the little corridor between, some places, there is no storm drains. I can't give to the grant funding agency that we paid that, because there's nothing there, no storm drains.
Is it possible to apply for a second grant to cover 20th to 4th Street?
If grant funding is available and there's a tool to do that. If there's, this we're talking about beyond Golden Leaf.
Yeah.
It'll be a federal pass-through or a state grant fund product that I'm not aware of. I don't know of one that would gift us just paving for streets. It would have to be attached to an critical infrastructure repair replace project. Example, anything water, anything stormwater leads you into the goal. There's not one that I know of that is just, hey, pave your streets.
No, I don't think we're gonna get one for just.
It has to be, what Daniel has done in the is attach it to a master project. Where
What I said was, like we did 20th and 25th Street, apply for a second.
Short answer is yes, because those are what we call novel projects, where we are first in flight to showing that we can do it.
I think that needs to be a problem that they help us get through.
Now,
Now,
Let me finish.
the other thing is, whether it's a pothole, that's a little tiny gravel pit. Well, the big gravel pits that we have all over the streets, both of them need to be fixed. And I think we might want to look at bringing more of that work in-house.
Okay.
Because we control it at least. And I hope we can do as good a job as they do. So there's a third policy that we need, second policy that we need to talk about. My final comment says sidewalks and handicap. And in honesty, we haven't started that in any meaningful way.
How so?
We've been relying on these projects that we submit to DOT, and the funding runs out way before we can get to it. So I think we have to begin to think that we've got to come up with a different way from that.
So $35,000 to fix annually to spot, repair, replace, a significant lift for sidewalks, and Daniel and Sandy probably can give you a better estimate than I can. So a block for a sidewalk starts running in the $125,000 to $200,000 range to do a block. To go down, let's pick on 20th Street. To go down 20th Street and connect them all, we start to get into right away, a little bit of, I won't call it right away acquisition, but individual homes connecting it. What you were saying is to back up from that, not doing anything new, to repair, replace what we have existing. Is that what I'm hearing you say out loud? Okay. Focus on what you got. Even that is in the, if you were to estimate the Barber Road to the hospital, per block.
from Barber Road to Elijah's Landing is about $45,000, which is not far. But as far as ADA concerned, every panel between Barber Road and Elijah's Landing is not ADA compliant. They have too much slope, the crosswalks are wrong. You're talking less than 2% slope on a sidewalk. Well, when you used to build a sidewalk, you wanted a minimum of 2% slope, so it ran off. The ADA rules now say less than 2%. Every panel has to be replaced to make it ADA. Now you can make it more ADA and leave it some of the stuff, but I don't think that falls. I feel like if you're there, when you leave, it should be ADA, all of it.
I would agree with that.
And just because we're in this subject, I may take a little bit of our time. I want to make sure I'm capturing what you're saying, and that we all hear in-house paving. And when we hear in-house paving, her brain and his brain go, staffing, infrastructure, equipment. Can we do in-house paving? Immediately I go, this is not hot or cold patch. This is him buying equipment and putting human beings to do an in-house paving. So I can't even begin to give you a calculation for in-house paving.
I don't agree, I don't agree with in-house paving, but I would consider in-house repairing. Whether you're repairing a pothole or whether you're replacing a place as big as this table that's been rocked for over a year, I believe that's a repair. I don't
think George
consider.
and I are saying the same thing. I'm not looking for a resurfacing of Adams Street from Stevens Street.
Okay.
I'm looking for a 5 or 6 gravel pit in the middle of the street that we never repaired. That should be in there.
Got it.
Chris,
Sir?
is there any new technology that's available now? I mean, that's new.
Yeah, when you drive past, short answer is yes, when you drive past the Dollar General in Atlantic Beach, you can see what most people are leaning to with our coastal environment. So you're not gonna like that level of street. It's porous and water goes right through it. You would not be able to do your primary, secondary streets like that, because he would be all over it every day trying to repair or replace it. In the parking lot of the Dollar General, when you drive in, it is a new form of concrete paving where it's pervious, it goes in and out, the waters and the tide tables ever come up and down. Now, that's the newest level of technology. In terms of true paving, traditional paving in concrete, that hasn't changed in eons, but the actual material inside of it has. I know where you're going with this. Is there something we can do to deploy a moderate, temporary, almost longer-term fix in a 5x5?
That's more cost effective than even we fishing.
Short answer, I hate to tell you, short answer is no. Not that I'm aware of, and I'm not the paving expert. Now, Tommy Simpson might have something novel, but I doubt it, because he's still doing it the old school in Hartsville. He changes his asphalt mix, he changes his compaction rate, he changes his depth. But Daniel's way smart about that now. And then,
Fourth one is the decision-making technique. We went out, we have videoed the streets, we know what the spiders is, we know the dips and all that. Do we want to consider changing one of the decision points to what streets are traveled the most?
I get what you're saying. So, is everybody clear what he's saying? So Daniel, speak 2 seconds on what you did when you went and did your video car assessment. Just
We do a car assessment, and basically you strap a bunch of cameras to a truck. It's kind of like the Google car comes in, scans everything, rates your streets from 1 to 5, and gives you an average and gives you segments of streets, long sections of streets that need to be done, and then short spots of streets need to be done.
Also those curves.
Also does curves, also picks up street signs and inventory and that kind of stuff.
So Bill is asking us, Bill is asking us, the Councilmember Taylor is asking us, our matrix for primary, secondary, tertiary street, dome comes first. If it's US 70 style and there's 34,000 cars on it per day, we're doing it first, even if it gets a little rough. Secondary street, here's the debate. He's asking a very critical question. Now let's jump to Promised Land. What is Promised Land? Promised Lands are down here. Promised Lands are tertiary/secondary streets. Evans would be a secondary street / almost primary. The offshoots from Evans, your numerical streets that are going 4th through 28th, are mostly secondary, tertiary. They're down here. They're like, we'll get to it when we can. But if something happens to Bridge Street, we're tackling it first. Something happens on North 35th Street, depending on where it is in the jurisdiction, whether it's ours or someone else's. There are some streets that he knows and that you know that you drive down that are not ours. We get the benefit if they pave it. We also get the town criers when it's broken. Hey, you need to fix this city street.
And that is taken into consideration. When they do the assessment, they are taking into consideration, they don't have car counts, but they do have what is main streets, secondary streets, and that is calculated into the group.
I'm not too good.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Why is it from, you got Bridge Street extension?
Yes, sir.
Down.
Yes.
Once you hit the hospital, and you start going down Bridge Street,
Okay.
it changes.
Narrows and
Narrow,
goes.
and it gets rough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you go, as the further you go down Bridges, when you pass 20th Street,
That becomes ours.
it starts, all right, so you're saying, All right, so the reason why it's better going that way, going west, is because that's the state,
Yes, sir.
and because that 20th Street is ours.
20th going down to 4th Street's ours. And you
Okay,
just repaved that right before I came.
Yes.
Not long ago. It's nice.
because I'm telling you, coming up from 16th Street going down, I can tell the difference.
Yes, sir.
You can tell you had two contractors do that, you can tell the difference when one contractor started and one ended. I can.
Yep.
Daniel, I got a question for you. If we did consider implementing, organizing a dedicated street patching crew with equipment, we're talking because you know it's gonna be a full-time job, it'd be more than a full-time job. Are we talking 2 or 3 personnel?
Yes, sir, probably 3.
3?
I'm doing the math right here while we're doing it.
And are you thinking a cold patch or a hot patch?
I'm thinking a hot patch.
Hot patch.
Hot patch.
So we're talking $500,000 a year for salaries and stuff?
Well, for salaries and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like.
I'm just trying to get an idea on the table. Yeah.
If that's salaries, I'm good for your quarterback. But,
Yeah.
I think you're talking about having,
Yeah.
at least $500,000. I'll have a number before tomorrow.
Okay. Just for discussion, we were talking about it, but it always boils down to the cost.
Well, we've already got the equipment. We don't, what equipment would we need? We've got dump trucks, we've got backhoes, all we would need would be a roller to roll.
We have a roller,
But it's small, it's
Okay,
small.
so what other piece of equipment? I mean, we've already got all the equipment we need.
and we also bought that excavator with a packer that was intended to pack the holes.
Yeah. So really, maybe manpower to do it, but as far as the equipment goes, we should have the equipment we need.
But you're only able to do, my limited knowledge on this one, you're only able to do a certain size.
Absolutely.
We'll say we give you, we'll say you say yes to 3 people doing this dedicated effort. I don't think it'll satisfy some near-term solutions. He's still going to have to go back and Tommy Simpson the whole place. Cut it up, curb to
You
curb.
said,
He's still going to have to go back to these hot patches that we do.
Oh, these are
That's
temporary
what we call
fixes.
that's right, these are temporary
In a
fixes.
5x5,
Absolutely.
temporary being, if it's.
I mean, we're talking temporary patches.
If it- Yes, sir. I need to answer.
All right, you said, I'm going back to the state.
Yes, sir.
What stops us, I mean, who does the state? Why can't we get them to keep going on down Bridge Street? I mean,
The short answer to a very complicated question is county transportation plan, which you just approved. In other words, their funding and then their matrix goal, we on their streets. We are fighting with other municipalities in a good way. We're all screaming for this needs to be priority. I have in my possession a hospital to 20th Street plan that includes, I think I shared with almost all of you, 4 to 5 rotaries. How far out is that? That's she's a long-term person, I'm a short-term person. I believe the only way to fix Barber Road, which I've heard and he's heard, to fix Barber Road's alignment is through that roundabout, that rotary. So to motivate them, they won't do anything beyond master plan. If we're screaming and yelling as a municipality, fix this street, they're gonna tell us, put it on the step spot and get it up in the queue. And we don't have any money because 540 in Raleigh is the state's most expensive master plan. I know you're thinking, I don't care about 540. We do, because 540 right now is the state's #1 priority to finish in Raleigh. The loop around Garner, Apex, and everything else is the most people screaming. They're gaining 66 people per day in Raleigh, literally, right now. And they're not going to do anything other than fix 540. Eastern North Carolina, yeah, we hear you, we'll do James City. Yeah, we hear you want to get this Barber Road thing fixed. Their level of give me money, when the maps, I'll end with this. When the maps issue happened with the state where they went broke, maps is our slang term for they lost money. A lot of our infrastructure needs and programs got pushed down to the bottom. And the sore thumb in Raleigh is getting fixed. The sore thumb in Charlotte is getting fixed. We can scream as a municipality as much as we want to, but so is Newburgh, so is Kinston, so is Greensboro, so is Goldsboro, so is all the way out in Hickory and Salisbury. They're growing as fast as we are as well. I cannot get past the county transportation plan, the spot series of how we sit as a community and vote on projects. We have to throw our stuff into NCDOT, and there's a decision matrix they make that they will not deviate from.
And don't forget about Helene damage, they're still working on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He trumped me on that one. 540 is a big sore thumb, but it got masterfully kicked. I just drove through, when I went to Sevierville, Tennessee, I drove through what is happening with I-40, and they are doing nothing. other than fixing for it. Even funds that we're trying to go for right now, for grant funds, we're getting pushed off because everything is going towards Hurricane Helene repair. Great question. Unfortunately, when you try to explain that to citizens, they don't want to hear anything other than paving streets. Didn't you guys hire a contractor to pave your streets? And they go, we did, we have. And it's got a list of contractors who are like, get to you when I can. And I'm doing
Helene.
June and Cherry Point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deploy for your 2-3 streets. That's a lot of money. No, not for them. I will get to you when I can this winter, if the weather's good. I need to answer his questions. He asked this question of, if we're going to, I put it on the board, and I'm taking time because you're great dialogue and you're giving us information. He asked, can we change the priority of primary street, secondary street, tertiary street? In our matrix, when we evaluate, he's asking, hey, staff, can you change it up to secondary streets first, leave the primaries alone, because we've neglected them for 17 years, I'll make something up. In your mind, yes, but we do statistical analysis. We don't do subjectivity. I'm not saying that you're being subjective, to a degree you are, and I am too. If the priority wants to change, you need to direct us and go to Promised Land. And I'm gonna tell you right now, Promised Land is outside of, Promised Land would be outside of certain critical projects that you have to do first. It's high up, it's moving towards the thumb area where it becomes kind of primary because of the depth and breadth and spider nature of our assessment. But he will be instructed to move up Promised Land streets per your direction that deviate from our matrix. It's a complex web. You're not going to like any answer we give you because we don't have enough money, we don't have enough time. And we have to go by what we've established in our assessment and going, hey, these streets, even though you drive up every day, don't have enough volume for us to attack immediately right now. I'm hoping that's making sense.
Chris, it seems like you would base it on need. How do you determine which streets need it?
Primary, main thoroughfares come first with high traffic volumes. They get touched first because you're going to
Whether they need it or not?
It's like
No, they still have to need
they
it.
still have to meet
Have
Yeah, you
They
get
get
needs,
evaluated.
and then you factor in amount of traffic people on.
It's like your heart. Like if there's something wrong with my carotid artery, they're gonna touch that first. Even though I've got a femur that goes to here and it needs some work too, they're gonna touch this one first. Because it might have a little bit of plaque in here, a little heart analogy there, sorry. A little bit of plaque in here, but they won't go for femur or arterial artery until this gets fixed first. Even though it has a little bit of damage, this one's almost totally blocked, they're not touching it until they get to this first. Same thing for streets, it's the same principle across every city and county. If you want us to change, you go, hey, I really want to fix
No,
this.
what I'm saying to you is that if there's a street in Promised Land that's really messed up, and because it's not a main street,
Correct?
you're gonna sit there and let it be messed up until you.
No, we're not gonna sit there and let it be messed up. It moves up in the priority level, but it may not be touched before something that is a critical repair. I'll make something up. If Bridger Street happens to have a fire and that bleeds into the street, he's gonna go back and fix Bridger Street first, even though we can probably live with it until he gets to Promised Land. And that's not gonna help Promised Land. Because guess what? As much as I love everyone who visits, and I do as well, who live in the Promised Land, it is, I'm gonna get mad at me saying it, I'm gonna say it anyway. It does not take priority over Bridger Street extension. It does not take priority over a Evans Street secondary thoroughfare, where there's a high volume of traffic. We've got to fix that one first.
And again, the majority of the problems with the paving is the pipe work underneath, the storm drain.
Thank you, I was getting there.
I mean, so we were, we go to Penny Lane, because there's a bad hole there, and we're planning to fix 60 feet of storm drain. When we get done, we'll fix 400 feet of storm drain. Because there's nothing to hook the new onto. Everything is back. And you just have to keep going until you find something good to hook onto, and that ain't great. I mean, we should have done the whole street, but you get 600 feet out, and you're like, I gotta stop, because I still gotta pave all this when I'm done. And so, there's a lot of bad stuff buried.
Respectfully saying that I just think that rock on a road, on a paved road, is priority.
Typical.
I mean, and that's where I started with this. When we got a pothole, we got rock on the road, I understand, I totally understand what you're saying with big projects, but rock on a road or a pothole should be a priority, that we try to fix it the best we can until we have money to go in there and do major repair.
Typical. I'm not gonna pick on the fire chief who's here, but his crew, and Chief Dixon's crew, are the first ones to signal up. Or whether he knows it or not, they're the first ones to ping, 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 hey, road, and they go right over there. either I get an email from individuals direct or they signal back to us.
Thank you.
All right, great dialogue. This is what I want us to do today. Jump into it.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Back in the letter, email that I sent everyone out in November, that talked about roads and stats. At that point that it went out, our district was at 85 million over budget. And the reason we're over budget is because we didn't have an accurate way to estimate the cost of doing Bridge Street extension or some other facility. So what's taking place today is the state of Raleigh is trying to develop new algorithms to better price the projects and get them more accurate. And then they can start aligning accurately when we might get something fixed and we can move on. In the meantime, Gordy Ewer down here in Newport is responsible for looking at the secondary roads that is owned by the state and doing the resurfacing. Remember, about 3 years ago, we resurfaced a lot out 20th Street and Country Club Road. Well, because of the funding issues, Gordy's policy is share the wealth. So we haven't seen him resurface any roads in the city of Morehead for the past 3 years. He's now working up around Blue Heron down towards Morehead on 24. Then he's going to move down east. So he's not trying to fix across the county. He's trying to give everybody a little piece of the pie. That makes it more and more difficult for us to rely on the state for road repair. How do we pay for it? You know, that's something we don't talk about. And that's part of what I've been talking about in the whole policy thing.
Yes, sir.
These are decisions of how do you handle this problem, piece something together, and improve ourselves.
We've been trying, we'll end with this, we've been trying to do novel grant projects and also win on paving. Stormwater for 20th and 28th is one of the, it's not, I'll say sneaky way because it's a slang term. It's a novel grant project that also gets us bang for the buck. We're able to repair, replace stormwater and do it in a very fiscally efficient way. And also we're going to get some paving out of it. Even though 20th and 28th Street is not in your mind on the, let's go on paving first. If we get a chance to go for it, and it's on our secondary, tertiary list, we're going to go for it. And it may be out of the scheme. It may totally alienate Promised Land and 6th Street. I'll pick on 6th Street. No, not Promised Land. It may totally alienate the downtown corridor. But if we can get a grant for stormwater and we get a little paper on top of it, we'll go for it. Unless you direct us otherwise. But it's not going to feel well. And we're seeing the results of that. When you go, hey, there's some streets over here we really need to tackle. Well, I'd love to go for a stormwater grant if they'll give it to us again if we can win on 20th and 28th Street and show them, because those are $1 million blocks. $1 million infrastructure and repaving blocks. And they're 20th and 28th Street again is secondary, third, fourth on the list of paving. If we can go for it, we're going to get it. So we're trying to be as creative as possible, but it's not going to satisfy something that is, I get it, gravel and a hole.
And I will tell you, you can forget the state doing anything with sidewalks.
That's true, yeah. That is
They're so broke, that is, my God, that fell off the list.
Yeah, thank you. If it's a bike ped, unless it's brand new Bridge Street extension, they'll never touch a sidewalk or bike pedestrian.
And I'm sure everybody hears it like I hear, you know, with schools wanting us to put in sidewalks going from. I'm thinking to myself, all right, get us some county funds and get us some state funds and we'll look at it. But they think Morehead City should go do it because it has a Morehead City address, but that ain't the case.
Okay.
Adam and Linda called myself and Chris, and he's pushing. We ought to have sidewalks to every public school. And I can He's right. But, yeah.
I truly do not stop today on this. This is good dialogue, even though we're a little off schedule today. I think this is satisfying your heart to what you want for the city, and I don't want to stop you. Last category going to be easy with purple, and then I need to take the talk 5 minutes, and then Julie's up next, so we can stay on the agenda I had for today.
Can you touch objective 24?
Objective 24, increase our smart city infrastructure capacity. We have not begun on that. You may know those as camera systems across the city. We're not asking for flock cameras. I need everybody to hear me on that one. We're not encouraging or moving on flock, F-L-O-C, cameras across the city. But our smart city capacity is when NCDIT, Department of Infrastructure and Technology, or Information and Technology, and the city are able, when we have drones, when we have cameras, when we have smart infrastructure, crosswalks that do more than beeping, we're leaning into doing those efforts across the city. Is it going to be expensive for you? No. Camera parks. You see the police department has a camera park, and we deploy those. We're not leaning into the Atlanta Beach, put a flock camera on every corner. That is not Chief Dixon's or my passion to do so, because we don't have a technology or asset need for that. But you will see Skydio drone across your city. There's one going on top of the police department right now that's involved in Objective 24, where the Skydio drone is a hit my body-worn camera, drone comes to me, flies around and sees infrastructure. When a lost kid is in the cold, I can call for the drone, unmanned. We're able to do that right now. It's being deployed as we speak. You're going to get an update on that in the new year, where that drone can be called for by any officer in the city. That is Objective 24. We're not making that loud and proud because we have rules and regulations that say we cannot just surveil. As you well know, I'll lean on the deputy chief over here, we can't just surveil, and we don't want to make you nervous about that. It is an asset and a resource that makes our city smarter. Sandy will be able to use it when we're doing dashboard assessments, when there's damage to the city. The last tornadic event we had at the hospital, lost a drone, go over to surface it, go around in the dark, be able to see, we give a snapshot assessment. That is a tool and a resource for us. What's your drone program? Are you still on hold for that one because of DJI? You're moving on? Okay. Fire department has one as well, truck driven. They're able to deploy. I know the city has municipal drones. We have about 4 or 5 at our disposal, but we're into that realm now where the low flight area is at our discretion and disposal. So this is smart city stuff I wanted to make you aware of. Questions for me about that?
County have any of those?
The county? Let's say. Well, Sheriff's
Sheriff's
Department, Fire Marshal. You're a city leaning into, I won't call it the new, it's not novel, it's not a new toy. We're actually going to use it. For me to stand there and go, I cannot find this kid in the cemetery, and they're in the low bushes, call drone. It's there in less than 2-3 minutes, depending upon where you are, and it's giving me, on my phone, I can look and go, there a person is right there. That's a novel concept. Okay, that's a smart city. Did I somewhat answer your question? Yeah, we're not leaning into flock, we're not doing Atlanta Beach stuff, we're not putting a camera on every corner, reading the license plates.
And I wanted you to highlight that because I didn't want to go.
Thank you, sir. All right, purple category. I'll launch through that quick. This is what I call the feel-good one, but it's a great thing to have. Fostering our citywide sense of place. Objective 25, deploy citywide wayfinding and gateway. Ongoing and critical. We're actually moving forward with the base of the Atlantic Beach Morehead City high-rise bridge, with getting encroachment agreement with DOT to put those gateway signs there. There was a conversation with the TDA, Tourism Development Authority, to do masterful signage of gateway across the city and county. We kindly pulled back from that because it did not meet your visual standards, and it would be actually a lot confusing to individuals coming and navigating through the city about what districts we have, what locations are there, and it would be a very convoluted signage message. When the TDA, Crystal Coast, did you see that name? Crystal Coast Beaches, the wavy signal, does not match your visual sense of style. And you're a large enough city where those gateway and those signages are going to be deployed as money is available to us. All right, 26, implement and adopt a Marlin project, well underway, launched, and I'll almost say that's checked off and complete. That's going to be something you see visually in 2026, the calendar year 2026. That's a great sense of civic pride. That's a bravo check from us this year. Thanks to Sarah for doing that. Sarah and Finance have done amazing work in getting that project done. You're going to hear a lot more about that and visually see it implemented in 2026. It's going to be a cool thing. 27, maintain public safety community engagement. Ongoing and continuing. 28, deploy citywide district markers in alignment with the UDO plan. So 28 and 23 are mirrored images of each other, where you'll see district posts, a sign that says this is the medical district. Why do we do that? Because we're establishing our sense of place. Is it something we just want to spend money on a cool sign? No, because when we have those markers across the city, it aligns with almost every plan that we have. And we're naming those districts, identifying those districts for wayfinding and gateway issues. Okay. 29, pop-up parks, implemented, done, and continuing as funds are available. Pop-up parks are not a fiscal leech from us. It's just that sense of civic pride and engagement. We have 10,000 people, which you're going to hear me talk about in a second, paying for the good benefit and use of the other 128 to 85,000 people who are here. Pop-up parks are engaging to our public. If we cannot put a brand new children's museum into a place, we can do one better. We can do pop-up parks that also highlight niche spaces across our city. I don't use the word blight, but it highlights both what we're doing for Parks and Recreation and also unique areas in the city to gain more traction, foot engagement, etc. So those are the reasons why we started pop-up parks, and you seem very favorable for that. They're attractive to those spaces, gets people out moving. 30, implement a citywide landscaping and area gateway plan that supports our style guide and city branding. Whether you know it or not, Daniel's team does a lot of railroad work and NCDOT work to maintain our visual sense of aesthetic and style. Well, we'd rather do that than let it, I hate people Newbern, than let it be like Newbern when you go to James City and the grass is everywhere. And I can tell you what, I know it's NCDOT's, we'll cut it. Okay, you contract with us or just give it to us. That's what we're doing, and that lays down the foundation. Don't make our downtown gateway and our railroad gateway look like trash. Replace the trees, replace the greenery. It's really on NCDOT, but Daniel says, you know what, mine, I'll take it, because I don't want it to look less than Daniel. So that is your beautification name right there. Ooh, he
Better get on those crepe myrtles.
Crepe myrtles.
Set them on fire.
They look like oak trees down there now.
31, unify city communications to serve as the first resource for public media. I can tell you that's checked off. President is going, she's sitting here. We are a news first organization. You've heard me say that. We don't wait for the News Times or WITN or WNCT. We deliver our news first. And when it's our jurisdiction and when it's in our domain to deliver that news first. We're not waiting on the chamber. We're not waiting on the News Times. We're not waiting on WITN. We deliver our messaging through a public information officer and her supporting. So whether you know it or not, you have more than one PIO. Did you know that? Most of our, for the police department, there's designated emergent PIO people. Chief Wade also has people who coordinate with your master PIO to get the messaging out. And she does that in a very wonderful way. At 3 o'clock in the morning, and his battalion commander is there, and they're generally trained up on how to create messaging and what you can and cannot give out. They're communicating with your PIO to have a multi-level effect. So if she's not here, I'll pick on the police department because Chief Dixon's not here. He has designated emergent public information officers who are trained to know what to say, when to say it, and what not to say to get us in trouble. So just know that that is a win-win-win since I've been here for this city, and I cannot thank you enough. Probably one of the things that are underutilized is you being satisfied with having a very dedicated and informed public with PIO stuff. You are benefiting, as the county has done as well, having a dedicated public information officer. Without it, the message gets in front of you and you're reacting more. Even since I've been here, the PIO effort, even when Alizé was here, magazines are cool, but educating the public and also informing the public are a fine balance. We're going to try and do more educating the public and less informing the public. So I know that will make this young man a lot more happy when we're taking master projects and warming the public up to them in advance. We're having to find the fine balance of going, we're being reactive and informing the public of near-term events and also getting them ready for something that's coming. Paving would be one of them. Stormwater project 28th Street would be one of them. We have to use that to kind of warm the public up. Are we going to accomplish that and satisfy everyone so they don't gripe and complain to you? No, but we'll be able to touch some of those elements so it's not a surprise to the city. Comments on that one? Because I know that's a heartfelt touch point.
No comment.
No comment? I love PIOs. They're good. All right. 32, connecting existing future neighborhoods to places that live, work, and play. You're like, isn't 32 sidewalks? It is to a degree, but we're creating a sense of place. Where we can and where funds are available, 32 exists in our sense of place. And then reestablish the Mayor Citizens Leadership Academy to cultivate civic engagement and public service. We'll talk about that in a quick. Even though it says Mayor's Leadership Academy, we are preparing our planning and board of adjustment for individuals to learn city government so that our applications to fill those roles are more informed and they're educated to do so. And in addition, What's the succession plan for a city council person? We have to have that discussion. That discussion with city staff is ongoing. How do we prepare people to be great city council persons? They need to know the scope and scale of city government rather than just be at the whim. And then to be able to do that is a leadership academy. There's a reason why the Chamber of Commerce does their leadership academy. It prepares people for civic service. And in the absence of having preparation for civic service, you get individuals who want to either be on a board, on a committee, or an elected official who have a vision that we are a different form of government. We're not a council manager form of government. That a board, that planning board can execute something and skip over you. That's not the case. So how do we fix that? We educate the public by bringing them in to an academy. And that's the reason why we reinvigorated that to assist with that effort. Getting people to serve on planning and board of adjustment difficult, motivating them through the academy is one way we're hoping to see some fruits to that run there. Questions on that, on the strategic plan? Ooh, 9:31. This, one more time, this document is what we live off of. If it's not incorporated in this, I'm hoping you make changes to this in the next, today and tomorrow. Without it being in there, staff is not going to go do a new thing. On the agenda that I have before you, if you look at the screen and in your agenda at your place, I got to do two things real quick. I'm asking you to, on a piece of paper right now, I'm asking you to do a task. And don't tell me what you write down. Take the three things, take about 2 minutes to write down the three things you want to talk about today and tomorrow for objectives. What are the top three things you want city staff to address and discuss with you today, or even amongst yourselves? And I'm asking you to do that now. So that way I can put it not on the agendas board, but at some point towards the latter half of tomorrow, we address, or even during the period here, we address your top three initiatives you want us to discuss. I'm asking you to do that one little piece of homework for me. You came in here with a passion point and probably a field bucket to talk about us. I'm asking you to jot down your top three things that we must talk about before we leave. And we'll take about 2 minutes to do that, and Jewel comes up next. So if you give me the kind effort of doing that, top three objectives for you, and then write them down. You don't have to tell me about them. Write them down, and then we'll come back to them later. Sure. Sure.
Oh, we get presents. Thank you.
It's just stuff.
Yeah, just thank you.
George's favorite stuff.
What's that? Finance, absolutely.
Let's see, who's right here? Anybody?
Yeah, that's Jerry.
It's only got so many. You can put them together if you want. They can share.
So how you doing?
Yes, hell, you gotta go off-road to do that.
You smooth your off-road.
It will, but if it's I'll drive the train for you. Just off the road on my thing. And then, plus,
I may do this.
Inside the box.
Next slide.
Because there's somebody who would love to see, we're not so big. They can afford to use us as a shop or something like that. We're a small town, we can do it.
In Washington. I saw Russell over there. Yeah, that's bad. Russell, I saw Russell over there. He was interested in saving that. Russell.
So they talked to Ralph Clark, everybody remember seeing it?
Sir?
They talked to Ralph Clark yesterday, city of Washington, to enter. And
Remember, she's recording.
I remember, Ralph.
She's
It's
still
a messy day.
enter. Anybody can enter. I can enter.
It was every day, every day. I think so.
George, what do you think both is going through?
Sir?
What do you think both is going through?
Both of
There's three.
I tell you, it is unbelievable. I'm telling you, it is unbelievable. I'm telling you. Oh my.
Oh, my.
I'm gonna wait on Bill, but I got you three. So before, I don't want to miss Bill on this one. If you'll see, Julian, the screen back.
Sorry.
See objective 1 through 6 at the top up there? That's ours. We've accomplished a couple of them. So if you look at objective 1 through 6 at the top, it's our suggestion of what we try to accomplish today. Review the status of benchmarks, we've done that. Create an infrastructure plan, 5-year document. You've already done that, but I need it amended. Comprehensive financial policy decisions, she's about to talk about that. Discuss and establish, think of it like UDO, code enforcement UDO. One of the biggest things we need to discuss in the next 2 days is happening today after Joel Lassiter. It's going to be Sandy to stand up and we have an in-depth discussion about code enforcement, policy, and ordinance, and how we enforce it. And then discuss an IDA on Friday towards the back end. We're going to talk specifically about Project Grander, downtown Morehead City waterfront, where we are, and there's a plan moving forward. I need your input and approval of the execution of that plan. We've got some things we want to bridge to you about Project Grander. It's not in closed session because we come out of it. You've heard me say it before. Project Grander will be a discussion we have tomorrow afternoon. And then legislative advocacy. Why are 5 and 6 there? Because I'm going to need, predicting your conversation with Project Grander, we're going to need some legislative advocacy that have to do with some really big master planning efforts. We're going to talk about Carolina Water, we're going to talk about Brandywine, we're going to talk about some things that have to do with legislative advocacy, because we're going to need Celeste and Norm's help, along with others, with some things that we want to get your feedback on. Or you back us off. A lot of those masterful projects, we're gonna lay some stuff down, you're gonna go, wow. Because we've gotta have a long-term effect. So that's my proposed 1 through 6. I'm gonna steal a little bit of Jul's time because she asked me to do this. Of the 3 things I asked you to write down, may I put them on the board so that we don't leave here in the next 2 days without touching your issues? Because this is your strategic retreat, not mine, not ours. We've laid down a foundation that might steer you in a direction, but I want to make sure I get your individual top 3. I'm gonna write them on the board so that way when I flip it around, I go, did we answer these questions for you in these 2-day period? Are you fair for that? Is there anything on 1 through 6 you do not want to discuss? 1 through 6 or 2? Preferably 4, 5, and 6. 4 I need to talk to you about. 5, we can hold off on it. You got to investigate these. And 6 aligns with that. I need to talk about Sam Shoemade, Alexis Government Affairs, and how that engages. And I need to turn my time over to you. All right, let's go. If you're favorable, I want to write down your top 3. Not here. Your top 3 things you want to discuss so that I don't miss it. Who would like to go first before I steal too much of Jewel after this time? Top 3 things.
Mine all are financial considerations because of our tax rate and the feedback we've got from citizens.
Yes, sir.
Objection 1, going forward, we need to evaluate the total cost of the project and also enunciate any of the benefits that we expect to derive from it. So just like industry, will the project pay for itself or make a contribution to our revenue? Number 2, we are talking about some major projects that we're going to have to borrow some money to pay for. Excuse me. We need to develop a debt cap for the city and have that discussion. Third, we need to evaluate additional revenue streams. We're going to find that grants are going to come, and if and when we can find them, more and more important on how some of this stuff that we're talking about today and tomorrow is paid for.
Got it. Well, I can tell you one of them will be addressed pretty quick. Well, top 3 things you want to discuss.
I neglected to do my homework.
Okay.
Bill, I mean, I certainly agree with what Bill, some of mine was kind of carrying over where Bill is. You know, number 1 is taxes. I mean, you know, trying to maintain our current tax rate, maybe even trying to cut our current tax rate, and how do we educate our citizens for any kind of future increases? I mean, I think we heard that more than one time in this past election.
Okay.
Number 2, parks. Are we meeting the needs of our citizens with all that we have going on through Parks and Rec? Are we meeting the needs of our citizens and those that are using our parks? And number 3, we've touched on it a little bit this morning, paving. Repairing, paving, and doing what we can to keep our streets where they need to be. That's my 3.
I would agree with those as well, but I more or less wanted to make sure we improve our services to our citizens and make sure that the quality of life of our citizens are maintained, if not improved, in a cost-effective manner. I better put it that way. Also, to look at new technologies that are available that can assist us in serving the citizens and making your life easier. In other finds new stuff out there can make his job easier, you know, improve things. As technology is changing with AI and all this other stuff coming down the road, we need to explore into those avenues.
Okay. And you don't have to have a third one, you got a third one?
No, I'm good.
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I thought probably my number one priority would be for us to focus more on essential needs and facilities over the coming years. And reevaluate, just revisit all these quality of life programs and facilities that we've been discussing. We don't have so much money to spend on things, and I don't want to neglect any essential services or facilities to be able to build a new waterfront park or another community building. Or I want to evaluate all this, because I don't think as a council we're looking at the big picture. I think we're just looking at each individual item and not putting it all together collectively and seeing what everything's going to cost when we get done with it, and making a plan for paying for that.
And I don't want to belabor your comment, but is it, correct me if I'm wrong, is it wants versus needs? Is that an easy?
That's the easy way to put it.
Is that okay, all right now?
Or needs versus wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what words you got. I just want to get the spirit which one.
Yeah, just try and look at the bigger picture instead of looking at the forest instead of the trees.
Okay. And you don't have to have a third.
Yeah.
And Councilman Mago, you don't have to have one, but I know there's some things that you would jump into. You didn't.
Well, a lot of what's been said is what has been kind of on my mind. I don't know, I can't bring up another one. Well, yes, I can too. Well, no, that's more of a, well, what I'm talking about is what I briefed you with last week or this week about the handicap. And what I'm talking about is, of course, we all know Ricky Golf, and we had a good conversation a couple of weeks ago, and he turned me on to something that I think we can do at a minimum cost. And what I mean by that is having civilians monitor and or ticket handicap violators. And I made a phone call down to Florida yesterday, because they evidently have instituted that a number of years ago.
They're Miami.
Well, the person I called to is somebody I know personally, and he's going to put me in contact with the folks, because they have a whole educational thing with community college to get these folks in. And yes, they manage the handicap parking, but they also know how to de-escalate when things get tough, and they know when to stop and call for the police to come there and they back out. So those are that's one of the things that I thought would be a very good thing at a very minimal cost.
Thank you, Richard. Actually, that was on my list, not that specific item, but the reestablishment of the Mayor's Committee for Disabled Persons.
Yes, he wanted to start that, try to get that going.
Yeah, I want to reestablish that, just like we reestablished the Mayor's Leadership Academy this past year, which was well received, and so that was my goal for this coming year also, is to reestablish that committee.
And while you bring that up, I attended a number of those sessions, the first part of it. I learned a lot myself, and just looking at the folks that were there, I think their eyes were opened up. I really do. I know there's one in particular that I worked with out at the college, and once she retires at the end of the year, she's itching to get on some type of a board one way or the other.
Yeah.
So I it's a good thing, obviously.
Yeah, jot that down if you were listening, reestablishment of the mayor's committee for disabled persons. Or we can rename it whatever, that's what we used to call it.
Alright. I'm behind time as we usually are here. I've got all of your items that are generally listed here. You can add to it any time. I just want to make sure that we revisit these at some point during our 2-day period. We'll flip this around and turn it because we're 9:30 to 10:55 is the rule. Turn around away. I'll look a lot better than that. Sure. Alright. Jules, up next on the agenda, you can follow along with me to make sure we try to stay on task. She's on page 2, right here, 9:30 to 10:55. Strategy session number 2, financial operations, efficiency, health, and stability. There's a list of things we're going to try to navigate through. Some of them touch across me with your objectives. So see page 2 here, and then I'm going to turn the show over to her. Jules.
Okay, so I did place handouts, your slots, but also going to have it up here on the screen. The first thing in that packet is the estimated fund balance report that we do every month. And even though this isn't necessarily on the agenda, it's the financial basis of most of our stuff. So I just wanted to kind of go over where we are real quick. So the audit report is not done, but the fund balance for fiscal year in 6/30/25, the number's pretty much known. So that has been placed in this report. And so at 6/30/25, the estimated, unassigned, well, I say estimated, but it's pretty much the number. Unassigned fund balance is about 11.3 million. Of that, we appropriated 1.9 for this year's budget. So that brings it down to 9.4. Throughout the year, we've done about $165,000 worth of amendments from unassigned fund balance, bringing the unassigned fund balance amount and estimated based on budget at 9.2, which is 31.54% of our budgeted expenditures. I'm not going to go through every section. So if you jump down to the bottom, it gives you what unassigned fund balance the 30% is. So per our policy, we would need to maintain an $8.8 million unassigned fund balance. And if we're at 9.2 right now, we'll just say 9.3, then we approximately have $451,000 above the policy threshold. And so I just wanted to kind of go over that and what it means. We generally use our unassigned fund balance for capital projects. And so this is $451,000, but if you look at back up at the top, last year during the budget process, we appropriated 1.9. So that's only a quarter of what we appropriated last year. So I just want to go over that, and so then for everybody to have a handout of this while we're talking about some of these other financial policies. So the next page, you don't have to read that. We're not going to really read it right now. But, and this goes to, find it, this actually goes to Mr. Taylor, objective 1 and kind of 2. So, blue objective, his first objective. So you'll see in a minute, it hits almost everything. So this past year, me and myself worked with First Tryon Advisors, and we've purchased from them and worked with them developing a capital and financial planning tool. It is this huge spreadsheet that they've developed that you put in all your input, currently for your baseline, and then you can change tax rates, you can change your debt, you can change what you're going to approve for capital, You can change your salary projections, you can put in what you think revenue is going to be in other areas, how it's going to grow, or how it's going to decline, and list out for 5 years what that does financially. So how it affects your tax rate. Are you under? Are you over? How much more do you need? So we have that financial model in place, and we're going to be working on that through the budget process. We're actually going to have Charles, and I cannot pronounce his last name to save my life, Havaslan. I'll get it right before he arrives. So we're actually going to have him present it at one of the council budget workshops, so he can go over it in detail with you guys. But it's a great tool. It's going to be a great tool.
Is this something you already have, or you?
Yes, we've
Okay.
already implemented it. We've used it. We did it at the very end of the budget last year, so we were generating some forecasting reports in the budget, but now we've got it for the whole budget process that we can use. So we're going to have him present that at one of the workshops, and in here, it's just, the sheet that I gave you just kind of talks about what it does, the capabilities and benefits of using this model, and then behind that is just a handful sample of the graphs, but the whole model itself, it doesn't just produce graphs. You know, there's actually financial reports and more detail. So it will monitor unassigned fund balance. If we set up a debt limit, it will monitor that. So any limits that we set or targets that we set as a city, it can monitor that based on the inputs for the future. All right, so now we're going to get into it. So the comprehensive financial policy, past couple of years we've talked a lot about, fiscal sustainability, the tax rate, all the project needs we have, additional revenue streams. So a comprehensive financial policy is really, really big. I'm sorry, I didn't. And so that first page is just kind of why we're doing it. Basically, we want financial stability. We want if we ever were go for bonds in the future, we want good credit ratings. We want the banks to look at us favorably for reduced interest rates on any loans.
What is our rating then?
We actually don't have one because we haven't done a bond not in my time here. So they used to do them like every 3 or 5 years. I can't even remember the name of the organization that did them, even if you didn't do bonds, but they don't do that anymore in North Carolina. So now you pretty much are not getting rated unless you are going to go out for a while. But I would imagine ours would be pretty good.
Can we get one? Can we request one now?
We can. We would have to, pay for the service for them to do them. I'm sure that we could.
Would it be to our advantage to do that?
No, because not unless you're actually going out for bonds. Because the banks are going to look for just our normal financing like we usually do. They're looking at our financials, our budget, our policy, and stuff like that, and giving us rates based on our financials, which we've done really good with our rates. So.
The reason why I'm asking, if someone was looking at our town to maybe invest and move this way, would that be something that they would be able to pull up a seat?
I'm not so sure if they've got enough financial knowledge they would be able to determine that from the city's financials.
I know where you're going, so
It's a good marketing tool, but that's kind of.
County has one. The county preaches that they have, AAA plus crystal,
Right.
but they don't go after bonds. DeMichelle and Sherry, or DeMichelle.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is.
It's a talking point.
Yeah.
There's not an entity, there's not a Minneapolis and Target are not looking at your bond rating to see how sufficient your city is. They're looking at rooftops and infrastructure counts, that cars crossing certain intersections, and what you incorporate as the benchmarks that she's doing They're looking at, how fast can I build? What are your rooftops? What's your pass-through rate? What's your infrastructure? Is I-42, I hate to mention it again this year, is I-42 being designated? How quick is the Havelock bypass opening? They're doing a bunch of benchmarks that corporate America is looking at. I will tell you, in my time as city and county, I've never seen, I hate to say it, but I've never seen an entity come in and go, hey, infrastructure, what's your bond rating for the city? Like, no.
Yeah, but I mean, they wouldn't ask you, I mean, they can look at the capacity, right?
As I'm saying, they would ask us, because they will ask us, what's your employee rate, what's your water rate, what's your sewer rate, and where do your water and sewer go? They're asking more over here and over there before they go, what's your bond rating for the city? Are you ever buy a fire truck for less than 1%?
No, what I'm trying to find out is that if I'm just gonna look at Morehead City, without even talking to you,
Yeah.
I mean, could I find that out about you if I just wanted to look at Morehead and not even talk to you?
That's what I'm saying, they would never look at, well, back up, less than 1%, less than 0.5%, and they would try to, what's their bond rate? Because that's on us, that's our debt capacity,
Right.
that's our debt relief, that's our ability to have lending and to engage in fiscal sufficiency. They would look up to that. Honestly, that's a great point, but I've never seen and never heard that a GM or Chevrolet or Target or Trader Joe's is gonna look at that.
Traditionally, most cities do not get bonds because the bond, to use a bond effectively, you would have to be borrowing an awfully lot of money to keep your cost of debt, the price of what you have to pay to get that bond, market it, get it sold. That is so expensive, most cities don't use it. So there's no need to know what bond rate is.
Closest thing we got, if they would call the Dun and Bradstreet right now, they're probably getting swag on us, but I was going to get Dun and Bradstreet probably issue, but outside the rating agency, Dun and Bradstreet probably, hey, that city's debt capacity, we estimate this. If somebody were to do it, that's an easy call, estimate. That's a great question.
Thank you.
And I can reach out and just find out, generally, what is the process and what would an agency charge us to do that? And if it's minimal, then we might be able to go ahead and get it done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll make it work. Yeah.
Okay. So for just our basic comprehensive financial policy, there's about 16 elements. The next two sheets, I'm going to go over each one of those, what it is, whether we've actually completed it or not, and if we've got those items in other places, we just have to pull it together and kind of list that out too. So, general fund reserves, that's our fund balance policy, that's done. We do need to work on enterprise. Grant management policy, done. Debt management policy, we're getting ready to talk about this one. Investment, we're going to talk about that one. Economic development, this is one that Sandy is working on with her team. Accounting and financial reporting. This is, most of these elements we already have in various places, it's just kind of pulling them together in policy. All of these policies, when rating agencies and lenders look at a city and they see that you have these really good, healthy fiscal policies, you are more likely to get a better rate.
While she's doing it real quick, so where is this on this? I'm gonna be that guy today. Objective 13. So when you're looking at this, why are we touching, leaning into it, other than being really smart about what we're doing? This is objective 13, all these sub-elements and initiatives. All right, I've got it. Go ahead.
Financial operations and management policy are another one that we have most of the elements, they're just in various different places, we gotta pull them together. Risk management and internal controls, again, says in progress, but it's mostly because it's in a bunch of different places. Procurement, that is complete. Long-term financial planning. So that's kind of mentioned up here. And so that is long-term financial planning policy, and we now have the capital and financial planning tool, which is the large data thing that I was talking about. The long-term financial planning policy goes along with a capital planning policy, which is down here in number 13, which looks at, in addition to some of the other things, it looks at the life cycle of capital assets. It's capital improvement planning, capital budgeting, project management, and asset maintenance. So the policy itself, these policies, like the capital policy, capital planning policy, it's a big policy. It's probably as big as the procurement and contracting policy. It is, however, a lot more labor intensive to do one because, with procurement, everything's regulated by, statute or by federal rules, and then you just tweak it if you want to be more conservative. We do have, as part of the capital planning, the tool that I just mentioned, we have developed a capital request weighted rate system, which does take into account what it costs, is there funding available, what is the future cost of the asset, the maintenance of the asset, does it align with the council's strategic goals, does it improve the quality of life for citizens, does it improve some type of quantity of service or the quality of service, so it covers a whole bunch of different stuff. So we are working towards these, and this one is it's such a big policy. Plus, it's not one that finance does on its own. It is definitely a team effort to develop that. So, structurally balanced budget, I say in progress. Literally, it's just kind of putting a blurb inside of our budget policy. We already do this in practice. It's just writing it down and saying that we do it. So, structurally balanced versus statutorily balanced. Statutorily, you have to balance your budget when you adopt it each year. Statutorily, the city manager has to give you a balanced budget. So he has to balance it some way, give it to council, and then you adjust or tweak as council wants. Structurally balanced means that so for funding ongoing expenditures, you're not using fund balance. You're using asset sales, you're using your regular recurring revenue. So there's statutorily balanced and structurally balanced. So like I said, very simple policy to get in place, but there's a big difference between the two. And like I said, in practice, we generally follow structurally balanced. 1 year, we used a very large portion of our unassigned fund balance for the class and comp study, but it was temporary 1 year. So. (14) and 15, which is revenue policy, expenditure policies. Again, both of these are just in various places. They have to be pulled together. Operating budget, we already have that. So all these policies together, some of them have strict limits, some of them will have targets, and they're to help manage the organization, make good financial decisions, look good to creditors and lenders.
Can I pause you real quick? You remember the Triple Crown the city got? Triple Crown for PAFR. I always get after I got it, but the budgeting element of that. So, the city, I'm going to hit it again. Are these for achieving those awards and rewards, or awards and anything else? Yes and no. A lot of these elements, number one is in your strategic plan, number two, they're statutory, number two, they're structure, number three, you're a rare bird city in terms of its fiscal health. Even though you see a tax increase and a debate for it, you're a rare bird city in that one of very few in this state, I think 1 of 16, who had a full Triple Crown. Why is that? Because we do this level of policy and visioning engagement to make sure that it's a wholly sufficient. I would be very surprised if we're not credit rated AAA plus, double diamond, flying down the ski slopes. The reason I'm pausing her and saying this is because all of these policies drive staff decision in our engagement with you. If you haven't taken the time to kind of go through those, I know last year in this setting we had a dialogue with wants versus needs. I'm going to use this, I hate to overly simplify this. This is determining our wants versus needs on the staff and policy side, we're bridging the conversation we've had. I promise Mr. Blue will bring it up again, but I'm going to do it again this year when we have a conversation that takes 3 people to tell me to go pave something. Does paving or streets, I'll pick on streets this year, is Mr. Taylor's request to go pave, I'll pick on him, and he hadn't asked us to do this, pave all of Promised Land because I want you to do it, and I got 3 votes to knock it out. Staff lives in this realm right here. All these documents that guide us in both fiscal structure and policy. And in his desire to go pave all of Promised Land, and he gets 3 votes, wants versus needs. Now we're into subjectivity, and we're deviating from the guiding principles that we've given staff to operate within. So wants versus needs are our current struggle. I'm kind of hijacking her conversation real quick because I want to lay that foundation for you. We follow these because we both have to, need to, and will do so. A lot of these policies, I would encourage you to at least take a one-time glass over. I have to look at them just like the city ordinance, have to read through each one, and as they produce new ones, which align us with fiscal efficiency policies, not because we're trying to restrict you, it's because the governing agencies, multiple, and the state, and the lending responsibility, look at that and go, hey, to receive this grant, we need 4 of those documents before I even look at you, before I even give you the multi-million-dollar grant. Same thing with local government commission. Hey, before we give you X, Y, Z, you better have some structures and engage in that. Plus, you're a city that has drip credit. And it's the dichotomy and tough decision where we want to pave the streets. Like, yeah, I understand that, but now I'm deviating from a policy. Then you need to instruct me to change the policy. That's where we're going. We have to have these, which does put confinement in terms of your vision and scope to a degree. Then you need to tell us to change the vision and scope. And then we'll come back up, and I'm not going to be able to go to local government commission. I'm not going to be able to take lending to a certain degree, and I won't be able to achieve the financial resources you have because you've instructed us to execute on this one thing that deviates from policy, which outside entities who govern us are saying, if you don't have it, I'm not giving you money. I want to kind of lay that foundation for you. That hurts to say, it hurts to hear, but it's also part of the republic we live in. And I want to kind of preach, why we got a bunch of these things that I have to read that limit me in my scope of an elected official? It doesn't limit you. It's part of being an efficient and effective city with wants versus needs. And I hate to pick on the mayor. It's the overly simplistic way of saying it, but this is the fact of framework between wants versus needs. And I am limited in doing it. All right, thanks for letting me preach into that.
Okay. So after reviewing all those that are in progress, we're done, we're complete. We're actually going to visit 3 policies that are in progress right now. We're not going to dive into the details of policy, though they will come before council later, but kind of where we need to have a discussion about items, and I need general guidance from council where you want some of these limits to be, or don't do any limits at all. So the first one is the debt management policy. And so we're going to talk about debt limits. So the first page kind of goes over the different definitions and calculations of debt and some guidance from the GSOA, the LGC, how rating agencies feel about debt limits. So for net direct debt, the GFOA has a definition of how you calculate that as a percentage of assessed valuation of property tax. Their definition.
What is the GFOA?
Government Finance Officers Association. It's the national association. They're the ones that issue GASBs, that all the county rules that governments have to follow. So they're kind of like, if you were to look at like federal, you got federal rules and then you got state rules. There's GFOA rules and then there's LGC and state treasurer rules.
2 seconds on GASB, GASB. What are the GASBs?
Governmental Accounting Standards Board. So They release pronouncements, which tell you you must account for things in this manner. And then they release guidance on that, and they release a lot of them here lately. Because every time they do that, they make the audit take longer, there's more work involved, and
That's what's right here. So GASB, so the directive that you get your independent auditing agency from, that's what they follow behind. Are you compliant with GASB 7.1, 2.5?
we're in the hundreds.
Yeah. So are you compliant with GASB new regulations? They're gonna report to you. You're gonna hear PB Bayer stand up and go, hey, you're compliant with GASB, blah, 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 and you're like, okay, that sounds like an acronym to me. Okay.
When I came out of college, a few years after college, so in 2003, they were on GASB 34, which was a huge release. It completely changed the way governments produce their financial reports. So it's GASB 34. We're closing in on 200 GASBs now. And GASB's been around for a long time. So they have released a bunch and keep doing so. There is one, just since we're on the topic of GASB, one that's coming out in the next couple of years. I can't remember the effective date, but they're changing the financial reporting module again because they realized how cumbersome and detailed those reports are, and that you almost, need a degree in finance or accounting to actually be able to read them. So they're changing some of that. So maybe it will help reduce the actual production of the report. So if you spend all year, doing the money and everything and reporting things a certain way, but then it takes 6 months to do an audit and do the financial report because of all these GASBs.
I remember when the local government had a different counting method than GAAP, the general accounting procedures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. It was difficult for me to read anyway.
So the GFOA's definition, so you hear about the 8% LGC limit on debt. So that 8% LGC limit on debt is for general obligation bonds only. The GFOA defines this type of debt, net direct debt, as pretty much all debt. There's a few deductions and everything, but it's going to be most of what we have, which is our installment financing agreements. So it takes our debt and it measures it against the assessed value, not the property tax revenue money, but how the property is assessed, and gives a percentage. We are wanting to do a policy that kind of lays out a cap on that. My suggestion is 2.5. The city is currently at 0.625%. And then you can see where I pulled a few others that have policy language or target language. Raleigh is between 2 and 5. Durham's at 2.5. Catawba County is at 1.5. So as you can see, it's kind of hard to find other cities and stuff that have these policies. So, but more and more people are developing them. So we're, kind of early to the game on it.
Okay, so what is our citywide assessed value?
So, on the next page. Okay, so this is a kind of a summary of the calculation. And we're going to look at the left column numbers.
Now, which page you on?
Whoops.
The next page.
Okay.
Let me do it.
Yeah, right. I have to go back to 2 or 3. That's wrong.
So in the general fund, this is all of our debt, 15.1. Then you have to add anticipated debt. So this is approximately 10.2, which brings us to $25.3 million of debt. Citywide assessed is 3.8 trillion. Right? I mean, that right?
Did you say trillion with a T?
Well,
Wait,
surprising?
billion, my math is wrong,
Billion would
billion.
be, we've known billion a while.
It's 9 decibels.
Well,
So that gives us a 0.0625%.
Okay, so Mr. Blue, that's 3.8 billion citywide assessed value.
It's not the actual money that we
that's
collect.
what, that's what I'm asking.
I thought you were sitting outside.
No.
Okay.
That's our assessed value.
Yes, sir.
Joe, on the anticipated debt of 10,195, since it's anticipated, does that include WSP?
Yes.
It does. All right. What else does it include?
The city hall annex, so if
So-
council adopted.
City Hall Annex.
Yeah, if council approved the 5-year CIP plan, though we haven't budgeted for it yet, well, we actually kind of have, we did as reserve for debt service only. So since that was approved, I very much put it in the anticipated budget.
So that 29,312, that includes the WS King and the City Hall project.
Yes, 25.3. And it includes, the fire engine, which we closed on that loan, and 2 pumper trucks, which we closed on that too.
Remember, we're talking about debt calculations because why? She's leaning into a debt conversation. So great questions. I don't want to get hyper-fixed on what's in, what's out. Just know that the goal of this conversation is GFOA debt calculation to get to a legal debt margin limit.
So do you have what the 2.5% debt would be?
It would be a little bit over 2.5 million. It would be between 2.5, I'm sorry. It would be, I'm not wrong.
That's way above my calculator.
Yeah. No, I don't have a keyboard with me right now.
I mean, you can tell us later.
Sorry.
So if we're operating now at 0.0625%,
Well,
with the
we are
current
well
debt,
below.
that's included the WS King and the City Hall and the fire truck. So if we're going to go up to 2.5, how much debt would that be over what we have now?
Well, I can calculate that for you and give you guys some sheets, but this thing, so debt limit is kind of 2 pronged. So let me go to the other piece of it. So there's also a debt service limit that is usually set. And debt service, as opposed to debt, is taking the annual payments, so principal and interest, rather than the total loan balance. So general fund's annual debt service is about 2.4 million. Our operating budget is almost 30 million currently. And so it looks at a percentage of your debt service versus your operating budget. You take out a few things like, you take out capital because that's not necessarily operating. So, which the appropriated fund balance unassigned that we use in this budget year to transfer over for all the capital projects is taken out. So we are about 26 million operating budget. So our net debt service with anticipated amounts for WSP and the City Hall Annex is approximately 9.25%.
That's, yeah.
So debt service as a percentage of the operational budget. The LGC, pretty much their guidelines kind of declare it's a heavy debt burden if it's 15% or more. So most places pretty much do a hard cap at 15%. Rating agencies view 10% or lower as conservative and sustainable. Rating agencies, they, where else is it? I'm sorry. From rating agencies, there's some literature out there that refers to the 8% range as very highly conservative, 10% or lower, that's still conservative. There's a few various cities, again, that I've listed in here and what their policies are. What I'm suggesting for both of these, number one and number two, these limits, is policy language that isn't a hard limit, it's a target range that requires a conversation if we were to go above the target range, that council would have to approve or tell us to deviate from the target range. And it also states that some type of affordability, analysis study would have to be done to actually prove that it's not going to be harmful to the city if we went above the target ranges. Does that make sense?
Well, to simplify it, we used to have a maximum number on our fund balance that we didn't want to go over.
Well, I guess where I got lost, Joel, and I'm sorry. We're talking 2.5 and then we're talking 5%, but then you mentioned 15%. So that's where I got lost. I understand that we're talking 2.5% of the citywide assessed value and then at no case exceed 5%. But then you're saying the LGC 15%?
So there are two different calculations. So one looks at how much money do you owe right now? What is your loan balance, principal only? And the other calculation looks at how much do you have to pay every year to pay down that debt, and that's your principal and your interest. The reason why there's two calculations is because if you have GO bonds or you have USDA loans, they are very, very long. So though your debt might be high, it's really, really spread out. So you kind of have to look at how much debt you have, but also what is it costing you every year against your budget. Do you see what I'm saying? That's one looks at budget and looks at an annual snapshot. Can you sustain making those payments?
I understand.
And then the other one looks at if the city was to go completely defunct and the only thing in the world that you had coming in was property tax revenue. Can it still pay the debt? If it went completely defunct, there'd be a lot of other stuff that happened. But can you pay that debt kind of with just property tax revenue?
So even though we're at 2.5 now, and we want to increase it at 5, and certainly I don't want to max it out at 15, we're still way below what the LGC would allow us to have.
No, well, they consider conservative.
Yeah, so do you have the...
Wait a minute, what? Say that again, Chris?
What they consider conservative, just like your debt limit, there's no 50%, 30% mandate. They're saying for funding and for limit, they're giving you a strong conservative reputation.
But still, that is still well below the conservative amount of 15%.
Depending upon what category it's in. Short answer is.
So, and we have, so, you got number one and number two, and this is total. Debt owed. And this is the annual debt service. And then generally, there's a third one, which is LGC's 8% limit on GO bonds.
It's more complicated, but
So if you don't have these other sets, and you're only following what LGC says on GO bonds, and we don't have GO bonds, then by policy that we don't have, we could go into debt, 100%, because it's not GO bond. So, yes, this limits debt in a way, but you don't ever do geo bonds, this statutory limit isn't really doing anything financially to keep you stable. And that's why organizations are starting to do these other two. Because they don't necessarily do geo bonds, even though Durham does both, but. So the total debt owed, this is the one, like I said, it's gonna be two-pronged, 2.5%. And this one I think I wrote down as $11.12%. These are targets.
With a hard max cap of 50. The hard max, number 2 is 15%.
And 6%.
Ceiling.
So let's just go to number 2. If our annual debt service, if we are staying in the range of from 11 to 12, we're just a percent or so above hyper conservative or conservative.
Paul, does that make sense what you just said?
Yeah.
But we are definitely not where the LGC would say at 15% you have a really heavy burden.
Not like Rocky Mount. Not like Rocky Mount.
Yeah. And so, and we are currently, I think, at 9.2.
9.2, yeah.
Yeah. 9.25. And this one we're like 0.62. There's a lot of room here. There's not as much room here.
Yeah, Paul,
And that's,
that's the one that they're leading you into, the category 1. A lot of room to turn that over. Category 2, we're not smiling.
Let me ask you a question, Jewel. When we're talking about the number 2, annual debt service, the function of debt service provided by budget, that is our ability to pay back the loan. That's our debt service rate, how much we have to spend of every $100. That has the greatest impact on our rates, our property rates, tax rates.
the annual debt service, yes. Absolutely.
So that's the one, if we want to keep a low tax rate, we need to be more on the ultra conservative side if we want to get lower than we are now. Or at least conservative, and it's the rate we're at now. Did I miss that?
No, it's just like anything on the budget expenditure wise.
So the number 1 total debt owed really doesn't, shouldn't we focus on annual debt service, because our primary objective should be providing premium service at a reasonable cost. That's number 2.
Yeah, this is definitely the one that's going to be more impactful.
So if we do grander, if we do whatever, firehouse number 4, all sorts of what ifs, that's the one we're going to watch if we're serious about keeping the property rate flat or less.
Yeah. That, or as your budget grows, then your debt limit grows. And your budget can grow by adding other revenue also.
Now, if we, and I'm going to make this statement, we should really add that to the objectives that we did with that, is that we need to think about how to grow the system out 24. And the other areas that we can grow in Radio Island or whatever.
It's in there.
Because that helps to carry the load.
Yeah.
When the city
And
gets
revenue
bigger-
stream,
The city's gotta get
When the city
bigger,
gets bigger, it changes your math.
and it changes, absolutely.
so it's
But it's still number two that we've got to focus on.
It changes the math, but it does not, it also changes the problems that we
Yeah,
incur
exactly,
too.
right.
It all comes with, it don't all come with the premium, it comes with a cost.
Well, what happens is when you increase the city, you're gonna increase the cost of the infrastructure to serve that.
That's right.
That's got you.
And problems.
So you're in our road now, we're in our road now, the objective 1321 or something in here, there are multiple places that speak to what he's talking about the complex web of nature. We're trying to make it simplified. It's not necessarily complex for us, it's just the Drew books of if then go to page 54, if then go to page 53. Doing what you're asking, increased revenue is part of annexation. It's more than just annexation into the city. It's growing revenue streams so that we have a different sense of flexibility in number 2 and number 1, and then when does number 3 become an option? All of these multiple targets fit in alignment with your general policy drive for, hey, grow the revenue stream of the city with the easy one for you is annexation. With annexation and other revenue streams, so that we don't have complex problems and we don't have to look at, hey, you're inching into beyond conservative when it comes to a hard target of 15 on annual debt service, which limits your vision. Annual debt service would limit your vision to do, I want to do a brand new water park inside the city. Well, when you do that, and you do fire station 4, and you do police station 2, and you do other things, then we're going to have to look at can we or can we not, based upon our policies that we're asking for these general 3 categories of the 2. So it's here, to answer your question, those growth revenue streams are masterfully planned into here, whether you know you did it or not, and it instructs city staff to continue. But it won't be fast. She's not going to be able to find a bunch of box stores for commercial. Commercial brings us a bit more revenue than individual homes, but we're doing multiple veins of growing the city. Mandy Farms, Country Club are 1 and 2s as we come along. As he brings sewer, 1 or 2 that come along. When we start talking about Brandywine, not Mandy Farms, there is you bring that online, it's going to be a heavy debt at first, because we're going to have to satisfy some things and deliver some services. But it also, in the long term, increases your full body of revenue for the city. When you satisfy their water problem, when you look at Brandywine, when you go ask Sam Shoemake to talk to the legislature about potentially bringing that into your city, when more conversations, not to hijack our conversation here, but you look at wastewater treatment plant number 2, where is it going to go? You're going to hear from Daniel today about, I'm limited about where I physically can put that thing, because I cannot put more water into the creek, and I'm going to be at a limit. You're not at a threat limit yet, but looking at wastewater treatment plant 2, which we have to, and water towers, then we have to look at the total scenario of debt, increasing city budget, bringing annexation in, infrastructure coming into wastewater treatment plant number 2, where's it going to go, and where are we growing? And then some other crazy conversations that we get to have, but then you always have to go back to the Joel Lasseter board and go, where am I? This is a struggle for cities at, where are we at? And then we need your help on establishing what she's going to talk about annual debt service, total debt owed, and then looking at when we engage number 3. That making sense, the complex nature of what we're doing, and the very difficult task of growing the city, but not growing too fast. And then I have the greater burden, we have the greater burden of 10,050 people who are funding 85,000 human beings coming in and out of the city almost on a daily basis. 128 in the summer, 85 and changed during the winter. That's the massive problem we're hoping to try to touch and talk about today. 10,000 people, 10,050 people are paying for 85,000 human beings coming in and out of Union City. What help me determine a policy way forward about these 10,000 are funding these 85 to 128. What do you want me to do? All right, let me just go on. Okay.
Can I ask one more question? If we focus in our mind that annual debt service has greatest impact on our current property rate and our going forward rate, what is the use or the purpose for the total debt?
What is the use or the purpose?
Why do we calculate it?
Why do we calculate it? Should I understand that total debt owed is significant, well, not for our property rate, what is it significant? Is
So,
it
well,
a
it's
big debt?
significant in the fact that if all other revenue streams went away.
Yeah.
Like no more sales tax. No matter what, you owe that debt. If all the other revenue streams went away and, God forbid, the staff had to decrease and everything else so we could operate, you need to be able to show that you can still pay that debt with the current
Assets of
the current property taxes that you'll receive, that you will receive.
so when we set a debt objective, do we only need to focus on a debt objective for number 2?
No, because, so, number 2, if you don't have this, then the banks don't usually do it as much anymore. Now your loans are 15, they may give you 17, but they don't really do 30-year loans for buildings and stuff like that. But in the past, you could get them a lot longer. So you can change this by
Stretch it
the
out.
years of your debt being stretched out. You can't play with that math.
There are likely towns that have the reverse problem to a degree. If you were getting a USDA loan, which historically was a 40-year loan,
Yes.
And you were a small town taking a big loan, it's got a small payment, but all of a sudden, you're well over 2.5 on the first one, even though your payments are low, the overall number is huge. So there are scenarios where different councils on different towns are looking at, we need to focus on this part of it because we're okay here. And like there's probably folks that are over on geobonds.
But our approach is going to be, we need to set 2 numbers. 2 objectives. 1 for
And to add to that, there are some grantor agencies, some pastors, that are going to ask for both. Really, number 1. Hey, give us for fast, which for the city. Got it. And they're going to ask for, hey, what's your annual debt service on total? Got to have both. And hey, by the way, we got a policy on both.
So once there's a policy on it and a target range, then we can list it in the act.
Now,
And that's what your lenders look at.
is your target what you're suggesting as the objective?
Yes.
The policy?
Oh, check. Yes.
The target of 2.5, the wording, and I put the suggested wording in there for both. So it's like, the city intends to maintain, number 1, at 2.5. City intends to maintain its net debt service at no more than 11-12% of the operational budget with a hard maximum of 15%, and any deviations require council approval and affordability analysis. So that still leaves room for exceptions, but it kind of holds, number 1, it holds staff accountable to make sure that we're staying within the numbers set by council, and we're not just saying, hey, you're fine, go get more debt. It also holds the governing board accountable to have real conversations if we're going to go outside of these ranges. Can we really afford to do it?
You know, I'm not a financial guru, but I would think that what you suggested is reasonable and should be used for our next budget financial plan. What we got coming up.
These numbers would actually go into literally a paper policy that council would then approve the whole policy. And there's lots of other elements, but this is the kind of the moving element of it.
And then she said, or repeat again, this would go act firm.
And once you have a policy in place like this, then within the accounting, it's the notes to the financial sections, it's the part that talks about some of our policies. It talks about our thresholds for capital assets and, how long they're depreciated. Once it's a policy, it'll go in there. And your lenders and your creditors are the ones, they're looking at the act. They don't necessarily want to go full and read every single policy that you have. They will, depending, provide it for them and tell them, but if it's in your ACFR, then they also know it's true, the auditor's seen it.
Questions to staff? This is great. This is the third year of us trying to, we've been incrementally moving in this direction. This is year 3 of both strategic plan and establishing this policy. We're not nearing the sunset, we're nearing the eureka element of being, you have a true crown for a reason. You have a solid financial footprint for a reason. I hate for you to bang your thumb, but we raise taxes and that hurts so bad. No, your city's in great fiscal health. Amazing fiscal health. We can be more efficient, more effective. This is something that we are asking and that we need. And we're looking to get you a consensus for this today and have a good discussion. What do you like, what do you not like? Because this is a goal and guiding element for us. We operate in this world already, but we need to put it in writing.
Any other questions on this one? This is the, I will say this is the biggest piece of this conversation of the 3 we're talking about. Now, the council will have an opportunity, obviously, to vote when it's all written up and approved. But is there a consensus of liking these target numbers?
Well, I did make the recommendation that we approve that for that purpose. That's what I was trying.
We go higher, go lower, go less. No, go higher. It is what it is.
I'm not ready to make I'm not ready to, as far as, I was trying to get my head around it, and that'll take maybe some more dialogue with me, without belaboring the process right now. Either sitting down with Joel, or personally, or sitting down with you, Chris, at some point in time.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to belabor it. It's just a lot right now to get my brain around it.
It is a complex web of maneuvering, and we're not trying to dazzle you with words and numbers, because we literally do this every day. And when the hard part for the public is going to be, I operate a business on a cash form of accounting, and then you guys are over here doing like dog whistle and fancy stuff and dancing around with policies. It does not match me. It's always the hard part of going, my business operates like this on a cash accounting or accrual basis, and you guys are over here dancing in a bunch of policies that have debt limits and things that do not equate to my writing checks for personnel.
Yeah, it's a lot to get your head around right now. Not that I'm against Bill, but it's just let me have an opportunity to process it.
The only reason why we're here today is to have this discussion amongst so that each of you can hear. So Bill Taylor can hear George Blue can hear David, Robert Walker can hear the mayor, and the mayor can hear everybody else.
I'm not against the policy and setting a policy. It's just getting my head around it.
I'm in a position to make a recommendation because first, I have a great deal of confidence in doing in our financial recommendations. I know we need to set a debt policy when we're facing the issues we've got coming up.
I'm not against setting a policy, but what that policy is. So,
mine is a vote of faith that.
Say that again?
Mine is a vote of faith that Jewel is giving us sound advice.
So I see that it says any deviation required council approval and affordable analysis. So where does that analysis come from?
It would either be, it would kind of depend on council. If we felt like we could do an analysis in-house, obviously, that's what, we would do that first anyway. You can always have an outside service do analysis. But if you're going to deviate above that 15%, there's got to be a reason.
And I guess we're just doing it so it looks good on paper. Any deviation is going to require council approval, and I'm sure a good council would want an affordability analysis anyway. So that just includes it in the language of the resolution or the policy.
When George and Harvey and Richard and Bill go away,
I agree.
and future councils are looking at this, you set, no, we can't hold future councils to do debt in any value. So you're establishing the fiscal principles of this city. The health of the city is established by kind of your leadership and what you have.
Right.
When you go away, this city has a guiding debt limit policy. They generally can change, future councils can change to a degree, but it kind of widens and narrows the decisioning of where we're going. So that, and she said it well, so that city staff, I'll tell you right now, you get a different manager, a different finance officer, a different Daniel, a different Sandy, that you set limits on whomever your city manager brings, him or her brings into the city going, hey, this is our guiding policy and principle, easy staff.
Yeah.
We're conservative.
I think, Jewel, did you not state, I mean, we're basically following this now, but we just don't have it in policy? I hear you say that?
Our
Yeah.
debt has always been, lower. We have been higher than what the current is right now, the total debt, 15.1, but our ratios have usually been pretty
But the
good.
policy is needed when you go to lending agencies, LDC, anybody, they want to make sure that there's a policy in place.
Right, so the rating, yes, the rating
Yeah.
agencies look at it favorably. Also, let's just say, God forbid, something happened to me and some of my staff.
Yeah.
And you had to turn around and hire, or interim or new finance director. I don't know,
That's
maybe they weren't.
the corporate
so
environment, yeah.
salary, maybe they weren't real knowledgeable in debt, or maybe they just didn't really care about the city. They might not come tell you, hey, this debt is gonna put you at this limit if you don't have this policy.
Right.
By this policy, they have to look at it. They have to calculate it.
That'll keep you from going, it's corporate policy, it's not
Yeah, and that's
sole
where she-
proprietorship,
That's where she's stuck in,
business.
without a study by either her staff or an outside staff. If you've got a different jewel, and the council smells something funny, they can say, let's let someone else give us that.
Yeah.
Before she says that, I gotta leave, so me and this man right here have been in another town together. Let me tell you what happens, exactly what she's saying. If a new town manager brings in the first thing city manager does is find a finance officer that he or she trusts, and a new city manager comes in and says, hey, I got a different philosophy at this council, and you don't have a policy, even though you've hired a new city manager, him or her, would have a different fiscal philosophy, exactly what she just said, and may not be as knowledgeable. This generally happened, I'm gonna be blunt, it's happened in Newport, where the fiscal philosophy for both the town manager and the finance officer generally deviated from what council was aware of because they didn't have this.
A written policy.
Intern ball guy who goes, and city attorney who was there with me in that town, and goes, hey, you guys need to shore this thing up. Enter Teresa Folk coming in from the county who I hired to do just this thing. So I'm leaning you in this direction. She spoke some absolute truth. If it changes, and you've hired a wonderful city manager to do a wonderful thing after me, and that person goes in, I need a new finance officer, you're not alone. He or she can do that. Without that governing policy, your general policy would not be done. Because he or she's gonna go, yeah, you know what, y'all don't have a debt limit capacity. I wanna go for no limit on geo bonds, I'm gonna convince you to do one, and I'm gonna take your covered debt owed to way above 2.5. Unless you set the rules of the road, a city manager who's wise and smart is gonna shamboozle you into going, hey, you know what, we're gonna go above 15% max. No, that's possible. I'm limiting my city manager from what he or she is doing and providing a lane of relief. She said something that was brilliant. I want you to really hear that one.
Is that the only thing you said, Scott?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, I will get hard numbers on what those percentages equate to and redo this sheet and give that to y'all.
Thank you very much.
So we're gonna go to the next one real quick, which I don't have a document.
What are we looking for at the end of these work sessions, Jewel? Some type of head nod? Is there gonna be action taken to
So
vote on
what
this?
we're looking for is that no one here because I've got it now, I didn't hear anyone be grossly upset, don't you dare do that. And we'll bring it forward for a vote. We'll bring it forward as we're gonna draft a policy.
At a future.
We're asking, can we get in the car and drive for you? Yes, I'm hearing all nods. And then once it achieves satisfaction, answer a few more minutiae questions, and it becomes our guiding principle policy. So we don't need a vote on it today, we just need to hear from you whether you like it or not.
Right, okay.
That should be a very interesting presentation.
Really. It'll be really.
Well, if we talk about it enough, it just goes on. So the next one is, there's no document for this, capital reserve fund. So which are generally, some people have a policy that stands on its own, but it's more or less what you incorporate kind of into the way we usually operate within the city, which you incorporate into a resolution. So a capital reserve fund, which is basically a separate fund set aside for capital. You have to vote, council has to vote and approve a resolution to do those, and you have to have a stated public purpose in order to establish a capital reserve fund. They can be very specific, or they can literally be as general as what you're allowed, what's in the statute that you're allowed to issue debt for. So you're allowed to issue debt for parks facilities, civic centers, recreation, street improvements. So you don't have to necessarily say, I'm just going to take streets for instance. You don't have to say, we're going to set a capital reserve fund to pay, I don't know, Bridges Street, from this block to this block. You can set a capital reserve fund for street improvements. So, like I said, it doesn't have to be super specific, but it has to be somewhat general thing. We do currently have a capital reserve fund, which is the wastewater treatment capital reserve fund. And that is funded with the water and sewer system development fees. And you'll see in a minute kind of why I'm going over capital reserve funds before I get into investments. So the wastewater treatment capital reserve fund, we currently have about $1.6 million in there. And we're going to continue to accumulate it until it's time to actually do something. It's to help take some of the debt burden off of when we have to do a wastewater treatment plant. Also, it's committed for that by council. However, council at any time can take an action, majority, to change what the money is used for. Now, if it's water and sewer, that has to stay in its own bucket. General fund stuff has to stay in its own bucket. So, funding capital reserves, there's multiple different ways you can do it. If at a time, council picks a certain project and they want to start setting money aside to do it. You can do it by saying, hey, I want to take, a quarter of a penny of the tax rate and put that towards capital every year. I want to take, since we have a 30% unassigned fund balance policy, you could say, you can literally pick any percentage above that. You could say any money at the end of each fiscal year that is more than 45% of more than 45% of the operating of the unassigned could go to capital. You can do it by designating certain revenue streams. So for instance, what a lot of places do now when they allowed North Carolina to assess the additional $30 on motor vehicle tax, there's a lot of places that are taking that revenue stream. Part of it has to be designated for certain expenditures. But a lot of people are taking that extra revenue stream and designating it for a specific project. So those are the different ways you can fund the capital reserve. Or you can set a dollar limit. Every year, $100,000 goes over to capital reserve. So that's just kind of the broad topic of capital reserve. Since we're talking about capital items and all other things, not necessarily policy that's going to be in place, but those come up with resolutions. All right, so we're going to go into the investment policy. And then it'll make sense why that's time to talk about capital reserve.
I want you to bring that up. After this, we'll take a leg water strip break, and then Sandy will be next for code enforcement that long. So once we get through this, we'll take a good mental break and then come back.
And this one is not as intensive as that by any means. Okay, the city currently does not have any type of investment policy. we basically operate within the parameters of what the statutes say, which basically gives the finance officer authority to invest cash and funds within these types of investment vehicles. Other than that, that's pretty much it. It does say, like I said, what you can and cannot invest in, because statutes aren't going to let you invest in anything highly risky. So, and the reason why I mention that is because this is another policy that helps with good, sound, financial decisions, good financial groundwork, and also it would be the same thing. If in the future you had someone that wasn't maybe as prudent, and I am not claiming to be knowledgeable. I know that there's a lot I don't know about investments. But somebody that isn't ethical or prudent, it protects you in that manner. So take for instance an investment policy. If you don't have an investment policy, statute says I can invest funds. And I can invest funds within the restrictions that council gives me. I don't have any restrictions given to me by council. So I could literally take whatever amount of money I wanted, y'all know it, this would never happen, and just invest it all in a 5-year vehicle. Your money's tied up for 5 years. However, we're doing a project that everything's got to be paid for in 18 months. So that's what kind of I'm talking to you about, is this policy to kind of lay out those ground rules. There will be things in there like staggering maturity, so that all your money isn't ever tied up in one place at one determined time. We could be making additional revenue if we took this one. We haven't gotten it. We invest with the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, who does the investing. Basically one big mutual fund that all of North Carolina gets involved in. That's all we do. We've got some money in a money market rate, but we haven't invested in anything else. You can make some additional revenue, nothing crazy, because local governments are limited to the risk that they can take with the public funds. But this is an additional revenue stream. If we started, investing in bonds, this could be additional money that comes in, especially as interest rates go down, which is great for anybody trying to take out a loan, city or individuals. It also means we're earning less interest on our funds with Capital Management Trust or the money market.
Also, ma'am, we explored this when I was an assistant county manager along with Deep Shaw County. The county brought in an expert to help council, help commissioners understand that it's not just Chris Turner, Deep Shaw, and then Russell Irvin dreaming things up, because you're leaving money on the table to a degree. And there's a revenue stream that you can go get. When we started doing this at Carter County government, we showed the detailed function of how we are limited by state statute of what we can invest in. This is an avenue where you establish as the governing board, we do finance officer / delegated and specifically statutory finance officer. We're free and clear right now to do anything we want to do. So there's both the limitation and also this is not a novel concept for us. It's just something that you're leaving, in my opinion, money on the table to be able to glean glean additional revenue streams coming to the city. So I don't want you to think that we're dreaming up something that's never been done before. Even Carter County government, even about 12 years ago, leaned into this concept and is doing so to a degree right now. And the biggest thing is the exposure to risk without such policy. In reality, I don't, because I'm not going to do anything crazy, but because there is no parameters, an individual could and still be within legal rights to do so. Within the policy, things like I could take $2 million and go invest it. The way the statutes are written, I don't have to ask anybody. Nobody has to approve it. That would be in the policy. The person initiating and doing the transaction will definitely be a separate person than who approving the transaction. In addition to that, because like I said, I'm not an investment specialist.
we would want to have laid out how we select financial advisors. You know, when you start talking about investing in commercial paper and things like that, that's not something you want me making a decision for. You want me talking to really good financial advisors and brokers and dealers and things like that. You wouldn't want me just operating that on my own. So that's kind of what this policy is. So I'm not asking for a hard limit or anything. I'm just asking what is council's will for me to do this policy and for us to start looking at investing some of our idle funds. For instance, all the grant money from the state that we got up front, with a little bit of an opportunity loss there. We could have invested that money in some short-term, investments and made extra bank on it.
Pause on that one. Does everybody understand that part? Because I've sung that song several times to Joel Astor since I've been here. All the forward money you have that's sitting in a collection bucket, you could have, with limitation, invested those funds that are sitting there waiting to be executed and gleaned off capital off the top of the premium product. That poured coffee you have, could have had that. And if you bring in a new, I'll lean on her again, if you bring in another city manager who brings in a finance officer and they're structured in their mind about how they want to do investments, you want to have you want to have lanes of guidance to them on investment policy and determine their way forward, rather than just being free and clear. Don't be a little washer here. And definitely don't be rocking out. Okay. Guidance, thoughts, principles, good idea, bad idea, don't do it, do it.
I'm all about policies. I'm all about policies. They can't be changed unless they go back to the council again.
Not to get into the details, you said second bullet point that says staggered maturities, restricting your liquidity, that scares me. Without she and I being with a sound mind and a good heart, both of us being finance officers for the city, I could go in and stagger and issue non-staggered maturities and restricted liquidity just like that. And you'd be looking at me and trying to explain that to the general public. How did you let your city manager, finance officer, go into some investment, not scheme, but take the city's unrestricted money and place it in a place where you can't do a certain USDA grant? Bad newspapers.
Well, you know, Chris, I was sitting here listening to this, and I'm surprised y'all hadn't already done this before.
Well,
I mean, not you, but okay, I'm like.
The policy, yeah. The policy, yeah.
Invested already.
Got a nice retirement.
Look, I'm gonna be talking to you personally right now. Chris Turner having to explain that to you while we're walking? Boy, you be coming to my house and duly pulling my driveway, get in the truck. We're gonna take a ride. And you go into the train station.
And you may not come back.
I mean, investing is something that has been kind of on my list for probably 4 or 5 years, just having the time and capacity to do it. And then while interest rates were high, we were making, some decent money with capital management trust and our money markets and everything. But as they're declining, they're not going to be as low as they were, but those funds are going to go away. And we need additional revenue. The city needs that, so.
Anything we can do to expand and invest in number 13, objective 13, to not realignment, but to investigate additional revenue elements in the green bucket. Implement and encourage citywide annexation within our extraterritorial jurisdiction, and then diversify and attract and also increase our revenue streams, however minor, however restricted the revenue streams.
Increase revenue, yeah. Have we ever purchased CDs?
Have you? I don't care.
The USDA restricted amounts used to be in CDs and they got converted over to money markets, but it's been a long time.
It's just a little bit higher interest rate, yeah.
Okay, one more time so that Mr. Blue can hear. So all these grant monies that we have that are delivered to us, being able to use that latte coffee and cream off the top to increase and have a revenue stream is something that we want to lean into. If we're going to continue grant portfolios in, I won't call it an aggressive manner, but in a healthy manner, we want to be able to have the freedom to do so. And I got one more for you. There's a reason why we've got 4 finance officers, 5, including this ball guy. There's a reason why we have 4 to 5 true finance officers in the city. One is check and balance, but 2, you see the complex nature of what we're doing. It's more than Jewel, it's more than Leanne, it's more than Sarah, and it's more than Tiffany. Okay? And it's myself. So there's 5 of us here that are running the complex nature of the city. And then when others say, man, finance has got like 12 people in there. Do you really need that many people? You're hearing why. Because it takes more than this beautiful human being to do that, and more than me to be able to be dedicated in monitoring and it put us in a governing position. Leanne is beautiful and amazing. I hope nothing happens to Jewel Lasker. But after Leanne comes Sarah and Tiffany as well, who are key components of why we go steal finance officers, so that we can run these detailed maneuvers for the city in a very healthy way. Without them, it hurts. Kelly, not a finance officer, hopefully one day she will be, but Kelly being an entire army herself. You've heard me preach it way too many times. So when people say, I find way too many people in that department, you need to cut back on some of those folks. Okay, what don't you want me to do? You want me to just do town report finance? Sure, that's key. Okay? I just want to kind of preach that into you about the reasons why she has a vision that we're at that nice limit right now. I don't even look at you. I don't think she's going to ask you for another finance person right now. But there's a reason why each of those individuals are highly engaged in these things right here. Does it help her?
No, that's good.
Questions? Because I know we're way late on time.
Yeah, and that's,
Did you?
yeah, that's it.
Okay. Can we take a good mental stress break if you're okay for that? A little mind recess, come back. Sandy's going to be up next for that's code enforcement. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be riveting.
I know we're on time constraint. How long do you want to take a break for?
Yeah, we will get into it as well.
Chris, how long to take a break?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
And then I got to touch on some grant stuff going back.
All right.
Bill's got a question about grants before we throw it over to Sandy.
There's an alley in the examination center that Justin.
I know.
Yes, I agree with exactly.
Exactly.
It's not a grant. But the SAT document, if you will, flow through that really fast, just so they can see it's more than just.
Oh, I'm doing all right, bud. I hope you are. Yeah, doing all right, man. Yeah, you know, anybody works on ATV, the four-wheelers, besides Twin Rivers and New Bern? Mine won't shift. I went down there.
Manual shift, electric shift?
Electric, auto, I can go either way, I need the main shift. I'm hoping it was due to the weather. I went in there Tuesday morning, and of course, it was the coldest time down there. And I hope, we're gonna go down there, Drew's gonna check it out for me tomorrow, and then Saturday we're gonna go out. So I hope it's just a fluke.
You got ESA there on West Point.
Oh, okay.
You didn't call him?
You know what, I forgot about him.
He's good.
I forgot all about him.
Well, just beyond the way for the EMS ones.
Yeah, I forgot about him. You know, I might, I'm gonna take my trailer with me Saturday when I go and bring her back if she's not working.
So mine, I got the Polaris 850, and mine's all about the truck route. Mine's got the manual, I couldn't shift it, doesn't have.
There should be, don't you think that? I mean, that's a Rubicon Honda, don't you think she's got a manual? There's got to be a way to shift her somehow.
You would think so.
You would think so. So Drew's gonna check it out tomorrow, Google it, and see if there's a manual.
I've had trouble over the years with my starter. I put 4 starters. And last time I was out was last weekend, we got some cold. And went to start that morning, and she just clicked. I figured cold weather killed the battery. I got that 100, come back, 10, 15 degrees, my first car right off, so I leaked battery. That temperature got down to freezing again. She started clicking. I took the hammer, just tapped that starter, she fired right off. So I got there, so believe it or not, that wire starter. I got another animal on special.
No, I was thinking it's the same thing. Yeah, easy rubber. That's a mechanism that holds right over the anyway, it's gonna be fixed, whatever it is. But I forgot all about him there.
I reckon he's still in this.
Yeah, I mean,
Over the years.
I called when they were 3 weeks behind. I mean, it's right at the end of the season, so it doesn't matter. And I've got a friend that's got a whole lot that I can use down there, so it's a good time for her. Right now, the first problem I'm having. Yeah, first problem I'm having. So, anyway, just kind of run out the rest of the season here.
Brother left yesterday evening, probably got to Halifax County.
Trigger's got by and man, I'm telling you, I'm talking about school, boys up there, bro.
My wife, she's from Ohio. Her family has a property, I go up here and
I don't know. I like bean dragons.
Or go trudging.
I really don't. I just think had me a nice day. It's not much wonderful. I mean, I'm out there.
In Texas right now, this week, he said that took like for last. That's an average size Texas.
I mean,
you wouldn't let it go, would you? That's what I told Chris. I said, well, I see right here $1,000. I'm thinking another $1,000.
I've got to take something on the wall. I got to take something on the wall. I won my first 8 years.
Yeah, I killed
1941, I think, was our year.
12, I think it's exactly 17 and a half inch inside. They're Halifax County. Nice butt. Do I want to get him out of here? But am I going to get him out of here?
Anything I can do, I'm going to cut the horns off of them. I'm going to put it on one of the glass.
That's what I do.
It's like he didn't
No, I
fall.
lost my phone a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Couldn't get them back.
Sure. Look with the hole on it.
I was on my bike and I was headed to the waterfront and I was right there behind Chevy's bar and I lost it there and I went on the waterfront. I got out there, I had a lot of be sitting there and I'm thinking, look down and my phone was going off. I got it right in my animals. So I started backtracking. So I went there, went back, and got there behind Chevy's bar.
I'm sure you got what I did twice to you. First I sent it to you. Just you. And then I sent
All my hunting pictures.
Staff.
Amazing.
Yeah.
One picture.
It is.
That picture is
Yeah.
Leaving his phone somewhere.
It's been a while since they looked at it.
He just got parents didn't have that.
But no, I got it where I can back up on my pictures down.
This warehouse is density of 5 or 6 dwellings per acre. Actually, I own 5. But we are not going to have to do that. This
density.
A
A lot of the subdivisions.
I'm gonna try to be here till 5. Why do I have my boss lady?
Yeah.
I don't know if she can, oh, I'm just figuring.
No, I need to go, and I'm gonna try to make it.
Evidence, and must be a specific reason to go to Raleigh.
Believe it or not, that's what my mom.
This part
Is that right?
goes through, we're not going to get
High school, graduated there. Yeah, but I'm gonna try to break it down. Hopefully, he can what she was writing, what we need to.
Why are we making small communities do?
No, I wasn't planning to be here at all, but
Well, and I have told Chris earlier, if it goes so far, just be Christian, I mean, person, I'm trusting. She's trying to raise her. They're going to do, and I'm looking at it, it turns out it's like it's not that. No, they're stands together, and I guess I'm trying to get it out that way. So it's not anything she has done. So she has educated more research on mine.
They already have those. I pretend. And that's a good point to make and move forward with anything related to the videos. We messed up. We're paying attorneys. And it's
We brought them this morning.
No, this is, I gotta see all the things.
We used them for Saturday and these are the leftovers.
Sit down, don't be scared.
No, don't be scared. Everything here we brought.
I've never been involved in mine.
Got a little test to it about 15, so they're back.
Her image shows he had one was 5 and the other 6 millimeter, not something. And then one for kids, you got a bunch of
Small, that's what mine are all small. And when I'm gonna get me every once in a while, there's some that's fast. But no, I was in the press box, that's where.
All right, ding, ding, ding.
Couple of years back, there was a guy in there.
Well, both of my people are feeling better.
They're bad.
We'll gather us back together if we can.
Did you get the email this morning about the 25 Parks and Recreation Advisory Board minutes?
Harry answered her, yes.
Give me the information because we gotta put it on that spreadsheet.
She just asked.
That was earlier. I sent it to
All right, we're ready.
this morning.
Call it to order.
So what she said.
All right, before I hand the hot microphone, that, as in my house, we call it a talking star. My 2 kids started that. You get the talking star? I'm always having a talking star.
I got one. Talking stick.
Not talking stick?
I got talking stick.
I always get hit with it.
I got a Lumbee talking stick.
Lumbee talking stick?
Mm-hmm.
There's a true thing about that.
I do, yeah.
Yes.
Here is the break.
I thought maybe.
We did 575.
No minutes were taken. August people, no quorum, so we did. And December people, it's all done.
So the Lumbees were recognized yesterday.
Yep.
Number 575.
Where?
They sure were.
Federal recognition. Which
That was at
is
10:30.
Okay.
all the people in Robertson County.
Y'all get to see that? No. Go ahead.
He didn't get the Lumbee talk.
I'm gonna bring you that stick.
My family's excited about it now.
Yeah.
So, all right. Mr. Taylor did mention to me, he said, Chris, why do we have this grant list here if we're not going to discuss it? And is there a grant, to a degree, a question, is there a grant cap for us? My short answer is, at 3rd grade, 5th grade value, no. We don't propose issuing a grant cap. And there's also a yes, is there a grant limit cap? 100%. You see right here, this is the grant limit cap for the policy and philosophy that you have. What you see on the screen behind me is something that administration for finance always gets. It's a tool we always have. This is beautiful Kelly Jones knocking out and summarizing all the grant portfolio. I'm not going to walk through it. I'm just going to show you that tool is there. It's a resource for you to have. I want to open the floor really quick for any grant conversations about grant limit or debt philosophy and where we are so that Jewel and I can answer those for you now. I hope you've seen the fruits of good labor about how we are treating aggressively going to get after grants, but we're also kind of bound in this realm here. We're with both investments, because you heard us just kind of lean into what we can do with some of those capital funds that exist while we're waiting on these grant projects to implement and sunset. Any questions for us about grants as it affects policy and how we treat it as a city? Are you satisfied, dissatisfied? Keep going, because right now it probably sounds like it's all song and dance and sunshine, but I'll tell you, grants are a threat to us and threat to me. What's the threat? Grants are good. Matches are a threat. Future maintenance is an absolute threat to grants. When we say nod and yes to grants, we as a city staff are going, that's ours now, and for the years on down the road, I'm going to have to do something with it. And that's everything, from a car to a piece of sidewalk, everything. So I want you to understand we have a holistic and total look at grants and how we treat it. And that we're very cautious. I won't say we're conservative with it, we are to a degree. We're very cautious about what we accept as a grant. Questions for us? You have this, jump in.
So we do look at the Grants Oversight Committee. We may not meet all at the same table, but we're each reviewing the grant to see whether, does it require a match? How much is it? What is the grant for? Is it for some type of construction or implementation of something, or is it a straight out purchase? And so while there's not necessarily a set limit, there might be a limit because we don't have the time capacity to, if it's like some type of grant to build something, staffing wise and everything else, we don't have the capacity to get it built within a certain time frame. So that might limit us in a way with that type of grant, whereas a 100% grant on to just buy something that we were already planning to buy anyway, all in.
And then 2 seconds from you about how she is a one-woman band about ongoing grant compliance, even when grant sunset. What do we have to do when grant sunset or during the document grant? What is our requirement as a city?
So just an example of the ongoing grant compliance. So with Sugarloaf Island, every once in a while, or just any of the docks on the waterfront that were funded partially by grant money, they'll go do inspections, and you won't necessarily know they're doing it, so, and then they do a list of findings, and so Kelly is pretty much, handling and communicating that to all the people that need to know about, okay, this needs to be fixed out there, this needs to be fixed, this is wrong, or this is good, and then following up with the agency that the things have been completed or are in progress of being completed a lot of times, and those inspections happen for as long as you own the asset. And for any selling of those assets that are funded with grant money, you actually have to look at the rules, go back and look at the rules of that grant during that time to see what are the restrictions on that. So even though a grant might be overlooked, there's still a lot of monitoring that has to go on.
I'll leave clawbacks out of it, but she said a key word is going to transition to some additional conversation we have today and tomorrow, and that the properties we have inside the cities that we have and have acquired in the future, if and when we go to look at disposition of those properties, placing them back on the tax rolls, or keeping them, we have to do staff research before we say, hey, sell Snooki Way. For what reason? How do we acquire it? How do we get it? Where are we bound by? What can and can't we do with it before we encourage or engage or have a conversation about placing that back on the tax books? And I'm just launching that into existence. So when you say go do a thing, it takes staff a hot minute or two to go, hey, wait, before we execute on doing this. You saw this with the transient docks and us engaging Trustee Sale and Paddle about them selling t-shirts. Selling t-shirts was really not allowed. Jewel and her staff moved forward with taking that off of the collective registry and allowing us the freedom to do so. So there's a lot going on with that, more than just, hey, grant's great, we got the money, we're done with the project, yay. No, we're not done for a long, long time. Okay. That's great. Questions, Mr. Taylor?
We looked at, we have now $32 million worth of grants. And we talked about revenue streams going forward and the need to have the funding for satisfying infrastructure needs. Don't forget, when we talk about the goal that's been beat around during this election of reducing property tax, we still gotta have the cash flow to service the grant and pay the bills while it's going forward. So keep in mind, we're gonna see grants, if we're lucky, grow and the need to have a working fund to take care of grant services and the cost of grant services.
We generally have that anyway, because it's all of our large grants, like bulletproof vest grant, that stays in the general fund. But if it's a large grant, it's either in a grant fund itself, or it's in the governmental capital project, and if it requires a match, or it requires funding up front, we're generally budgeting and transferring those funds over there ahead of time.
My point was trying to be, I think I see the need for grant money to grow in terms of need, not shrink. So we need to think about having enough money to service that need.
There's no free lunch.
I'm sorry?
You learn from your parents. There's no free lunch. Looks like free money, but it's no free.
Any other grant question statements, or we generally get a thumbs up from you or nod that what we were doing with grants is feasible? Okay. All right, I'm going to get out of Sandy's way because we're filling her time. Before she stands up and comes up and keep going. Working lunch. Grab what you need and go for it. Unless you command me to, I'm not going to stop for a lunch break. We're going to plow forward so we get up out of here.
You mean go grab your lunch now?
Whatever you want to do.
Are you hungry?
Can I make a comment? If you are going to eat your lunch, there's a list of what you all ordered on the left, and the boxes say what's in the boxes. So if you forget what you ordered, it's on the list.
I forgot.
It's
On the list.
It's on the list.
The boxes say what they say.
Yes, the boxes say
Lunches
what's in
2
them.
months
What's
ago.
in them?
I didn't know you liked tofu.
We ordered them 2 months ago.
Yep, so Sandy's gonna do this, at 12:05, I will stop, so let's get at 12:05, the working lunch break, I'll pause for a second, but we're gonna need Sandy to continue to go forward with our longer conversation. So at 12:05, we'll ask her to kind of pause, just coming up now, soon, and then, we'll let her walk and get started, and then we'll keep going. Okay. And I know some of y'all ain't worried.
We got 30
Wah, 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 wah.
Hey,
I haven't
I'm not eating.
Wah, wah.
She's going to be starting.
All right, we're gonna talk about code enforcement. What is it? We generally know what it is. What is important to us in our code enforcement program in Morehead City? Are we reactive? Are we proactive? That's what we need guidance on. Because there are resources that go into either way. More resources if we're proactive. Last year we kind of talked about this a little bit, and where we came away from it with it was generally, the range of thought on it, generally we're complaint based, and if we see something as we're, working on a complaint, we'll address that as well. Our philosophy in the department is that we try to educate first before we take enforcement action, with penalties. Like fines, a corrective action, which would be going out, correcting the problem, might be removing vegetation, and then placing a lien on the property. So if we can we can do this first. So code enforcement covers a lot of things. When we talk about code enforcement, it covers different departments, and what I don't have up there is fire. Fire is also an element of code enforcement. They have a maintenance program where they enforce the fire code. Building enforces it on the front end when they do their inspections. So, just trying to run through this relatively quickly, but I think it's important to talk about. Police, they handle vehicles in the streets and alleyways. They handle the peddler ordinance, noise complaints, vermin, and they also oversee the itinerant merchant program. Public services, they deal with alleyway encroachments, as well as the vegetation in the alleyways and alleyway maintenance. And then if you have construction that's new in an alleyway, the planning and development department handles that. So we partner across our departments when we're talking about code enforcement. Other elements include overgrown vegetation. Anything over 8 inches in height in terms of vegetation is technically a violation. Junk, garbage, debris, abandoned vehicles, minimum housing, prohibited uses. That's zoning specifies what uses are allowed in each zoning classification, and so if something's not allowed, then technically that's a violation. Retaining walls and fences, we oversee that. Signs, including signs in the right-of-way, like temporary signs. Unpermitted construction, permitted construction, and dilapidated structures, which is handled through building code enforcement. In addition, we also handle ADA. We partner with the Public Services Department on that. Floodplain management is a big element, and that includes fill, that we've talked about a lot in the past, and CAMA. We operate a CAMA minor permitting program on behalf of the state, North Carolina Department of Coastal Unit. If we can go to the first one. These are just some examples, and these are all Morehead City specific examples. These are not taken from somewhere else. These are either things that we're currently working on or that we've had in the past. And so, if we can go to the first slide. So the first thing shows some minimum housing that we address. The minimum housing is you don't have adequate ventilation, and that's either you don't have HVAC or you don't have screens in your windows. You don't have working plumbing. You don't have good cooking facilities. Maybe go to the next one. So that was
Looks like my kitchen when Ruth's out of town for the weekend.
Those are what you think
I
they
get it
are.
cleaned up before she gets home.
If you think that they're cockroaches.
Are these real examples?
Are they chocolate covered?
And so those are just some examples. We can just run through. These are combinations. That's one that we actually were working with recently. And this is an example, this may be an example. What we try to do with condemnations, just so that you know, is we work a lot with the property owners because a lot of times these are tied up with many errors and, you know, they're just trying to figure out how to move forward. And then we ultimately have to bring it forward to council if we have an administrative hearing that go. That one is actually a dilapidated shed, and Dana thought it might be important to go ahead and note. You might be seeing something on this in February.
Got an outdoor kitchen.
Yes, sir.
So the.
George's kitchen there.
Yeah.
Outdoor kitchen.
Down here.
So the property owner, right behind City Hall.
Yeah. Okay.
Property owner went for a building permit to fix it up. Well, when that happens, it's just because we communicate, you know, it's like, hey, do you know anything about this property? And I'm like, well, it's in the alley. So they can't get a building permit. So this is a retaining wall for the property beside it. I have a survey from this property that says that retaining wall is on their property by a few inches. If you measure from the retaining wall, that's given a few inches. That's a 10-foot alley. I mean, the alley's over here somewhere. And so, property owner said, well, that's not the alley. Well, I got a survey right here that says this and this, and I want to appeal, and we're saying you can't have it in the alley. It's been there for 50 years. Encroachments don't really have a time frame where they become okay. But the moral of the story is we start, and I know this is a passion point for this council, is calling back alleys and stuff. This stand in front of you and he's gonna say, this has been here for 50 years and all I wanna do is clean up. And I wanna repair it, it's gonna look awesome. And it looks in the napkin, but it is in the napkin, but I want you to let me leave it there. And then it falls to council with what happens and legal attorney, I'm assuming we could give him an encroachment or easement or whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah, but that's a whole other discussion, it's not even.
Yes. But it's in an alley, and we're saying you gotta tear it down.
I would agree.
Yeah, it came to us as a neighbor complaint. So
Yeah.
it was a complaint, that was initiated through our office, and it is a dilapidated shed, so that's just an example, but we'll cover it further.
But it is just an example of, as we start calling these back, it's gonna, some of them are gonna land in front of council.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, that's
goes
just-
back to
Yeah.
last year when we were here, saying that we will give them the flexibility to unclutter the alleyways, the street ends and whatnot, and we need to stay out of it. That's the way I look at it, and I think that's what you kind of said, Artie, is, well, you said it needs to come out of the alley.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So I'm just letting you know, we can't handle all of them downstairs. Sooner or later, a couple of them are gonna find their way upstairs. And so.
And one quick interjection, you are required by statute to keep your roadways and alleys clear. So
why?
this
Because of
is,
the wind, because of the police, and because of the water company.
So anyway, just paving the way for what you're getting to. And as we get into other projects, like the 20th through 25th, we're gonna find things that are encroaching in the right of way, in alleys and stuff. And a majority of the people are gonna be educated and be like, I didn't even know that was there. Okay, I didn't know where that was. But you're gonna get a couple of onesie twosies that are gonna wind up in front of y'all.
As long as we're consistent.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. And if it's in the alley, it's in the alley.
It's in the alley.
And there's no measurement for 6 inches in the alley is okay. You're either in it or you're not.
Well, the only way to really be consistent is either say, we're complaint-based and we only address something if we get a complaint, or we're gonna take note of every violation across the city and address it at some point based upon some sort of prioritization system. And right now, with current resources, we're closer to complaint-based. If we take a more proactive approach, that's more code enforcement resources, but it's also more legal resources, because this is all legal. It ends up being legal.
unless there is a public safety matter involved, we can't go out there and just take care of it. We can't go bulldoze it down.
So,
It would require a court action to get that done.
and I can run through this.
So
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Derek, you're saying that if they're violating our city ordinances or policies, that we can't take them out?
What I'm saying is obstructions in an alley or a roadway, if the public safety is involved.
Right.
So a fence that goes all the way across, nobody can go down that alleyway, we have some authority. But if there is a structure that's sitting out there, we probably can't I'm going to the extremes, go cut the end of your house off because you built it in the alleyway. That's gonna require us to go get a court order to get that done. So those are on the extremes. He's not doing it anyway, okay? But I wanted to let you know there are some legal restrictions about what we can do to get rid of obstructions in alleyways, depending on whether it's a true public safety emergency need where we can go out there and just clear it, or we gotta go through a process to get that done. It's everybody that has property rights, and they think they have property rights in our property. To do anything, it requires notice and a hearing. That's due process of law, and that's what we have to do.
All right, so this picture is just a complaint we had, quote unquote, we don't have a junk code ordinance currently. And we can keep going. That's overgrown vegetation and junk. Overgrown vegetation. vegetation potentially and continuing. This is one that we're working on recently, and I'm pointing this one out. So everybody has a story. Somebody's on a mission trip, somebody's sick. That's why they're fixing something. In this case, the owner is a collector of HVAC equipment. This is his collection. And it's not junk. So it becomes very subjective. It is always very subjective. And for, who are you to tell me that that's junk?
Are there other questions that you should also be thinking and asking her, or can I run my business off my property? Can you answer that question for me today? I'm running a white goods repair replacement, and I'm putting this material in my yard. What land do I fall in? If I'm a neighbor, you can't put a bunch of white goods in your yard. And she's doing a summary and a fact finding to go, can you operate a business in your home? First and foremost, yes or no? I know the answer.
Depends on design.
Okay. Do you know that there's levels of business?
So is it type, yes, the type of business, yes.
And then
That's
there's
right.
also
Yeah.
storage of white goods upon your property, which is a resident property. Where do we fall in terms of code enforcement, in terms of health department, if they're running? Health department in terms of livable, habitable conditions, is that per run or not? So these total elements are what we're going to be thinking into today. So anything you want to jump in?
I mean, so just if you know the answer to that question, we currently have two types of home occupation, and this is in residential districts, not speaking to commercial districts that may be mixed use, but type A, basically you have a home that looks like a home and you have a home office. You don't have any people coming to the site, no customers, no employees, you don't have anything on the outside that looks like it's a business. Type B home occupation, you can have customers and people come to the site. It requires a special use permit to be issued by the Board of Adjustment, and it might have some minor elements that look like a business on the outside of the site, but it has to be operated in a principal structure, not in a secondary structure. And that's just kind of junk complaints continued, and this originated from a complaint we received. It's overgrown vegetation.
So we start.
And that's the junk vehicle, those are all types of things. We can continue, that's some vet grass before and after, grass before and after, picture. Here's some other things, like we talked about before, planning and development code enforcement, everything. We don't handle the urban that's probably in there, we don't handle vehicles on the streets. This is where the police department functions. And I think that might be the end of that. If we can go to C further. Just to talk through, so this is code enforcement might seem like it's really simple. You just go out and say, you got a violation, and you have somebody to take it and you fix it, and that's not how it works. So there's a process, and we can scroll through it really quickly. This is a log that's in your packet, but it starts with an inspection. You're going to go out, inspect, and then we are going to keep going. We're going to go to all the headers. Basically, we have to document a whole lot, more than you would think. Because when I bring this to Derek and say I need to take this to court, the first thing he's going to ask is, where is your documentation? And it's got to be very detailed. Informal notice, where I talked about earlier, we are education first. This is an optional step. We do this. A lot of times we do this, unless it's a chronic violator, somebody that we know is just comply because they haven't before. We send a notice, we call it a contact letter. Hey, just want to talk with you and try to have that opportunity first. If that doesn't work, we send a formal notice. And it gives them the nature of the violation, what they have to do to remedy the situation, and the amount of time that they have, as well as an appeal process. And that's dealing with the specificity in the notice. And we just had a recent court case that tells us, as specific as we thought we needed to be, we need to be even more specific. Notice a violation that tells them you have violated the ordinance, and self-report we can utilize. We do that more on the building side, but we do that on the zoning side as well. Some procedures call for an administrative hearing. Our condemnation process has that specifically. person, so that's a hearing before an official, like a building inspector, we take minutes. And those are, we give an opportunity to correct always. And if we see that people are trying to come into compliance, we work with people. All right, you've cleared this part out, you still have all this to do, I'm going to be back in a week or two, depending on what our resources allow. And then we've got enforcement options, it talks about appeals, and I think the conclusion is probably the most, like, you're not going to read any of this. Enforcement of zoning and development regulations is a seemingly simple yet surprisingly complex area. It touches on constitutional rights and local procedures, customer service, and legal requirements. So it talks about what this law is. But it seems simple on its face, but it's a lot more complicated than it seems. And so that's all of the documents that we had in your materials to review. And we've got, when it comes to zoning cases, we've got a 5-year limitation that we can address problems. So in general, that's something to note as well.
Complaint-based versus total enforcement. What are we asking you? So, the reason why I say this here, and I'm glad the fire chief is here. I wish I could get the police chief here as well so they could hear the dialogue. You've engaged us last year, year before that, to come up with a philosophy that we can lean into, and we've bridged that we're going to need your backup because they're going to arise to you. When a person on 6th Street, 5th Street, 4th Street, or even in Mitchell Village comes to you and says, hey, you're picking on me because I'm a senior, I'm old, and I don't want you to do that. I'm a protected class. And we're telling you that we have a complaint-based philosophy right now. I've heard from several of you. If it's an ordinance on the books, enforce it. Okay. When they raise up, and that person goes, hey, city, you're not doing it. There's not a piece of education I can do to change a property owner from their property rights. Well, get your shed out of the alleyway. Well, you ain't done anything for the last 20 years about this. And you're picking on me because I'm a senior. And I get my specialty from generals. Or, I'm a protected class, I'm a veteran. You're picking on me because I'm a veteran. Or, you're picking on me because I'm a black man living on the north side of the city. Okay, I'm going to need your backup. And I say, no, we're enforcing our alleyways, leaning forward. We've instructed staff to do so. You want to complain, you come to city council and have a conversation with us. Because we've instructed our city staff to be total enforcement, and there is a schema, when I say schema, it's the proper number. It is a schema for us. There's a system just like streets where you're going, what is the most egregious? Alleyway encroachments versus the 8-foot fence. What do you want to do first thing? You want to go for all the fences in the city? Or all the signs that have a nit value, nit being brightness? All the signs are blinding you when you drive down the street? Or do you want us to go for encroachments first? You want to speak to the kind of framework you're putting into place for what are the most egregious on your level. So let me, before she does that, the reason I brought this up, there's some things that are not in her world. And there are some things that are in her world. Most of the stuff is in her world. But when you're talking about, hey, this boat is not hooked up to this trailer, go get those first. Well, wait a minute. What's in the realm of total code enforcement, where the fire marshal has to go for life safety? I'll bridge you to life safety first, and they're on it. She's going to speak to what is a general conversational framework that you cannot let us go get. Go get that. Go start on these most egregious things first and work your way through total enforcement versus complaint. Jump in.
When we have new code enforcement staff, which we have relatively new, I ask them, what is the purpose of code enforcement? What is our job here? And the answer is uphold public health, safety, and welfare of our community. So life safety issues are the things that we want to address first. If there's a structure that is an attractive nuisance for children, a fire hazard, we're trying to address those issues. So if you see those, please let us know. Not everything that looks like it's, should be condemned, which people call us and say that should be condemned. Not everything should be condemned. Some things are property maintenance issues where they could address them, with a coat of paint and some minor repairs. The structure's not falling down, but if it is, we need to address that. We do try to stay on top of overgrown vegetation, especially with our newer staff and feedback that we've had. And so that is something that we're intending to Definitely, because, you know, once it kind of gets out of control, it's hard to get it back in control. Same with the kind of the signs that are in the right of way. When we're not in the election season, because the ordinance allows us to have some additional signage during that time. We try to keep the signs off the power poles and all that kind of thing, because when that gets out of control, it's a problem. And beyond that, and junk garbage and debris, we think that that is, you know, a problem for public health, safety, welfare. However, there are some things out there that have been there a long time. And so those are going to be more challenging to address. And outside of that, you know, what is important to the council? I try not to pick on businesses, but the reality is, if you have a zoning violation, you put up a sign that you shouldn't have had, you know, that could be a problem. And so we want to welcome new businesses, but, you know, we don't want to welcome somebody like, hey, you have a sign violation. We'd rather them see Catherine first welcoming them into the city. So it's really beyond the public health, safety, welfare elements. It's a matter of what do we want to enforce. We'll have an opportunity with the new UDO, and we'll talk about that later, to clarify the ordinance, which will help from a procedural standpoint. The current ordinance is not as clear as I'd like it to be. And also to clarify what the goals of the council are. What do you want us to enforce? What do you want to see in the city?
Before we go to 1205, opening the floor. I get a lot of complaints since I've been here about the planning development unpermitted construction. People filling in dirt, putting in places. I'll pick on one side of the city where Daniel went left of center in a great way and said, you just dumped 13 trucks worth of dirt down this alleyway. Guess what you're doing today? You're doing nothing else. Construction person and homeowner, they're removing that dirt from my alleyway. What street is that? It's been a hot minute. Yeah. It's over in Mitchell Village, Mitchell Village Way, where we were like, hey, someone took a picture and go, there's 13 dump trucks right here just dumping field dirt. Well, this is my yard. No, my friend, it is not. It is an alleyway. You ain't doing anything today other than getting that off today. Those are not emergent for life safety, but we cannot let that subside. In addition to that, property owners who think that they can continue to fill, what's the legal term for accretion? So land accretion that evolves over time is different than you dumping stuff and inching in to what you think is going to be a buildable property. I get that. Chris Turner, get that a lot because it raises up the limit. Hey, you're going to have a conversation or stick Daniel on somebody or Sandy on somebody because this person is trying to inch into places and we get complaints about that. So knowing those, opening the floor before 1205, I want to sunset the conversation. Where are you in your philosophy for complaint-based versus terminal? Sandy needs to hear it. Chris needs to hear it. Chief Wade needs to hear it. And Daniel needs to hear your philosophy. We'll go get it. It's coming to you.
I'm a person that believes in total enforcement. You make an exception and let Mr. Smith slip away with some type of encroachment or some type of nasty yard or health condition. You have a hard time justifying why you're getting Mr. Allen to clean up his mess, and he cooperates. You know, when we started off, that we said Victoria was going to control scheduling our calendar of who can do fishing tournaments when. We said, yeah, we'll support that until we got the first complaint. And lo and behold, we had council members saying, well, this person is different, this person is special, this person is a friend. It's gotta be total enforcement. And pretty soon, the word gets around, and you don't have as many enforcement problems. People self-clean.
Anyone else?
I think, I would have to agree with Bill on that. I think complaint-driven is part of total. I hope they help us by complaining, because some things we may not be able to see. But that's the only way to be consistent. After all, we've hired people to do the enforcement. We don't need the public to tell us we're not paying them. So I think we ought to have people out there looking to make sure that we are being diligent and enforcing our ordinances as far as, building.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for Queenie. Queenie. Sandy. If we did go to total enforcement, would we have to have additional staff?
I'm gonna be realistic, if I may.
Yes, I'll help you out, and answer yes.
Yes.
Now jump in, be realistic.
I don't know that you ever achieve what could be perceived as total enforcement because of the statute of limitations we have with the 5 years. So there'll always be some things that we might not be able to address, whether it's on the zoning side or otherwise.
An example of that would be just off the top of your head.
Say you had a junkyard
Uh-huh.
that had been allowed to exist in a residential district, and it's been over 5 years.
A junk car?
Junkyard.
Junkyard, okay. Okay.
In this example, we can send them notices of violation all day long. If we end up in court, we can't have them corrected because it's beyond a 5 year, basically statute of limitations.
Okay.
That's in the statutes, the general statutes. So there'll be some things that we won't address. If we're going to though be what we're calling total enforcement, which means we see it, we address it. This is very far from what we've ever been.
Yeah.
You're going to get a lot of feedback. And we can't say, well, it's Abel, I know him, he's a nice guy, he can have an 8-foot fence, or he can have overgrown vegetation, or he can have a junk vehicle. It's going to be, sorry, fix it. And you guys are going to get a lot of feedback. And yes, we are being more efficient. We have 2 code enforcement officers that handle a lot of the things in the middle, not condemnations, and not the zoning elements necessarily. They do assist with zoning. It could require more staffing, yes.
Is what you're doing now working?
That is a matter of your opinion.
Well, I'm asking for your opinion.
I
Is it
think
working?
that some of the improvements we've made recently are helping. We've added some information on the website so that there's a standalone code enforcement page. We've brought code enforcement directly under the director instead of being nested under zoning. And we're looking at potentially adding a portal so people can log in, put a complaint in, log in, see the status of their complaint, and that's something that we'll work on. But there's always room for improvement.
I think what you're doing, and I think what she can do, Anna can do, as far as education, will go a long way as well.
It's a lot of paperwork, so if we're going to become more proactive,
I like the idea of educating and then giving avenues for people to, if they have concerns or complaint, that's the path I want to continue. As far as getting out here aggressively, looking at things and being aggressive, I don't think that serves us very well.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's do the education, then, and that's got to be done, I think, ahead of what do you call it? Total enforcement. I think it needs to be totally enforced, but I think we need to have that educational component in there first.
Yeah, and I think you're making improvements. I personally think the improvements that you have made over the last couple of years, I think it's working. I see improvements. Yes, there are room for growth, but to go out there and aggressively, I just don't.
Then why have it on the book?
Well, I agree with what you just said about on the books, but the question I have here, this is 2025.
Right.
Have we looked at our ordinances, are we outdated? I mean, have we outlived some of those things? I mean, have we outgrown?
You were engaged in a unified development ordinance rewrite right now. The advanced warrant city, the UDO, is looking at 10-foot tree buffer, everything he asked, are we looking at rewriting our ordinance so that yes, you're engaged in a New Year process right now?
Clarifying, particular to code enforcement, it'll be clarification. There's room for improvement in terms of clarification unless there's other feedback from the council when we go through that project. There's a lot to that.
What we're asking is how aggressive you want us to be.
Well, I'm just saying,
And because what you decide at this level will trickle down to what we have to do to get it done.
well, I look at it this way, you got a job description, your job is to enforce the law. Your job is not to make that decision whether you should or not. I mean, when you're hired to do the job to enforce, you ought to be evaluated on that as well.
Well, if I'm a general and I've got a horde of people coming at me with guns, I'm gonna shoot the ones closest to me. Okay, and worry about those guys in the back later. And that's
When
kind
when they get up to you.
unless I've got a force of the military that can push back the whole crowd, which is, how many soldiers do I have to apply to the process is always going to be part of it. So the resource question is going to be.
Okay, well, I hear what you're saying, but we only can work as much as we've got resources to do.
Absolutely.
But even those resources need to carry out the mission.
Nobody in the town at this point is looking the other way unless something comes to their.
I'm with you.
And I'm gonna throw out something silly, fence height, but I've seen it.
Say what?
Fence height, we have a 6-foot fence height.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, are we gonna measure now to 6 foot 2 inches, you gotta take your fence down? I've seen us have to cut fences down
I'm gonna
before.
jump in with you. I
Yeah.
don't disagree with you, because you and I have had this dialogue.
Mhm.
If they see it, they're gonna enforce it.
That's
And
what I'm talking
all of them
about,
hire me to
yeah.
come do this. I'm not gonna go in an exact tape and measure it, but write down a complaint base. I'm jumping in against that. If they see it, heck yeah, 6 foot 2 inches, if they see it, they're gonna enforce it. Are they going around aggressively and going, guess what today is? Today's fence day.
Yeah.
They don't
Let's
want
not,
to do it.
and my next question is gonna be to Derek, right, a two-part question. What do we do if they don't comply? I know there's appeal process, correct? And an appeal process to the council?
Well, the answer is, that we kind of talked about this before, it depends on what the violation is. If it's going to get somebody killed or injured or, any of the things that are severe.
A fence height.
A fence height.
Okay.
And if they say no, then we can't really push if it's on their private property. If it's in an alley, that's a different thing. But if it's on their private property and they have violated an ordinance and they say no, what are you going to do about it? The answer is we go to court.
That's right, yeah.
And we take it to court,
So
and Your Honor, this is what the
it would
ordinance
bypass
says.
the council but go to court?
It goes to court.
Okay, that's the question.
Yeah,
Okay.
because there's no appeal process on that kind of a violation to council. Council gets dilapidated structures, unsafe buildings, you get those things, but not the kind of things that you're talking about now, this fence is too tall. It's either too tall or it's not, and if you're not going to do it, we're either going to go, what we call summarily, go in there and cut the top off the fence, which we're not going to do, because that would get us into trouble. But I will go to a judge and say, Your Honor, gave them a notice of violation, we told them what they needed to do. Oh, by the way, before we even did that, we talked to them 3 times. When she said Derek's going to ask for the file, that's exactly what I'm looking for. What do we do to get to where we are? Because when I go before that judge, I want to lay out this entire timeline of everything that we did, and they said, no, I'm not going to do it. Your Honor, I need an order that says they can do it.
Okay.
That's where we're going to be.
No, I didn't know if it went to the council or to the courts.
But with life
That's all I'm
safety, that's not a question doing something like that.
If it's
But
a
if
life-
somebody's got a pile of rubbish in their backyard, or got a boat in their backyard, or got a car in their backyard, are we gonna go to that degree, go to the court, and
Well,
that's gonna take a lot of time,
That's
Derek.
total enforcement.
if you're going to do, if you're okay with that pile of garbage being there, and there's rats running all up in it, okay, maybe there's no rats, but how do you know there's no rats in
Well-
there? I mean, it's subjective. We got to get out of subjective and get into objective. This ordinance says you will do this.
Okay.
You're not doing this, therefore we must enforce the ordinance.
So you're
And
gonna
I
take
would-
that person to court you're asking us to give you the right to take someone to court over
I'm not
something
saying
like that?
He already is. He's not asking.
Okay.
He can do that now.
Well, I understand, but you're asking us to be aggressive with it.
I'm asking you to do this. Do you understand this part? Stay out of operations and get into
Well,
policy.
then what are you asking us then?
I'm telling you, if you got a problem with fences, or you have a problem with us going after people for dirt, change the policy.
Okay. Well, then
Be objective.
why are you asking us a question then? Go do it.
Huh?
because to do it all everywhere.
Well, my question was a 50,000-foot
I
question.
know you are.
You know, it's like, yeah, where do you start, where do you stop at, where do you start? Yeah.
If you say do it, they don't do it, what do you
Yeah.
do? That was your question.
Because when we go do it, they're coming to you, saying, stop her, stop him, stop him, stop him from doing the thing, and you're like, man, I just don't like that pile of trash. Stay out of operations. Say, I've directed staff to policy. If they want to complain to policy, they have every right to come to you when they come past me. Okay, but then I need the policy to change and be less subjective, more objective. And the philosophy for us is what we're asking. What is the question we're asking you for? Daniel listens if he wants to say something. Complaint-based versus total enforcement.
Well,
I don't think I'm gonna disagree. I don't think it's aggressive. It is. I don't use the A word. When they see it, they will enforce it. That's not aggressive. If they see it, they'll enforce it. She is the responsible party, and he's the responsible party. Don't go send your, from me, don't go send your people out today measuring fences. You got me? She hears me. Okay, don't go send your people today going, hey, go around and check all the curbs and make sure it's done. That's aggressive. Okay, but if they see it, their commandment from us today is only complaint based. Only when the citizen brings it forward will we act, generally, unless it's life-saving.
If I can throw my boots into the ring, when I was working at Taylor & Taylor, there was some case law that said every time I file a lawsuit, I had to come to you guys to get it okay. Now that I'm your in-house attorney, I don't have to do that. And I would rather not have to say the fence is too tall. I want to go to the court and get it done and keep you informed of what I'm doing, but not ask for permission.
Well, my goal is to keep politics out of it.
Well, that's it. Otherwise, you're going to be, every time we do something, you're going to get a call.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's already happening to you. We've had that
And it ain't going to
situation.
stop.
I'm sorry?
And it ain't going to stop.
It isn't going to stop. But if you can say, we're treating you the same way we're treating everybody else, and I think you're a beautiful person, and the Lord talked to me about it, you can't.
This is an item we're not going to agree on, so guess what?
Well,
Do your job. We're not going to agree, we're not going to agree on it. I just say we're not going to agree on it.
George agreed when he just told you all to do your job.
Do your job, but don't do it aggressively. Do your job, but don't do it aggressively. I mean, like you just said, don't go out there, let's go pick on the fence.
Aggressively, back on the job.
That's aggressive. That's aggressive.
I will bring donuts when I measure a fence.
I mean, let's see what cars are out there today, or let's see what rubbish, that's aggressively.
Yes, sir. And I'm glad you, Julie, agree with the city's philosophy of how we're looking for just buying. So Daniel, tell them before we lose it.
If you want a taste of it, last year in the budget, we had the councils at the retreat, we talked about wanting to claw back some of our alleys and encroachment in alleys. Right. And we have kind of developed a plan kind of to start downtown, make the loop. It's too expensive to do it all in one swipe. We don't have the people to do it all in one swipe. So we kind of divided it up over 3 years. It got cut from last year's budget. Unless you tell me otherwise, I intend to stick it back in there. But that will be surveying the alleys along the waterfront, north and south, all the way around and start there, working our way. Once that process starts, some of the alleys aren't where people think the alleys are. And the cuts don't match up where the actual alley is. If we undertake that process this year and spend $100 grand or whatever the number is to survey just the block on the waterfront, start there, because that's usually honestly the most egregious piece. I think you're going to have more than you can handle just trying to deal with those folks and what they thought was theirs that is not theirs, and working with Sandy and all. We're going to find a ton of stuff that we don't even know about once we get actual lines and markers and trying to put up some monuments so that those alleys don't get lost again over the next 50 years. So we had that, we were kind of talking about that last year. It fell off at budget time. But that may be a happy medium as far as aggressive and non-aggressive, because then you just start a program where we're just going to work them all, and we're doing the waters first. But guess what? One block in, everybody says, "What are you doing?" We're like alleys. So this was this year, this was next year. So then we're going to start looking there, and it's a way to step people into it without just giving Sandy blue lights.
But I see us going and trying to reclaim property that belongs to the citizens are clearing out water access. I see that totally different than a pile of rubbish or a boat or a car yard.
I was gonna say,
That's
it's different
not
than
even
a
the same.
boat on the street. That
That's
doesn't help
right.
with that at all.
That's right. I mean, we're looking out trying to reclaim property that belongs to the citizens of Morehead City and the water access that we're trying to create. You know,
That's what Sandy was proposing to a degree, is we wanted to hear you before we drafted our policy with a director saying, what's the matrix of enforcement? Hate to say it, but that's what's kind of what we're leading to. Life safety comes first, his crew's already doing it, we understand that. After that comes reclaiming what is the total public's. After that comes elements of triage where we get into the minutia, where even if we wrote it down, I don't want you to be, I would prefer you not to point at it going, hey, that fence ain't got nothing to do with reclaiming public property. Yes, it does, because guess where the fence is? In the alleyway. And it's not the same height. What brought me there? Because the fence was 9 foot. And now I know it's not in the alleyway. Guess what? It is now raised up. And now you're going to hear he's picking on me because of my fence height. Nope, picking on you because your fence is in the darn alleyway.
Let's take fire truck, an example. Over in 21st Street, there's a picket fence that has 3 or 4 sections that have been laying on the ground for 5 years. Never repaired.
21st of Bridges.
21st and Bridges. Now,
I know the owner.
if I lived next door to that, I'd be pretty irritated.
You complain? All you gotta do is get on the website and complain.
Don't see the inside of the house.
If we have a code on the book about maintenance expenses, we ought to enforce it. That's not aggressive, that's doing our job, because it's affecting the neighbor's property.
And if you complain, we enforce it.
No, they don't have to, no. Our employees go by there more times than this.
I'm sure they got more to do than look at that fence.
That's their job.
I understand, but I'm sure they probably got about 10 or 15 other things to do than to stop and deal with the fence that nobody's complaining about.
I know you don't want to have talk to citizens and tell them to clean the shelter. Because it might cost me on the next.
That ain't got nothing to do with that voter. Now you're bringing, now you're bringing vote up in. It ain't got nothing to do with voting, Bill. I'm just talking about if somebody's complaining about it. Do what?
You have no.
I've got my opinion.
Joe, if somebody's grass is 2 feet high, you don't need to have a bullet come out and tell you to have it.
Absolutely not. And if somebody's complaining about it, that's the grass.
Well, you shouldn't even let it get that high.
I agree. I don't have my grass that high. I cut it twice a week in the summer.
I got the order stack. I hear from all of you, whether you like it or not. I like this stuff, but we get passionate about what we're doing. You want to take a break, we're going to come back to it. I better ask Sandy, do you have your marching orders? Take a little quick lunch break, gather your stuff. We'll get into it. We are working on it.
Sandy.
Thank you, darling.
Take about 5 minutes and we'll come back.
Dude, just.
That's what I've heard, but I sit in there, I mean, that could be correct. Complain.
Yeah, it's no, I think it's more proactive.
Because they look it out there, that's what I'm seeing, but then that's not what I'm hearing.
Right.
Sorry. Can I shut this down
What'd
for
you
a
get?
second?
I don't know what I got.
You got a big one.
Glad I
I ordered a
understand it
month
right.
ago. I don't know.
$2,000. I don't know what you did.
Oh, wow, they came with cookies too.
Picasso.
Chicken and bacon.
What's marked in the box where it is?
Is your box, you want to give me your box? Or do you still have stuff in
You can't
it?
have my cookie.
I wasn't gonna take your cookie, I was gonna take
Okay.
your trash.
Okay.
I want my box.
You wanna keep your box?
I want my cookie.
Hey,
When you're-
complaining about my
When
box.
you're done eating, I'll take boxes. You guys are funny.
Oh, you look at my cookie.
And then, well, there's 2 days, remember? The tomato basil BLT.
Chicken and bacon.
It's turkey and cheddar. Go look at the list. And you got chicken salad, okay.
Never given Dean.
Did he get the wrong thing?
He was on the planning committee, the center. You want to be aggressive, or do you want, you couldn't stack lumber in the yard, you couldn't have that. They must have been. Wow, man, couldn't stack lumber.
Was it wrong?
Talk about is not
Well, I think
that's fine.
the inspectors are out doing a job, and they look and see a violation, I think that's yeah, don't
Let's go with it.
hire somebody to start walking around with a pen.
It's staff retreat. Because I put out so much different
They're out there
things.
doing a job, and they see something.
I don't know. I have no. Here, can I take that? Thank you, sir.
She's a box fetish or something. You like boxes. Chicken bacon. Bill got Bojangles. You up again?
It might be more better than what we have. It might be more. Some of them are feeling rare, depending on what. Yeah. All of them. And I don't know if that's one of the ones where we pay legal fees. If it's.
You don't have to pay legal fees.
For us, I mean, for them. Yeah.
Well, if you lose.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're not done yet, are you?
Are we going now?
No, Sammy's not done yet.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did that part, but I know we're talking more. Huh? What'd you say?
You're done. You're done if you're done.
No, I thought you were.
We're talking about UDO, but we're done with that,
Okay.
I think, or we
We'll
might.
eat first.
I'm standing by.
Yeah, we'll let you eat first.
Mayor, I can't hear out of my left ear at all. That's why I'm like, what?
This building has got an echo, it's hard to,
That
it's
doesn't.
hard to hear.
My ear is
Yeah.
completely.
That's the reason I've asked Chris and Joe to repeat a couple of times, because it's far, I mean, it's definitely a echo.
It's hard to hear it.
Yeah.
Don't hear that phrase much anymore. Hard to hear it. It's hard both. Yeah.
A little bit of both.
Gets a little better. It's so aggravating.
A little bit of both.
I'm sure I'm trusting the antibiotics.
A little bit of both.
I checked GPT, but I went to the doctor yesterday.
It's not, you want to see if it's not?
An antibiotic, it's not, and that's
I'm gonna go graze. I'm gonna go graze.
And it's, uh,
Some sugar now. Good.
She was gonna go tell her. How many bags of chips do we need?
You eat your cookie?
You didn't real, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
You want mine?
No.
We got more over there.
I know, you got a bunch of brownies over there too.
Anna didn't know there were chips in there, so everybody got two.
Momentarily, if there's time. I might take. We got another item.
That's a good brownie.
No, this is the next
Right?
one.
That's a good one.
I know.
Courtney.
Got just enough nuts in it,
But there's apparently.
or it's chunks, I don't know if it's chunks or nuts.
Plenty of butter in it.
Oh, yeah.
Chris,
It's not gonna go hard, anytime soon. It's not gonna dry out.
did you decide not to bring the board, the planning board of advisory board charts? The charts? Did I not give those to you? Maybe I got them.
Parks and Rec Advisory?
What are you looking for?
Parks and Rec Advisory, oh,
Attendance?
yeah, not yet. We'll get to.
Do we have any more stuff? I thought I gave it to him.
Oh, you did.
Okay, I just wanted to update it with the months we were missing.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, lean it back into it, continue this, keep on. In the dialogue we have, just so I can make sure that staff has their general philosophy and marching orders correct before Sandy goes into phase 2 of this conversation, which is UDO stuff. Anything here in this section deviate from the spirit and good dialogue we have. I know when we get fired up about it, I love fired up. I love getting fired up and having dialogue because that helps staff know where our limits and where your core values are in terms of what you want to do. Everybody in here has a right to their own independent philosophy for doing that, but we need to hear it, and I encourage it, and I want to draw it out. Not because I love chaos, but in chaos, staff understands where the limits from you as an individual council member where we are. Right now, I got the gym, other than, no, this is not about, this is more of just showing where we're landing philosophy-wise. Complaint-based versus term enforcement, I think we all of you have landed into creating enforcement priority for life safety is number 1. If we see it, address it, which is not aggressive, and staff has been instructed by senior leadership in this room right now, don't go penalize somebody, don't use that element, as in every single day. If the current authority we have right now, I'm not leaning into harming or hurting someone just because I can, and just because they can. Where if we see it, we address it. What is it? It is an already existing ordinance. If it is a 6-foot 2-inch fence, they're not going out looking for 6-foot 2-inch fences today because why? Because their priority of enforcement is not 6-foot 2-inch fences, but that fence that exists in the alleyway that happens to be 6-foot 2 inches is a priority enforcement because it encroaches on the total public's access to the alleyway. It blocks and impedes life safety and the egress. It raises up. You will hear, hey, that's my fence and it's 6'2" he's penalizing me. No, my friend, he's penalizing you because your fence is in the alleyway and it stops a fire truck or a law enforcement officer. And it's the public's 1857 plaque that's in the alleyway. Am I hearing that correctly? Did I mistake anything? Having heard no objections, moving on. 2 current code enforcement officers. Here's another kind of restriction for our level of aggressive nature and our level of go-gettedness. She's got 2 code enforcement officers. In addition to that, you've got, police and fire. 1 second. There are staffing limitations to what we can do here. We're not asking for additional employees right now. But the limitation is on the existing man and woman power that we have to go do the thing into place. Just knowing that there's another check and balance if you wanted to put that in your pocket. that we're not asking you for 5 more code enforcement officers to go get everything in the city. We're gonna do what we can with the resources that we have currently. I want everybody to hear me do that. So when someone says, hey, Chris, we told you that you're free and clear, go get them, bang, 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 bang. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're doing the schema of enforcement, we're doing the priorities with the current staffing that we have here. And then also know that for code enforcement, it doesn't just involve Sandy Watkins. It's that bucket on the left, that bucket on the right, and then the man who's not sitting here right now with the chief fixer, depending upon what is the issue, okay? And then I'll lead off with that one again. Don't target individuals and don't be aggressive. That value of that word is different for each of you. Being aggressive for some of you is going to do the thing which we commanded you to do with the ordinance. There's an ordinance in place. If that's what you want to call go be aggressive and satisfy the ordinance, we're going to go get it. Okay? Have I said anything for philosophy-wise, which generally instructs staff to kind of progress forward? Did I say anything that you want to say, hey, I'm not a fan of that, what you just said? What are the outcomes of this? Sandy is going on her section, she's going to draft and prepare for internal staff, not necessarily you can see it, but for staff, the order of priority. And you've heard us speak into that. What's the order of priority? I'm not going for the 6'2" fence, but if they see it, and that fence is in the alleyway, that fence is now raised up. Not because it's 6'2", it's because it exists in the alleyway. Since 1857, that has been the Publix. And you, as a staff, as a city, even before your time, your city generally has not done too much with enforcing those encroachment elements of the group. Where we have resources go. Did I misspeak? We need to go.
No, let's go back to the 6'2" fence.
Because I love talking.
Well, yeah. So, that 6'2" fence, somebody had supposedly got a permit to erect that 6.2" fence, right? 6 foot. 6 foot, well, I
They
understand.
should have had a permit.
Well, okay, I'm just trying to get it. As it, and once the permit's issued, the builder, and I'm assuming someone like a Robert, would swing by maybe and say, oh, wait a minute, you got this section here 6'2", going to 6 foot. I guess what I'm getting at, the chances are a 6'2" fence never had a permit to begin with. Or probably it would have been caught.
It wouldn't have been permitted for 6'2" if it's in
Oh,
a
I know
residential
that.
district.
Understand.
Yes. A challenge with that ordinance, and I won't go down a rabbit hole too far, but it's based on the height is defined as based upon the average grade, 3 feet out on 2 sides. So that's what I'm saying. The new ordinance hopefully is going to help us.
Okay.
We're not out there already today measuring the fence, but the neighbor might. We've got one right now where the neighbor's like, hey, the panel is 6 foot tall, but I don't like it because it doesn't meet the average of a 3 foot on both sides. So the complexity of it is greater than it should be on its face. But all that to say, we're not measuring it. If it looks like it's 6 feet, okay. If it looks like it's 8 feet, you can tell the difference, and then they say that's too tall.
If I can make one clarification, you asked about appeals. Once they've made a determination, notice violation goes out, there's a 30-day period where they can take it to the Board of Adjustment for the appeal of whatever determination made by the planning department. If it goes past that 30 days, then it's up to me to take it to court.
Yeah, but it won't come to the city council.
It will
That's
not
what,
come
that's
to-
what
That's what you're most concerned about.
Yeah, that's what I'm most
I know, but
concerned about. Don't want to get political. No.
That's right. Yeah. I don't have any concern. I just don't want you and Beaufort on frivolous lawsuits over a pile of rubbish in the backyard. I think you got more to do than be over there for that.
You're not doing me any harm, I say. I don't particularly want to chase these things down, but if the ordinance is being ignored, I can tell you 2 things. One is something you probably heard, equal treatment under the law. If he's got one that's 6 foot 2 inches, don't go after me because I've got one.
It depends on the interpretation of that law, sir.
It always depends on the interpretation in court, but from the attorney's standpoint, I can't tell him he can have a 6'2", and him, he cannot.
This is not for decision today. She's not going to like when I say this. permitting and permits across the city. Don't need your response right now unless you just want to attack me with it. I encourage you to do so because I love being attacked. Permits across the city. Well, since we're on the fencing thing, just think about permits in general. When individuals build things, construct things, create things, they should, the education piece should be coming to the city for permission rather than forgiveness. That's across all those areas. Fencing is one of them, where surveys are not required. Don't want you to get into the collective weeds of all of that, but just know as a philosophy, surveys are something we as staff have been debating back and forth. I understand that to get a survey for $1,000 for a fence is more than the cost of doing the fencing thing. I hate to pick on fences right now. Same thing applies when going to get surveys. What we get into a lot, trifecta over here, and even Daniel, is when individuals say, you shouldn't have built it on my lot, and they run to the city because they come from New York or Maine or Connecticut that has a different governmental philosophy and standard than we do. It's not a council measure for government. When the government says, hey, we're requiring a survey for everything, we will decide, we'll be the arbitrator, the quasi-judicial enforcement person, and say, hey, you can or cannot do that. Citizens expect that of us right now. I'm not asking you to decide. I'm placing this forward for you to where this is a larger discussion that we have been having, that we're probably going to bring some things forward to you. And just know, the easy one is, the fence cost me $600, but you require me to get a $1,000 survey. That's ridiculous.
And it's gonna take me 2 months.
It's going to take me 2 months to do that. You're overbearing and you get money in your pocket to do it. No. What we're telling you is that we're getting awash with complainants who say, hey, you decide, city. You're the one that should be enforcing it. If it's on the books, then you need to come out here and tell them no. We're like, well, time out. We don't require you to get a survey. That is a civil matter for you. Before I leave that discussion, because I know you're like, shut up, Christopher, not yet. Globally, leave the fencing out of it if you can. Is there anything you want to speak to that about where you want us to go? And you want to lean into that a little bit before we dive into the video?
Where I want us to go relative to surveys?
Surveys required for things and building and structures versus the cost analysis of doing the easy peasy or just leave it alone.
Well, for new single-family dwellings, it definitely makes sense to know where the house is being constructed. I think staff is supportive of whichever direction the council wants to go. Currently, you can draw basically on a napkin, draw at scale, but we don't require a survey. So you can say that your house is 7 feet from your property line and meets setbacks, but it might not. It might be 5 feet. And you can look at the GIS, the county's site. We have software. An engineer once told me that GIS stands for Get It Surveyed, which I thought was great because it's not, I've got a major in GIS and it's not a survey. It's reasonably accurate. It's enough to use for information purposes, but it's not going to tell us the exact location. So we're supportive of requiring surveys. I have communicated with my boss that it will cost more, and in terms of a fence, it's going to take them a lot longer. And so when we're trying to be expedient, that we just need to know that that's going to cause delays and additional expense for the people trying to install it, who may have installed a fence themselves, the homeowner.
That should not be news to you, but I just want to bring it up because we're at the threshold now of complaints over washing the city staff where we might need to start looking at where we are. We should be looking at a policy element that would require that. Just know that is, some are going to argue that's financially prohibitive to doing the simple thing of building a fence. Well, and I pick on fences, but it's just anything across the city where citizens expect the city to be the arbitrator and decision maker for arguments between two civil individuals, between two neighbors. And we're beyond that now to where we're going to probably lean into you going, all right, surveys are required. Don't care how much it costs. The market determines the cost of it. Yes, I hear you citizens who are complaining that I just want to do something simple. If I want to build a deck, I got to come to you, government overreach. Yeah, because if you're Emerald Isle and you die on that deck, guess what they're doing? Coming to me and us and complaining that you should have had an ordinance that protects the people from themselves. Welcome to Emerald Isle. Remember that a couple months ago, almost a year ago? So the risk liability is there for us. Think about that when people are complaining like, hey, he's forcing us to do something that's silly. I want to build a deck, I don't have to come to you. I want to put a hot tub in, I shouldn't have to ask you. Okay, well, I can back all the way off, and the risk liability threshold goes super high.
But we're talking about building a deck, and now, I mean, we were talking
It's
about
everything.
fences.
It's everything.
It's everything.
It's everything.
We talk about driveways.
We're talking about driveways. But amen to Daniel on that. Curb cuts, driveways, sand, concrete.
Development.
Yeah, if you're gonna build a new place and have a sidewalk in front of it, based off our ADA stuff, you put your driveway cut in, which has never been on our driveway permit before, but we're gonna change the language to where it's saying that it has to be ADA compliant. Which means there is gonna be a case where someone's ready to get their CO, and I walk out there and say, the first thing I do is tear up this driveway cut and report it because you're a 0.5% off and you don't have the little newbies. But it's not ADA compliant.
$25,000 for a downtown. And we require them when they did the big rock pour.
Yeah, we did.
You gotta
Tear it up.
Tear it up, tear it up. The slope's gonna change. Says who says us? That's our sidewalk.
So when you cross it now, we're gonna look at that and hold you to it. And if all your houses are great and everything's passed, except your sidewalk is wonky, you gotta fix that.
Okay, so I wanted to mention just one more thing. In the 21 plus years that I've been with Morehead City, we've never taken anyone to court to remedy the penalties. So we've never gone after penalties. We issue penalties, then we don't go after the penalties. And we've never gone for an injunction for somebody to fix something. As part of the total enforcement concept, what you will see is us doing just that, as well as you will see us going upon people's private property and correcting issues. You don't correct it, and it's not just overgrown grass, it's gonna be more than that. And I just want you to know that that is something that you'll probably hear about as we do that. It's a procedural element. That's not being aggressive. That's, if we're addressing it, we're following the procedure, and that's part of the procedure. So I just wanted to mention that.
Questions?
I mean, okay, received. I mean,
No, no, not received.
again, I don't know how the council would want you to do any different. I mean, and I appreciate you sharing that with us, but do your job. And if that's what your job, I don't know how we could even change it. Because I certainly couldn't come to you and say, don't do that.
You could have voted 3. Yeah.
I don't.
I know you.
I just
you
don't.
could direct us
No.
for the city council vote 3. Surveys, before we jump into the video. I prefer, leadership-wise, us to be a survey city. You're not likely like that initially, and I'm not asking you to vote on today. I see us leaning into complaint-based elements where everyone is asking, a majority of the complainers are asking us to decide, and we're gonna need tools to do that, and surveys are a requirement to get it done. GIS is not satisfactory. Us being the arbiter of spit spat between 2 individuals has increased since I've been here 3 years. I've been graced that you allowed me to be here. It's increased tenfold. What's your thoughts on surveys?
Give me an example of a survey.
Sidewalks, driveways. When you do something, you must have a survey and submit it to the city for the permit to be able to do the thing in place. You must pay for and submit of your own wallet a survey before Chris Turner does anything to his deck, fence. Give me another one that's not right over.
Well, you've got your whole house, porches, steps, and there another, and it's may not be for today, but there's before construction, there's your foundation location survey when you're talking about building a house, and then an as-built. So, I mean, you could have as many, probably more, but as many as 3 surveys over the course of a new house being built.
A before and after, which is what Nancy just said, before and after? Okay.
You're talking about for everything, like building a deck, building fences?
That's up to the council.
I'm just trying, we're talking about overall, that's what I'm asking.
It sounds like every type of development is up for discussion.
There is one that Danny mentioned that say goes to the camel model between 2 people that sign off on it. You don't have to get a survey if the adjoining property owner says, thumbs up, good job.
If you're gonna build, an idea would be, if you're building a fence, you go talk to the neighbor, not the renter that lives there, but the homeowner. and you get like the camera permit where the adjoining property owner agrees that that's where the fence goes, maybe that's a way to work around for some of the smaller things. It's not gonna be for everything, but it may alleviate some.
As long as we have a record of it, because the person that buys the house after the other.
Correct,
buys it,
yeah,
so
I mean, that's,
they know it's not.
that gets a little weird and wonky, but
Or we stay where we are and go, hey, we keep pounding back to citizens, go, hey, it's between, it's a civil matter between you two, figure it out. What do you mean, and the city should be deciding, hey, that's between you two, until it becomes code enforcement. Thoughts?
Let's talk about survey for the fence. And you got the property owner, the two property owners, put their head together and sign such a document. And the house sells. And the new neighbor comes in, and he's claiming it. And he don't want it. Derek, what do you do with that?
What is it he doesn't like about it? The height, that can be measured. Where it's located, that's a different issue. The kind of fence it is, whether we allow, if the ordinance says what to do, and whoever put the fence up didn't do what they're supposed to do, then we've got to deal with the problem. The location.
So that would change our position.
No, it really does not.
With the exception that if we're saying we don't measure fences, we gave a final to a fence that was 6'2", but we looked at it and we're like, that looks like 6 feet. And then the neighbor goes out and measures, well, you didn't do your due diligence because you didn't measure it. So
It would not
that's
be a covenant to a deed.
a philosophical thing.
Yeah, it would not be a covenant to a deed, it would be an approval or permissible element from the city. So you're limited into not being a covenant.
Some of the flexibilities that we have today is we can make mistakes as a town, as a city, we're not a town. So if we said, yeah, that meets, you get your CO or whatever it is after building it, and it turns out we were wrong, we can get it to be corrected even if we said it was wrong.
Perfect.
Now that is eroding, okay, but right now we still have.
All right, I generally have my marching orders for surveys. In the absence of you just stomping your foot and going absolutely not or absolutely yes, we'll continue to bridge this subject. We're not asking you to say yes or no to surveys right now. We'll bring some things forward for you. Just know that that's just like code enforcement last year, surveys will probably come back to you again next year until you yield and say, hey, all right, do something with this. Okay, all right, you
And that comes back to something else we talked about, complaint-based, that's still going to be the case. We can't say to somebody comes in and says that's a 6'2" fence, because we're not going to do any of that.
I'm going to start us off for legislative advocacy for UDO. So we're in the 12:30 to 1:30, and I'm going to turn it over to Chief Wade for the latter half, and hopefully get us out of here early. But I do want to sprinkle in some of the things that maybe Mr. Blue, you might unfortunately miss tomorrow. I want to kind of lean into that so I can get your feedback. And also so I can share it with Mr. Stiles, because there's some things tomorrow that I want to kind of hear some quick voices so that when we discuss them with enthusiasm tomorrow, that I have an opportunity for you to speak on, okay?
Chris, before you move any further.
Yes, sir.
I just got a question on the 6'2" fence.
Yes, sir.
Is there ever a chance that you all go in and the extra 2 inches don't have to be?
I think I understand the question. Help me out.
I mean, for example, you know, the guy's done 6'2", it's not bothering anybody, but.
Oh, so are we being exact to me?
Yeah, I mean,
I can tell you a solution we're looking for that. We don't have it currently very well, except I made a mistake. But what we're looking for in the new ordinance is allowing minor administrative
that's what I'm after.
variations. So if a building is constructed and it's a few inches into the setback, we could say that was a mistake. We're not going to make you tear your house down.
Yeah, plus or minus, you know, put a
Whatever
plus or
that
minus
is
on.
that the council established.
I asked her when I first got here, what's the spirit of the fence height here in Morehead City? And she educated me on, at the time, fence height was determined so that...
Policing.
Huh?
Policing.
Yeah, for policing. That's something that I have to pass before you and I...
Before my time too.
You and I had to rip the Pope out back in the day. I had to
6 foot height.
So they could see into the back.
Yeah, but
But what I'm saying is I'd like to give you
And
all
the open
some,
slats.
So no matter 2 feet high.
leeway where you
Also,
all.
something thinking outside the house.
Let's
But
take
it's,
two
but Harvey,
seconds.
it's complaint driven. If you've got a neighbor that's sitting there saying, if you've got a neighbor sitting there where it's 6'2" and I want it 6, you need to enforce that. What are you gonna do with that?
Well, George, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Okay.
Two inches.
That's what Sandy says is happening, Harvey.
Let them tell you this fence story, because this is, because actually, years ago, I thought it was 4 foot.
So we had to be able to, for police POPAT, we had to be able to scale a 6-foot fence to pass B-lane. And part of our POPAT is that the fence is 6 foot, which is why your policy generally exists. So we can scale a 6-foot fence as a 1 foot.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that?
A hot minute.
Because people are big.
Now, wait a minute now.
People a little taller now.
Oh, you better explain
This
yourself.
guy's got little shoes, you know.
We have some boys and girls that can go, we have some boys and girls that go through fences now. But
That's right.
the reason why I'm glad you mentioned that is because I would prefer you to be here. Since fences are a hot topic and I made it that way, then just change the policy. Fences at a regulation to do what and a change of policy or what you
You have to be able to have use of some common sense. I mean,
You have some enforcement discretion
right, that's what I meant.
until you don't. You know what I'm saying? The neighbor comes in and says, that's 6'2", and if he can do it, I'm going to do it, then we.
Then it becomes 6'4".
Gestapo, we gotta have it.
Well, then that stops you. I mean, if there's another complaint, you know, then that stops you, but I mean, it's just.
For the most part, since we can make an error and fix it,
Nothing's black and white.
we generally not going to chase 2 inches. Now, what we have run into recently is a 6-foot fence where only 3 is allowed in the front yards, but in the back it's okay. And, you know, that's interpretation ordinance, shouldn't have put the fence up without a permit, then you wouldn't have known that. All these things, there's 100 different ways and variants of this particular issue.
Yeah, I can show you a fence on one side measures 6 feet, the other side measures 7 feet. Because the land on the other side is lower than that side, yeah.
Yep.
Alright, taking this out of fence.
Hey, Chris,
All right.
trying to help you out, I will be here until lunchtime. My plans have changed, so I'll be here until lunchtime.
Thank you, I appreciate your.
I need to leave, I need to leave at lunchtime.
Take 4, so we'll go fast. Hopefully we'll be done. Alright, let's warm us up to 12:30, 1:30, before we kick it over to Chief Wade. UDO decisions and impacts, I know you're tired of hearing it, and we want to deal with it as well. I need to go to the whiteboard to deal with the legislative impacts to both UDO and ETJ. Ian and Sandy kind of help me out with this. City to seek legislative exemption, we'll get into that in just a second. City staff text minutes only after finding sufficiency. And a little bit of that is tied to citywide economic development and Main Street contract, DMC, inefficiency. Start from the top. We, as the city staff, are going to be asking for your good favor to allow us to use Sam Shoemate and Electus Governmental Affairs to lean forward to get a legislative exemption for us as Morehead City to the negative impacts that are happening with ETJ. I'm trying to keep it super simple for their spirit. But Sandy looks at me and goes, hey, a little more than that. So on the 5th, 8th grade level for me and you is for us to say, hey, we would like to ask Celeste and Norm through Sam Shoemate and with legal and with Sandy and with Daniel and myself, going, all right, we're asking for exemption from the spirit of what's happening right now with a bunch of Senate bills that would limit your authority to do, I hate to say preemption, so I might need your help on this, that would release us from the impacts. There's another, and Derek help me out, who's the other cities, towns that?
Wilson Mills.
Wilson Mills, who has a sunset exemption. In other words, a fast version of, you're exempted, but it will sunset at this period. What we're going to try to go for is a total exemption. You're like, exemption from what?
I thought we had used this.
No, you said you oppose.
Okay.
You oppose all the sausage making that's happening. Our fear, and that we're watching it like hawks, is that even in the upcoming long session, they're not stopping. They're coming back. Even though the legislature hasn't gone into a budget session right now, I'm confident that the current group of legislators that are there, including any new fresh hands that are going to be there, the dominant builders association, the dominant real estate groups, the larger municipalities are fed up with developers way west of us that are leaning in, and we're going to be the unfortunate benefactors from their bad will. So we're gonna go ask for exemption, like whatever you decide over there, and we're in a UDO process right now, because this is a bunch of moving pieces. We're leaning into a unified development ordinance, amendment changes and cleaning up aisle 5 in a good way where we need to do that. Along with that, I'm gonna throw into this Brunswick stew pot I'm cooking for you right now, is staff-only text amendments. There's a minor element to this conversation I'm gonna have with you, where staff needs to bring forth text amendments when we find them with sufficiency, rather than developers who are driving, you know what I need to do? I need to go fix this, and I want a text amendment. And I get a text amendment over here for just a specific development, but it doesn't help the rest of the city. Oh, you guys, it would. This text amendment coming forward. In the absence of UDO being built, approved, and put in place, we're asking for your will and nod to us, speaking it out loud and say, hey, staff, we don't want any more text amendments unless it comes from you. Because you hear from the public, you bring those up and bring those forward to us. It's your job. Rather than, hey, I'm a developer, I'm going to go through the planning subcommittee or planning board and then work my way up because I've got a specific text amendment that I want to change the tree buffer for my development specific to this. I'm going to be honest with you, we kind of had enough of that. We're kind of enough. Me, Chris, and staff are to a point. I'll stop. You guys are doing this to lean in specific to your project. I'll stop. All right. I want to leave the text amendment thing alone for a second and dive back into UDO. Let's start with the parent principle, which is number one, do you generally understand what I'm asking? That staff goes forward for a legislative exemption, and I'm going to ask Sandy and Derek to speak to it just a bit to give you a little more background and information. And I need your nod in favor, and then we'll dive back into the text amendment thing. Questions before we open up dialogue here? Everybody tracking what I'm going to put down? Sandy, jump in. Derek, jump in. Sandy.
So, right now, we have already done a code diagnostic for the UDO project, and that defined the parameters of what we were going to do with that project. And it had a lot of great ideas from the council and the public. Because of specifically Senate Bill 382, which passed, that's going to put us on hold because statewide, we don't know what to do with that when you're adopting a new ordinance. For one thing, it said don't create new nonconformities. And what's a nonconformity? It's a use in existence prior to the effective date of the ordinance. We have ordinances going back to 1947, and we don't have copies of all of them. I hate to say that, but we don't. And in order to determine if something is nonconforming, you kind of need to be able to look back to that. The best solution we have right now, statewide, is to give amnesty to all nonconformities. So that goes back to the junkyard. Somebody started a junkyard next to me. Staff can't prove that it's an illegal one. We don't know when it started. Giving amnesty to that would say you can continue that forever unless you potentially change it. The other thing that Senate Bill 382 did was say you can't downzone any property. One of the goals of our project was to adopt a new zoning map. And as a result of that, that could have resulted in some downzoning. And downzoning is just a reduction in density or a reduction in the allowable uses on a property. So if it's allowed today, council can't decide that it's not allowed in the new ordinance. And you might want to do things like add additional landscaping requirements if you have a multifamily project that's proposed instead of our 10-foot wide landscape strip like we kind of had with the Galantis Drive property. And this says anything that you do that results in a reduction in density is downzoning. So we couldn't do that. And the nonconformity is on commercial properties specifically. So we can move forward with the UDO project, but it's not going to be tailored to what the city council wants because of the parameters we're working with under Senate Bill 382. If you say, I don't want to allow junkyards in residential districts anymore, you might not be able, to do that.
There's a lot of unknowns. Okay, the bill she's talking about, the nonconformities and the issue of downzoning exists now. It's law. There's no bills to try to stop. It's there. They went through. Or tag on to an omnibus bill, as they call it. Okay, so it snuck through. It's there. There is action afoot to try to get that repealed, take it back to what it used to be, but that has not gotten any legs so far. So far, a lot of the legislators that we have been speaking to and other folks that I've been speaking to in other jurisdictions have said that, like the House, this disappeared already. We don't need to bother with this. This already took care of it. No, that wasn't. So they're not even talking to each other. There is a strategic problem with trying to get rid of the problem that we have with what's already in the law. And then the rest of it is what people are pushing. The home builders, the developers are trying to push through that we will have to deal with later. And if you don't know what's coming, putting something together as a UDO that might be thrown into the garbage means every dollar you spent on that UDO project is a complete waste of time and money. So we have been in this limbo process for quite a while, and we can't make the state stop doing what they're doing. We don't have that much influence, but we're going to take every effort that we can to do so. There's a new bill that is out right now, 765 or whatever it is, and I'm beginning to see that some of the stuff that we in other small locations are doing is beginning to show up in some of the new versions, such as, we've talked about this, accessory dwelling units. The state was going to say you're going to have to be able to allow that, okay? Another one was tiny houses. You're going to have to be able to do that. Density. Every acre that you have is going to have 5 or 6 dwellings on it. You're not going to be able to do anything less than that. Now we're beginning to see, if you have 125,000 people or more, those are going to be the rules. If not, they won't be the rules for you. So they're starting to pay attention that this blanket process that they're doing, maybe we need to pull back on it some. But that's still in development. This has not gone through the process. Don't know when they'll get to it. Basically, what the manager has said, and I understood him to say anyway, is we will continue to push the process of objecting to anything but the bare minimum. We're going to try to get what has already been done overturned either for us as an exemption or support. Take it off the law books for everybody because it's stupid. Okay, it really, you didn't know what you were doing when you did it. We won't say it quite that way, but this is the result of what is happening now, and we're a prime example of what's happening. So we will continue, with your kind permission, to do what we can through the legislative process, through our lobbyists. I probably will bring you 1 or 2 resolutions to review for our objection and what happens to Morehead if you don't, kind of stuff. New Bern's doing that. I'm coordinating with New Bern. They have the same problem with different legislators. We will work through our legislators. All of this is the broad picture from the policy standpoint, is our UDO is stuck in the mud. And there are certain things we can do and certain things we really can't do until this is settled. And this is the same thing that I heard from Scott Davis in New Bern, who's the attorney for them, and he's saying, I cannot tell my council to spend the money, but you're going to have to throw it away if this goes through. And if you're willing to do that, then we will take this process we're going through, adapt it what we see and what we think is coming, which is what we've been doing. And then you just take the chance that everything I've done is going to go in the garbage can and we'll start over again.
I don't like spending money on a project or bill. We need a UDO rewrite. In the absence of being, we're stuck in the mud, and you can see it up there. What I'm asking you is that the 3rd, 4th bullet point under objective 4, city staff text limits only after finding sufficiency. In the absence of sunsetting, completing the UDO, Unified Development Project, you instruct us only bring me text amendments, not from developers, from you staff. When you find sufficiency is a fancy way of saying, we've gone out, we've looked at it, there's a bunch of complaints, we need to bring something forward to you, here's our sufficiency. Here's our financial analysis of why we're doing it, and I'm bringing it forward to you because I've heard from 15 developers, 3 people, 2 people regarding this text amendment issue. Command us, no more. Until you get a unified development ordinance sunset, only staff brings me text amendments. And then you get to look, just like code enforcement, with developers in the face going, I told them to stop. I hear you. Sorry. I know my face is one, I get concerned about being a board.
Well, we've been doing that for a few months, correct?
Since the dry stack
Since the
amendment,
dry stack amendment, yes.
Okay, yeah.
We've been leaning into that, but I haven't had any, you, and the one that's missing, him, to a degree, tell me, go do the thing. I need your feedback.
I think you probably indirectly heard from.
Oh, I've heard from him.
myself.
Yeah, I've heard from him.
The planning committee, because we talked about that a number of different times.
And you and Bill have been very respectful when I go need counsel. He's like, I've heard the commandments from YouTube, and I need to get everybody in the same room going, all right.
Do you want to nod, or do you want,
No,
at a council meeting, take action on it?
What do you want, Cindy?
I think it's gonna take an ordinance,
It will, so for us,
so you will see it.
okay.
We will not wait on all the rest of this to get that done.
Yeah. Today, I want to hear a nod, but that, which instructs us to go bring forward an ordinance amendment. So that I can look at that developer and say, hey, if they made it a law, brother, I can't, sister, I can't do anything with that.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you got my nod.
Yep.
Sir, good?
Yeah,
Good.
nod my
What
noggin.
you need to understand is the Constitution says you get to petition your government for what you want. So this will not stop the developer for asking for it. It will just go through a filtering process. And there's two levels that you can go through. One is it gets rejected at the administrative level because it's just not good.
Because it's the ordinance.
which is a little tougher than saying,
Yeah.
okay, we'll pass it through the council, but staff's report is going to request a denial. So we can talk about that further. We don't have to decide today. But the main thing is staff is going to be much more involved in anything that comes through. And staff includes multiple departments. We had a fire report about what the last thing would do, and it still got through. Okay, so we can set some parameters as what gets through and what doesn't get through. And the process starts here. Frankly, it's to take the load off of you. You shouldn't be seeing a lot of, I'm not going to use that word, garbage. Okay.
But I've
Coming
always
to
had,
you,
but
what
I've
is it?
always had concerns, and if someone brings a text amendment, and it's just for that single piece of property, and Sandy would look, or you would look and say, you know, that's not good for the city as a whole, I've always had a question about that. So you're not doing anything different than.
Except for codifying.
As long as it's not a pile of rubbish.
Offense, no offense.
You said you like this kind of stuff.
Before I go into citywide economic development and downtown Morehead City, we're gonna add anything to UDO. I thought UDO was gonna be more gusto than that. You guys are like, let's go. The fences is more important to you than fences.
Talking about fences for
5-year
an hour.
UDO in 5 minutes. We did good.
our contractor continued to move forward based upon the feedback that we gave him. And he's been gracious enough not to bill us in a long time.
I was going to ask about that.
He has not in a long time. I mean, we paid for the code audit, but he completed that. Not for any of the writing of the UDO. And so, you know, I actually got a sample of how we can deal with nonconformities from our consultant today. So do we move forward? Or do we wait and see, like New Bern's doing, if we can get not an exemption from the existing provisions of 382, but an exemption, you want to use that word? Okay, an exemption from that downzoning, non-conforming stuff that's already on the books. Do we wait on that? Or do we keep moving forward?
I mean, Chris started with asking for the exemption, didn't we, Chris?
We're at 4 with the flywheel. 4 or 5. We're at 4 or 5 with the flywheel. Is that correct? We're in draft mode.
Yes, and I guess if it is, if you're okay with us seeing where things go, bringing forward, you know, things that we can, but understanding we're not going to have a completed product on the time frame that we thought we were.
Correct.
Just give us some grace, understanding. It's complicated and it's statewide.
We want to, trust me. Chris Turner said they want to UDO, so does Derek, faster than you.
Now.
Yeah, I think the question is, we would keep moving forward with what we can do, so when the time comes, we get our other answers needed, we'll be further into the process.
I don't know how we can do any different. Keep moving until.
Well, What's happening is, and I made it clear in every meeting that I've had with our consultant, is we do not want to be the test case in
Right.
court. Find somebody to take this wheelbarrow and roll it down there, and then we'll watch and see what happens from that before we decide what we're going to do. But we do want input of what you're doing with other organizations, and if I think it's something worthy for your consideration, I think this will pass the test, even if it happens the way it's going to happen. We might proceed further, but at this point, we're kind of on pause until we get to a point that we can say that.
All right, jump subjects, because I want to give Chief his ample due time. I'm going to try to do this within, I think I got 20 minutes. 1:30, Chief Wade's going to do a good conversation with you, and then we'll sunset before tomorrow. What you have before you is a North Carolina Main Street program structure. It is a snapshot of 72, 73, 74, 72, from my last count, 72 Main Street programs. And what you're looking at is a philosophy of how they are governed, organized, and structured based upon everything on the far left-hand side is a quasi-public-private. Where is Morehead City? We're over here at 501c3 land. How many downtown Main Street organizations remain and exist in the 501c3, 501c4, 501c6? I can explain it later. But in the nonprofit land, you're looking at maybe 10 to 12. The majority, the heavy majority, why have other cities determined their footprint to be into the city department or quasi-public-private? Mainly look at column 2, where the city manages, functions, I hate to say controls because controls is not right, has a governing, it is a unit of city government. Right now, your downtown Morehead City function, you fund it to do the things in place, the guiding principle of historic preservation, and I'll say minor economic development. The commandment for Main Street functions is historic preservation first. Economic advocacy, not development, I'll say that. What was the word I've always been using with it? It's not economic development, I said
Vitality.
yeah, right, thank you. Economic vitality. I told them that economic advocacy and economic vitality is in your realm of charge downtown North City. Economic development is not your charge, and they've heard me loud and clear. I'll preface this by saying, all of you have heard, I do not want to get rid of the Main Street function or the downtown North City function. Why? Because it is a critical component of our economic development philosophy in the city. Let's back up before we talk about just this. Wins for the city. I'm beyond proud that you've seen, I'll call it aggressive wins, you won't agree with me, Wawa, Chipotle, 21CS. Why? Because you gave us the legway and leeway to go get and implement an economic development solution and said, all right, prove it. You're on the clock. I'm paying for this, you better show me some fruits of the good labor. In Sandy's defense, it has taken more than just Catherine to do that. Her staff has to be a flywheel around the economic development specialist to be able to deliver that. Can Catherine take credit for every single thing we've done with 21CS? Absolutely not. But without that, we would not have had those wins and even more that I wish I could talk to you about today that she won't allow me to do so. Hang on. Hang on, because I've heard. Trust us more. I will. Hang on. Jordan's like, well, I'm out of here. He's going to kick me to the curb. I cannot bring some of those forward to you because even I told her, don't tell me. If it's in risk of losing the economic development win, don't bring it up to me. Keep it to yourself until, here's where me and you go hold hands and skip rope. And if Lee Stiles is here, I tell him too, look at me. Until it hits the portal. My commitment to her is, once you send it to the portal, it's free game for everybody. I hear city council saying, Chris, do we not hire you? You should be telling us. Yes, sir, and ma'ams, if there's a man here. But until it hits the portal, I don't even want her telling me. That way I don't have to be commanded by you, but hey, you need to tell me what's going over here. When they're cutting trees, I understand. Like, I'm like, hey, what's happening with the tree cutting? Why am I mentioning this? Because the philosophy of staff is that we will not signal to you unless we need your authority to do something specific with closed session economic development. We will not signal to you until that time it hits the permit portal. With that being said, my parent conversation with you right now is the wins we have in economic development are a testament to you allowing us as city staff to prove to you we're winning inside the city. Because the county is not going to win for you. I'll be blunt, I don't care if I'm recorded or not. County economic development is not waiting for you, okay? We have to determine our own threshold, and you've allowed us to find those wins. Part of this complete strategy is this. I'm not asking you to get rid of downtown Morehead City. I'm telling you that since you've been here and you've seen me go, hey, that is not a very efficient way. She and I got to have a conversation, but we've done this, and we've done this as a trifecta and as a fourfecta, all of us having senior staff conversations. We are spending money and drawing things back into the fold that we can do more efficiently. I'm asking you to look at this concept and consider that downtown Morehead City, the money you give it, needs to be part of a total citywide strategy. Pause. Citywide strategy. Pause again. Citywide strategy. The manager before me, rightfully so, whether we like him or not, or whether you have a conversation with me about it or not, but Ryan Nicholson had a good vision for this, and it's making it citywide. I don't have a problem speaking it. I don't have a problem saying his name. He did have a good philosophy by doing that, and I'm bringing it back up because when there's good management philosophy, I don't care who did it, I'm going to preach it back into existence. It needs to be citywide. What does that mean? I am asking for you to consider making the downtown function and the money we give to rescind the Main Street contract. I've got the Main Street contract behind here, you don't have it with you, but I'll tell you, it requires you to go in and say, hey, we're going to take the vote to continue the Main Street function, to continue to fund it with its parameters, but to bring it in-house. We have Catherine Metz working for us right now. No better person in the world to handle the Main Street functions. What are the Main Street functions that we, as a city staff, would love and kind of require to see going forward? Alive at 5 really needs to be inside the city. Why is that? Because Victoria has 82 special events. Dear God in heaven. 82 special events. And that's not just us making stuff up. Because I told her, I said, don't include the bunch of alternative days. Just give me the actual physical functions you're doing in the city. She said, well, there's 105. Cancel out all those alternative days. Just give me the core functions. She said 82. When I first started here, there was maybe 40, 50 and some change. And I said, we got to stop this. You, from Parks and Rec, need to go over here and handle this thing. Because this is a beyond squeaky wheel. This is an on-fire machine. With that comes a total package of economic development, being able to handle Main Street function, being able to continue to fund it to a degree where we see two core principles with that, being a total economic development solution across the city. Alive at 5 will continue under the city's guidance and governance. In addition to that, we probably would continue the fundraiser. Always lose the name. Chowder and Cheer. And all of you have heard me say that if Chief Dixon was here, you'd look at me and go, hey, that's illegal. What is illegal about Chowder and Cheer? Citizens love it. You cannot have alcoholic beverage free and clear. That's more of an ABC conversation with those businesses, but we are walking around like this and allowing it to happen where he scoffs me every single time. Your city attorney goes, you know that's illegal, right? It's complaint driven. It's complaint driven. It's complaint driven.
Can't see their fence.
From city staff who love to contribute and participate.
There's your Christmas present. That's it.
But the social district, in other words, eliminate that?
You lobbed me a softball. Appreciate you. Okay. Not like we planned it. We didn't. Short answer is it would assist with doing that if council finds it favorable. So what I'm doing is giving you the scales of decisioning where we are really heavy on issues that need a decision now. To where I've reached the limit of being able to do something with it. To where it's out of your control. We still have Main Street. I don't want it to go away. I'm asking you not to be belabored about what you do with the board. You need to be belabored on the policies, what's best for your city versus what are the outcomes of someone being upset at you. I don't deal with upset. I deal with, all right, am I at a threshold right now where I need to bring the city council decision? Yeah. I'm at my limit to what I can do. We've removed as much as we possibly can from downtown Morehead City. We're taking the Christmas parade, we're taking everything else. There's no boat show. Much to our chagrin, we want one. But there are only 2 large events, and you keep funding it. What are they doing for you? They're advocating for businesses. All right, go ahead. Historic preservation and grants and facade, they can't do anymore because they could if they had a funding mechanism. But we're not going to ask you to fund facade grants when they're not allowed to do so in the manner in which they were doing it. So now I'm at a decision threshold where it's more than just facade. It's more than just management of the downtown function. We're in an economic development position where we need to have control. My biggest issue with downtown has been, and I'll shut up after this, I cringe and get very upset when people take phone calls for the city and it's, hey, we're losing a Sheets. That drove me nuts, and I heard my city council say, Chris, easy, bulldog, they're okay, they're all right. You'll be all right, you're not going to lose any more hair. That has lessened over the year or two, but they continue as an organization to feel like they have a good drive. Nothing wrong with their intention. I don't need them taking phone calls and us losing economic development to the person that we have driving for you. And I don't need them engaging the county in doing so. I'll be blunt with you. I don't care if I'm on record or not. And having a conversation with the economic development director for the county sits and has engagement. I even went to the county manager and said, hey, I'm not a fan of that. Can you reel back your county development person to sit inside of a downtown function? Go to Emerald, go to Beaufort, equal treatment. I'm asking you to take the 65K and function, bring it into the city so you can make it citywide. There are going to be some people who don't like that. And I'm going to be blunt. I don't care because the decision factor for the city is now high. And I need your guidance to tell me to back off, leave it as it is, or here's a vision going forward.
Then the board would be just like any other board within the town. Not necessarily the same member.
That could be your vision.
That could be an advisory like the Parks and Rec
Well,
Board.
I guess that's what I was getting at. When I say board, either one.
Okay, let me understand what DMCRA would look like after that decision. We've taken away a lot of power. We've taken away the charter and here. What would DMCRA do in the new board, in the new world, and how would they function?
They would help you make economic development masterful decisions, just like an advisory. I don't want to say Parks and Recreation advisory, because that's a different whole thing for us. We treat city staff treats that with like, oh, anyway, we'll get to that later. But they could be an advisory to you for economic development across the city. Your listening board for small businesses, large businesses, and say, hey, we're hearing from our business community and make recommendations to you. With the downtown, both cultural functions to a degree and also economic development. And anything you want to jump in on, fire away.
Okay.
We would, sorry.
And we would eliminate from them any management responsibility of the train station.
They don't, that's already gone.
They don't do that now, just making sure
Yeah.
what they would be responsible for. What else do they have?
No fundraising.
Okay, so we took away their two main fundraisers.
Never said they wouldn't have any fundraising. They don't have to raise money to pay for anything.
Chris, you thought we would have to hire these people as employees?
No.
What we're taking is the two fundraisers. They still have to get employees and pay for them somehow.
Volunteers is what it's saying. So they do a lot in 5, Victoria, and I hate to admit this because you're not going to like this at all. Victoria's lifted heavily into getting a lot in 5 functioning. They've also lost their alcohol and beverage sponsor to a degree because we assign staff members to attend each of their subcommittees because every time I ask Dan for a bench or grass or bark inside of the railroad, I don't update you. What you're missing is the constant good idea ferry, nothing wrong with that, the constant ideas that we have to as a city say no to. Example, I want to repaint graffiti, I say graffiti, that's bad.
Plants in the railroad right of way.
I want to redo the circle arc, I want to redo this facade on the side of the wall, downtown wants a new mural. Well, at some point, city council is going to be fed up with murals and painting the street. And putting in benches, yes. We have a vision for that greater than they do. But when it comes to putting bark on the railroad, we quickly know that there's no way in 40 you-know-what, so we're going to, Norfolk Southern's going to allow you to do anything near their railroad. They even spray it with diesel fuel to get the grass not to grow. Why are you bringing it forward to us? They just don't have the knowledge base, and that's why we send staff members to sit in each one of their subcommittees.
Is it a better idea? It has always been counterproductive for the old days, DMCRA being responsible for doing certain management functions for us, raising money, selling Marlin plaques and bricks and whatever we didn't want to mess with, is that we take the entire folks, forget this, leave them out as an advisory, forget it. But we have to take economic vitality, that function, what it involves, across the city. So you bring in Sally or Sue or whoever helps Catherine in Sandy's shop do economic vitality, and DMCRA goes away.
Short answer is yes, I would not propose, as Sandy speaking, I would not propose bringing in Leah, is her name Leah?
Leah Hardison?
Leah,
Leah, who's the, Marissa's gone, they have one,
That's the reason I left names out.
understood.
You bring in somebody to do economic vitality. And you have Catherine to do growth. DMCRA goes away completely.
Okay, gotcha.
It's clean. You're not leaving them the responsibility of trying to run a quasi non-profit after you stole their,
Yes, sir.
fundraising project. You haven't done them any favors. But you take the entire function, which is needed,
Yes, sir.
and apply it to the total.
So I looked at her because I wanted to be able to mention this, and it's called Victoria. Special events officer. I'm about fiscal efficiency. We've discussed this. And that function, what you're talking about, is not bringing in another human being for benefits. It's giving it to a person who already exists right now. Does she have the capacity to grow in her role? Does Victoria have the capacity, knowledge to do what you're at? Absolutely. Give it to Victoria. And Victoria is shared between administration, we already do co-parenting. It's co-parenting between planning and development if you're able.
Hiring people that fits that job is your problem.
Say it.
Hiring a person that will do that function
Yeah, go to Victoria.
is your job as city manager.
Yes.
So I'm not making any decisions.
Tenfold.
But I am saying to you, the concept is don't break them and leave them to flounder and operate. Just take it off. And now you've got to justify it and explain why.
Yes,
And you are going to get complaints from the community.
Absolutely.
Because that's what we're used to. It's the only game that's been in town. And you're telling them that, yeah, oh, it was nice that you did that, but it doesn't mean anything because you're going away. That's a hard sale to the community. But the cleanest way, if you're going to do this as a council, eliminate it, bring it 100% in-house. We're talking about doing away with the advisory for parks and recreation committee. Why we're doing it? Because advisory committees don't work well. And you're talking about creating another one on the DMCRA, which isn't going to work well.
Well, you kind of jumped sharp on that, but sure.
So I didn't know that they were suffering. I didn't know they were suffering. Well, I understand we are, but I understand they were down to one person.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1.5. And so we've already taken over the Chowder Cheer? No, which one?
They have 2 events on, 11-5 and Chowder Cheer stop.
We can do, have we already taken that over? The Alive to 5?
Yes, sir.
We have.
No, we have not.
Okay, that's what I thought you said that we did the Victoria.
We have the capacity to do so, and I would strongly suggest doing it. Most concerts are handled inside of the city.
And obviously, yes, it was a good thing when he started, but the town has grown, we have grown, and it's time to do it. I think you're right, you can do it, pull the scab off and do it.
So Chris.
Yes, sir.
Sitting here as long as I have been over the years, I've really never understood when DMCRA was created and what the city created. I guess we helped them get on their footing and the services that they provided. Can you give me a short version?
The 5-second version of that, because I have a whole entire folder we pulled with the beautiful lady that's sitting right there. She's like, I can't wait for you to do this one, unless I'm in it. DMC started out as Downtown Morehead City Revitalization. It started as trying to do the World Hall of Fame for fishing, the World Hall of Fame for fishing, which involved moving of the train station. And as it grew, their mission grew. Around 97, 2000, they went for this thing called Main Street, novel concept coming from the state. Main Street community, that cements them in place as an organization. Through the years they've had a working quasi-advisory body. You have given them money each year, which is incrementally increased, to do two things. Historic preservation, leave historic properties out, but historic preservation is keep our aesthetic the same upon the Main Street functions, which is a commandment from the state. The second thing is vitality, economic vitality, reinvigorating the downtown functions of Main Street across the state. That's their two principal functions. Over the years has increased to where they've leaned into, in the absence of city going, don't do that because you have an economic development officer or specialist. That group inside of Morehead City has gone into economic development is our thing between 11th or 14th and 18th to 4th Street. Fast track to now, it has ebbed and flowed, and now you're a big boy, big girl city, and you've got an economic development officer, and it needs to cascade. For several ventures, it needs to cascade out across the entire city, to where you're just hyper-focused on your downtown to a degree, it is a driver. What about medical district? What about Western Morehead City? What about the commerce section that we see that is a driver for everything? When Chipotle comes to town, we need to be able to lean into those groups and those businesses who are there, rather than be blind focused on just doing it in downtown. Now, fast track, end of result, once we saw them not doing facade grants in a way that's fiscally compliant, we get the money, we had to say, well, stop, get your license. They're allowed to do that now if they can raise the money and continue the their solicitation license. What's a better function? City taking over those special events, you got a special events officer, you got an economic development officer that used to be the director, and you've got a desire to do this as a big girl, a big boy city across the entire city. Now it's time to move, or keep funding $65K or therein to have them do a function that's more special event oriented.
So does other businesses contribute or pay dues or pay bonds?
They did.
They did, because correct me if I'm wrong, I was told, or always heard, that the city gave them the funding until they got their sales where they needed to be, and then we would.
Now, I can answer all that. Okay. I can go back further than what Chris did. There used to be a downtown Morehead City parking committee. And we evolved from a parking committee to the DMCRA. I was a charter member of it. And the agreement and the purpose of evolving to the DMCRA at the time was not part of the Main Street program, but we had goals to become a member of that, was to revitalize downtown. It was a ghost town. And we were trying to economically drive people downtown, Morehead City, to develop downtown. And we had a shoulder season back then. We don't have a shoulder season anymore, so it's kind of developing itself. But to answer the second question, when it was first proposed to the city council agreed that they would fund them $25,000 the first year, $15,000 the second year, $10,000 the third year, then they would be weaned off completely. That never happened. But that's the way it started. Yeah. The 25, 15, 10 did happen. But they never got weaned off.
At some point in time, though, they would be self-sustaining.
Yeah, that was a very critical point that I missed. Thank you for your knowledge base.
And then, let me add to it, there was an advantage at the time of them being a 501(c) because they could go out in the community and more successfully raise money to help pay for those costs.
That's correct.
By getting sponsorships from the business or by collecting dues from citizens that had an interest in downtown. And they were also able to apply for some grants that we couldn't apply for as effectively. So they were raising part of their own money. And then the third reason, there were some tasks that we needed to get done that I described, that we didn't want to hire an employee to do. So we gave it to them as partial compensation in addition to the 25, 15, and 10. So that was the model that we struggled on. we're a bigger organization. We never solve a problem of how to make economic vitality a total citywide function. And we've grown way beyond the stage.
Yeah.
We do that.
Okay, documents needed for a change in administration. This is the Main Street contract that I signed, you allow me to sign every year. Documents needed for a change in administration of the local Main Street program. Number one, the city town council can designate another agency or entity to administer the Main Street program. Documents required. North Carolina Main Street Center requires the following: a resolution from the city and or town council that authorizes this change, number one. Number two, provide the minutes of the city town council meeting demonstrating the majority vote of you initiating this change. And then that's pretty much it. It says documentation demonstrating how the new entity, the Main Street entity, will be administered in the Main Street program. This is more Main Street program. You don't have to do Main Street program, but the instantation of taking the Main Street program is good for us. It is a benefit. Less, but it is a benefit because you've grown robustly. If you go back to that sheet that I just gave you, you'll see the size of cities that are engaged in Main Street programs. They are mid to small. You're leaning into Newbern status now, to where you're like, is Main Street a function for us? Before you go evaluate whether Main Street is a go, no-go, bring it into the fold. Let us continue to evaluate it by just a simple vote of majority council. You provide the minutes to them going, we're now taking Main Street in-house. And the requirement of the Main Street program is that you fund the director, I think, fully?
Yes, because of our population.
Just
A majority fund, what is it? I can't remember.
Fully.
just their salary.
So with the Main Street program right now, you're required to fund it, so this is why we give them 65K we meet that bare minimum threshold. I'll stop. I think we belabored it enough today, and I'm bleeding into his time. What is the spirit of city council to direct me or tell me to investigate or move forward? I think we're ready to move forward. That's my kind opinion, my management advisement to you. I need to hear your voice.
Move forward.
I would recommend that we move forward on the idea of total taxation.
Okay.
Let's take it over, but
Wait a minute. There are a couple of critical parts.
Yes, sir.
The first part is how to do it effectively without producing citizen outrage. How we're going to do it in a civilized fashion.
And
You know the players better than anyone. So how do you have a suggestion how to do that?
I'd be willing to sit down and think about it.
Okay.
yeah, but my statement was, Bill, that, that's a 501c3, so we can't take away the organization,
No.
but we can move them out the building.
But
If we
once
wanted
we've
to,
done that
yeah.
conversation, part of that
Yeah.
conversation, if they tell us they want to continue and be a 501c3, we say, great.
Yeah.
They have the perfect right to do that. We don't have any argument that they can't.
You won't be funding their director anymore.
Yeah, we just won't be funding their organization.
How about the Main
And
Street
we go
committee?
ahead and prepare an agreement, a legal agreement of who does what.
Do they have to relinquish
Yes.
they have, so they can also keep
Main
that?
Street is a city function that you allow an organization to do, literally. I have to sign off on it, and say you can do Main Street.
So they don't have a choice whether to give that up or not?
We take it, you can continue to exist as a nonprofit, a 3 or 4 or 6, and do whatever you want to do.
If they decide to do that, in the council and them, you decide where they're gonna set up shop.
Because you're the one who's in the
Continue to
transition.
give them free rent?
If we take it over totally and they become a freestanding 501(c)(3), no, you wouldn't do free rent.
No,
We wouldn't treat them any different than any other 501(c)(3).
They wanted to rent the place. We'd rent it to them if they wanted to meet there.
Yep, now you can rent it cheap or whatever.
Yeah.
But you don't treat them different
Still pretty,
than any other.
it's pretty cheap right now.
But I don't know, why would they even want to be?
No, we're just talking, yeah.
Yeah.
Master goal is to make it citywide. This is the decision for us. Master goal is Main Street. The alive at 5 function would be ours. That is a splash point that some people are not going to be happy with. But we would give it to Victoria and have co-parenting along with Catherine to fill both of their buckets up. They don't need any more buckets to be filled, but they can handle more additional duties. All right, having heard from those two.
Chris, I'm not against it, but I am very concerned with how we do it. And I know you make the comment that you don't, I'm not saying you don't care about it. I know what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
But we just have to be very sensitive with those people that are involved in that organization with how we present this transition to them and how we do it. It should not be hostile.
It won't be. I've not been hostile with them at all. In my tenure, they've had a dynamic change in their board over the last year and a half. They've had multiple players who you think are still there that are no longer there anymore. Their board has changed dynamically.
And if this is not a proper question, then
Sure.
ask them, tell me, who would be the heavy hitters in that organization that
Sandy.
you and the mayor could sit down with
Jason.
and try to smooth this over?
Who? Mark
Jason
from
Urick, Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly, Jason. Well, Jason Urick's gone.
He's around.
Jason Urick's the manager for Floyd 19, but he's not a business owner.
Floyd,
It's individuals who don't have a feeling stake in it. They don't have a business stake in it. You're not getting
More
sheds
residential.
from someone else. Huh?
More personal.
How about the
residential.
Steve? I mean, how about the chalk and give? Do they have a, no,
Steve,
Kind of.
pretty much out.
yeah.
Tony,
Tony Holloway.
Well,
Holloway.
We just,
he is a small business owner, but not of the Jason Urick.
Yes.
Influence.
Yeah, Jason doesn't own Chef. It's more emotion and feelings. than business take.
just a little bit more history. This is not just a thought that Chris come up with, although he's brought it up recently.
Yes, sir.
Dave Whitlow and I went and had a meeting with him one time to discuss their participation or lack of participation in downtown Morehead City with the funds that they were collecting from the city.
Yes, sir.
Back when John Ties and he was executive director and I was chairman, we had a conversation of it being citywide.
Yeah,
And pretty
We
much
did, yeah.
the same pattern.
we did.
I would just think they would, be tickled swing to death.
I would think so too, yeah.
That, it will happen.
I have my marching orders. Satisfied?
We need to make
Stand
sure
up,
we
my butt.
communicate
I
with
can't stand
the
this
Main
chair.
Street program.
Yes. Okay. All right. Next up, before we sunset for today, I don't want to cut it short, so if we leave it to 2:15, I will forgive me. I know we're supposed to stop at 2, but if you'll bear with me, I need to give Chief Wade his due time. If we go into 2:15, I promise I'll try to make it up tomorrow. So.
Can we take it fast, 5 minutes?
Sure. Yeah.
Carry on, Chief.
Take a break.
Hey, Chief, if I walk out at 2:15 after, I'm not being late.
Hopefully it can take me 15 minutes.
Yeah, I got to go, a hard break at 2:15 after.
Season. He is all pieces. So what can I do? And I said, man, I'm in the campaign. Well, he's contributing $2,000. I need it. I got long-term. Weeks in the last time.
Courtney, did you bring any visual aids? No.
Yeah.
Just you?
Just me.
All right.
That's right.
Harvey, did you know everybody needs something? That damn tree. God, that's the longest cord I've ever seen. Oh, that's it.
Casey back. Casey back.
All right, that's everybody. I want to give him his time. I'll jump back in, even if the clerks aren't here, they're still recording. I asked Chief Wade, hang on for packing up, this will probably take 15 to 20 minutes. You pack up like that, now you gotta go to the I asked Chief Wade and Chief Dixon to come forward and take about 15, 20, 30 minutes to speak on some challenges that have on the turn floor, but he was right now as he directs. Chief Wade.
So I'm not gonna be 30 minutes, but I do want a little bit of your time. So as we are planning, going into the budget season and planning on, strategic and comprehensive planning, these are some things, some bullet points that I feel like we need to take into consideration as a council and where we go at from here. So first I want to talk about staffing update. In the past 2 months, I've received 3 resignations, 2 of them being last week. Last Wednesday, about 10 minutes to 12, I got a gut punch. So Kelly Herman, she's Kelly Howard now, my assistant chief of EMS coordinator, she turned in her resignation. That was a gut punch. She's been here 18 years. A month ago, I had a captain, been here 17 years. He turned in his resignation. And Friday, I had a 2-year Norway firefighter EMT turn in his resignation. So you may ask, where are they going? Well, Kelly's leaving us to go work for an EMS pharmaceutical company. Better pay, better benefits, another opportunity. She's burned out. I'm going to talk a little bit about that here in just a few minutes. Kaplan left us to go work for Emerald Isle, same pay, much less qualified. And she can attest to that.
Wow.
And firefighter that resigned on Friday, he has a family of 3. I think they just found out they're expecting again. He's going to work with the city of New Bern Fire Department. A little bit less in pay, but no EMS, much less qualified, and he's closer to home. So 3 resignations, one of them took a pretty good hit last week. So losing Kelly is a tremendous hit for this department, the job that she does with EMS.
pre-holiday, so about 12 days I've been given. And just to notify you all, let me put you all in the loop, I have filled that position.
Okay.
Effective January 2nd. So I want to keep continuity, thanks to the manager and HR and finance, we were able to make it happen pretty quick. So I'm able to fill it with my PRN positions.
Have a meeting or something?
But you may ask, well, why are they leaving? So when you look at the trends across the nation of paramedics, 15, 18 to 20 years is max for a paramedic in the job on the field. You know, mentally draining, physically draining, all the above. And when you look at that, a lot of it has to do with burnout and working with a broken system. I've had this conversation with a couple of you, but you may ask, well, what's a broken system? Well, EMS in general is a broken system across the state, across the nation. When we call 911, that dispatcher is obligated to dispatch fire EMS or law enforcement, whatever the case may be. We are obligated then to go respond to that particular call, whether it's a nursing home, residence, doesn't matter. So we go out to this nursing home to a subject follow that you have 10 nursing aides standing around this patient with the patient lying in the floor, and they want us to come pick that patient up and put them in the bed. That's called a lift assist. That is not emergency medical services. Or you get a patient that has been at home for 3 weeks with a headache, and they have 4 family members and 3 vehicles in the driveway, and they call us for a headache they've had for 3 weeks, and they want to transport to the hospital for be checked out. That is transport call. That's not emergency medical service. That's taxi cab. So you see where I'm going at with the system being broken. I can't fix it. She can't fix it. We can't fix it. Until the federal government was to step in and say, okay, we can charge $10,000 for every lift assist, it's not going to get fixed. So the word has been mentioned several times today. It's called education. So internally, that's what I have directed my staff to do, including Kelly, is to educate these facilities and the public on, you know, maybe think twice before you call 911. If you can help pick them up out the bed, or out the floor and put them into the bed, do that before you call us. Because what happens, and in my monthly report, you see the overlapping calls that we go to. We get called to this lift assist, or this headache, or this stumped toe, and then 2 minutes later we get dispatched to a CPR call. How can I explain to that family member that we're tied up on a lift assist or a headache call when this is a real emergency medical service call? So education is what we're trying to do internally to, you know, try to eliminate some of these calls. But, you know, going back to Kelly, she has done a tremendous job the past 18 years. She's been in the position for 11 years, 11, 12 years. She comes to work trying to fix the problem. She's on a treadmill, just spinning her wheels. She can't fix the problem. She's totally burned out, and she's looking for a different occupation to get, you know, away from EMS. So unfortunately, but anyway, that's where we're at. So while we've been sitting in here for the past 12 hours, we've had 13 calls. I just looked it up before I got up here. We've had 13 calls in the past 12 hours. Most of those are EMS calls, and most of them are what I call BS calls. If you don't know what that means, I'll tell you later. So, you know, burnout's real. The mental stress is real. And, you know, how do we fix it? So, going back to the 3 resignations, you know, I got 3 resignations, I got 3 vacancies. Now I got to fill those positions. And the last several hiring processes have been a challenge, and they've become more of a challenge. And I've said this time and time again, I can hire a firefighter, I can hire a paramedic. It's hard to find that firefighter paramedic, that cross-trained individual. And we have been fortunate, and I've been blessed to be able to get 12 individuals from Greenville, North Carolina. And they have been well-trained, well-experienced individuals to come in, and they basically boots on the floor running. Great job, no issues whatsoever. But since October the 21st, I've had 0 applicants from Greenville. You may ask, why October 21st? Well, they promoted a new chief. He's actually a friend of mine, Jeremy Henderson. And I told Anna, I said, if they can get him in the position, he'll make some changes. And he has. So the change that he has made in Greenville, they work at 24/48 every 3rd day. It was about to kill them. Their call volume 24,000 calls, mostly EMS, our fire-based EMS system. They were burning their employees out. So they were looking to come to Morehead, a little bit more money, but a tremendous less call volume. So Jeremy has gone in and has gotten approval from his council to add another shift on. So instead of 24/48, they're gonna be working 24/72. So they get, instead of 2 days off, they're getting 3 days off for the same exact amount of money. So their employees are like, wow, let's see what this looks like. Well, 40 individuals, that don't happen overnight, and that doesn't come free. But what I'm going at in this conversation is Greenville is making strides and steps of trying to improve their system to retain, recruit, and retain their staff. And it seems to be working. But flip side of the coin, we just opened up a hiring process to try to fill some of these vacancies. And it's been open now for 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. And we were supposed to be running a process this week. And we had set the date for Monday to come in and do a general test. And out of, I'm just going to guess, probably 12 applicants, we probably had 8 of them that canceled out because it was bad timing. So we sent a letter, like, if we reschedule for after the first of the year, would that be feasible? And they all said yes. So we left the application process open until after the first of the year. But the hiring process for firefighters and paramedics, that combined, is becoming a huge challenge. Is it generational? Is it culture? I don't know. Nobody wants to work. There is no volunteers. We've had this conversation. So how do we fix that? If you all remember, some of you remember, because you were on the board at the time, but back in 2000, prior to 2000, we were a Morehead City EMS, and we were a Morehead City Fire Department. And then we merged.
We didn't talk about it. I think this is leading on what we talked about a few months ago. Is that right? Go ahead.
What's that?
Never mind, I'm gonna see.
So, anyway, we were 2 different entities working for the city. We were a split system.
Right.
So how do we fix the EMS system and the hiring process? I've come up with 3 options. And option 1 is, do we split the organization, go back to where we were 20 years ago? Because yes, I can find paramedics. They just graduated 15 or 20 from Harvard Community College just a couple weeks ago. I can find firefighters that just graduated 22 from Beaufort Community College last night. I can find the individuals, it's just the firefighter. So, or do we let the county take over EMS? That is my last resort. I think we'd be doing a disjustice to the community, a disservice to the community, and that would be my last resort. But it is not.
Quality of life, that what you call it.
Exactly, quality of life. Option number 2, and you all have talked about this, I've talked about it for the past 2 or 3 years. A benefit that we can give to our staff, that I feel like these 3 individuals that have resigned in the past month, 2 being last week, would have took a hard decision or discussion with their spouse on whether they should stay or not, and that's separation lines. And, Joel, I'm sorry I haven't brought this up before now, but looking at separation allowance and what that benefit entails in departments across the state that are starting to implement that and adopt it, it's working. So for our city to implement that, I don't have the exact numbers, but I do know for the next 14 years or so, it would cost the city less than about $40,000. So Bobby Stevens just retired, he's not eligible for it no more. Brian Pascal getting ready to retire in February, he's not eligible for it no more. The next person that would be eligible for it is myself. So in 2 or 3 years, I'd be eligible for it. But after me, 14 years before the next person will be eligible for it. That's if they stay. So it follows the same guidelines as law enforcement. It was implemented like late 80s, mid 80s.
Yeah.
So option number 3 would be a combination of option number 1 and option number 2, which would be a split system and separation lines. What I mean by split system now is we need to be focused on what do we need to do to eliminate that EMS burden on our staff. We have EMS folks that won't do EMS, and we have fire folks that won't do fire. So where I'm going at with this conversation, with our call volume, and it's not getting any less, about 280, 300 more we were last year, is to put a peak truck on. You may say, what's a peak truck? Well, a peak truck is Monday through Friday or 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. or 24 hours a day, whatever we decide on, we put an EMS unit, that's EMS only. EMS personnel, no fire, no turnout gear, EMS only, that's the job they want to do, that's the job that they can do. They come in, and they're on that truck. They get that first call, they go answer. Let's say 2 minutes later, they get a second call. Regular staff answer. An hour later, we get another call, peak truck, go get it. It's eliminating some of the burden on the fire EMS staff. We're able to man the engines by doing that. Keep from pulling staff off the engines to fill these EMS units. And it helps out ISO, staff. You've heard me talk about staff. But in order to implement this, yes, it requires staffing. Because what we have to be careful on, and this is where on bullet point, first bullet point, we're talking about non-207K. We are a fire-based EMS system. When you look at Carteret County, there's only two organizations that are not fire-based. That's Beaufort EMS and Carteret County EMS. Everybody else is a fire-based EMS system. By being fire-based, we fall under the 207K, under the Fire Labor Standard Act. What that 207K means is that anything over 212 hours in a 28-day period requires overtime. Non-207K is your regular employees. So the 2,080-hour employee, anything over 40 hours in a 7-day period, you get paid overtime. But the 207 is what we fall under now. So hiring just an EMS only, they would not fall under that 207 because they have no fire capabilities. It would be EMS only. So I think both Carteret County EMS fall under. So would that require a little bit of logistics within the department? Yes. So my plan would be, or proposal would be, to hire enough staff to be able to work a 24/72 shift, to be 1 day on, 3 days off, to eliminate that overtime. They would get within that 40 in a week, which is what other agencies are doing. So that 207K becomes a little bit muddy. I'm not an HR specialist or finance specialist, but I know a little bit about 207K. But anyway, that's something that we need as we move forward in this industry of what does that look like when it comes to EMS and fire and EMS. That pink truck, we've got the medical district now, the nursing home, just added another nursing home on Gladys Drive. Medic 2 runs out of Station 2, is running about 40 to 50% more calls a month than what Medic 1 and Medic 3 do, just because of the medical district. Most of those calls are Monday through Friday, the doctor's offices. So that's talking a little bit about the staffing considerations. Now you may ask, well, where do we get money from? So you've heard me talk about in the past 2 or 3 years, when it comes to cost sharing and dealing with the county and, our budget, running a tight budget, tax reevaluation. Some of you all know that, I know Councilman Blue knows, but when we did our budget with the county last year, Morehead Fire Department was the only fire department in the county that went with a revenue neutral tax base for the county districts. So a little bit of history on the county, and Joel can probably step in a little bit on this too. If you all recall, back in 2014, we merged with Wildwood. We were put under a 10-year contract. In that 10-year contract, the first 5 years, we only received about $580,000 for the first 5 years. After that, we were able to get 2% CIP for every year up to 10 years. But we all know that sometimes CIP went up 3.5, 3.2, 2.8, whatever. So the whole time, so the whole time we were falling behind. Well, my hands were tied. That's previous administration, whatever the case may be. But in 2024, I had the opportunity to change that. And we went under an annual contract, which you're all familiar with. And we were able to go into basically strict CIP. And this current budget we're in now, we received from the county, I think it's $2.1 million. Without looking at the exact number, but it's somewhere around.
Something like 757,000, I think it was over to.
Yeah, 2.1 million, what we received in this current budget we're in now. So the county, they've stepped up their game on what we're receiving from the county. So I chose, sort of like Kenny Rogers, you got no one to hold them and fold them. I chose to keep it at a revenue neutral tax base for this current budget year. 2.1 million versus $500,000 is quite a bit difference. But anyway, I am looking with your permission, with the manager's position, of going before the Fire and EMS Commission for the county and requesting a few extra pennies in this upcoming budget to offset the burden for the city and get some staffing. We talked about staffing until I'm turned blue in the face, but we need additional staffing. And I feel like, using the county, I'm totally against using the county for building assets, material assets, but when it comes to operational human capital, I'm all for it. And so now I feel it's time to approach the county and see if I can get a few extra pennies from them to help offset the burden of staffing. You may ask me, what does a penny generate from the county? So we protect the Mitchell Village and Craft Point and the Wildwood Fire District. So Mitchell Village Fire, 1 cent is equivalent to $75,540. Mitchell Village EMS, 1 penny is $75,328. And then the Wildwood combined tax, 1 penny was $124,911. So right now we're revenue neutral with the county, but we were the only agency that did not ask for extra pennies. And I think even Joe asked when we were doing the budget, sure, this is what you want to do. And I was like, yes, for right now, this year. Going forward this coming year, I feel like it's time to lessen the burden on the city, let the county step in a little bit and maybe help offset some of that cost for staff.
Courtney.
Yes, sir.
Those numbers again. 1 cent for fire is $75,540.
That's for Mitchell Village Fire.
Metro Village.
Mitchell Village EMS, so they have two rates. 1 cent equals $75,328.
So which one you want at?
All of them.
Oh,
Well,
you
seriously.
said they had two.
Yeah, so they have a fire and an EMS tax.
Okay, yours looking at the EMS tax.
Wildwood has a combined tax, and that is $124,911. And these are fresh out as of yesterday.
And the other two were 75.
Fire, Mitchell Village Fire, $75,540. Mitchell Village EMS, $75,328.
With the idea of adding the additional ambulance, we have to buy a new ambulance.
Not right now, we wouldn't, but we could use our reserve ambulance. Of course, that would be the first one to come out of service if we had a breakdown. And so, right this second, today, we would not have to buy it. We got one on order, that, we're still 2 years out, with a 3-year lead time, and December the 31st, and then 31st will be 1 year. So we got 2 more years before it's over.
So, under that scenario, what are the new costs that would be involved?
Human capital.
And more people.
To do a 24/7, you'd be looking at a minimum of 8 EMS personnel. That's paramedics. Well, paramedics and EMTs, it would have to be all paramedics. But that would be without fire, just EMS only.
Don't talk to me about 8 EMS. What's the total number of people you would have to add to next year's budget?
To make that peak truck happen, 8 people.
8.
That's putting 1 unit. That's 2 per day for 4 days. So you have A shift, B shift, C shift, and none.
That's the 24-hour coverage.
That's 24-hour coverage, yes.
8 people.
I mean, 8 EMS folks to cover the 24-hour coverage without having to dip into the 207K and keep it that 40-hour work.
All right. Now, they would be, our salary ranges are set up, firefighter,
EMT, firefighter,
firefighter, EMT, and paramedic. And it goes from 126, 129, and 141.
So pause it there, I want to stop your thoughts. What you're throwing out numbers is the full burden equipment rate.
Yes.
Not the salary. All right, keep going.
Yes. That's uniforms, all right.
Yeah.
Health insurance.
So looking at both of them in the county, if you look at the county's base pay, they're less than $50,000 on base pay. If you look at what they advertise to hire a fireman. The problem is the county is working 24/48, so they're having to pay whatever, which is 32 hour pay period of overtime. So they're working 2,912 hours a year annually. So they're actually doing 207K. So every employee is making, 832 hours of overtime a year. So, that's a lot.
That's always been the case.
And that's the case with the county employees. So you got this employee that they're advertising, let's just say 48, 49,000. They're bringing home 88, 90,000. And then both for the EMS, their salaries are compatible with ours. They're just EMS only. So I think I see where you're going at. It wouldn't be that much less in cost, if any, but we wouldn't have the turnout gear cost and all the other stuff that would fire side. It's just the thing we need to consider as we go forward. I'm not saying we need to do all this in this budget, but I'm just saying this is where the department's headed at. Before we split the department completely down the middle, when we turn it over to county, we got to look at ideas we can do internally to make things better for eliminate burnout, routine improvement, and so on and so forth.
Tell them to call Mark from Station 2, your EMS call Mark. Station 2 is the home leader when it comes to EMS calls.
Yes, I just mentioned that. So on an average month, Medic 2 will run anywhere from 90 to 120 calls, where Medic 1 and Medic 3 will be around that 50 to 60, 70 range per month. So it's quite a bit of difference.
So according to the departments now that's with EMS and firefighter, Atlantic Beach is still in that same situation. I know Beaufort's not. So you got Broad and Gale Street and.
Beaufort is the only department that's still,
Separate.
they're corporate, yes.
Yeah, they're separate.
They're separate.
Yeah, they're a private
Corporation,
yeah.
private corporation.
And then you got the Carter County EMS system, so they have a unit in South River, they have one in Mill Creek, and they have one in Wall Creek. So they're taking over like Wall Creek EMS. But anyway, any questions on what I just mentioned about staff? I mean, you've heard me talk about staff. I feel like I've been talking a lot about fire staff and ISO and all this and other. EMS is our bread and butter when it comes to, I think we're an EMS department providing fire service now. So I don't want to kill our folks, and that's what's happening is burnout, mental stability. And Kelly's a perfect example. She's been with us for 18 years. She's been in that position for about 12 years, 13 years, and she just mentally drained.
Well, let me ask you this question, Courtney, and this is just for discussion. Just throwing it out. If this is the trend that we're headed to, that you can find one or you can find the other, but we're having trouble finding it together, is this discussions that the county with us should be having, that's where we're headed?
So,
if that's the trend and that's where we're going, when do we start having those tough decisions and the toughest discussion about it?
So I know that Newport, they have a pretty high call volume. They make a lot of changes internally, thank goodness. They've come back on a bit of a call volume, but anyway, that's another story. Western Carter, they have a high call volume. They're experiencing the same issues. They've got 2 or 3 openings out of and they can't find anybody. Some of your smaller departments, they don't have that burnout like Atlantic Beach or whatever. But there's a reason why the county took over South River. There's a reason why they took over Mill Creek. The reason why they took out Wall Creek. There is no volunteers. So there's no staff. So the county had no obligation but to take over because there's no staff required to provide EMS services.
Before my departure, the thing that you hear him saying but not speaking into existence is paramedic quality service. That is a debate in the counties and the cities. The reason why the county leans on him is because he can give you in their districts paramedic level service. A person who can administer drugs, put paddles on you, and get you to either Carolina or Greenville or somewhere else. That is not the case for those 20 volunteers that can't be filled out in Broad and Gales Creek. Paramedic level service is the #1 value that he gives benefit to the county. So yes, you're right, having that conversation. Number 2, remember this, Pete Truck with EMS separation. He's presenting to you, Pete Truck will be a test, not a test, it'd be a crawl, walk, run solution before you separate totally. He needs a Pete Truck, very much like Greenville has, I'm very familiar with that, but they are not 207Ks, they're 40-hour week people who will be restricted and don't go over overtime. He submits a Pete Truck that leans away from overtime to give paramedic level service before he leans into the ultimate, which is separation. Because you can't he's going to have, I'm telling you right now, that's the end goal.
We talked about it at the Public Safety Committee.
You're not going to get any, you're not going to hear from Carter County government, you better do it than I do. You're not going to hear from Carter County government, they're going to go, yeah, we'll take you fire. No, they want him to handle it in their districts. To the point, sneaky, to the point where we're very, very, very early in a Broad and Gales Creek idea. Not even a conversation, an idea. Give us a chance to have conversations because Broad and Gales Creek cannot get anywhere close to 3 people. They respond with a human being and a water tanker. And the county's like, yeah, we might want to talk to you about establishing, easy, a new district. Let us have that conversation first. And I'd also think about a broad scale for the city that allows you to be able to grow into that section while servicing a new district. We're so early in that, give us a chance to have that dialogue, thumbs up, thumbs down, but we're leaning in that direction. New district. All right.
I like the
I
idea.
want to go with you.
Now,
You sit, you don't move. You guys stay.
why wouldn't we look at separation now, earlier than what I anticipate your plan? Separation of the paramedics
The fire,
and the fire.
there are going to be some costs associated with it. And, theoretically, we would have to do a true separation. There needs to be an EMS station on, separate the fire from EMS. And an EMS station can go with separate property. It's a separate building with the EMS unit.
You would double, right now, Splash, you double your personnel.
Why would you have to separate the building?
Why?
Anyway, because he's got to serve the 2 shifts on a non-207K. They're not the same person.
The big truck would be still fire and EMS. That would allow those individual staffs. The graduates that just graduate from being kind of looking for this job. This would be the perfect job for them to come in and work with this big truck, 12 hours a day, not 24. Or we could do 24. I mean, there's options there. But the numbers I just give you would be based on 24 hours. 24, 72
There are
hours.
2 separate groups of employee in terms of qualifications. A firefighter paramedic is a very unicorn.
I understand that.
207K
I'm
covers.
just trying to figure out why you would have to have 2 separate buildings.
Not 2 separate buildings. You're talking about 2 separate groups of employees.
Oh, yeah, okay. But I thought you said.
I get it, that's why it's 2 separate employees, basically.
Okay,
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
I was like Richard, I was stuck on the 2 buildings.
Got it?
So this, your proposal you've got right now is the one, what do you call it?
Peak truck.
Walk, run, or?
Crawl, walk, run,
Yeah, whatever, okay.
More to come.
Prior to separating, because once you separate, then you're talking about even more people. And, okay.
But the cheapest option that you got, 1, 2, and 3, cost us 8 new bodies.
The cheapest option would be separation option, doesn't start, see if that helps hold retaining and, recruiting wise.
Or to ask the county where they want to take it.
Or ask the county if they want to take it. But yes, the second option would be to start that trend of separation. Or people truck would get started. And again, that's only fitting 1 truck, 1 peak truck. I think that's all we need, but we still have backup trucks, each station. To run the second, third calls if it's on that same time frame. But,
Would that eliminate, like last night, for instance, EMS had a call to Crystal Bluffs. And I don't remember what it was, I think somebody fell or whatever.
Most likely.
And then, what is your new fire truck called? Tower 2. Would that eliminate that from happening?
So most times, if you see that tower respond behind an ambulance, it's because it's what we call Delta record call. There is actually a medical event where EMS would probably need to be called.
Yeah.
They need that extra set of hands.
Okay.
So I don't know what the nature of the call was.
Right, well, I don't know.
Most likely it was something they needed an extra set of hands for. But normally, no, the tower will not file an EMS truck unless it was none on the front end, it was a murder call.
Courtney or Chris, have y'all had a chance to get together and talk about this first?
Yes.
Well, briefly, but not as far as hard numbers.
I don't have enough information to give you with the cost benefit analysis of this, but this is part of strategic plan, what we talk about. Is it even worthy of your good favor for us to exhaust staff resources to move in that direction? Are you absolutely against anything that he just said, and you don't even want us to touch it? I need to do that before we begin to have.
Which is part of my conclusion, I'll talk about here in just a second.
So, my response would be, I don't see the numbers. Why?
Yes. So that's part of my conclusion here in just a second. But let's venture off into Station 4 High.
Yes, sir.
So the manager had asked me what the costs are on Station 4, but I don't have a definitive answer on that. Because the reason why, you look down 20th Street, you go out towards Crab Point, there's a lot of development that's taking place, or fixing to take place down 20th Street. Over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of development. It's already taking place down 20th Street. So, you know, do we need a station out there? Maybe not. Now you look down 24. 24, we got, you know, commercial growth. There's potential for more residential growth. So everything is going west, and like you said, B&G, along Gales Creek, Garner Farm Road, that housing development's fixing to take place. There's a lot of development taking place in the west. So could potentially down the road, years down the road, be 5 stations? Absolutely. So now I'm going to go into my conclusion here. But what do I envision for a Station 4 or even a Station 5? We're not looking at the current Station 3 we got now. I'm looking at possibly a pre-manufactured steel building that you could put a couple apparatus in and a living quarters. Something that is a small class building compared to what we have in Station 1, 2, and 3 currently. Be what we call a satellite or substation. That would meet the ISO requirements. We need to put an EMS unit into it. We have room for that as well. But out on 20th Street, you think about tanker. That's all tanker operations. We've got 24. So that's what I envision of a Station 4 or even a Station 5 would be something on a smaller scale.
He has a radius he must respond for ISO and the radius in certain ways around those certain streets. If and when Brandywine becomes a conversation and it becomes active in terms of our legislative activity, I force his hand to go in. Now, you thought 20th Street was your priority, guess what I just gave you? I gave you Brandywine and Garden Gales Creek. Guess what you're doing? You're planning for Station 4 being a 2-bay in this location. You better get with Daniel and look at where your wastewater treatment plant and your water tower is going to go. Now 20th Street becomes priority, but it becomes a lesser than because we just said legislatively we're going for Brandywine and its wastewater treatment plant. Decisions have reactions, and he would be an unfortunate reaction to our decisions on public services and planning and annexation. I now have forced his hand. Well, guess what your priority is now? You're looking at a 2-bay somewhere near that district. And even if we don't do that, the county says, I want to establish a service district because we can't, as a county, fill Broad and Gales Creek with 20 volunteers. If the county creates a service district, early conversation, Morehead City, are you able to service that? Guess what? We're looking at infrastructure and human bodies with that taxation service district. Yes, sir. Come on.
I would go ahead and force the county's hand. I would go ahead and put them, I'd lay this at their feet, because what we see are happening, it's going to hurt them further down the road if we just look at us. So I would put it at their feet to say, look guys, we want to try to get ahead of this. And I'd put it at their feet and see what they would do for us. Because I think that would be a good strategy. Put it at their feet, because if we look out for more here, we don't have room for them.
I see your framework. Okay.
You follow my saying?
Track.
But I like your idea because they need you. They need us.
Oh yeah.
And so I would go ahead and
Paramedic level services, where they're
I would put that on them first, and let us come in behind them, because they're going to try to put it on us first.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out if I understand what you're saying is to tell, you let Courtney go address the
Fire Damage Commission?
yes, for the additional funding.
Right.
Yes.
Let them,
Okay. Yeah.
let them see it as a need for them.
Okay.
You're trying to help them ahead of time, if you understand what I'm saying. And then maybe they will be able to help us with our plan.
Although I love him, I'm not a fan of separation allowance. He understands me, and the reason why I've said that, I've entertained it. There's some reasons why I do not like it, but he has great arguments as to the reason why he's asking me for it as a potential solution, as a form of stopgap. I like what you're saying. Go to fire. There's some parallel conversations that are happening. Don't want to shut it down for separation allowance, but allowing him, with your good philosophy, to go forward and hear if the Fire and EMS Commission, aka county, is favorable. We don't know if they have a Broad and Gales Creek problem or not. They could not care. But we have a problem with Station 2 needing a peak truck to satisfy its needs. So, add a paramedic level service. Anything else you want to ask us today? You got anything?
Just in conclusion, so, a lot, especially about analysis, coming up with cost. Where do we need a big truck? Where do we need a Station 4 or Station 5? If y'all remember back in 2020, we hired Greg Grayson out of Greensburg to come in and do an analysis study. And in my opinion, it was a recipe book for us to follow. Most of you had a copy of that. And, we haven't done a great job, thanks to you, the council, implementing a new ladder truck, building a new Station 3, getting a few additional staff. But they're able to come in and do data, statistical data to back, yes, this is where you need a station. Or here's your hot points, here's your address points, here's your rooftops, here's your commercial properties. Let them, it's been 5 years since we've done it. Let them come in and do another study to see the temperature of where we're at as a department, as an agency. And let them tell us what we should do. And that way, we've got a third party coming in to give us a little help. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
I'm hopeful to get you out of here tomorrow, well before 2 o'clock. If you're kind enough for us to recess today, unless you've got questions for me. I appreciate your time, and if I knew you were standing up 30 minutes, I apologize for doing that, but I wanted you to hear his voice today. Shall we be in recess if you're favorable? We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good meeting recess till 8:30 in the morning.
Thank you.
Second it.
Chief?
Some grunt going on.
Not to me, no.
How about it?
On that 6-foot fence. I have a shovel.
If y'all want to take those pastries home with you, please do, because we're gonna get a whole new batch tomorrow morning. I don't think anybody heard me.
I heard you. You're on my right side.
Yeah, I'll be going on this side.
These two are talking so loud. Take pastries home with you. Yes, take pastries home. We'll get you more tomorrow.
Whatever you need to wrap up for today, I don't expect to see you back. Whatever you want to clean up, you'll come back tomorrow.
All right, well, I'm gonna clean up. That won't take long. Tomorrow, I will be going back to City Hall after because I have to do timesheets and a few other things. But you're sure today?
Yeah, don't feel led to go there today. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have extra chips or anything? I'll put that.
Somebody want chips?
Just remember, I'm taking mine with me. Yeah. We included it. I got that.
I was gonna say, we leave stuff in here, you need to charge.
Well, I ain't clear.
We're gonna lock it up. Very sorry about that.
Again, what?
You gonna be
Good job, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
That's my goal. Figure out.
Courtney? Good job.
You wish.
No, the, just a couple of questions.
I wrote it down. Oh,
Did you? Or go to the office, so I need to go. Have some questions on Shepherd Street. I'll say Shepherd Street, pay request, number 9, Shepherd Street budget. Yeah, the doc, the package of had an office for like a week, I think David. It will be when we get the budget. Yeah. Or in these documentation.
Okay.
One or the other.
I could provide those.
I mean, I'm sure.
Pre-date and post-date.
Kind of like twice on that.
Carrie, this is Sean, if you have a chance in the south side room.
Go out there.
Linda says she used the same chair the whole time she was here. So we didn't buy anything like that.
People rather than stuff.
Thank you. Out of uniform today, looking good. Are you still here? You got stuff to do today, or you just listening?
Today I'm listening,
I know that
taking notes.
the counselor's listening today too, you're not gonna say anything, I'm sure.
I hope not to.
He gets paid by the words.
Not like you used to.
Not like you used to?
No comment.
I used to be so careful. With Derek, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, just, I thought,
Watch the clock.
answer the question.
I need to ask him how much we have him on the cheap now, because we lean into him every day. I was like, you would want to beat him at an hourly rate now, wouldn't you? He goes, no comment, I made the decision.
No comment.
Now 144 is, we're burning it up.
I'm gonna sit over here and be quiet.
I wait for that one too.
Until.
I got one more thing. If he was on an hourly rate right now, we'd be in the 300s.
Alright. Be careful. Be careful with
My Harvey's in the parking lot.
One whole section. It's going around the perimeter of the whole room, the
Well,
whole
that's a good
area.
question too, that's not like
And
Bill.
then coming back on the
Like
inside of that.
Melanie.
Yeah.
Well, there he is.
So boy, he's wasting time.
Well, he had to get the boat jacket.
But he's getting his steps in.
Well, if you can see the grooves, like when you're cutting the grass.
When you have bound
Okay. She's giggling and drinking. She shouldn't do that.
I can't walk and talk at the same time. And how are you this morning?
Trying to get payroll and stuff out.
We gotta go back and do that this afternoon.
I have to do mine in the morning. Everybody gets off at 12 on Fridays.
Oh, do you?
No, not me.
Not you, but I mean, I meant your people.
Yeah, we don't bother him on a Friday morning.
Right. So that you people feel more comfortable, you can take that table, make it 3, y'all have some space. It'd be good. All right, back up.
Good.
Yeah, back up.
Oh, kumbaya.
All right, I'm gonna stay.
What are they doing?
He's gonna move the table so that they can sit
That
around
means
it.
you're
That's
gonna
you
be-
too, Mayor.
They're gonna put them in front of this table, so your
Oh, I
stuff's
thought he was
gonna.
gonna go this way.
I don't think so.
With you,
I think he's gonna pull it back and put it up next to this one.
You think so?
I would think so.
This thing,
Do you wanna pull this one out and put it in front of this one?
Don't overthink it.
Chris, do it.
Wait.
Don't overthink it.
Let Chris do it.
I'm gonna give it some room.
I do.
What's wrong with together?
Thank you.
What's wrong with together?
So you don't have to get up.
So it's supposed to be.
You're now not in the.
Give y'all some more room, straight back.
You don't want your back to them.
Two of these two.
There we go.
No, I think they want to.
Now we got a dance floor.
No.
Here, let me scoot back. Will you take that? I can scoot back. I don't think it's. Yes.
It's like linebacker squad over here.
It's a linebacker, I know.
Y'all boys,
Yeah.
you play safety. No, that's Hall of Fame right now. But you play safety, you wasn't a linebacker. Go Cowboys.
I don't see that.
I know what happens on the road.
Come on, safety, let's do that sprint.
You got a camera?
Jumping over the fence, so we got to prove it. Don't go down there. Not sit down.
Who's got one?
8:30, we're going to call the work session back to order.
Recording, man.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Madam Clerk and retired Madam Clerk.
Mr. Manager, respectfully, I have a hard leave at 12 o'clock.
Yes,
So
sir.
sorry, but I have an engagement at 1. So
Thank you for being here, appreciate it. And I know Chief Dixon's got a hard stop for him at 11 o'clock. I'm going to, respectful of council members who are in the room and the mayor, I'm going to do a quick recap of what we did yesterday. When I say quick, I'm going to fly through the board and some things we touched on yesterday so that both Chief Dixon and Councilmember Stiles can actually see and hear what we generally spoke about yesterday. So bear with me. Daniel will be first up on the agenda, technically at 8:32, but I will do a fast recap. Reference the board yesterday, we started with council members listing, council members listing their 3 objectives prior to the general start of what we were doing. Give us 3 of the topics that you wanted to discuss. A large portion of the list here was, I won't say addressed yesterday, but was touched in a great way. So of the 3 things, if there's anything that we are negligent, missing, omitting, that you want to discuss towards the end of the session today, I'm hopeful that if we're efficient with our time and I stop talking as much as I did yesterday, that we'll lean out of here around, I want to dare say, the 1 o'clock hour, hopefully sooner than that, to give you some time back. We're scheduled till 2 o'clock today, but I'm hoping we can get through the massive majority so that you can hear it all, and that Chief Dixon can hear some of the things we have to do. So a quick snapshot of the list from yesterday. Yesterday's heavy discussion was on our budgeting efforts, how we're treating a lot of our debt management. We leaned into a lot of policy, and these are the start of some of those comments. I'll flip it over. A good portion yesterday was also leaning in on complaint-based versus enforcement. When we discussed code enforcement, I'm not necessarily going in order of the subject matter, but we had a very elongated discussion, a very good debate. I would call it heated, passionate about where we are with complaint-based versus total enforcement. This is not a vote. This is just where we stand philosophically as individuals on City Council with instructing staff how to treat code enforcement. We put up a slide from Chief Dixon that segregated what the different subjects of code enforcement were. Where does police lie? Where does fire marshal lie? Where does code enforcement planning lie? And some of the subject matters that are need to be addressed across the city. The consensus, if we see it, we address it. We discussed ad nauseum aggressiveness and what does aggressiveness mean, and how staff is instructed to do the triage. The direction to staff is to create a matrix of some form to address those more egregious code enforcement complaints where life safety is number one, encroachment is in the number 2 round, and then all the other things thereafter. A boat hooked up to a trailer, when they can address it, is not a massive egregious. They're not going out and searching for boats on trailers. But we're going to lean into, as we can see it, we will address it. Prior to this, prior to our discussion, we were leaning the city and its staff were leaning into a complaint-based enforcement. Now we're going to lean into, if we see it, we will address it. If it's in the code, if it's an ordinance, we're going to address it. And then we had a greater dialogue. We're going to take the public, we're going to come to you and complain. We're going to need your backup. Say, hey, we have instructed staff that if they see it, address it. If it's an ordinance, address it. And then go from the top down, the most impactful, leaning forward. Life safety comes first. Encroachment of the public's property is a general strong first, second, and then the triage thereafter. Staff is going to create that soft matrix. That is not for you. That matrix is for us. We will share it with you so that you can see the triage nature of how we're doing it. But did I deviate from the spirit of that conversation? Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy. You're going through the fence.
No, I'm going through the fence.
Through the fence. Not over the 6. We had a lot of 6.2-inch fence discussion yesterday. I will smile and turn the fold. Okay. Next up on the Van White Wall Board of Awesome. A large discussion on how we are treating. There's one thing that we missed yesterday, so Joel, biennial budget, you and I are not doing biennial budget, we're talking about tax rate for 2 years.
Did we talk about it?
No, not okay. So I sent a manager quiet signal to just her right now. We missed one not critical thing. For us, it's critical. For you, we need to mention what we're doing. But we discussed as an objective how we're treating total debt owed, annual debt service, and then the limits on GO bonds. How do we, as a staff, and you as philosophical visionaries for our city, we needed a debt limit. And we needed to discuss what that debt limit was, and all that material we did probably, an hour and a half on debt and how we treat debt and framing that. And the spirit of that discussion is, if your leadership team, if your staff leave, you want to have those rails in place that set the policy and spirit for how you treat debt across the city. Is there a debt limit? What are the details of that debt limit? How is your staff currently treating investment funds? How are we treating grant funds, which we have money for, and we can use those funds in the near term or temporary to gain a minor portion of revenue? All of that was probably a good, I would say, hour and a half, almost, I would say 2 hours, but it was close to it. A very, very long, elongated discussion. So I would encourage anyone who is not here to do that from YouTube to, if there's a recap of that from the clerks, I would strongly encourage you to hear it all because the dialogue is too ad nauseum to repeat here. Did anyone have anything from this yesterday they wanted to bring back up and resurface, discuss, thoughts that came over last night? I've got one. One thing that we missed before I turn the floor over to Daniel is that when I say when I say biennial budget, we're not talking about, one thing we missed yesterday was the discussion that finance, administration, senior leadership are going to provide a tax rate and a forecast tax rate. That'll be new to you. It'll be new generally for maybe 3 local governments east of 95, the ones that I can think of. Wilmington being one, I don't know if Foster Hughes and Newbern, he doesn't do it by but he does. So Newbern does a forecast rate as well. What we're going to provide you with, and then we're going to provide you with clarity, is that we're going to give a tax rate, a forecast, a recommended tax rate, and a balanced budget from the manager. In addition to that, we're going to forecast out one more fiscal year about where we think it's going to lie. That is a soft gray tax rate number. We're hopeful that that leans you into less guessing room, and it helps you see whether there's a budget framework. It won't be a full budget. It won't be strong calculations on that second biennium, but it'll be what we are forecasting out. We generally already do that now. We're going to submit that. I won't say the word submit. We're going to framework that. We're going to pencil that in so that you can see it. That number will ebb and flow during the year. So, what is the manager's forecast tax rate as recommended to you for your consideration? That will always be the case. There's some statutory restraints upon that. We're going to give you one that's a framework into the future. Questions about that loose conversation for me? I like it a lot, to tell you the truth, because it leans you and the public into going, what does that look like?
Yeah.
What I need your help is, when the public sees, I hate to call it a biennium budget because it's technically not, it's a biennium forecast. It's a look. As we get sales tax numbers in that are on a lag of about 6 months, 3 months, 3 months, as we get sales tax forecast numbers, as our revenue changes, as our investments change, as our financial models ebb and flow, we'll be able to I hate to say live stream, we'll be able to live that forecast number, probably by quarter, maybe every 4 to 6 months, if you ask us for one, but we'll set one out to the public. Go, this is what we're looking at for a forecast tax rate, okay? What am I asking you? I'm asking you to help with your public conversations. That is not the tax rate coming up. That is the one that we are projecting, okay? Questions about that?
No, I think
Tax rate, forecast tax rate. Lee, you looking friendly? You okay? You feeling good, brother? All right. You look at my hand like, I like that. All right. So, in addition to that, as a recap, we also had a pretty robust conversation on more what we heard, not a conversation, on the fire and EMS side. I won't belabor that. That was about 30 to 45 minutes in the latter half of the meeting. There's a lot of staff work that has to be done for that. So when you heard from Chief Wade, we gave him the floor. I'm going to be honest with you, there's some things that I don't like about it. But I owe him, as a professional, respect to be able to present in front of you. Okay? I'm not a fan of certain things that are here, but I understand his problem. And I don't want to belabor or berate or diffuse what he said. He has the right to stand for you and present his case. I said, go ahead. I never will stop a department head when they want to do that. Same thing for that chief right there. If he's got an issue, step up. I get the right to disagree. And there's some things in here that I would disagree on, but I don't disagree that there's a problem we have to address, and that is fire and EMS separation. That is the unfortunate future of Morehead City. We're going to have to do something. As it relates to our growth, as it relates to annexation, where we're going, where water and sewer is going, there's a greater conversation that has to happen with fire and EMS and how we treat it. He has the right to come up to you and request that, hey, here's my thought on just the silo of fire in EMS. What I disagree with is that I don't look down into a lens, a bucket, go, we need to address fire and EMS, because that decision will impact county, city, growth, annexation, water, sewer, all things planning. So we are going to be crunching numbers, for lack of a better term, and I'll give you a management opinion about some things that he presented yesterday. Okay, again, if the young man was in the room, I'd say the same thing. He knows my feeling about certain elements that he presented yesterday. I said, go ahead, sing the song. I come right behind you. I'm going to be the Taylor Swift did. I'm going to be having the whole arena after that. So just want to kind of lay that out for you there. Economic Development Main Street, unified consensus yesterday, as long as we get our messaging correct, about how we're treating economic development across the city. Elements of that involve downtown Morehead City and the discussion that we have about how we have grown in a great way and how we have particular staff members who are keyed up. Catherine Victoria, et cetera, who can satisfy the Main Street component to what we're doing and some of the elements that we have here. I applaud and appreciate your discussion with me about that. I've gained a lot of consensus from you yesterday, as long as our messaging is tight and we're doing it in a proactive manner, and we're singing a song of Morehead City, you are favorable for taking Main Street, its components, and bringing that in-house. And I assured you that that would be assigned to Catherine/Victoria. I don't necessarily see us right now giving, as Councilmember Taylor said, Chris, what you do with staff is on you. I don't care as long as you satisfy the role of taking in downtown Morehead City. You figure that out. I want to give you the vision for that. So I'm saying, did I miss anything in that 4-second snapshot of downtown Morehead City that anybody wanted to discuss, address, or remind me about? Okay. Pay no attention to fluoride since 1971. That'll be Daniel. That'll be Daniel. Streets, roads, and paving. I don't want to leave that. We had an equal discussion about how we're treating streets, roads, paving, our in-house paving, our hot patch, cold patch, our complaints to citizens. We had some dialogue back and forth yesterday about how we're going to improve and increase our ability for citizens to file those complaints. What are the most efficient, what are some tools that we have available for them to do that? The spirit of our streets, roads, and paving discussion yesterday was do more with less, but do more faster. And we had a conversation about giving Daniel the proper resources in this coming up budget so that he can satisfy what I hear from you as a greater need to address immediately max paving, which will require human beings and a little bit of assets and resources. And Dan's going to touch on some of that today, so we're going to revisit that conversation, not necessarily in earnest, but he's going to bring some stuff to you that I was impressed with the memo that was received yesterday. The staff, they're not listening, but they're listening through their leadership, and Dan is going to present a document to you today that really outlines and spells out where we sit on paving, how we're addressing it or how we're not addressing it, what is the need, and give you a look at what public services is or is not doing. Okay, so I'm excited to hear from him today with a little more meat on the bone and detail about that. I'm going to speak to public input and survey later. Dan's going to talk about fluoride, and then my last one before we turn it over to Daniel is this. These were our, and the screen is off because I didn't touch it. These are our staff objectives. These are our staff objectives for just today, not necessarily what we're doing with the strategic retreat, but a review of the strategic plan which we did. What did we check off this past fiscal year and calendar year? I will need an amendment to that 5-year plan / fiscal year 25 through 28. Or 3 years. Sorry. I'll need an amendment to that plan which we will produce for you. You don't have to necessarily give me those specific objectives, but that large map that most of you have about where our strategic plan is, we'll go back through and amend that, and we'll need your blessing once I do it, make sure I did not miss anything. What we did not do yesterday on the strategic plan is go through each of the individual sheets. I just stuck to the overlay that's on the front. Those objectives, if you open, you don't have to do it now. If you open it up, those objectives have individual initiatives. And I didn't want to belabor you yesterday, and I won't do it today. You can read it as best as anyone else. We will go through, clarify those objectives, line out the initiatives, and make sure it lines up with your biblical print up in front, okay? When you outline the foundation for that large vision, and you see me throw up that vision sheet, stay up here on the plane, stay up here in air traffic control, demand that we handle operations, which is what we do. We're not being territorial when we say stay out of operations. You're welcome to have a discussion with us in all good ways. I need your help with visioning up here. Having a good group of council members who have vision for the city and can lay that foundation helps us with objectives and initiatives, okay? If we miss the mark, definitely dive in and go, hey, that objective, that initiative, don't see you guys accomplishing dirt, cold patch, hot patch on roads. Dive down deep, okay? With that comprehensive financial policy, we had a discussion about stopping text amendments in UDO, where we're with the UDO project. We received some direction from you on that. It was a very positive conversation. And then I mentioned Main Street. All right. Questions, items from the review before Daniel takes the floor. If you look at your agenda before you, Daniel has the now 8:45 hour until to start with public services. I'll bring up the agenda on the screen before you, but if you break out that agenda, you can see some of the elements and line items he has. He has 2 sections: public services, public utilities, and I'm going to key him up and then roll. Whatever you choose. Yeah.
Good morning. I did bring a hand up.
good.
I know, I don't know if I brought enough for everybody, sorry. It's usually against my policy to give out.
Purchasing orders.
Yeah. So, what you have, what I'm handing you is, this is only talking about, sewer. So you're looking at the sewer districts in the 24 corridor of Morehead City and what we've always called Brandywine. But it's not Brandywine, it's Carolina Water. And they are, over the last couple of years, we got a little more aggressive. Okay, I might have to share. Yeah. A little more aggressive in their service area. So I started here about 17 years ago, and during that time, we still had the, out by Chick-fil-A, all that, is running water and sewer. And when we were forecasting growth in that area, honestly, we were looking at like big box stores. I mean, back then, JCPenney was still a thing, and that was the commerce area of Morehead City. That changed when the Vinings came in, which is now under a different name, but down there McCabe Road, that development that's setting back in there was the Vinings. And we had lines in to handle your JCPenney's and your Chick-fil-A's, and a Best Buy doesn't use as much water and sewer as the house does. But all of a sudden, you get 100 apartments at the far end of your line, and it really exposed some weaknesses we had down there as far as future planning. We filled in those through the years. We've heard a lot of talk about Brandywine and how we're going to expand and where we're at. This is kind of a two-part. You got to look at this, but you got to remember all of this gets pumped all the way back to the waste treatment plant there on Calico Creek. That plant was expanded came online in 2009. The expansion, your capacity at that time, somewhere around then, went from 1.7 to the current permit of 2.5 million gallons a day. With that expansion, I can build a plant on that site to treat 10 million gallons a day, but you are not going to get a permit to expand that and discharge into Calico Creek. The problem isn't the technology for treatment. The problem is the permits and where you're going to discharge. Anything over your 2.5 million limit, you're going to have to find a different way to get rid of what's left. A common way, the most common way, is land out. Well, if you find me land around Morehead City that you can discharge that into, I mean, that's a problem for us in itself. Really, the only option is something like an open grounds, which I know in the past Morehead City's explored a little bit. Croatan, then you're talking with some federal folks. So it is just a problem of how you're going to get above that number. Per state rules, once you get to 80% of your capacity, you are supposed to have plans of how you're going to expand. We can put plans together, but until we have a point of where we're going to discharge it, it doesn't matter. At 85%, they put you under a moratorium. They tell you to stop adding on new customers. I worked for a system that had a moratorium. I was with Creighton County when James City was under a moratorium. And you can't build another house. It stops your growth completely. When you go under a sewer moratorium, there is no more construction in that district, period. Not a Chipotle, not a Chick-fil-A, not a house, not a duplex, nothing. So we definitely got to stay ahead of that.
So where are we at percentage-wise now?
About 60.
60.
Every time some new bigger development comes on, like your Calico or these other ones we're talking about on 24, you have to do a certification on the actual percentages you're at. And they vary a little bit from year to year, because it's a rolling calculation of your last year. So if you had a lot of rain one year, your percentage is a little higher. But once you hit that number, which for us at 80% is an average of 2 million gallons a day. Once you hit it the first time, when it goes in on the state report, they're saying, where's the way to expand? So that brings me back to Brandywine. That's the history there.
And are we at a hard no in with the 2.5 million is going?
You're not, I'm gonna get on my soapbox a little bit through some of this stuff. DEQ is in a mess. There's nobody there that knows what's going on. They've had complete staff turnover. When all the grants came into effect from COVID money, they hired up, they went from 100 staff to 300 staff in 2 months. None of them got trained. They got handed a booklet and said, read this. So they don't even know how to halfway interpret the information. Calico Creek is a distressed creek. There are all these federal layers on top of where we discharge now. You'd never get a permit to discharge there today. So I can't see in any way you getting a permit to discharge more than that into its current location at Calico Creek.
So this is the plant that we have now, how much is it capable of operating per gallons per day? I thought it was at the 3.5 million.
2.5. 2.5 is your permit.
No, I'm talking about as far as what it is capable of treating.
Oh, I can treat.
I thought it was 3.5 million.
Yeah, I can handle that on a daily basis, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it's not a named storm, huge amounts of discharge, you're in violation.
So we got a system that is
60%.
capable of 3.5 to 4 million, but we can't discharge it.
Yeah, cannot. And so you're going to have to find other avenues to get rid of the water. At one point, y'all looked at reclaimed water. I think y'all had some grant funding for that. That was right around the time the housing market kind of fell apart. Some of that grant funds got pulled back. That's purple pipe. And for that, you have to separate it out. You put up another water tower. This is more you want to know. That's slightly lower than your current water towers, so that the pressure is less.
That was the purpose of purchasing that property by the ballpark.
Absolutely, by the baseball field.
So I have to purchase the property near the ballpark, and we were going to use some of the reclaimed water on Jason.
Yeah, and you can use it to spray on soccer fields, baseball fields. I've even seen a plan where y'all would talk about running out to the country club.
Golf course.
Big golf course, that kind of stuff. That's not a money-making venture. You can't really charge a big number to the country club for that, because just getting rid of it makes you money. It frees up.
We installed any of that purple pipe? Is there no pipe?
There is on the wastewater treatment plant itself footprint, and there is a stub up run right to the gate. That's how far it made it until then. So if that ever came around again, that is an option, but you're not gonna discharge 2.5 million gallons a day. You're gonna discharge 200,000 gallons a day. That's not your win. That'll take the edge off of that site a little bit, but it is not your answer. So you start looking more toward the Newport area where the growth is. Now you'll see growth out 20th Street. I mean, as those, we all know, you got the old farmer that had the farm forever. He would never sell. The minute he passes, his kids don't want it, and a subdivision may pop up. So I think we're going to see that out in the North 20th Street area for sure. But I mean, the big growth is happening down 24. Our last two really big developments came in on 24. And when you look at the little map I handed out in front of you, the blue-gray area is where we currently have sewer out in that area. Now, I have water lines down Highway 70, all the way up McCabe Road, and all the way back down Highway 24. I got Brandywine surrounded with water lines. Sewer lines cost more. And the only way to invite people into our system to be annexed in is we hold that sewer carrot, and when people need it, they come in. Brandywine, aka Carolina Water, has upgraded that plant at Brandywine Bay. It's still not a great plant, but it's a plant. And they have a land act permit. They spray everything they collect. And they treat it through a high rate lagoon, which is a pond, and they build the sides of it as high as its roof. You load water in, and it forces water into the soil at a higher rate because you've got so much head pressure on it. And then they have a small spray site down by Bell. And between those two things, this is the capacity they're taking on. And they ventured out as far as, we all know, Mr. Kyle Clark. In his new development out there, Carolina Water ran a sewer line out there to pick him up, and that whole development is now on Carolina Water Sewer. When one of our developments, I forget which one, the one right there behind Walmart.
Yeah.
Towns.
When they were talking to it, I know for a fact, Carolina Water reached out to them and said, why do you want to tie on the Morehead City sewer? Tie on to ours and you don't have to be in the city limits. So they are aggressively marketing their stuff, and we're not, and we probably need to. And I think the only way the town can grow is to run big pipes of things right out to your limits. And we've been fortunate in being able to kind of set back and say that when something gets developed, the developer comes to us and they pay for it. And they run it all the way out there to them, and then we reap the benefits, the next person can pick up from there and go on. It's, when you're up against another system, or today's market is different than it was, that is not always the case. I think we need to run the mains, not down every side street, but let's make it a little easier for the development out there, and have the mains on the main road. It's going to mean spending a little money, but I think we'll grow it and go ahead and nip Brandywine in the bay. So that handles some of that, but the next part of it is at some point we're going to reach our limit. If that is successful and we get people coming in hand over fist or just a higher growth rate, we will be up against that 2.5 million before you know it. At least at 2 million. And then what do we do? There is no land. Like I said, we have to think about surface discharge, spray irrigation, high rate lagoons. You can look on that in the town and try to pick a spot and where you're going to discharge it. You can either build one or you can buy one. Brandywine has one. We talked about how that looks if Brandywine comes into the city at some point. There's a lot that Brandywine we need to do. There's a lot of expense. You won't make money right to start with. But it comes with a sewer plant, with a permit. It comes with a well. It comes with a tank. Because of the things that are challenging to get just because of the laws today. And so there is a price to be paid for that. And if Brandywine costs us $20 million, I can't build you a wastewater plant for that. I mean, there's no way. I mean, the plant upgrade we did, I don't remember, 16 million or something like that. You're 5 times that these days. I mean, the cost increase is incredible. Those in the construction field, you understand it, and the cost of everything has gone up 20%, and the cost of the stuff I deal with big 30-inch pipes, have gone up 50%. So I'm just laying out some great doom and gloom here for you.
Can I give you a little short conversation with Greg? All right, solution sets, because he's got more to give, and I want to spell out what that means for us. As the city attorney is sitting here, his brain should be going off, careful city, careful, that is a private entity, okay? So what I'm proposing is this. We use Sam Shoemate and Electus Government Solutions to engage the legislature beyond Celeste and North Sampson, use it absolutely, to ask for legislative, ask our parents, our mom and dad. We would like to have that wastewater treatment plant and to save Brandywine. Why? Because their water is brown, and you've heard us say that. This young lady right here, this young man have had multiple meetings with the Brandywine community, both, I'll call it the north and the south side. It is less about Brandywine, but more about the threats to the city. So leave Brandywine and water sewer alone and see where our collective staff brain is at. Highway 24 corridor, western Morehead City. In addition to that, I've got to put a fire station, forecast fire station for two bay only, either on the 20th Street corridor or somewhere in this vicinity because Morehead City is growing. In addition to that, he has water and sewer capacity to do the commerce section of the city that is here. I can tell you right now, every single time water goes out at Belk or a ham store or
restaurant that's there, they call him. McDonald's, yeah. They call him. So additional threats to that, including forecast growth. What am I stating to you and trying to find good favor? We, as a city, cannot go out and steal a business. It's illegal. You'd get sued like Charlotte. No pun intended, literally. Charlotte-ish had the same issue where they tried to put out of business, long story short, put out of business a water provider, a private water provider. What we can do is go for legislative, we'll call it preemption, but legislative decree to lean into our legislature and share with Sam Schumate, your advocate, your lobbyist, to go get that wastewater treatment plant. Because, in our opinion, it's not serving those near neighbor citizens well. In addition to that, it helps lean us into a position of growth where we are less than impacted in terms of building something brand new before you acquire. In addition, we would ask that Brandywine be annexed into the city, and we would ask the legislature to do that. Celeste Cairns has told me and has shared with me that, Chris, you get me to an 80% threshold, I'll feel more comfortable with it. So, and I believe we are near there. So I would use Sam Schumate, our lobbyist, to lean into that and do a lot of fact finding with DEQ. Right now, I have a copy just for me, but I'll share with you the 1985 contract, which Derek has seen. More times, be careful to look at. And Derek has seen that has no sunset for Brandywine. This is from Utilities Inc. This is a Canadian, Illinois, Charlotte entity that has a contract with them. We've reviewed it ad nauseum almost early part of last year and had a conversation. We told Brandywine, you got to get out of this. You got to fix this with DEQ before we can help you. Because I cannot put this group out of business with the weight of the public. It's not possible for us to do that. We have threats. That is a threat. Not the wastewater treatment plant system, not what Carolina Water is doing. The growth is a threat. I want you to hear me clearly. Carolina Water Utilities doesn't threaten us, me. The growth and what we do, we're being limited to where we are. In addition, you've heard wastewater treatment plant, not capacity, but forecast limitations for how much outfall, how much we can push back into Calico Creek. We're going to have to put a wastewater treatment plant 2 somewhere in the city. You have to start looking at that now. When I say start looking at it now, we're behind a little bit of the 8 ball with our forecast planning and where you're going to place it. 8 to 10 years to figure all that out. If we don't start putting some stuff in black and white on paper now, you're going to be in a very bad position. You don't want to be Havelock, and I won't lean in Newburgh, but you don't want to be anyone in our vicinity who doesn't do wastewater treatment plants and wastewater stormwater well. You're in a very good position. Maintain your position. Wastewater treatment plant 2 has to come online. We have to locate it, and I'm pushing both the fire chief and Daniel and the police chief to start forecasting your stuff, and don't wait till 3 years because then we're behind. We won't be able to go get legislative assistance and help or funding. These are big boy, big girl decisions that you're going to have to make, and I'm asking you to start making them now. Questions about legislative direction on wastewater treatment plant acquisition from Carolina Utilities, and then bring you Brandywine in.
Comment, of course. The diagram that we have gives us a great picture on 24. But we commented and talked about, at Lookout Forward is where the Newport city limit stops today. Can you comment about what legislative solution is possible or not possible?
Yes, sir.
To improve our situation?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So,
and improve our field for number 2.
He's reminded me of another large Lego block that, especially these two people here, where we all know single leadership. You have session law that was combined with like a Salisbury and something else that says how you treat the ETJ between you, Newport, and Morehead City. Short version of that is if it touches Newport, they get it first. If it touches Morehead, we get it first. There's some other additional soft language, well, no legislative soft, some other language elements in that local bill that establishes how we treat movement and growth within that gap. I know it well for Newport, and I know it really well for Morehead. What we're also going to ask to do, Sam Schumate and others will do, is to sunset, where possible, that local legislation to give us freedom to move in and out of the ETJ. How does that work? With the threats that happen right now with ETJ of us not having our local government influence waning back, It'll be easier, hard, but easier for Sam Shoemake and Electus Government Solutions and us and our legislative delegation to say, hey, that session bill should be sunset, specific for us, because moving into GAP, we're already losing our governmental influence to our people who are in the ETJ. Same counter argument probably we make for Newport, but my goal is Morehead City. So legislatively, we're going to ask them to, us as a staff, to look at it in great detail, propose some language, have that specific element inside of that session law sunset for us so that we can move in the gap. I will tell you there's growth in the ETJ where that growth wants to knock on the door for Morehead City, but it can't. Why? Daniel has the infrastructure near and ready to touch that growth, but we are bound by that. I'm trying to make it very thoroughly, so I apologize to you too, because you're like, easy, the frameworks are a little more detailed than that. We can't move in that growth because it is restricted by that local bill. Everybody follow me on that one. If someone knocks on the door and they're in the ETJ, we are governed by that session law, that state law that says how we operate in the gap of the ETJ.
Even if our infrastructure is better than the other infrastructure.
Well, you can say the other infrastructure is suffering.
Yes.
And they've got to really do something quick.
Right.
We don't.
And that's why they're knocking on Morehead City's door.
That's correct, because we have an to be blunt with you, I know some of you know this, but I'll share with you that you may not know this. We have a water interconnect, which I bought water from Daniel when I was at Newport a lot. And Daniel sells a lot of water to Newport to assist and support their infrastructure. Their infrastructure is not poor, but it's just not at capacity. They don't have a Daniel and team to operate in that gap. And with all the threats, less on Newport, more on, I need to clear the pathway because your city is going that way faster than you're making decisions. Hear me bluntly. Faster than we as a staff are making decisions. Your city is going that way at high speed. Star Trek. All hell full. And we have got to start massively planning. I'm not trying to pick on the downtown district, but it's easy for us to focus on special events. And here's what's happening downtown. Sandy, Chris Turner, Derek, Jewel, Daniel, both chiefs are like, hey, there's a big red flashing light out here, and everything I go to is out here in terms of growth and calls for service. I'm not going to pick on this young man right here, but if I can launch you into next year, the amount of calls for service that he has. I've got to do something, because I'll say this for the last day. I've got to do something with this, and I'll say begging, I'm pleading for your help to allow us to move forward. Some of those decisions are big boy, big girl decisions, where you're not probably personally going to like some of them, but it's for the best interest of your city.
I mean, how big a system is it out there, Daniel? Does it only service Brandywine? How many gallons per day system?
They are not governed by the same folks we are governed.
Absolutely.
So
We
the
are
system,
under the utility commission, and they don't have a discharge permit, because they don't discharge anything. So whatever they can build, they can treat, as long as they can show that their high infiltration pond and their land application can handle it, they can continue to grow.
so we acquired a system that only would service Brandywine?
No, so you're asking a question, right? I want you to hear me and understand me. You're not getting a system that immediately fixes a problem. You're acquiring the land and the permit. You're looking for, I want to do that there. We're still going to have to spend some money. It wouldn't immediately solve everything in that corridor, but you want the permit and the land that's there. You want that location.
We still have to grow, we still have to expand, but we would have all the yellow would turn blue. And then we would start operating that on day one and grow exactly how they're trying to grow.
So what do we do with all the expansion of Crab Point Farm that in the next 10 years is going to come online? And Country Club East is going to come online, and River Drive is going to come
All
online.
that is,
Country Club Road, Randy Farms, all that area that's going to come on. What, are we focusing on that? Are we focusing on that?
So I was just asking, you said Crab Point Farm, and I looked at both of them, and I was like, help me out. Oh, Blair Farm and Crab Point. Okay, I got it. Try. Yep. So yeah, so the debate is on, not a debate. The decisioning is, yes, 20th Street is growing domestically, they will rise up, and it's like, you're in a better infrastructure position there. You got a wastewater treatment plant that can generally handle it there. What you don't have is infrastructure that can handle this way. If Chief Wade decides, I would prefer to have a 2-bay fire in the Crab Point area, I call it the Crab Point District, down near Blair Farm, then he has to shift other assets to service his high medic calls that are here. And he starts to omit that the massive amount of growth that's happening in the 24th corridor on the west end of Morehead City, I'm pushing him to go, it's less of an impact For 20th Street, it is a greater, you'll hear us talk about the western end of Morehead City is of higher value than it is to how you're gonna satisfy such a
We're already
business.
building the station. What is the station that's there?
You're limited to the amount of miles you can serve in Station 3. When you build Station 3, you're limited right now to the amount of miles you can do for ISO. As Morehead goes that way, Station 4 would be somewhere on the very edge of Morehead City.
So you're talking about Lookout Forward?
Yes.
So the station that we are currently building.
Correct.
Will not satisfy the needs to Morehead Forward.
It will satisfy the needs right there. You go an inch past that, it will not. You go down McCabe Road past it, it will not. When we've had this conversation before, but maybe I didn't ring the bell loud enough. I'll wait.
Chris,
Oh, hang on 1 second. When we built Station 3, it stops at a 3 to 5 mile radius for its ISO. When we built it, I warned you, like, it satisfies Wildwood in its section right now. We go past, an inch past that, and don't think of it like adding Brandywine Creek City Fire Station. It does not. You're going to go that way. There's going to be a fire station for either in the far western edge of Morehead City or way out on 20th Street, and we're looking away from 20th Street because he can shift assets. One more, we're getting to your question. Call volume for Station 2 is the highest because of our medical growth, and he's having to shift resources. Your question.
when we built the west sewer line and added capacity,
We didn't add capacity, we shifted capacity.
okay, shifted capacity. If we were to get Brandywine, and we have capacity out of Brandywine, we could redirect the west
It
line,
flows both ways.
right? And that frees up George's comment, Country Club Road.
If there's growth out there, I tell you, if you're looking at districts, let's pretend everything grows. If we have problems and all the growth happens North 20th Street, and somehow this is in our wheelhouse, well, I just, instead of taking this and pumping all the way back to the waste treatment plant, I divert some of this way. It gives us options to take this flow and put it here, which frees up flow the other way. It's just switching assets and which way you do. When we did the force main, as we call it, which is that line that goes all the way down Calico, it's because every bit of your sewer went through a lift station at Ridapest, which is right there by, is it O'Reilly? Yeah. And so at the time, that was the far end of your service, and everything went through that. And by putting the west end force main, we leapfrogged over that, reduced capacity on that lift station to allow more growth in that area, because that lift station had reached its max, and we were getting into a trouble with anyone that wanted to build anything.
So who owns the current?
Yeah, I just made a comment and asked Daniel a question. Analogy I look at, all my governing, I try to look at the next generation. And the same thing as planting a tree. You're not planting a tree for this generation, you're planting for the next generation. We still got to keep the grass cut, but the tree we're planting is for the next generation. And Daniel, you might remember this. I think you were here back then when we were gifted that waste treatment plant right there behind Belk.
Yes.
And the council at the time didn't have the foresight to see any forward progress, so it was denied.
Yeah.
I would not love to have that right now.
I mean, the fact that Bell, Hobby Lobby, and that whole district is not on our water and sewer, that's not your service. McDonald's, that ain't yours. That's theirs. I mean, and it's right in the middle of ours. And so, I kind of want it back. And
We're not being gifted something. I mean, there's a little bit difference between being gifted something and we having to go ask legislation for us to go take it.
Well, and some of it,
There's a little difference.
My comments was just look forward.
I understand,
Look at
I'm
today,
looking
that's all
forward,
it
but I'm very careful that you're asking us legislatively to go take over a business and take over a section of town or that subdivision of Brandywine that doesn't want to come in. I mean, if they did, well then why are we even having this conversation?
Percentage, and again, we've heard it through the planning committee, and I actually thought it was more like 90% of the folks out there do want to come in. And you said 80%, we'll go with 80%, but there's a majority of them want to come in, but it's got to reach that threshold.
That's right, and that's the law.
And they want to come in because of the water, especially the water.
Bad odor, bad.
And we discussed this, and the only way we can do it is the way Chris is talking about, is legislatively. Now, what I don't know, and you can answer this, or Daniel can answer this, does that mean that we just take it, or do we actually pay county?
I know y'all have a good dialogue, but I can't. Because I want to be able to answer all the questions, and y'all have a good dialogue, I don't want to stop. So your question is, how do we do annexation before they stand up and throw rocks at me? 80-20, get it out of your mind. That is just for Celeste Cairns' feel good to be able to bring legislation forward. We are 100% no voluntary annexation situation. So you've got to get every single house in that location for us. Forget Celeste Cairns and North Sampson. If we say y'all want to come in, it has to be 100% of those homeowners to do that. If one human being says, I don't want in, because they're in the HOA and in the development, it's a no-go. So the other alternative for us, and it is an alternative, is just to go to the legislature, go, we would like to have that annexed into the city. By legislative, I'll say decree, easy on that one. By legislative decree, they say yes. Celeste has asked, can you get me to 80% of those individuals? I can tell you that for Jewel and Chris Turner, before I leave that, it's mostly the north side right here. Higher value homes in Brandywine don't want it. Easy on that one.
Ones that have, septic.
Septic, correct.
Which the ones that have septic, I didn't even highlight in this area. That's this section.
Hold on, let me finish with where you are. Tigers to a shark in blood infested waters. Okay? So it is, just for clarity, I want to make sure, because I'm not pointing it at you, I just want to make sure everybody understands that without every single homeowner saying yes to that, the only option we have to the people who are crying out to us, well built, it is a 9%, who came to us, the city, we didn't go to them, who came to us and said, please help us satisfy the questions of, can I keep my gate? Can I keep my trees? Can I keep my fence? Are you going to take over the golf course? We've satisfied all those questions because I don't want your trees. I don't want to trim them. I don't want to fix your roads right now. I want to help you with your water and sewer first. And they're like, yes, help us explain this to the people in Brandywine. And we did. We didn't go to a full forum because we're not authorized to do so. We said, take a tiger team from you guys, come sit with us, and then you explain it to them. There's an error to that because you don't hear from the horse's mouth first. You don't hear from staff going to the Brandywine community. It is not our job to go to Brandywine and sell them at a community meeting coming to the city. But we can answer their questions. For you, great points, but it needs some clarity. And 80% is just Celeste Cairns and Norm Sampson. I feel comfortable giving it to you. They know they're going to have some town cry. Someone's going to be upset. Like in everything we do, someone's going to cry foul. How dare you? You're going for a money grab. It will cost us more money to bring Brandywine into the city now, but in the future, I'm not going to say reap the benefits, it'll benefit Morehead City. They're already using your services. Pause. One more time. They're already using your services. There's some things that can't happen right now. Without having Blair Probst here, I don't even think buses can go inside of Brandywine. I could be right or wrong. Jewel can correct me on that. She knows more detail than I do about the details of what their requests are. We don't want your golf course. And we're not looking to take over your pool or wherever else you got going on inside of Brandywine. We're just looking to satisfy your dirty brown water. That's it. In addition, we have an interest as a city. If we don't do something with Brandywine before you and I pass, if the good Lord keeps us here that long, Brandywine's coming to the city. Whether every single individual wants to or not, hopefully the good Lord lets me live to see 70. If I sunset from this earth, that is going to be in your city. So do, as the mayor said, do something with it now, because it's more, I want you to hear it, and I'll end my soapbox on this. I want you to hear and see it's not Brandywine coming into the city, it's the infrastructure demands that we have for Western Morehead City. Yeah. It's more than Brandywine, way more.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
You said they must be annexed in. We're asking them to annex in Morehead City.
We're asking the legislature to bring them into our city.
So with them being annexed in, we're going to allow them to keep their gate. We don't want the trees, we don't want the golf course. How do they annex in and be in Morehead City that we don't have the responsibility?
The one thing that we're going to require is that you can't close the gate because it's now a public street.
Unless they want to keep the streets.
You maintain them. They don't.
we're gonna have to maintain the streets.
Hang on.
We're gonna have
In
to
your-
stormwater, the streets. I mean, Chris, I'm just.
First of all, there's stormwater.
Easy.
I'm just debating about it.
I'm not going in and expanding their streets to the side on day one. We're not fixing their curbs immediately on day one. We're not fixing their stormwater on day one. We're gonna eat, that's what I'm telling you, it's gonna cost you 10 to 12 million over the span of time to lean that community into our standards for streets. We're not replacing their we're not replacing their gated infrastructure and cutting their trees to our size to make sure their century-old trees meet our standards. We're gonna ease them into it. We're not going into year one and going, how are your streets of mine? Guess what? They're 15 feet wide now, and they're gonna be striped. They don't believe in striping, go to right. We're not doing it immediately.
One more, I'll stop.
No, keep
I
going.
mean, we here yesterday talked about all the concerns that we're having within Morehead City right now. With our streets, with our stormwaters, with our roads. I mean, with all the concerns that we had yesterday, that we're not meeting the concerns.
That's correct.
Right now, with what we've got responsibility for.
Yes.
And now we're actually taking something like this with more problems instead of taking care of the problems that we already have. That is my number one concern.
I got you. Look, you making a statement, you're gonna answer the question. So let me do this. I'm gonna be very, very blunt with you. These are all the problems in Morehead City, and I'm not trying to be mean to you, okay? You're talking about one of several. Welcome to management, okay? Brandywine is right there. Paving is right there. I have to move on parallel planes across the entire city. I can't just pick one out and go, I'm just gonna do streets this year. I know you're not saying that, but I'm telling you, this is another parallel problem that you're going to have to address. I hear you when you say you're gonna have to do paving infrastructure. You're absolutely right, but I can do two things at once.
Yeah, we also talked about additional revenue yesterday too.
If you don't move on something in the western Morehead City corridor, and you know me, I love debate. I really do. I love what we're doing right now. But I have to move on parallel problems. I cannot be siloed. That's what you generally ask me to come here to do. And then when you're done with me, you can kick me out. Okay, but I don't see this as Brandywine. This is, for me, western Morehead City. I don't want any of you in this room to be siloed and think, Brandywine. They're not my massive problem. My problem is infrastructure going into western Morehead City. And I need your permission to move on the infrastructure. You better address our legislature to go do it. It won't feel totally comfortable for everybody. I encourage you, George Blue, you know me. I love you. I love it when you debate. Because it brings out to what someone may be thinking, and we need to talk about it.
Couldn't we say that if we take a short-range view, a narrow view, and we don't move to a shore of Brandywine, what Brandywine becomes is a dam, and it limits our growth anywhere along the 24 corridor, because it's owned by somebody else.
Still be a sewer district that's in the way.
So you can't, if Home Depot wanted to build a big property on the other side of Brandywine, out there past the cemetery, and wanted our water, and wanted our service, or a big apartment came, or a subdivision came, all that, because Brandywine is in the way, and we can't go through that territory, we got a problem. So if you want growth, and you want to grow your population and your tax base, we've got to make these.
Yeah, and I want to comment too. I don't want to give ideas to anybody that might be listening to this, but they can always incorporate before we get out there and become a paper town, which would, in Morehead City would never have the opportunity. Nobody would ever have the opportunity to go in there. Paper towns are when they incorporate, they establish themselves as a municipality, and they pay the minimum ad valorem taxes that the state allows, which is 5 cents. Then they contract with the surrounding municipalities for their services, for their fire, police, for whatever they want. And in theory, it really don't keep their costs down. They still have to pay about the same money or maybe a little bit more. But what it does, it hurts the surrounding municipalities where they cannot annex. If Carolina City would have annexed there at Camp Glen 200 years ago, Morehead City would have stopped Right there at Morehead.
Okay, I was invited by the HOA of Brandywine out to look at all their stuff when they reached out to us initially. I spent 2 days out there looking at their stormwater system specifically. And I joked that this is gonna kill this program, because I can't imagine what their stormwater system looks like. Their stormwater system is damn near perfect. It puts ours to shame. If they've spent money on one thing, it's stormwater out there. That's the best stormwater system I've seen around here. It is clean, it is neat, it is new, and it is constantly repaired. Now, there's other issues out there. Streets aren't to our standard, the water and sewer. The mains isn't the problem, it's the treatment. But this isn't anything that's gonna happen July 1. But if we don't start planning for this, or at least thinking about it, please.
Oh, you're hurting your future generations, you're hurting your children's.
I think, and I'm not an attorney, but I play one. Bell, Hobby Lobby, all of that, they're on their system, but they're not in that contract with Brandywine. That's a Brandywine contract. I'm trying to get a hold of the developers of that, the landowners, and say, why are you paying to build to them? You can pay to build to us. Come on in the city. Because I've had my crews go in all these little outliers. We figured out how they're tied on and where our closest lines are and how easy it would be to take the onesie-twosies away from them if we could. And so it's a bite at a time, but we gotta chew on it a little bit. Like Mr. Bill was talking about, how much have we heard about Little Nine Road and trying to get that through? There's one big green spot left out there where something's gonna go. Well, who gets it? I don't know. When that Little Nine Road goes through, when something's gonna go on either side of it when it hits 24. I mean, that's gonna be a pretty good corridor. Is it on our side? Is it blue or is it yellow? They're gonna say, come into us and you don't have to come in the city, and we'll handle it. They're a service district now. So it's not we say Brandywine, Carolina Water. That's what we're talking about. They just happen to be in Brandywine, in Bell, near Land's End, and all those points. That's the threat. They happen to be the ones controlling Brandywine. So to get them in, Brandywine's got to. Anyway, that's my preaching on that.
I do want us to get out of the way.
Yeah.
We're dominating the conversation.
Sorry.
No, it's me, not you. I'm dominating the conversation. I want you to be able to discuss it amongst yourselves, and I want us to back away.
So what are y'all looking from us today? Y'all want us to come up with consensus if we're gonna get our legislative partners to advocate?
In strategic retreats, we state the problem, and you have dialogue. And we glean from your dialogue the way staff should move.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do this today. Part of this is different than what we've done before, where you sit and you have dialogue, we back out, we hear your conversation and good debate, I encourage it, I spur it, and then we take our marching orders from where we get general consensus. So we're gonna back away. If you're satisfied and sunset with it, we want to discuss it individually, I would encourage your conversation here today. You've already started it, but I need us to back away and let you go at it for a while.
I think everybody knows where I stand. I'm the one that met with the Brandywine residents before they ever came to the town about annexation.
And again, I'm not gonna speak for Bill, but in our planning committee, we touched on this a number of different times. And it really surfaced for us, I guess it was a year and a half ago, when Channel 12, I think, did the article about the water and how nasty it was. And I remember we asked Daniel, if we took it over, what would that look like? And he said, number one, you would cut that water tower off. He said, because the problem is, it just hasn't been cleaned. That's why it's brown and nasty. It meets water quality, but it's brown and nasty. And he said, if you take it offline, scrub it, put it back online, and we've got another elevated water. And that's out at McCabe. Is that the one that McCabe Road?
It's on Fort Drive, they're behind the Honda dealership.
Yeah, okay, that's right, okay. I was actually thinking of the one out by Hidden Road. But, and I do remember, Chris and Daniel talking about that over 90% of those folks really want to be in. I'm a a go, I'm a go, and I know it's not gonna happen this year. Now, it's possible that the state legislature could start doing their thing this year, and I hope they do, when I say this year in 2026. But it'll take some time. It'll take some time.
I'm gonna strongly disagree.
That's fine.
I'm gonna strongly disagree. We've got streets in Mitchell Village that have not been touched since we annexed it, how many years ago? And they already feel like if the redheaded stepchild out there right now, that we're not servicing them and providing them the services that we need. And now we're getting ready to take on a whole other project. I think we have enough concerns within the city limits of Morehead City right now that I don't think we're meeting the needs already. And now we're getting ready to attack a whole nother small city out there that we're getting ready to annex in when we need to focus some concerns where what we already have. And that's why I'm concerned with it. If we were meeting all the needs and paving all the streets and the stormwaters and everything was 80 to 90% in the current city limits, I would look at it. But we've got a whole lot that we need to focus on right now. What we're already dealing with, and now we're getting ready to tackle on them. And bring one within itself, and I'll go on record and say, there's a whole lot of unknowns. There's a whole lot of homeowners associations out there. There's probably 8 or 10 different homeowners associations out there. It's hard to get them to agree among themselves sometimes out there. So I am very concerned taking on another project of that size when we need to focus on what we currently have to deal with and tackle every single day. That's why I'm so strongly against it right now. And I know y'all probably don't like that, but that's the way I feel.
It's not that I don't like it or like it. I'm just saying that for future Morehead City, we need to do it, and we need to do it now. The streets in Mitchell Village or the streets in Mitchell Village, there's nothing that says it. Let's just say, for instance, we get Brandywine next year. There's all of a sudden, poof, it happens. I don't think we'll ever do that quick, but let's just say it happens. Who's to say that we're going to go in there and do something with their streets right then and there? It ain't going to happen. We know it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen if we can't take care of people. It'll never happen. And I'm sorry
There's always going to be something coming up. We can't satisfy every section of town. And it goes back to, I'm pointing at Daniel, he wasn't one who said it, pointing back at Chris. You know, your main corridors, that's where you got to start first. Main, secondary, and what was that?
Tertiary.
Who?
Tertiary.
Tertiary roads, I'm sorry. I understand that. I do understand that. I know you understand that.
And I understand the problems they're having with their water, but that's not a Morehead City problem with their water. That's the water quality in North Carolina that has allowed that to go.
They are perfectly legal, George. They're perfectly legal.
What's that?
Their water is perfectly legal. It's just that it's nasty, it's dirty, it's I don't know, whatever you want to call it. It meets the state's
Meets the state standard for being safe.
Thank you. But what he's saying is this could be an alternative to another sewer system that we don't have to right now buy. This would be it. This would satisfy the whatever $25-30 million that it would cost to put a new sewer station in. I don't know. Well, anyhow. And I mean, I'm hearing this, that if this does happen, and I know, like you said, Crab Point is starting to bloom too, that, you know, I hear what he's saying, that he can cut off where, you know, I don't know, I think it's a good thing. So.
20th Street's handled.
Daniel,
Yes.
These places that I would call them outlying places outside of Brandywine.
Yeah.
Are there places that are inside the city limits? Why can't we go after those facilities? Why can't we go after them?
Are you talking about the things that are not yellow or blue?
Well, the ones that are yellow that you say in the city limits, my thing is, we're competing with another water company. That's the way I see it.
That's what we're doing.
All right, so what we're we gotta do, in other words, what I'm trying to do is eliminate them from handicapping us in the future. So I'm saying let's go proactive with them. My attitude is, or the way I'm looking at it, what does it take for us to get them to come this way?
That's some of the things I was talking about, like with Belt, for example, and just, you can get into the contract with Brandywine, but some of these outliers have been added on after.
But they're not under contract though,
I
right?
don't think so. And
That's
so,
the point.
yeah, we can go to developers, like, let's just say Belt, that, because that's an easy, one big parcel.
Right.
One big developer, they're paying like we pay our electric bill.
Right, I mean,
It just, the difference is there's another power company running right beside you that can easily tie you on. So,
I mean,
how do you switch?
can we go after that? What I'm saying is, let's get a kind of.
We can't take them away because they're governed by the utility commission. I don't know if they can voluntarily say, I don't want you, I want you.
Before Derek speaks, and he says, you shall not steal or take, like voluntary annexation, they have to willfully come to us and say, we want into your city. I can't go get them, grab them, or bring them in. They have to say, I want in, and I want annexed into the city, which means we give them the services that come with annexation.
Right, and I'm saying, did you say earlier that there are places in the city that are not with us? Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, are they still restricted to that?
Your philosophy for the city has always been annexation when and where they knock on the door to come in, from houses to individuals, etc. With the limitations that your ordinance allows.
Right, but Belfast is in the city limits, right?
It is in city limits? It's not in city?
It's in the city limits with a different ordinance that we're providing.
Right, but what I'm saying is, can we not ask them to go to our?
You can invite them, and it's their will to do so.
Right.
I cannot make them right now.
No, I'm not asking you to, I'm saying let's proactively go after them and see if we can swing them to the.
The reason you're hearing and seeing caution from us as staff is because we have to be careful that we're leaning into a private entity in the business where we're not taking their revenue from them because we're a city. Well, hang on, give him a chance. He's dying to jump in a little bit.
No, I'm not.
You sure? Yes, you are. Jump in.
Atlantic Beach, Pine Knoll Shores has crossed swords already in the past with this company, Carolina. They love to sue municipalities that try to take contracts away from them. Enterprise systems, like what we're talking about here, water and sewer, are not truly governmental. That's why they call them enterprise systems. So we don't have the protections we have as a government for government activities if we're competing with someone who could provide the same services. It just can't come from just the government. I'm not going to go into a full litany of all the things that come to play, but there are some stumbling blocks that we will have to deal with, particularly if we do it on our own without the legislature giving us some assistance.
Here's a question. How did they get started inside the city? Were they always in the city limits?
They were there first. Yeah, we built around them.
I love you. Hang on. Love you. Hang on. Because you as a city, before Ball Guy and before her, before him, before, you let them do it. You let them come in. He mentioned a little bit. Councils back in the day said, don't really want that wastewater treatment plant. I'm not going to pick on individuals, and you should have went out and got it.
That's what.
That's why I skipped in here. I was like, thank you for allowing me to solve.
Yeah, that's what that shopping center got into. That is the cost of doing nothing and not making preparations to expand that facility.
I've got more costs of not doing nothing later than getting to those. So it's same situation, things that have come up in the past that cost this much then and this much now. So let's move on from this.
Well, I'll make sure I answer everybody's. Mr. Walker, did we
Okay, I got you. I agree, but let's move on from that spot. We need to start changing that attitude.
Yes, sir. I hear one, I hear two, I hear three, 4, 5, 6. I need to hear I think I hear Councilmember Taylor as well. You two find your man want to chime in?
My whole thing is the main objective here is growing and we're growing westward. What Daniel and Chris is proposing is gonna get us ahead of the curve. I agree with what Mayor Jones said. We need to have the forethought to think for the next generations. And, going out the, Carolina water, that water system, that's thinking ahead 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. If we don't hop on this thing now, it could be detrimental to the city in the future. And that's the whole main objective.
Yeah, if our forefathers didn't look at our highway system like we have, we wouldn't be able to go to Raleigh.
I want to, before Danny jumps in, I'm asking you to not talk about this subject as Brandywine. I'm asking you to talk about it as what we led into this is wastewater treatment plant number 2. I've got to put a WWTP number 2. This has very little. I know you think we're all talking about Brandywine. And we discussed it as a staff. Once I put that slide up and in bold it says Brandywine, you're going to forget that I'm asking you for wastewater treatment plant number 2. I've got to do something with WWTP 2, and that is the purpose. That Brandywine is a very small conversation compared to what I'm asking you for wastewater treatment plant 2. This subject, one more time, is wastewater treatment plant 2. It is not Brandywine drilling. They just happen to be a subject within that master conversation.
And there is a district out there that, like Mr. Bill said, is blocking us from expanding. So we either need to be a little more aggressive and block them, and let's get our stuff on out there, which we haven't in the past. Like I said, we've always relied on, and had the good fortune to, a developer coming in, it's like, I need to build this, I'm gonna put in a lift station, I'm gonna spend an extra $1 million and pipe it to you. Well, now they got choices of which way they wanna go.
Now, Chris, how quickly can we get Mr. Shoemaker and start advocating for us?
He's already prepped.
Okay.
He was told, do not move, do not blink, do not whisper until I'm able to get council consensus and good favor or flavor as to their general desire. As staff is aligned to the conversation. There's a lot of what ifs, and I may come back to you and go, not possible, because of something we overlooked. I will lean and say the mayor hit it well out of the park when he was leaning into they could be paper town. As I see Trent Woods, as I see the James Seary area, that is
Pelletier.
Pelletier.
Look at Clemens.
When I tell you that's a threat, if I was advising them, if they gave me $1 or $2, I'd say, here's how you run around Morehead City, paper town. Paper town yourself right now. Do it, knock it out. You got a wastewater treatment plant, you got stormwater, you got water, do it now. And now, they have set a barrier wall to you. You will have a new burn at James City. And you call Foster Hughes and ask him how that works. I understand.
I used to work there.
Again, I'm gonna lean away from it because Dave's got more subjects to do. This is not a Brandywine conversation. If you please don't leave this meeting thinking this is Brandywine. This is wastewater treatment plant 2, wastewater treatment plant 2, fire station 4, and how is the city growing? I need to lean away from the downtown district and focus on the hot button. This is nuclear for us as city staff. I hear you, Mr. Walker. You're like, hey, I'm done with this, but be aggressive, go get it within the framework that legal allows you to do so. Have I missed anything before Daniel rolls on to another topic? We've just begun. Opportunity. Go for it.
All right, we got some time to make up, so I'm gonna go a little faster.
Yes, sir. Got it.
$10,000. 10,000 population trigger. We're at 10,000. Our numbers don't always show that. Traditionally, when you get a permit renewed with the state of North Carolina for wastewater, and you have a population of 10,000 or greater, they require your wastewater to go 24 hours a day, manned 24 hours a day. We do not do that right now. We check it every day, 7 days a week, but we're there for 8 hours, 7 days a week. I can't do anything about that. That will just be in our permit renewal that says this is what you are and this is what you will do. That means hiring more wastewater people. That means hiring a couple to work second shift and night shift and a backup person to roll those things through. We were fortunate, we timed our permit renewal with that lead and copper stuff that we just went through. So I'm hoping they don't look at that until our permit renewal, which will be in 2 years. But it could come anytime because a lot of things that show our population are now over 10,000. And if the right agency picks up on it, I'm not calling them and telling them, but I'm just letting you know that is coming, and it could come tomorrow, or at the latest, it'll be 2 years from now when we do our permit report. There's no way that's not in there unless they have a fundamental change in the way they do.
So you don't have to have somebody there
24 hours a day. So what you do is you operate a first shift, second shift, and third shift.
Right.
Second shift and third shift is a person. But, I mean, you're looking at hiring 4 people or 5 people just to sit and watch it and be present, operator, ORC, operator in responsible charge, 24 hours a day. It's a state mandate. It's just the price of doing business and the price of growing. What we just saw doesn't matter one way or the other with that. That's just us, people moving to Morehead and having babies. So that's where that is. There is some other triggers with that, with sampling schedule for a water system. That ain't more people, that's just more samples. I mean, that budget number goes up a little bit. You wind up having to sample all day, every day, constant sampling. But we can handle all of those things. The main thing is the waste treatment plant trigger. Trying to go fast, get us back on time. Mitigating our threats, service delivery, infrastructure, weaknesses. That's something I want to touch on a little bit.
Before you leave, I feel Chief Dixon Kitchen to add to the 10,000 conversation. Chief.
No, I'll just say, so the state reached out to us because our population now surpasses 10,000. There's an additional reporting requirement for every car we stop, and it's demographic based stuff. So are we targeting certain categories of people? So, they reached out to us, and effective January, we're already doing it, but effective January, we have to add that additional reporting requirement. They know we're at 10,000.
Yeah, but the good news is people don't talk about people. Florida City Gases, April 8th, 1971, proud to say before I was born, is when Morehead City decided to add fluoric acid, aka fluoride, to its water system. We've been adding it ever since. It don't take many Google searches you're starting to see some things that maybe fluoride ain't so good in your water. I'm a purist. I don't want to add anything we don't have to. I'm sure recently Atlantic Beach made the paper because they quit adding fluoride to their system. And there was, some people agreed, some people didn't. I knew that they were going to do that 6 months ago, and I kind of waited for them to do it first because I wanted them to do it and us to be old news if we decided to do it. But I would like to stop adding fluoride to our system.
What is the benefit?
The benefit, back in the late 60s, early 70s, it was largely pushed by your local health department as far as a way for kids to get fluoride for their teeth.
What's the benefit now? Is there one?
The argument, you'll have arguments that says kids need fluoride, but I ain't seen a bunch of people walk around Morehead without teeth, so.
Maybe I actually thought we stopped years ago.
Yeah, so the health department keeps it going. They may have something to say about it. We are not required to ask them, we're required to notify them. I intend to, with your head nods, yes.
And I'm assuming that's a savings there or something.
It is, it's minimal savings, but fluoric acid is bad stuff.
Well, it corrodes your pipes.
Well, yeah, and you put it in the room that it goes in at the water plant, you put it in there and it immediately, the fumes etch the glass. It is the worst thing we deal with as far as safety.
Jerry, you talking about pipes or pipes?
Yes, I'm talking about pipes in your house.
A lot of stuff that we thought was cool in 1970 ain't cool anymore. About the same time, asbestos pipes are cool, and we decided that that's a bad idea. So I'm going to ask, and I'll run it through committees, but in our January meeting, I'm going to ask that we have to rescind the motion, which they were nice enough to find for me here. So we did do a resolution to add it, but we will have to rescind the resolution from 1971 to stop adding fluoride, and I'd like to stop adding fluoride as of February 1.
I thought this was something that was already on our radar. Didn't you bring this to us before?
I've been talking about it a while, but then I heard Atlantic Beach was gonna do it, and I kinda shut up for a minute, and I let them do it. And made sure they didn't get, you know, pitchforks and torches, and so there was 2 days of public, and then it went away. So, I like to let somebody else run out there first. And
Now,
so,
is this something that can be done?
it can be on your consent agenda, it can be on a consent agenda, and it's just done. Then all I have to do is notify the health department in writing. And the reason I'm not doing it effective the day of the meeting is, in case the health department has something to say, I want to give them time to respond. So I'll say as of February 1st. The state has routinely lowered the limits. It used to be at 2, then they lowered it to 1, now it's at 0.7. We have about 0.2, 0.3 fluoride natural in our groundwater that we don't have. And so it is very difficult to hit do not exceed 0.7 when you come in with a 0.3. When they cut the fluoride pump on, it's like, and it's 0.7. I mean, it does not take much to jump into that. So we're having problems hitting it because it's at such a low range. We're gonna have to spend money to get smaller pumps that dose micrograms, and it's just, and I personally don't really believe in it. I don't think there's a need for it these days. I think kids are getting their fluoride from somewhere else. And even if it did help 5% of the population, is it worth it for the 95% that it may cause some problems too? And I think as you get 20 years down the road, you're gonna see that it might not have been such a good idea to be at it all this long.
You see, too? Okay, he's okay.
Yeah. And I've learned kids have like 2 sets of teeth. So the first ones fall out anyways. And then they come in something. I'm new to the kid market. And I'm like, wait, they just fall out? Yeah, okay, well then, guys, you're fine. Get some more later.
Eat all
So that's our main thing that I would really just like. Is anybody any questions about that? I just think it's an easy, just quietly do it and see what happens.
So is it gonna come through committees coming up next month?
I'll mention again in committees to ask for it to be put on the consent agenda. To just stop as of February 1. That'll make my water boys real happy because they hate dealing with that stuff. It's tough stuff.
Most of that, your second session, we addressed heavily yesterday.
Yeah, I want to get short, medium, long. We've already kind of touched on some of that. I want to stay away from the wastewater plant 2 locations and that kind of stuff. We touched on that, water tower 5. That's also in that yellow box we just looked at if we choose to go that way. Short, medium. We need to, each of my water plants has the ability to be serviced off of 2 wells. State rule says you can only run a well 12 hours a day, period. You can run it 12 hours, that's your capacity. Each water plant can run 24 hours a day, so therefore it can be serviced by 2 wells. So you run one for 12 hours, cut it off, you can run the other one the other 12 hours, back and forth, and you can have constant water and basically double your production out of a water plant just by adding another well. When I say just by, I mean that's a $500,000 thing. But the Bridges Street water plant, which is the one there behind the health department, is fed by 2 wells. So it can run 24 hours a day. The other 2 are fed by 1. They can only run 12 hours a day. I want to go ahead and starting at the one at Arthur Farm, look at planting another well out there to be able to feed that one 24 hours a day. Because that's where the growth is coming from, that's where demand is, and for the price of another well, which out there is going to require a little land purchase, but I only need a 200 by 200 lot to sink a well. Pipe it back to that one, and double the production out of that water plant for $5,750,000. We don't have to build another water plant. So that's my short-term plan. That's what I'm actively looking at right now.
How close can it be to each other?
You have to dig test wells.
Okay.
The general rule is about 1/4 mile apart.
Okay.
So for that one specifically, I would want something on that side of the railroad tracks because I don't want to go under the railroad. That's just an added expense.
Yeah.
So you want to stay away from the railroad and look for something on that. And it can be just a wooded lot. It can be, you just gotta be so far away from like a cemetery and a couple other things. So that's short term. Medium range, do the same thing at the 20th Street water plant, the one out behind Blair Farms. That is serviced by one well. When we did that property, we had the foresight to put the one well at the back. Therefore, we put the well at the front and have the right separation. So I don't have to have any land acquisition out there. I can just put a well on the front, pipe it in, totally out.
Is there still a well out at West Park property? Because years back when we were going to high school, maybe you can use, I don't know, there was an elevated water storage facility on the east side of the building near the cafeteria.
Yeah, that was just for the school. That was just for the school.
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it supplies pressure.
Or not.
Or they're about tennis courts.
Yes.
Yeah, we painted that, didn't we? Class of 1985.
So.
You did too, didn't you? She's not there.
Where was that plan again?
It's a tower.
All right, so you're gonna see those happen probably on your radar a little sooner than later. I'm gonna go ahead and start looking for that, figuring out how we're gonna pay for it and adding that to double those capacities. And then the next piece, Radio Island corridor utilities. This harkens back to the mayor's comment, looking ahead, because after somebody offered free land, and we said no.
No.
At one time, now this wasn't free, but it was when you hear the price, you know, we should get it then. So this is Radio Island. That's another one. Yep, you remember it. Oh, yeah. And you remember why then?
Yep.
Or who? Yep.
Couple of council members
Yeah.
that had foresight.
Right. So before the bridge, down by the, man, what's the name of?
Morgan, what are you talking about? Radio Island Road? Oh, Morgan's Creek Landing.
Morgan's Creek Landing. Right beside Morgan's Creek Landing on the service road, there are 4 or 5 little single wide trailers. That is where our water and sewer stops. It is, I mean, that's it. That's where it is. It's water and sewer stops at that. There was a time where we had suggested, let's go ahead and run water and sewer all the way past all those houses, because they routinely have water and sewer problems, and they'll come in because they can build bigger houses if they have problems. And the cost to run water and sewer, I looked it back up, and it was about 13 years ago, it was like $70-some thousand for both. And we had a couple of folks that was like, nope, if they want it, they can pay for it. We're not doing it. Estimated cost of that same line is about $600,000 right now. For both of them. But I still think we need to do it. I still think that is a way to grow some resources. I think we do it. I think you see those houses become big houses, nice houses, and mainly, if you look right past that, there's boat yards, boat storage, and all the things that someday is going to become something now that bridge isn't there. It's not going to be a boat yard forever.
Question.
Yes.
The people who live there live the other water company.
Mm-hmm.
Can they come in and do that?
No, but I'll tell you why I want to do this on this one.
Well, no. My question is, I'm with you. My question is, if we're competing with the water company,
Mm-hmm.
and we're being as, I call it as lazy fair as we are, I need y'all's lunch. Yeah. If I get a.
They're starting to run lines and just say, we got a line out here. Anybody wants to connect in, and good news is you don't have to pay city
So
taxes.
they can do that?
Yeah, they can do that.
Here, not here.
Not here, because geographically they're not here, but if we're still talking about that.
Okay, but how about any other area? How about our ETJ?
If you kind of saw the end of their district as it is now.
Right.
So that's their lines, and I don't know if gonna shoot a mile down the road or what,
But they
right now,
can't.
they're just biting it off in that area and
But
growing.
they can't, they have to.
Because I don't want to belabor the conversation, when I was in Newport, came Carolina Water threatened the town of Newport, already know. Are they inching down, trying to inch down the McCabe and, the Hibbs? Yes, yes.
Carolina Water
They already doing
owns
it.
Carter County, that's who Carter County sold their system to. So they're in Beaufort.
See, that's what I said, we need to, we don't need other has to make these boards.
So, looking back at your map you've got Piper's Island, that you kind of see a little piece of over here. That is serviced from the town of Beaufort. There is a directional bore under the channel right there. Yeah, to service it. And I don't want that to happen on that piece of dirt at the far end that is currently a boatyard.
Richard Stanley was mayor, we had a handshake agreement that we would take Radio Island and take Pirates Island. But they could, right there.
Do we have lines now to where the high rise is there now? Is that what?
No, I'm proposing lines. That's gonna cost you $600,000 to
I'm
get.
asking you, do we have lines that are there right there?
Yes.
So the lines stop right there?
Yeah.
So you're proposing to go down this whole area to there for $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So Daniel, I think I already know the answer to this, but how would this, benefit the port expansion and economic development?
For us, economic development, again, looking ahead, a lot of condos can fit on that one day. And the price, you've heard the price difference. In 13 years, it's gone from 70,000 to 600,000. Oddly, directional bores were so expensive 13 years ago, their prices roughly stayed the same. I mean, they're not. The thought of, if this wanted to come in, if there were condos going there tomorrow, the developer would have, if the developer has to pay for it, it's probably just as advantageous for him to bore under and tie into Beaufort's system than it is to run all the way down to ours. I want to bring the lines right up to his door. So when the property does get developed, there's no.
It's marketing, it might get developed.
Yeah.
Immediately once the lines run there.
Well, once you run it there and all of a sudden they like, wow, we got water and sewer right here. Yep, I can handle anything you put on us. Build away. And I don't want that to be Beaufort or Carolina Waters District because that's who operates that way. So.
In our environment today, we can no longer afford to wait for growth to occur and then catch up.
We got to run it out to the borders.
And Gary said we need to look ahead at people coming to the future. Put it there, and they will come and tap on.
Absolutely. All right, before you jump, news on the battlefront. High Island for paying attention, and the NOAA concept and complex, higher likelihood to sunset. I mean, scheduled to sunset, by the way. In other words, the federal government's going to remove it.
Okay.
And there's some pushback against that, but that island, that's right there, is going to be turned over likely to development, and there's some infrastructure there that development would love to have. Service by Beaufort. When that happens, it's going to happen. This old causeway section will eventually turn into development as well. And you need to run, do not walk to get that. All right, I'm done.
All right, moving on to, do you want to take a little
Yes, you have.
break or are you good?
Keep going to the
It's
park.
worth going on.
So at 10:30, then we just all stop at 10:30, take a break, and we get into the heavy stuff, and then we're trying to get to the second larger subject so that Councilmember Blue and Chief Dixon can hear before they have the hard stop. 10:30 is the first break.
You want the thing again? I'm kind of,
Double back.
yeah, it needs to right because we're in public services, streets, alleyways. Yeah, yesterday we had talked about what it takes to put together a full patching crew as far as, not really paving, but, so while y'all were talking to me, I was texting with my team. That's what we put together since yesterday with pricing. They had some of that pricing. I mean, they understand the threats and the problems and the stuff we run up against. But I think that memo does a pretty good job of kind of spelling out the things we do and don't do and the stumbling blocks we run up against. Main thing is asphalt plants aren't near here. I mean, it's a 2-hour round trip to go get some. Our dump trucks only haul so much. You can't get a dump truck driver right now on contract because they are all in James City and everywhere else. I mean, they won't even get set up as vendors. You know, we're like, can we do this? They're like, nah, we're good.
Give me a pause a second, let them have a good chance to read it. Take a minute. Don't take a break behind it. I'm asking, not telling. Take a minute to truly read it. Because when I read it yesterday before it came hot off the press, I wanted you to chance to get it. So let's pause our conversation and give you a chance to read it.
Daniel, may I grab another one? Thank you.
Thank you.
When you're ready to wrap up, break in my only parcel. You got anything else from those? Most of that stuff right there, step back. Like say it was last week, but hey, do what it's like. Yeah, break it down. She captured it. You were telling me like if we were repeating it twice, I didn't know if we were going to get it. Here we got it. Yeah.
Just tell them we did it twice just to make sure we covered it. And we massively conversationally, so we don't have to get it again unless you want to.
You guys know about that.
Yeah, well, that's why I was asking yesterday, Daniel, about, they told Pastor Hot Pack, you had to buy a
The
kettle.
special law
Yeah,
stuff
you gotta buy
about
the hot box
property,
kettle.
which is the mobile home park.
It just,
So we can't, Beaufort can't annex.
You need to use,
This is their city limits, we can take that in.
if you wanna
We can take in
make
Rainbow
a
Island.
slam dunk, if you don't want rock on the road, I can solve it.
What we talked about yesterday, Lee, was, all these potholes, creating crew to go around and keep them patched on a daily basis. That's what.
Like every day.
That's what stirred this up, you need more staff, instead of waiting for a contract to come in.
Mayor was asking about numbers of people and staff, and I said, I have some tomorrow. So. Which honestly, myself put this together really quick, and I had to say, are you sure? Because I honestly thought it would be more than that. So, I mean, when you talk about the price of a dump truck, the price of a hot box kettle, and just a couple of staffing, that could really change the way we're doing it. There's just, the contractors have just got such a lead time, and generally, Tommy Simpson Construction does all of our stuff, and we're blessed to have him in town. And I can't talk too bad about him, because then he won't even get to it when he gets to it. So,
They do good work.
yeah.
Now, Dane, how much would the total cost be? I see 3 additional maintenance workers, new dump truck.
Well, the cost of the trucks and the hot box are there. You're talking about hard costs, about $300,000 plus staffing.
$300 a year for the employees.
Plus what?
$300 a year for the employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 folks,
Half a
50, yeah, half me in the first year. Then not the capital anymore, just the staffing.
Chris.
No.
This hot box, I mean, that's not just a warmer, that's got a.
It is
flame in it, a torch that melts it.
So an asphalt reclaim, they call it a hot box. But yeah, you can.
Sounds good.
If you have a half truckload left, you put it in that, and the next day you can heat it back up and keep using it.
I
And
think all the cattle in my business, we had, when we did hot asphalt roads, we had.
it's that.
You throw the kegs in there, melted it down, then you pumped it up on the road.
And this you can actually throw, if it's clean, asphalt in it, and it'll melt it down. And you can use the same asphalt to patch the same hole back.
You get burnt too. What's the difference
well, tar and rock.
Oh, like that chip seal stuff, or?
I don't know, you know, you see it, like on old
Yeah.
secondary, third, you know. where
Chip
they've got
seal,
the
chip and
asphalt
run,
running down.
whatever you wanna call it, it's just rock and tar.
Yeah.
And they drive the truck, spray the tar, and then they drop the rock right on top of it.
It's asphalt, tar is the cold.
Yeah.
Asphalt's hot, you buy the asphalt, different grades of asphalt. You
Well, I know.
melt it down, you put the rock in it.
How
He's talking about
effective is it?
that chip seal where you just run and you're spraying tar down and just raw rock on top of it, right on top of the road.
I always called it patch.
Yeah.
It's not permanent.
No, it has no structural strength, and it's a good topping, but don't walk across it barefooted, because you're gonna cut yourself. I mean, it is rough. And you see it on a lot, yeah. You see it on a lot of secondary roads.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
We looked at that a couple of years ago, trying to, a way to make a shoulder. Like, and the cost of it is half of traditional asphalt.
Well, I
You go
would
twice as
say
far,
a
wouldn't it?
number of years ago down Texas Road Road, they did that. Maybe a 4-foot section, either on the sides or the middle, I don't remember now. They just ran the tar and ran the rock right on top of it.
And it works, and if you're doing a long run and you need to make a shoulder, and
Yeah.
you need to stretch your dollars. But that's not your answer.
Oh, I know it's not.
All right, Mr. Taylor's ready to go.
Okay.
10:15, 10:30, you're good, you're up. 10:15.
All right. Put a person.
So, that kind of circles around what we talked about yesterday. Larger dump truck, hot box, or asphalt reclaimer, whatever you want to call it. Additional manpower, we could run a dedicated patching crew that can do half lane, 10 feet long pretty easily, and kind of stay on top of it. That doesn't get rid of the contracts of the world where you're doing the whole road or the whole street or that, but it would change the way everything looks around here.
Do you foresee that being a 365 day a year type operation?
I see it being that the first little bit, yeah. For the
Well, I
first-
was just wondering if somewhere down the road, if it sits idle, is there potential to lease it out to a company?
Probably not really,
Okay.
if I'm being honest. But we could use, if there was a day down, we got plenty to do, we got plenty we're behind on. If for some reason I can't run asphalt one day because it's pouring rain, let's just take that. You take that manpower and you utilize them somewhere else on one of the many things we are so
I
far
was
behind.
thinking of another revenue stream.
Yeah.
That's what
Gotcha. So, does anybody have any questions on the little memo I handed out for you? Does it answer some of the questions, good and bad?
Can I give you my question today when I saw this? My question today is, what you gonna do with asphalt? Because you're leaning into that when it's not asphalt every day. And I know the backlog of work they have. So running concrete repair, running asphalt repair. And in addition, running all the NCDOT supported maintenance and also our greenery that we have in the growing season, where I'm gonna tell you right now, he blasted me in a good way. He is not a fan of the contractors we have who are leaning on us like, yeah, I'll get to it when I get to it. And he and Chuck are not satisfied with how we're doing. It's more than just Parks and Recreation, how they're treating our vegetative elements that they have to take care of. So even these three individuals, if you're favorable for it, to satisfy asphalt, and these two, as Chuck has proposed with Daniel, these two teams of 5, when he says he has ample work, he's being very light and very kind to you. I know of the overwhelming amount of work orders that they have to do, and I'm not just leaning on that, and the 50 plus. So think of him as another police, as another fire. He's got 50 human beings that a large, I want to say 20 of them, 15 of them, work out of their truck. They don't have a place to go. Absolutely. Pretend like he's not here. Do I want them to have a cubicle office? No. Do they need to work out of their truck? Yes. They got to have a place to put their thing, to come be responsive, to eat a lunch, to do their time sheet and move on. We're not asking for an office. I'm just telling you, he's 50, fire's 50, he's 50. I don't want us to, because it's easy for me to see Daniel and Chuck's crew as like, oh, that's 10 or 15 people. No, they're pretty big because we don't physically see them in a place all day long. Blue team is pretty large and they're backed up on what they're doing. I hear you on the paving spot, but we collectively have a lot for them to do. If you're favorable for him to have that paving crew, trust, for me and him, that they will be slam packed as they already are right now.
I ain't never seen Chuck smile, so I told him I needed this today. Chuck came to us from Raleigh, and he worked for Raleigh for a very long time, and he handled Capitol Boulevard right through downtown. And so he kind of had a crew like we do that did everything from putting out those concrete checkerboards that are sitting on the side of the road and maintaining all of that, to picking up trash and mowing grass, the asphalt repairs.
Help me, way back when we bought the paper, you didn't mention the need of the paper. Is that sufficient for the type of work we've got there?
Yes, we've got a paper that is sufficient. I just can't feed it from an asphalt plant, it's just too far away. It's a 2-hour round trip on a small truck. So we get it up to where the ones and twosies. But, I mean, 3 trips and your day's over with.
Now, let me take it beyond this perspective. We're adding crew out to 25th Street. And we've said for a long time that the maintenance cost of some of our more sanitation equipment that has all the rubber and hoses and stuff that we use for jackup work, all of that is subjected to ultraviolet rays. Are we getting near the point that we need to think and put in our capital plan redoing or adding, I should say, additional storage space for the equipment that we keep it better so we get it right?
You've already done it, I just haven't built it yet. It's already in the budget, you've already approved it. The shortfall's on my end of not having time to build it. It's in this budget. I mean, that's where it is. Because I promise you, my water boys remind me of it right regular. And I'm like, I just gotta get a couple of these other things off the ground and we'll get into it. So,
will we be able to include the equipment that we find for this? Or does it need to be stored?
Dump truck and a hot box?
dump truck, no, hot box. Yeah. Under a shelter or one of those.
I'm thinking about a roof, tin roof and.
Like the things you see on the side, something to keep the rain off of.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about the length of what you're gonna need for that. The storage of it is minimal.
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes, they do get.
Talked about the use of a new dump truck outside.
Yeah, if you read that, good point. A larger dump truck really helps clean up debris. We're running 2 debris trucks right now. We run one 4 days a week. It goes in for maintenance. We run the backup on Fridays while it's in for maintenance so we can have it. During major storms, it doesn't have to be named storms. We run both. If you have a dump truck, you can double fill and really help clean the streets or debris areas. There's no downside to having it. I mean, there's no way it's going to sit there idle. So it's just another tool in the toolbox. If that's the way I want to go, I'd be more than happy to do it. I know my crew would be happy to do it because they're just as frustrated as y'all are.
So the hot box would be on like a trailer, mobile, whatever it would be.
Hot box. So anyway, let's follow up to yesterday. Keep it, read it. I bet you'll see it again there budget time. We'll go from there. Pretty much it. I mean, a lot of those things we covered yesterday, I don't really want to cover them again unless y'all really talk about it. Take a break. Let's take a little break and then we'll get into Parks and Rec.
So 10:23, back at 10:30, give you a chance to do a break, and we'll come back and we'll lead into Parks and Rec, and I'm hoping to get us at open session to allow you some dialogue and things you don't have once we finish Parks and Recreation, which would include Project Miranda, et cetera. I want to lead into that before we all sunset. Okay? Back at 10:30.
Hot box. You got that?
Squeeze box. Hot squeeze box. Well, John,
Short answer.
Short answer is yes, but for public education.
Yeah.
A ribbon cutting for, fruit trees.
Well, it's the first one of these in North Carolina. And, yeah, it's a really good. Yeah, I think the company wants to do it.
They want us to be allowed to pass. So look at Morehead City. Yeah. So we have to stand up and allow us to not approve of the concept.
Two, yeah.
He sold me on that one.
That thing, and I said, well, how big is that? Oh, just the size of like a small boat. And I'm like,
You said my mom. There's nothing wrong with being special. It's a job.
Okay, and so, that was, we got to touch that out, read that, all the locations I have needs. That's just a piece of crust.
All horses up, horses,
you would give it to you.
Players from all the other cities of was doing something that shouldn't
I recommend it next to milking is That is funny as a trip.
It's huge.
Yeah.
a good thing you do push-ups every day.
Hard work.
You like this, so we're training this for that, that's front, turn on. He made it.
They were very pleased to hear about the idea of the launching. I told them it's not flop, kind of like the foundation. The beach is an asset resource, sold them on that, once I sold them, but leaned them into like, hey, this is, I need it now to find a human being in the dark at night, and the child is lost. As in addition to that, the chief's already got regulation rules of governance that we're not using for surveillance, leaned away from the public panic that may ensue, and that's the reason why we're not championing and screaming through rooftops. It's a great asset resource, because it's just that good. But we need to alarm and alert the local to it, and we're making it a massive. A little more ways if you could, I think that sense.
They took your table.
But you're either you see your body on camera, and you use your device, call the
Yeah.
asset, and it means the same.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna fix it right now.
That's great. It sounds awesome. You know, we're gonna get all about it. You might see it. This that's very impressive. And look inside. Never. Come in. This is what we're not gonna do. Don't worry about this.
Yeah, that's all.
country.
It's in Graham County, I mean. I'll look at it.
You know what country done is?
There's no point shelter. Merry Christmas, Morehead.
Yeah, I'm doing it now.
Wow.
How much money is called Trump?
Who did that? Oh,
I saw my first Trump watch. I didn't know he was selling. Somebody selling. Get your side, he did.
Can I?
Why you got such a big ear? Harvey wants one. Harvey wants one. He wants one. You want a picture?
You heard of us on the show. You know,
Harvey on the wall. Harvey Wallmeyer.
Mayor in a cage, mayor in a cage. That's what I said. It would take everybody in the room to get me out.
Look there, you can put cars on it.
All right, we ready?
We are ready. We're ready.
Like a chimney or something.
Start your engines.
Yeah.
So sorry. Yeah, I would probably put it in the fridge and maybe if they're not there, send them up here. I mean, some of them will be there. Jeannie will be there.
Today?
Catherine will be there Monday.
I'll be there Monday.
Annie won't be there.
I do know. Okay. If we're fortunate in our good dialogue, I don't want to throw in it, I will ask Dana to help me tag team this next subject. Not that we didn't want Jessica Mayo here, but I wanted to be able to bridge several concepts that deal with Parks and Recreation, and part of that is going to be the latter half, which is speaking to Project Granite, which is more than Parks and Recreation. If we're fortunate, again, I don't want to stop your dialogue, we might be lucky enough to get out of here at 12. If that's amenable to you, I do not want to stop your dialogue at times. You're welcome to keep us here and have good conversation. I do, when we're done running our mouth, I do want to open the floor for you to have as your strategic retreat. We're in a very helpful position, I think, in the city, where you get to bring forward anything on the list that you have, your 3 items. Respectful of Lee and him joining us today, and also Mayor Pro Tem leaving us and Chief leaving us, I want to lean into that open opportunity for dialogue for us to hear from you. Because this is your strategic retreat, and at times I feel pushed back a little bit, that I feel like we hog that time, and I want to open the floor for anything you got. Bring it to us. All right, so one more session, open the floor, we'll sunset and get us out of here. I cannot thank you enough if I'm remiss for you being here and the spirited debate. I'll say it for the 5th time today. I love it when we are having good, heated conversation, because it helps me, helps us. It's less opinion, more of where you are as elected officials and where we can be in serving you and such. All right, Parks and Recreation Advisory. At your place, what I've given to you, thankful to sunsetting Madam Clerk and new Madam Clerk coming in, both Madam Clerks sitting side by side. I ask for a, not necessarily call to the vote, I ask for a record of how many times the Parks and Recreation Advisory has convened in a meeting. I'll stop there and I'll ask Madam Clerk Kathy, I'll ask Kathy to kind of lean me into what, because I didn't have a chance to take a look at it. I'll ask her to kind of walk me through that a little bit. You can see that column C on February 2025, meeting was canceled. April, May, and June, canceled, and then jump down to September, October, canceled. When they convened, January, March, January, March, April, of the 12 months, you can see how many times they've met. The spirit of the request is I don't like to start without saying, what am I asking you? My ask is that you evaluate Parks and Recreation Advisory today with a dialogue with me, and the proposal that I'm asking you is to sunset Parks and Rec Advisory. It has served its good purpose, and I want to demonstrate the reasons and the method of how and when they've met. I don't want to belabor anybody. I don't want to say that, I'll pick on Travis Adams. Let me back up. Pick on somebody who, Dewey would mind. Pick on Dewey Trainer. Row 11. I'll pick on Dewey. So, because Dewey would mind. He's a great person and a great mind inside the city. But for Dewey to be there and to not attend, what is the signal? What is this a signal to? What is this a snapshot of? The amount of work that they are not doing in your favor. Not against those individuals, but we're just not gleaning the spirit of it. As you've heard for downtown Morehead City, we've grown past our Parks and Rec Advisory. You're leaning heavily into subcommittees, and you have a very professional staff. I know he's leaning because we'll talk. A very professional staff for servicing in that capacity. I'll stop my comments. I'll turn it over to Daniel, and I'll ask you, what is your flavor and favorite? Jump in.
We all know why the Parks and Rec Advisory Board was kind of put together. You had a Parks and Rec department that was not running well, and it was kind of all over the place, and a lot of other things.
How long ago was that?
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was when the former director.
Yes.
Riggs.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
And so, to help him get in touch with the community, they've put together a Parks and Rec Advisory Board that did its job. We now have new leadership there. It's a completely different department than it was, and I think sometimes they struggle for things to do because Parks and Rec is doing what they're supposed to do and putting programs out and all the things, and the things that were issues before aren't issues now. So I think they've done their job and done it well, but I think it seems to be they show up and try to have something to talk about. We inform them, but it's just basically informing them of what's going on. And
They had to have a task.
yeah, and there's no task at this point. So
I think we're also moving to a phase that what we need to do now, as far as improvement work in Parks and Rec, is much bigger project and much more dealing with budget and finance than we ever envisioned this committee to do. When we set it up, we said they would not have any budget, but capital responsibilities. And that's what, when we do our comprehensive plan, we put that together. We need more than just a few opinions, 6 or 8 people telling us what we need to consider. So we need to go more into a community-based.
Now you proposing a survey?
Huh?
Are you proposing a survey?
I don't have any objection at all for a survey to do that.
Great lead-in.
Excellent too.
Great lead-in. So what you see on the board below me is public input survey. That public input survey helps us gauge who are you? Are you in the city? Where's your IP address? And that no one person dominates the conversation that is inside or outside the city. Which is why you've seen staff lean into the launching of our public input survey tool, which helps us gauge your age, your place, your situation, so we can get a better snapshot of them. So staff is proposing that you're going to have a tool that is greater and broader than what a public advisory is. Let me read you from the good biblical form of how this was established. I won't go through it all. The purpose of the board is to advise the town council and manager on parks and recreation matters and issues to include but not limited to town parks, recreation, safety, etc. Powers and duties. The board shall report to town council and shall have the following powers and duties: long-range planning. At the direction of the council and the city manager, conduct studies and make recommendations. Ooh, I'll stop. Poke the brakes. Including but not limited to capital outlays, fees, and charges. Scholarship opportunities and programs. It goes on and on to kind of list out some of those items that staff over the years has taken on with your good guidance to be able to do so. They are not doing that thing. They generally report to you on an annual basis with the Sunbury report. We're asking you to sunset Parks and Rec Advisory, all stop. Your thoughts?
When would that be effective?
I would go at the either end of this calendar year, which is now, that's really quick, or you could do it at the fiscal year, when you go, which is what we're probably going to propose for downtown Morehead City as well. You lean into the fiscal year, it would not be a part of your budgetary conversation, just know that staff's going to have some work up to that, and then we will sunset that on a fiscal year switch basis, if you're favorable for it. That's a great question, by the way. Thoughts to me? They're not attending, they're not there. You might have one or two individuals who might ring a bell going, I want to be involved. You have an opportunity to be involved with all of it.
Now, I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Walker, I know he was very passionate about it. And I see the 2 student seats were vacant anyway. How can we get more of youth involvement?
In what way?
And
Parks and Recreation?
Yeah, Parks and Recreation.
They can contribute to staff and kind of subcommittees. Anybody's welcome, and that's not a short version. It's a tool you're already using. When Jan and others contribute and sit, and you as chairs of those subcommittees allow their dialogue and input, it is immediate to the vein of the city, to you. It's the best method to do so. If you're still favorable for subcommittees, which staff is, and we're following your lead with that, the vein of engagement needs to be the subcommittee process, where you're meeting with staff and doing the operational things from the vision you've given us. And the avenue for engagement is public comment at one of the 12 meetings we have, and even more succinctly, we've also did Rick Goff. Rick, come to a planning subcommittee meeting and engage with staff. So the fast answer to that, come to subcommittee and engage there.
It's going to be hard for, and just like with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meetings happening in the morning, the youth is there in high school, how they going to come to a subcommittee meeting?
Public input surveys are your best tool. There's never going to be a time or place where citizens, both young, old, or indifferent, are going to have a time that meets every single need. There's never going to be a 5 o'clock, a 6 o'clock, an 8 o'clock, a 9 o'clock. That's going to satisfy everybody. But I hear you. We need to give the opportunity and say, hey, I'll tell you right now, 3rd graders are coming to City Hall a lot more than high school students are. When they make time of their day to do civic discourse, there's an opportunity. I'm going to lean back because I teach high school marching band. I've been doing it for a while. They have opportunities to come to us, and they can show up. The SGA of West Carteret, all of them, can come to a planning or Parks and Rec subcommittee meeting during the day. And that would probably get more engagement because they're there doing the thing in place.
Okay. I do tours, I can't tell you how many tours we do for grade school and usually community college, not so much the high school, of water plants, wastewater plants, that kind of stuff. I mean, we routinely do those through the year. Fire that up with Parks and Rec too. I mean, you just got to get people in the door.
Anyone opposed? I don't want to put you on the spot like that. The dialogue is what I'm searching for. I'm hearing the good spirit of, hey, Chris, help me satisfy the youth engagement. There's been conversation among staff to do a similar leadership academy for youth who are in government, that we can do so. Because to start them early, to show them that the benefit of you working for city government is more than just serving as a law enforcement officer or firefighter. If you've got a will to do leadership in your city, I want you to come back when you're done with college or trade. If you're in a trade, don't come back. Stay here and do trades inside of your city, which is financially more beneficial than you going to some college somewhere, getting a degree, and then like, where am I going to work? Okay, I need to expose them to the good auspices of government, and we've been having discussions about how can we do Leadership Academy and engaging SGA, even outside of West Carteret, to our city. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful. It's not a satisfaction, but I don't want you to think we're disenfranchising youth for that. He's got a good footprint hand on that. Thoughts?
I'm looking at the committee as a whole, and I'll take the lead for the staff on this one, and listen to the council also. But this is not the first planning committee we had. I served on the planning commission, and it kind of fizzled out.
Yes, sir.
And it's stayed dormant for a long time, so we thought we'd revitalize it, see if it could help. More or less for programs. It wasn't for budgeting or forecasting about any facilities, anything we would need. It was like maintain a community involvement within our program.
Yes, sir.
Everybody being served, but evidently it's not working.
Mr. Walker, any thoughts?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Blue?
I know when I was on the Parks and Rec Council Committee, we had some good folks that were always planning to be there and spoke. And I think we need to rely more on that. Okay. If someone has a concern or has a suggestion, I think we need to have Anna just educate those, Parks and Rec committees are, and educate, and just say, if there's any concerns or any ideas that you might have out there, that committee meets at that certain time of day, and make sure everybody can come up.
The Bryan Pond folks show up to your subcommittee, I can tell you about a year ago, when they want bird watching to happen, and they want Daniel to fix sidewalks, they show up, they make a way to show up to, the trails of pass we have. Mr. Abo.
Go ahead.
10-4.
Yep.
I do know with the, if I can.
Yes, please.
I do know with the former regime, when there was concerns, they showed up at the Parks and Rec committee, and that's when you can get things done. Because you have managers sitting there, 2 councilmen sitting there, and they should voice their concern at that particular time.
Yes, sir.
I've already stated that I think that this particular committee has political style.
Mr. Stiles, that I made sure that I address, I give you an opportunity, I'm not going to put you on the spot, favorable for this sunset?
I'm not favorable for it right now. I want to give them another year, see if we can get some more participation out of them, then make a decision. But these guys are ready to go forward with it.
I need to add one that leads into his conversation, with the W.S. King project, the renovation of that. That Parks and Rec advisory felt they had the desire and need to articulate how you should or should not grow in that facility. One thing that pushed staff back was individuals, not a lot, but individuals who were there who were pufferfish about what we were doing and wanted to approve it. And I had to go to 2 meetings and say, you are not my city council. My city council instructs me on how I shall grow the city. I understand your engagement. I said, I don't want to be rude to you, but you're an advisory. And that advisory doesn't tell me how many bathrooms I need or don't need, how many gyms I have or don't have. And their engagement was less than positive when they met about how we were moving forward W.S. King. So just want to put that out for all of you. They were not rude to me. Individuals did not like that we were moving forward with W.S. King in any way, shape, or form. Some people were. And some people wanted to articulate how and which we were doing it. And I said, that is not the spirit and bylaws and governance of this group. I get my instructions from city council on the fiscal side. And when they say grow and they say renovate, I say, yes, sir, as long as I've got 3 votes. I just want to lay that foundation for you. I'm not trying to change your opinion with it, because I hear you, your youth engagement and involvement. And I want to give you a way to do that for, but I just want to lay that foundation for you, which leads into W.S. King update.
Thinking out loud for the youth thing, and I don't know the answer to this in this office, but I know the library has a youth advisory board. Maybe an opportunity for something like that.
Oh, okay, well, that'll save me from making 3 more rounds.
I didn't know anything about it, though, he just said it. But that's probably because I don't go to the Parks and Recreation committees and I discussion.
Yeah, sorry.
Jolly Green Giant
Oh,
I
see it
am
now.
too, I'm trying to get
I
my
see it.
bearings.
This is the main street.
Yeah.
This is going in, this is through you. Okay, now I got it, I got it.
Because I was asking about the water tracks, and I have that sheet.
That's all.
Few other,
They're closing in.
Really?
Well, kinda. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe these are bushes.
What you're looking at is based off $8 million
Difference to the building at all.
This is the gym, small expansions otherwise, as far as the practice gym, the NCAA size court, bathrooms.
Wow. That's impressive.
The side of existing
Maybe this is
WSD. It also includes facade lift, repainting, re-landscaping. It also includes
let's not get lost in the big green spot to the north. Yeah, that's the field back, and parking. I mean, the first $1 million I spend is parking, and gets us in compliance with the parking we have. Our parking, we're not in compliance now. So it adds parking to the back, it straightens up the multi-use field,
It's not new.
it levels the multi-use field. I've learned a lot about soccer and stuff, and if it's on more than a 1.5% grade, both teams have to sign a waiver.
Where's the stuff to keep them out at?
What do you want to do?
I mean, I like to have a walking track, I like to be able to do some things for myself, where is that gonna be? I would put basketball, right?
Inside that basketball court.
Inside basketball court?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean inside basketball?
Up around the top.
As you see, no, not up around the top,
That's
around the bottom.
Around the bottom.
It's a one-story facility. Yeah.
And the pickleball court, probably,
And the pickleball court is not shown on this. There is an outdoor pickleball court in the horseshoe, as I call it, with sunshades and fans and stuff that they get control by saying.
Is this, I thought we had a pickleball court, the existing court is going to be utilized.
They use the existing gym.
It's both.
And that's
Yes.
so that,
That doesn't change.
No, it's
That
like
out.
inside the gym. It's a pickleball. It's not shown inside.
that was the den when it was there.
This is not one of those.
At least 15, 16 minutes.
That's good money. Hold on. Before you say we can find a way for money, I'm jumping in on this one. We are limited by the money in which you provide us for in the local government commission that we have to go forward to go get it. Hang on a second before you launch your
Is this another option?
I don't know, it's just a close version. I don't want to hear you. We are limited by what we're going for with our debt capacity conversation we had in the local government commission. And you had a good question about where are the things for the people your age, younger, we have to do and walk and recreate. And we're limited by our parking and what we can do to that facility. And we agreed that there is a debt cap limit to what we can do for this facility.
Chris,
Sir?
I hear you, brother. But I'm gonna say that I don't believe that this is the best that we can do. I don't think, and I've been fighting for this thing for years. I have seen things happen here from day one. There's people right here in this room that have been fighting against it from day one. And we all know that. But I feel that this has been manipulated to try to exclude some things because, first of all, when you all came up with an $8 million number, okay? I don't know where that number came from, okay? That number was something that was brought up. Now, you're gonna limit that. And this is how I feel about this for the citizens. This will be the first thing that this city has done for the citizens of this town since I've been here. Everything else has been something for the fire department, city hall, police department. But this is the first thing, okay? Now, we've got, this is the oldest, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the oldest facility that's still under city.
Other than the municipal library.
Okay, and y'all put them in. Okay, now, this place, are we gonna tear anything down? Because this place has got asbestos in it.
Yes.
Okay? Now, I'm embarrassed to even say that this is 2025, and we're putting our citizens in a facility that's got asbestos in it. And we're not trying to do a damn thing to improve that, okay? Now, that's the way I see this. And to come up here and to hand me something like this, when I can go to Newton, and I can go to different places, and I can see facilities that are being put up and this is Morehead City. And we're gonna come up here with a gym. And then y'all gonna put this pretty green field out there, okay? But really what we're doing, we're gonna spend $8 million for a gym. Now, all I'm seeing right now is a gym. I don't see anything other than that.
Where else would you, number one, like me to go get the money, and then number two, what else do you, hang on,
Well, hold on.
Hold on.
Chris, every time you say that, every time I hear you say that.
Sure.
Okay? We found money to find the fire department. We found money to get trucks. We found money for everything else. Okay? Now, the question is, if you want to charge me with doing something that I think you ought to be doing, I'll do it.
Okay, I'll go get
If
you
you
five.
want me to try to find more money to do
Sure.
this type of thing, I will do that.
You're in a conversation here with me right now, and I'm happy to have this dialogue in front of every single.
Well, we're doing it right now.
Let's go, baby. Right here.
Okay, so go ahead. You're gonna ask me where am I gonna find the money?
No. I'm gonna tell you that state appropriations gives you a fire station.
Right.
If you want me to go stand.
We're not talking about fire station. We're talking about this right
You
here.
are talking about fire station.
No. I mentioned that you already found money. We're talking about finding money for this.
You're not listening to me.
All right. What am I not hearing?
You said, Chris, you went out and got money for a fire station. State appropriation gives me $2 million.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm talking, you're taking it personal. I'm not dealing with personal. I'm talking about the city.
Correct.
All right. All right. The city
Sure.
has found money. So let's take you off the grid.
Happy to.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, the city has found money for everything else, whether you were involved or were you not.
Understood.
All right. Now, were you here when they found money for City Hall?
No.
All right then. Okay, so we squash that right now.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm saying to you is we have found money for everything we've done. We've never heard anybody walk to say, well, where are you going to find this? Where are you going to find that? No. When you come up with this, okay, no, I'm sorry. Now, maybe because I've got a little bit of, what do you want to call it?
History.
A little history. I'm
Yes,
glad you gave me that.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Because I have seen how certain things have been done. Now, before, at first I thought it was just because it's on the north side. Okay? And nobody wanted to do nothing for the folks on the north side. Okay? But I think that the reason that we're being selfish with this is I think we could do a lot better if we really wanted to, when the will's there to work. Okay? But I think there's certain factions in this town that don't want to see us do something better than this. Okay, we're limiting ourselves to $8 million. Limiting ourselves. But we haven't limited ourselves to anything else. This is the only thing that we've done in this town for the citizens. And then you're going to say to me, okay, that, oh, what was that little thing they played, that oversized ping pong set, what do y'all call it?
Pickleball.
Pickleball. Bill, you ready to go out there and play some pickleball? But that's what they say senior citizens are playing nowadays. That's bullshit, excuse my French, okay? So no, I'm not happy with this, and I may be only, say what?
I'm sure not gonna go out there and shoot basketball.
I got you, my friend, okay? So what I'm saying is, we need something a little different, okay? That's a little more than this, okay? That's gonna include all the citizens of Morehead City, okay? And that's all I'm saying. But I'm a little upset, because this is nowhere near what I think we need for all the citizens of Morehead.
What do they have in Newburgh for seniors?
They've got that walking track, yeah, they got the walking track. Have you seen the one in Newburgh?
All $14 million though.
Okay.
Paid with FEMA funds too.
Okay, so there's ways to do it, okay? But I'm saying that I feel you may have been handicapped, you may have been handicapped, I don't know. But I'm just saying, if Newman can do it and have a nice facility like that, we ought to be able to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Temple.
Okay? Now, they found the money somewhere.
Dude.
Okay, so I'm not saying that, I'm not saying you can't do it, I'm not saying you can't. But I'm saying if we're gonna do something for the citizens of Morehead City, this town is growing. You wait one time to go to the shop, one time, okay?
New versus renovation. I know Daniel wants me to shut up. He's leaning in on me right now. I gotta put sprinklers in the building. They didn't have sprinklers before. I gotta fix what was not done prior to.
I understand, but before you even do that, we got asbestos in the building.
in portions, where it's unbreakable upon the foundation.
I understand, but we still have it.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And a lot, have asbestos in our pipes in the city.
I understand that, but I'm saying this is where our youth go. This is something where our youth and our citizens go to exercise. This is something for our citizens. And to half-ass it, excuse my French, is not acceptable to me. I think we ought to put something down there that we're gonna be proud of.
Well,
Can we do it in phases though?
That's
we
a
can.
good idea.
Well, I've set it up to do it in phases. So there is definite line breaks for a phase one and a phase two. The phase one being a gym, and come right there and touch it again and remove all of that with a phase two. I'm gonna put
Okay, go ahead.
because I'm limited by what council tells me.
I
to do.
understand that.
You gave the same passionate speech at budget time.
Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And then nobody wanted to, everybody settled on $8 million because it got the appropriate tax rate at the time. And
I didn't
that's,
settle
that way, the council settled. So when you're looking this way, I'm gonna say it, look around too.
I'm with you.
Because that's who,
Trust me, Dan, you ought to know me by
Yeah.
that. I am not going to.
that's who
I do not discriminate.
hands the orders. So for $8 million, and everybody nodded their head that their first priority was the NCAA size gym for basketball and stuff, that's what you get. That is due to start construction. I can start construction on that plan in May.
Okay, but hold on, let me ask you this. I'm gonna ask every other council. Were you asked what you wanted in the gym?
We were last year when we were here.
Oh, y'all were here,
We
so I
got-
missed that.
we
You
got-
had that thing at your, at the house, the flooding.
I missed that. Okay.
It wasn't just here though, and the council meeting asked us too.
Yeah.
What is y'all individually, they said, what is your vision for renovation of W.S. King? The consensus was, at the time, we said 2 basketball gyms, but then we come down later, we found out we can't afford 2 basketball gyms. So we had to settle for the $8 million.
The $8 million number came from doing a couple of concepts. That was 8 million, 13 million, 19 million. All those came with bigger price tags, and like you said, the LGC with the funding. And in your budget is only the payments on the thing. We didn't even put $8 million in the budget. We put the payments on $8 million. And to hold the rate at what we got, that's what we can do. Now, if council don't like this,
Dan,
I'll ball it up, throw it away.
No, hold on.
We can start over.
Hold on.
But
All I'm saying to you, it came out to me this way, okay? And I have mentioned how my concern.
passionate.
Please do not get defensive.
No, I'm not. But I
This
just,
has nothing to do with Dan, okay?
I understand.
I'm looking at what we can do better. I just think we can, okay? I don't want to do 8 million and do a renovation, okay? I feel we can give our citizens a little room if we work for them. Where there's a will, there's a way, okay? And that's all I'm saying. I think we can do a lot better, okay?
Can I ask a question maybe to you, Chris or Joe? Why are we being limited to the amount we can borrow on this project of $8 million?
To meet the tax rate you set at the last budget. I can answer that. I'm sorry to jump in. Nobody asked me, but I do.
So these are the debt service that we approved.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've got to be able to show them that we can pay for it. So if a bigger debt service is approved.
Okay, so how much is the debt service that we approved in the, or excuse me, that was approved in the budget for the city hall annexation? How much debt service?
2 something.
Debt service, I think it's $115,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. I just, this is my opinion, and I'll share it in front of Harvey. I'm kind of settling for what we've got here because I feel like that's about all we're going to get, and I've got to settle for something. Do I agree with Harvey that I think we could do more? Absolutely. And I share Harvey's passion. This is the first project that I think that we have ever done since I've been on this council where their money is concerned. We can't do it because of money. We can't do it. But we built a city hall. We built fire stations. We've done other things. It's just like, and guys, this is not personal. I keep hearing Chris say we need good dialogue and good passion here. So, guys, this is not throwing arrows at anybody. This is the way I feel. We're getting ready to build a storage room
besides City Hall, that we budgeted, what did we budget, Daniel, $250,000? Well, it ended up costing $500,000, and there wasn't a question about it, of spending the additional fund to build an IT store building and storage. It was in our finance meeting last month. Not one question was raised that it was over budget and we were getting ready to spend an additional $300,000 more. There wasn't a question. Well, we can't do it because of the money. I just feel like that this project has been singled out at the very beginning. We haven't got the money. We can't get the money. The LGC won't approve the money. I think we can do better than what we're doing. I'm sorry. This is for our kids. It is for our seniors. It is going to enhance our Parks and Rec building, and I think we can do better. But I feel like at the 2 or 3 times that we've talked about this, George, if you don't settle for this, you're not going to get anything. But I do believe we can do better. We can do better.
My do better is in phases. If you give us 3, I'm gonna just pick on these 2 right here. If you give us the chance to do this in phases, I take 3 votes. I love the passion dialogue. Love you, you know that. Love you, you know that. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't care who's sitting here. When I had 3 votes to pave a parking lot, what did Chris Turner do? We're paving a parking lot, and we're gonna make it look good. When I had 3 votes to do something with W.S. King, I'm gonna make W.S. King happen if you'll give me a chance to do it in phases. Just like that parking lot we had down there. When there's some people in here, I'm gonna pass the microphone back over.
I got one thing I need to say.
I mean, but look at the crap that we hauled over that parking lot, but look at it being used.
If you will let me.
Look at it being, is it not being used? Absolutely. It's almost full every weekend.
My point is, I'm cheering with you, okay? If you will let staff execute this in phases, I hear him when he comes in. What you're missing is the beautiful dialogue that he and I have in City Hall with Chris Turner. Listen to me. Here's my only sole opinion. He says, we have got to do better for our citizens in providing multi-generational recreation. Something for the north side. I hear you. I'm going to give you the pastor microphone in a second. I will do this in phases. I will go bigger, badder, and more amazing than W.S. King because I, leadership-wise, understand where you're coming from. And if I get 3 votes, I'm going to execute. That's just the way it works. He and I joke all the time. You bring me to 3, it's going to be okay. What I can't do right now is go to I'm not saying the LGC says no. We just had a massive conversation, I'm going to give the microphone back to you, about this yesterday. What I'm limited is the parallel trains in your city that are going this way, and I can't help pass decisions that have put us in a position of me not being able to tell that man right there, I got you $20 million, I will build it to the sky. Or you, or you, or you, or you, and you. I will find a way to yes. You have to give me some leeway capacity to do so. Now, I respect you saying, Chris, this ain't personal, brother. History is on your back, and you're telling me, hey, I'm tired of it. Do better than that. I'm going to, if I have the capacity to do so. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Now I'm going to share something. I could not figure out why everybody on this council, or those on this council, would not want to upgrade this facility. And I found this started wondering about the money. Now, who would benefit or who would not benefit from us doing this? Okay? Now, I don't know if people from the sports center is lobbying people up in here or what. Okay? But those folks, okay, are not for this. Okay? Now, I don't know if anybody's in here listening to them or not. But if you are, you're sorry ass. Because this is for the citizens. Okay? Now, they're lobbying to not us do this. They don't want us to have anything. And for those of you who don't know that, that's a fact. Okay? So this is not something that they want, or whoever they are. Okay? Now, they have approached our city. In my opinion, I don't know if that was something that I looked at. Now, I don't know if there's anybody on this council who was talking to those people. And if you are, as I said, they're sorry. But they are not wanting us to have a facility like this.
May I?
Yes, sir.
In support of what Mr. Walker is talking about, I will back up and say I have not heard from individual council members who are in favor of this. This will generally be news to all of you. So we need to talk about it. I have been in receipt November 13th, Health and Fitness Association, a concern regarding proposed public recreation wellness WSK facility. In addition to that, on December 9th at 2:08 p.m., I received a phone call from Taylor Ricketts, the owner of the Sports Center. And in that dialogue for about 30 to 45 minutes, I had a conversation, a very good conversation, and I didn't satisfy Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts said, Chris, have you received my letter from Health and Fitness Association of America? I said, yes, I did, and I did have the Governmental Affairs and CFO message me. I said, I will bring this to City Council at their strategic retreat just to let them know. That Health and Fitness Association organization is opposed to you doing anything at WS King. In addition, Mr. Ricketts followed up with me in personal dialogue on the phone and shared these following things. He said, I will advocate for you where you feel as if our enhancement of WS King is infringing upon your revenue growth for Sports Center. I said, what can I share as I advocate, not advocate for you, but advocate your message, since you're not going to be there. Basketball, Chris, you subsidize it. I cannot compete. And I said, I'm going to quote you. He said, we are not Raleigh, and when you go make it look better and be better, and nicer, I can't compete with you. I said, stop, if I may inject as a manager, we have two different sets of clientele. You are dealing with individuals in the public, in my kind opinion, that are revenue driven, who want an enhanced facility that's 24/7, and you have an natatorium, fancy words for a pool. He said, you are hurting me in my revenue. In addition to that, I can't compete with you, and you subsidize everything. I can't subsidize pickleball like you did. I said, well, time out. And I shared with him, I said, pickleball like Leland. In Leland, there's a massive pickleball facility, etc. I said, our programmatic reference, our Parks and Recreation vision, mission, and drive from City Council is programmatic elements. It's not to compete with Iron Tide. It's not to compete with the 24/7s. It's not to compete with TrueFit or the Sports Center. We provide programmatic sports and recreation because we can't put I can't put a massive museum. I can't put a marbles. I can't put a bowling alley. I can't put a water park. That is market driven. What I can do is give our citizens of all ages and all spans recreational opportunity and programmatic elements. I said, we don't have to do that. It is the only one thing in our state statute, you've heard me preach this, is what she has for building inspections. Council chooses to give their citizens of all age recreation, programmatic, engagement opportunities to get out and be healthy. Our goal is to make them have opportunities to be healthy. That fell to the wayside. Mr. Ricketts doesn't believe you should do anything with WS King because you're competing. He said, are you growing the gym? Explain this to me. What do you mean? He said, are you enhancing the gym? Yes, we're going to make the internal gym facility much better, giving more open space for all ages, again, to recreate and move. When the weather's bad, give them a place to go do, lift weights, walking, and to be healthy. Yes, the answer is that. Well, how much are you going to charge for that? I can't make revenue. I said, before we end this conversation, I am not allowed by state statute to make a revenue opportunity off of our programmatic elements. I cannot go make money. My parent, my mom and dad won't let me do that. I said, it's more of me educating you. I'm not upset at Mr. Ricketts. I'm just sharing with you his disdain for what you are doing, and it is lacking in our staff's education, me, not Anna, and sharing with him the limitations that we have. I said, one more before you get off the phone with me. Since I've been here 3 years, I'm not a Caesar and I'm not the winner of all. I said, but I'm going to tell you right now, we've pushed people out of the Parks and Recreation Department and Center because they were using the space for revenue. He said, explain it to me. I said, okay, fancy words is this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use that Parks and Recreation facility. I'm going to go get me a permit. I'm going to get me I'll pay a fee, and I'm going to use the open room, and I'm going to bring 15 clients in there, and I'm going to charge them for yoga on the city's dime. I said, so I'm paying for air as a city. I'm paying for indoor facility as a city, and all you're being charged is your common weightlifting access, and you're charging other clients to make revenue. I said, I have kicked almost all of them out of the city, saying, hey, you can't do that. You can't use our facility as a for-profit center for your activities. I said, but Taylor, you can, and you have, and you're continuing to do so. We don't do that. We don't use taxpayer money for you to achieve revenue. In support of what you said, this is what I received. What I'm leaning into is improving WSK. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to let you know what put me on to it. I didn't feel any pushback until after when I wanted to have a walking jogging park, a little walking thing.
Yes, sir.
That's when I found out that the pushback came. So when I started seeing things, and it's all for just children, What he wants is he wants the people that can pay money, the adults. So he wants us to push those people to his business. That's how I see this. Because there's nothing here for seniors. There's nothing here for older people, gentlemen, adults. This is dealing with people who are just playing pickleball and basketball. There's nothing here for those things. So that's what put me on to this, okay? That's why I said, what's here for everybody? It's not for everybody. Now, he's going to still have his clients. He's going to still have people. But he wants to have children, and he takes the paying clients, okay? Or those people who in Morehead who can't afford. This is for those people who can't afford to go to his place, okay? Now, if the truth were known, we're dealing with two different clientele, okay?
I mean,
the people who are going to come to WSK can't even afford to go up there, and may not even want to come. Those who are up there with the pinkies, WSK may be beneath them, okay? So my whole argument is I am not going to deny citizens, okay, who have charged me to look out for their welfare and benefit, and I'm going to drive them to a place where they need to spend money, and this is their tax dollar? Oh, no. I'm here to represent all the citizens, okay? Not just the juniors. I'm here to represent everyone, okay? Just like Bill said, he's not here to play basketball, and neither not, okay? But we need to have some place we can go and exercise and walk. At least that's how I feel. Now, City Manager?
Yes, sir.
Please don't take what I've said personally.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
This is not personal. This is something that's been very close to my heart. And so when I saw this, and I want us to look at all citizens, and I figured that the guy's sports senator, because I couldn't figure out. I said, figure the money. Here's the money. Who does not want this to happen? Okay, and there it is. Chris, I want to thank you for reading it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll talk because I've already talked too much and I'm already in it, so let's go with this finish. And I don't know Mr. Ricketts.
I've never met him.
I don't think I've ever
I
met him.
attend the sports center and I've been approached, but I don't want to talk to them.
I mean,
It is just so far off the radar screen for me.
Mr. Harvey's right, and y'all all said it. The clientele we're trying to attract there for anything isn't the sports center. If they had the monthly membership for the sports center, they wouldn't go to the sports center. They do something else with it. That's what I believe. And so we're trying to, it's the W.S. King building, which houses the rec center, but it's also a community center. There are things in there for adults. I mean, there's a knitting class in there. I don't know how old you want to be in that one. But, I mean, there is things there for seniors, not as much. Basketball takes up a lot of real estate, but it's our hot topic. Pickleball, if Mr. Ricketts wants those, I'll send him every pickleball there is, because they are a pain in my butt. But
Taylor Ricketts, what it boils down to, he is about himself. When I did speak with him, when I spoke with him, he said something negative about Morehead City Marlins. He's just worried about his business. And that's why he don't get along with his brother-in-law and his sister-in-law. I told him that this project right here is gonna help with our flag football program, youth basketball program. I said, Taylor, you don't do none of that at the sports center. It's not gonna affect your business. So Mr. Ricketts is thinking about himself, and I agree with Harvey. We need to do this for the Morehead City.
I don't ever stop you. Hey, before we jump in, I don't ever stop you. But what I don't do, and you and I have frank conversations, what I don't do is lean into, I know you're not being negative to him. I would caution, because I don't ever stop your words. I would caution us from disenfranchising Taylor Ricketts as his opinion. Because he is a business owner. He has a right to his opinion. He has a right to his counter opinion. I'm asking you to be kind on the record that we don't penalize a business owner in the city from saying he's selfish or being derogatory to his comments. That's coming from Chris Turner, the city manager, not anybody else in this room. I know your passion point. I hear you. You shared it with me, and I've shared that back with you. What I don't want to do is go on the record saying that I'm going to slam you as a human being.
So I don't want y'all to go on the record, but y'all can put me on the record.
Okay.
I'm calling the house. Yeah.
He's married to one of Cassie's daughters.
Yeah, exactly. So
I don't know. He's married to this summer.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. And please don't take that as a personal attack. I want to make sure that we are cautious as a staff and not to do that.
It just, Chris, it just tells you how passionate we are about this.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we are passionate about this project, and to have a business owner come in here and even have the hint that we're trying to, it's unbelievable to know that what we're trying to do for
for our community and for our kids, that, like Councilman Walker said, that can't afford it. It is just unreal that he would come to the city and make a statement as he's making. It's just unreal.
I go to the sports center, I've been going there since the 90s. So this is nothing, no knock against the sports center, but I explained to Taylor that not only is this helping our youth, all our programming, but we got a community college that wants to start a soccer team, women's soccer team, lacrosse team. This is gonna be beneficial to them too, in our partnership with them. So he's not seeing none of that. The only thing he's worried about is his business.
Understood. Can I ask a question about the field? The field that's being proposed, will it have any effect on our youth playing flag football?
We have to reach over some of the fields, but this is the largest size field you can fit on that piece of property.
Okay. I know this is being designed for the use of the college team. But is it going to have any bearing?
Good pause there, so it actually helped on a legal league, because I see you, my child plays flag football this year, because we don't want to do soccer anymore. Awesome. It helps that group have a multi-purpose, multi-design field. Daniel knows way more about it right now than having that. It helps those groups, and it enhances. The impact will be minor scheduling. We're going to try to find a way to give those beautiful, and cheerleaders are there. There's a lot more. There's 300 plus people who are engaged in that activity. I went out myself and I was like, oh my good gracious, Lord have mercy. There's a lot of human beings out here. So short answer, scheduling might be yes. This is for them and not necessarily for the community college.
We're turning that into this.
Just maximizing the space that we have to get as much.
We have to cheat a little bit on the size of parking to meet our requirements.
This is more than just flag football, my friend. This is fly fishing, programmatic out there. This is everyone who's doing training and using that field for recreation.
Like you just said there, Chris, there's a lot of youth, there's a lot of people participating in flag football, and I don't want to prohibit that.
And that gets drainage, that gets flatter, because right now it's more than 1.5%. So if you were to go play college, we're going to talk about college. If you were to play college soccer right now, both teams have to sign a waiver that's got a slope on it. I'm like, well, I don't want that. I want it flat and everything just like it should be.
I will tell you who you were here from. What do you not see on that exists right now? Take a look at it.
Absolutely. Amen
to that.
Yeah.
But
I can't fit everything.
I mean, they've got some, I'm sorry, they've got some support.
City first. And that's my answer. You don't have to take my answer. City comes first.
No. I'm not getting away from it. Bigger, better. When we put this plan together, some of the original plans had obviously more money. I have set those points of demo and rebuild at existing fire doors and sections in the facility. If you want me to show a phase 2, which I can show at the ribbon cutting, when we're out there turning dirt, we can show phase 1 that we're starting on, and if y'all want to show a phase 2, I can draw the box in. But there is a way to expand this into a phase 2 model across that back hallway, all the way through.
And give them a walkway around.
And give them 2 stories.
Yeah.
And move an exercise to the back, upstairs, and the things.
I'm good with it.
Okay. So I'll gladly show that, but if Jewel just opened her bag and found $20 million over there and say, hey, go for it.
All right.
I'm scheduled to start in May with this.
What you can.
Yeah, right, exactly. If we found more money today, I'm now starting in December. Yeah. So, but I'll gladly have them start adding in W.S. King expansion phase 1.
Thank you.
State legislative lobbyist has on his short list of things, including Brandywine and other things, he has go find in the long session and short session, state appropriated money for recreation and parks. We have a better opportunity with parks and recreation grants and appropriations than we do for pretty much anything else, to tell you the truth. So I have asked / instructed Sam Shoemake, that's on your top 5 priority list, along with wastewater treatment plant, along with legislative relief from some of the things we talked about in the wastewater treatment plant Brandywine area, and this. Before we begin, I'll tell you what's lower on the list. Lower on the list is Big Rock Stadium additional funds. So go get this before you start looking at that. So if I had an opportunity to choose before I ask my city council, it's going to be enhancing parks and recreation. And with credit, because I'm not leaning on Bill Taylor for this, I believe in a master plan is going to signal to you
that we need to do more in certain areas and certain places. But I don't want to stop and wait on a master plan.
No, I wouldn't.
Master plan is, go ahead.
The master plan is going to have to say, we got to do it different, and we can't do it all at one time. Because we got to keep the streets running, we got to cool, we talk about water towers, and sewer systems and all that. We can only do what we can afford to do under a certain tax.
It just seems
And
like.
every one of you have talked about
Keep the taxes low.
keeping the taxes low. You can't spend $20 million to get to the end game. You're gonna have to be patient and balance the dollars that we got and keep improving a bit at a time. There's nobody that's voted against improving WST. It's the amount that you bite off in the first bite. And will the taxpayer pay it? Will they be happy with that type of plan? I don't think so. I think we have to do what we can. And I think that Daniel deserves some credit
Nobody's saying they
for getting a plan that we can execute.
I think,
And that has been included for funding.
Well, I'm only one vote deal, but for me personally, there's not a capital project in Morehead City that's more important right now than this project right here, for our kids and for our community. And I'm only one vote. I'm only one vote, and I'll go on record saying, this right here, this is my focus right now, to get the best we can on the ground for our kids and our seniors.
I believe that the difference between the way I look at it is that we've got this one law, WST, but we're councilmen, and we're responsible for all those street balls out there, all of those things, and we take them all along at the same time.
We find money for everything else, we can find money for this.
That's my only problem when you guys say that. We're gonna end this conversation, I'm not gonna dig it back up again. Thank you, Counselor, I appreciate it. When people say, you found money for this, you can find money for somewhere else, just think my government brain leans into the rage that she and I feel when people tell us that. You found money for this, you can find money for something else. I need you to be a little more specific. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. State appropriation, existing revenue, and then finding grant funds. There is not a miracle pill I can swallow to give you $30 million, $20 million, $18 million, $10 million for a passion project that is necessary for our city. This is less passion, more necessary for our city than to do this. If I built a new facility, just like Newbern did, I'd be free of the sprinkler system, the asbestos, minor, and the limitations that that facility has. I don't think the public wants to see us raise, destroy, take it to the floor, that facility and build something brand new. They want a historical presence there, and I would never dare bring you saying, hey, I'm gonna take that bad boy to the ground and build it from the floor up. But when I keep historical preservation there, I'm limited by sprinkler systems and existing infrastructure. Please give me, us, collectively, the opportunity to hear you. We've heard you during budget, to do this in phases, if you're favorable for that. I will attempt and lean and push legislatively, and Kelly Jones grants and Joel Lasser say, hey, every opportunity we have, bring forward to City Council. Here's the next phase and opportunity for the WS King facility on the north end of the city. I give you my commitment to that. I'm gonna tell you, I don't like it in terms of streets, and I've told you all individually. I still have infrastructure burdens, we collectively have infrastructure burdens that we will differ in opinion. If it comes to streets and pipes and pavement, any good manager will go, it's a want. I hate to say it, I'll leave it at that. Parks and Recreation, we have a difference in wants versus needs, which is where I work for you, you tell me to execute, I go 10-4, I hear you, I'm going that way. I give you my commitment, I told you all, you give me 3 votes, I'm going that way.
So you think, and again, this is not argumentative, Chris.
Sure.
So you think that this Parks and Rec addition gym is a want and not a need? Is that what I just heard you say?
Elements of it are.
You think it's more that this is more than we're wanting this, and it's a need for our community.
I'll tell you, the wastewater treatment plant number 2 is a massive missile coming for this city. We can do WSP. Coming.
We got to need
That, I was exactly going to go there.
Okay.
Mr. Walker does see it as this is here in my face now, and then your wastewater treatment plant number 2 is a nuclear missile coming this way. But you and I know, you pull the gun on the thing that's in front of you first, and you deal with it when it gets to you. I'm trying to lean us out a little further, give us a little more armament, a little more yards, so I can see the targets coming to me. Hate to do that in government, the target's not so bad.
So here's what got me in all.
Yes, sir.
A few years ago, a guy wanted to talk me into going to a tournament.
Yes, sir.
Basketball tournament.
Yeah.
You know when they had to go to play basketball? I said, no.
Yes, sir.
I was like, what?
Unacceptable. Like bathrooms.
Yeah, they had to drive all the way to Newburgh to play in a tournament.
Right.
You know, I'm like, really? Our citizens? We don't have a place to play. That's what got me started.
I used to be, we need to end on this one. When I worked at the county, I'm gonna tell you where our people play basketball at right now. When you go to Fort Benjamin Park, they didn't have a light or a water fountain. And them boys are playing, and girls, playing basketball till midnight at 1 o'clock in the morning at Fort Benjamin Park. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Can we give them a water fountain and a light? But I understand. I'm not picking on Carter County government. I know your passion point. I know his passion point. I know my passion point for it. Give the youth somewhere to be and senior citizens somewhere to be as well. I understand. I will move forward to that. Now, I'm not going to pick on Jewel, but I'm going to pick on Jewel. She's sitting there going, hoo. We just talked about debt limit capacity. Here you guys are talking about. But I hear you. But listen to me and you. I hear you. Hey, Chris Turner, do your damn job and find a way. I hear you. Okay. All right.
Appreciate it.
Project Grander. Let's go into another fun subject.
You're a courageous man.
That's what they pay me for. That's what you pay me for. Project Grander. This law.
Problem. That's a folder full of fun stuff.
I'm up here preaching
You
to the
have
strong.
stuff. Yeah.
All right, what I'm going to pass out is another gross scheme of maneuvers where you buckle your shorts and your shoestrings up. Project Grander is downtown North Carolina. Project Grander is no longer closed session. Economic development is now open to our public discussion. I'm going to start you with the tax parcel values. Thank you, City Attorney, for providing me with this information. So I'm going to start you warming up to that. I just want you to look at it. Give you an opportunity to read, and I'm going to start handing some more stuff out to you. I'm going to paint a verbal picture. You used to have a break, so. That's okay. We'll be first. Take a look, but I want to peek over top of it. I'm scared to start a conversation about hard to sit in the chair. I gotta wait for him to get back from the bathroom. I don't want him to miss an element of this. This is fun times.
Is that what you call it?
This is a take.
I'll be quick as we can. This is my last one. And truly, thank you. I don't want to explain this to you on the phone. I'll stop. I'll start.
It may require some explanation as to what they're doing.
Yes, sir.
You can.
No, we need you.
Dang, he's not even in.
You ran him out of here.
Lord.
Ran him
You
off.
see, let me show you this.
Ran him off.
Do you think he can give me the answer to this?
Yeah.
Yes. Because he's got to get that.
Title for females.
Yes, I mean, what I'm saying is, if it's gonna happen, he's got to do it like almost before Christmas. Well, New Year's, to schedule.
Yeah, after today, he can give you a better, he can give us a then.
Well, yeah, roughly, at least if he can give me some time. Yes.
All right, ready to jump into it? I don't necessarily, I'm not trying to disenfranchise Mr. Taylor, but I'm gonna lean into it a little bit. The documents I've given you are gonna have a little bit of explanation, but let me just give you an update to Project Grander. Project Grander, as you see behind me, is the vision for creating public waterway wharf. I call it wharf access. You've heard us have dialogue for it. I don't need to refresh your memory as to the what and why, but now we're into the how. And what I'm asking you is, I'm gonna start with the question first. What I'm asking you is for guidance and will to move forward. What I will not have answers to is funding mechanisms. We're gonna have to lean into answering several questions before we get into who's paying for it, how are you paying for it. I'll give you an update. Met with the Clark family members, positive and successful, had a follow-up conversation with a representative of the Clark family, and they're proposing the perpetual lease option, which is affirmed. They're very interested in the library property. They would also provide that perpetual lease to the library property to the city. They're not favorable for gifting the parcels of land they have to the city, things you already know, outright, as they're using it for the 1031 exchange. In addition, we met with Big Rock individual board members and gained a consensus from them for the potential for the $1.7 million worth of paid parking lot they have being gifted into the city. Fast forward to what you were more interested in is the letter Chris Turner you sent to Mrs. Purefoy for her property. How was it received? We had verbal dialogue, correct me if I'm wrong, with Mrs. Purefoy and caretaker representative that she is not in favor of selling that property to the city, because she feels it is a legacy gift to family members who are there. I respect and understand that, okay? With that comes a question to city staff and city attorney and planning and finance. Hey, snapshot, let's call the ball on what it looks like for those tax parcels. I'll ask the city attorney in just a second to kind of give you a loose framework of this document you see set before you. And then also I've asked finance and city staff to bring forward parcels as a solution set. Hang on with me. As a solution set, are there parcels across the city prior to the Parks and Rec master plan that city staff and city staff only would encourage you to place back on the market to receive revenue? In other words, we're a fan of taking property we have that we feel city staff feel are underutilized and placing that back on the market to receive tax parcel property. I was very encouraged, eager, and proud to see that there are some things that I had in my philosophical mind for properties to come back online, absent the Project Grander thing, just period. Placing property back on for efficiency and effectiveness, placing properties back onto the tax rolls to gain profit. To gain revenue for us, not sell a profit. And we're going to lean into some of those. It actually helps the Project Grander effort, but even if we decide to suspend, cease, pause Project Grander, we're still going to ask you to take a look at some of those parks and recreation properties that are underutilized and bring them back online, and to consolidate some of the efforts. I'll give you a hint, Curb Market, to consolidate some of those efforts into a more proper park, which is Martin Luther King Jr. Park. So there's multiple layers to this. One of the ones I want to try to lean into today before we sunset is to talk about those park properties coming back onto the public domain to receive tax and to find efficiency, but they do have an impact to the project grander solution. All right, before I go further, part one of this conversation is these tax parcel values. What tax parcels are you talking about, Chris Turner? Pretty much everything around the downtown block. That's from 800 through 713 Evans. And to take a look at the ownership, which is the third column, and the county appraisal as it exists generally right now. And then the what if. The what if is at the bottom, and I'll lean on the city attorney to explain this better than I'm doing right now, to include almost the litigation cost if you were to move into a form of taking. What will we have to write a check to, forgive me, write a check to the clerk at the county as we move forward with that. So I'll pause because I will do injustice to the document he provided me. I'll ask him to give you a better framework of why you have this and what it means, and then we'll lean into some dialogue. Ta-da.
I presume you figured it out by reading it, but I will tell you, the top part, which goes to the first total of $4,154,355, is we have to go out and take every piece of property that we need to make Project Grander work. But then I deducted out in green to come to the other total, what we have gotten not written, but verbal commitments for, and that would be for the lot that the Big Rock folks have, and the Clarks participating in some manner. That is, we would not have to buy it. It might be a long-term lease or something, but we will not have to spend that kind of money to go out and get ownership of the property. It would therefore be a donation of some kind. Take that out. So now you're down to $1,738,247, and that's probably what, because Ms. Purefoy says no, that's a fight. We're going to have a fight, and that's, just get used to that. And the fight is going to be a taking. That is, the town condemns, eminent domain. Condemnation crosses a line where you might get confused. Using our authority for eminent domain for a public park and wharf area, we would go and take the property, and this property is only the redfish property. This is not the dive shop at this point, okay? So that would then give us the block of dirt that we need. It would take all that thing where the library parking lot is, going all the way to the shore. It would take it all the way over to in front of the dive shop, but not the dive shop. That would give us everything for about $1,738,000, and then we got to add about another $200,000 probably for the litigation process and a couple of years to do it. So we're not talking about let's go flip the switch and make it happen. Okay, this is going to be a process to get this last piece of dirt that we have to have, which is where redfish is, and the cost of the process. I figure $200,000. It might be a little less, but boy, I've never had anybody fight with me when it comes in under budget.
Can we do the project without Mrs. Purefoy's property?
You can do anything without Mrs. Purefoy property, but it would not look as the presentation of what I've given you. So you're asking the what are we doing? Can we be clear with that? This is waterway access to the public. This started because the Clark family purchased property, which is dirt right next to the library. The bricks and Legos that are leading up to this is what are we doing? If I had to do an elevator pitch to the public and explain what is this Project Grander, what are you doing? Are you providing amphitheater? Are you just mowing down buildings? You're gonna let people do big rock things. It's more than just big rock. It's providing waterway access, wharf access, and a communal location at Tournament Central. This is Tournament Central, and you've got 80 some plus odd special events. Probably a good 60 of them are tournaments, and we're doing Little Rock on the side. We're looking at the long-term vision of having that location be a Tournament Central spot for the city. In addition to this, the signal was you had encroachment easy. You had encroachment or leaning into residential styled units coming into this location, and you had a will and a want as a council collective to stop that effort. Where is the disembarkation line for that?
Can I give you an answer? Can I give you an answer to your question and why it's in here? because those donations we're talking about are at least verbally dependent upon us having that as part of the project. They're not necessarily going to give us their lot if we don't have a bigger footprint by going after the other.
Just answer my question, because I was going to piggyback on what Lee was talking about. If we don't, but we have this other property, it would potentially squeeze.
I won't say that they won't do it, but the first question we get asked in these conversations is, what are you going to do about getting that?
Yeah.
And so it's always been in the conversation for these donations that
For
piece of
the
property.
public good, the city is contributing its potential taking of a property for wharf and waterway access. In addition to that, the other two willing participants in that are saying, okay, if you do that city, we're willing to contribute to that. Clark family and Crystal Coast Tournaments, AKA Big Rock.
I don't know when that's gonna do it.
That Pier 4 property is the key.
Go back to the Pier 4 property, when the letter was sent,
Yes, sir.
just asking them if they had a flavor for selling it, or was this project mentioned?
Yes, so it would,
Okay.
I didn't spell it out, I didn't send pictures. I said, this is a public waterway access project.
But they know about it.
They know about it, think of it like a park, they're very knowledgeable.
I got a call from their attorney.
Okay.
And he said, look, she doesn't want to do it, you gonna take it? And I said, nobody has made a decision to do so.
Correct.
But that I would let him know. And therefore, this is still a broad category. And boy, you've got to lay this up against what you want to do.
So
We're talking about the broad term strategy at this point.
Her tenant knew, because I got my hair blood back.
Everybody got a phone call from our town.
So, but it's possible as well that if we move forward on this, then she could say, you know, I don't want to spend the money to fight this thing and turn around and sell it anyhow. Correct?
You know that family better than I do, but I don't ever see her doing that.
Oh, so she would spend the money to fight it.
I think she would say the town is not going to take my legacy property away from me. That's my feeling of my conversations. And I'll tell you, most of my conversations have been through her personal, whoever she is. But she doesn't even talk to us, but we did get a letter or an email or something from her where it was directly from her saying, yeah.
Threats.
Who's her attorney?
Well, he was calling as her attorney, but not really her attorney yet because he hadn't taken on the client, because he didn't know if we were going to be going after the property yet. But he says, I will be her attorney if we go after the property. And that's Scott Davis, who is the town attorney for Newburgh.
And I know we're talking speculation, but also, the only thing she's received is a letter. She has not seen the grand plan.
Yes, as an 80-year-old could receive a grand plan, yes. Who's nodding at you? Correct answer is yes.
I don't think
She hasn't seen pictures, and it will not, I'm gonna tell you right now, it will not sell in her desire to make it a legacy property for her family.
And recognize that the dive shop, which is in the hands of, you know the family better than I do, but anyway, let's call it in the family, is sitting there, and he was very interested in whether we were going to take the dive shop.
He wasn't objective, he was inquisitive.
He was very, I've heard, in other words, nobody is finding this to be a surprise. And I have said our council has not given us direction nor desire to go forward with this at this point. And if they do, we'll let you know.
With the sunset of an Army Reserve Center, the philosophy of open park space and what we're providing to the public cascades over to this large park. I know some people feel that we shouldn't have gone after it because we knew in advance we were going to get it. Those voices are wrong. I encourage them to come see me personally. Okay? It would have been, if the Army and DOD knew about it in advance, they would have told me, don't even reply. They wouldn't have sent me a letter if I knew about it in advance. So the voices who may be negative to that, the spirit and purpose of that open park now applies, and this has been the staff's vision all along, now applies to this open park. So what are we doing, why are we doing it, would be the question that if I was sitting here, I'd ask. What are you doing and why are you doing it? The why is for public access and pausing that level of encroachment. Easy. That level of encroachment and growth into your downtown district, to where you've got 80+ special events. The how is what you're leaning into right now. Backing off the how for a second, going to what are you doing and why are you doing it? Okay? The why I just generally explained, because you got a duality. You've got public access to park space. In addition to that, we started to investigate how we can put a micro's a bad word, a mini version of an amphitheater into that space where it's most appropriate to do so. We've leaned into Wilmington and Live Nation and the mechanism of how to fund that outside of city resources, which is why I don't want to go too far into the how we're going to execute it until I hear from you going, yes, we have a vision for it. Find me the answers, because we're not quite sold on how to execute it immediately without a cost burden upon the city. There will be a cost burden upon the city, but when we start putting infrastructure there, a convention spot, gathering space of sorts, and an amphitheater and open park space for public access to the wharf area is something that is a lasting vision going forward. If you don't have a vision for that, you need to tell me now, and I will all stop. When we collectively all stop, not Katie bar the door, be ready when it incremental and it starts to land inside of your waterfront. You need to give me a vision for go, no go on leaning forward with the grander project and finding a way forward. Now
Chris, I know that my thoughts are probably divergent than the rest of the council, but I say no go right now.
But you were unanimous before what's changed.
Yeah, I was. And I just took a lot of thought into this. I feel like it's going to set a bad precedent that is appeared for the property by eminent domain. That's one thing. I want to protect the city's reputation. Another thing is, this is going to cost more money to put in this project. We were just talking about limiting funds for the W.S. King building. Why not hold off on this project? And we don't know how much this project grantor is going to cost. Why not put more funds into W.S. King, which is for the citizens too, and hold off on this project? That's just my thoughts.
Sure.
And if I can just get you a little more information so you know what you're looking at. We have the Swanson lease that's long-term, so we wouldn't have to do that. But if you want to own that dirt, now put a line item down there so you can see it. And then the dive shop, if you decide I also need the water access to go to the dive shop, then I've got that figure in here. And now that I have said all of that, these figures are tax values. This is not appraisers coming in and telling us what those pieces of property are worth. On my own worksheet, I've got 2 more columns from 2 appraisers that will come in, and I'll bet it's 30% more than this. That's my guess. I don't want you to say, oh, if that's all it's going to take, maybe it's worth it. And I'm not here to say that. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning point. And if we have to go after these other properties, look at the other thing, it says $200,000 for each additional owner that we might have to take property from instead of negotiating a sale or whatever, or donations is even better. So this is very, very early in the phases, and you need to think about what we want to do. And the answer to your question is, no offense to where W.S. King is, but this is on the waterfront of Morehead City. It will be twice this, okay, in the very near future.
This is not a gotcha question. Were we anticipating getting the funds of 1.7 or $2 million to
sale of an existing park property with
so it all hinges on your proposal of selling these other parks.
We're going to ask that you do that either way, to bring them back on because of parks and programmatic efficiency, even outside of the Parks and Rec master plan.
Some of the players will contribute also to this grantor project.
Fair. I don't know that specifically, but I will say he's generally right. In addition to that, and also you have the maintenance burden of the library facility, which Danny has been very quiet on. I'm sitting on $50,000.
And $1 million plus, we renovated the other.
I'm sitting on $50,000 in the maintenance and paint, et cetera, for the library property. And are we using the library? Can we include it in an annex? So there's multiple maintenance decisions on the library property that I have to deal with as well. I would like to bring 4 of those properties you see set before you in the Parks and Rec realm, just initially, even before the park. I don't want to wait on the Parks and Rec master plan to do that because we feel very confident as staff. Those need to come back on to the tax rolls and then move things like the curb market, absent of the project grantor, move things like the curb market back on to Martin Luther King,
give them storefronts. There are some people for curb market that don't like that. I don't want to get into that minutia level just yet. But give us the opportunity to bring those properties back online to the tax rolls. It's the conservative management thing to do from all of us, which does contribute to elements of Project Grant. It's not a decision point, so I'm asking you to do that either way. Project Grant is going to be go from you, whether you want me to go for it or not. I will not have all the answers. Staff will not have all the satisfying answers for it. Is Live Nation going to fund it all? Is the Clark family going to donate $10 million? Is Big Rock going to donate $16 million to this project? I won't have those answers until we move through the problem set. You're not locked into doing it, but you will be locked in when you go for the taking aspect of that. And that's what I'm asking. Do you have a will? Bottom line, do you have a will for the eminent domain taking of Ms. Purefoy's property for the purpose of doing Project Grand or Bunny Wolf? I've heard from one who's changed his vote, not a negative. He said, no, I'm not favorable to that.
I'm gonna ask my question one more time, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're good.
Are you anticipating us selling this property for this property that you've given us in order to create the $1.7
Yes,
million?
that's the goal.
So that's part of it. And
I don't want to come out
any other way.
I don't want to take a tax increase for this, but it's not creative. It's just we've been leaning to that efficiency anyway. Take the proceeds if you're favorable to find those 4 properties. Use that money for the check you got to write for the eminent domain taking. You charge me with being smart about it, and then right there we talk about it. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you go ahead and give you $1.5 million because I want the wharf.
And I think, like the mayor said, I think while unofficial, you would have at least one of those participants.
But we don't have that in, no disrespect, but we don't have that in writing, no, we don't know. I don't know that.
Well, they're not going to put it right until we move forward.
Yeah.
A question on the property, Chris, or,
yes, sir.
or Councilman. Mitchell Village Park, that was a gift. Is there any restrictions on that?
We are investigating that right now. There may be restrictions to that. I will say I'm doubtful that those restrictions. Actually, Julie and I discussed it just to say, hey, we got to do some fact finding, but I want to get it doesn't stop me from asking your favor for it. If you're favor for Mitchell Village, if we have the opportunity to put it back on our tax books, and if it's not restricted, can we do so?
I have the same concern about what hooks are into the county giving us the curb ring.
Yeah.
So your questions are the same questions I have. I don't know if we can do this. This is just something, you guys are getting killed with facts while you're here in these last 2 days that are soft in some areas, because until you say go, we don't spend a lot of time worrying about the other things.
Yeah, we're aware of it. We're aware of it. So I may come back and go, that one particular property I can't do because of restrictions.
So Curb is the county?
It was.
When you say was, it's not now.
It's not now.
Okay. We traded for the armory.
I'm pretty sure that was clean. That was a trade, part of the trade, now paid for the armory.
Yeah,
for the hospital.
exactly.
I'm sorry, Bill, we didn't catch y'all.
But anyway,
I'm just going to bring up one other factoid, which is something that sticks in the craw. That gentleman down there in particular, I know, is we're also spending $53,000 a year for the parking lot associated with the library. So take that into your considerations for what you're going to do with the library. He's talking about $50,000 to improve it, but every year we're paying $53,000 for that parking lot that serves the library.
Is there a CIP on that too?
I can double check.
And yeah, it's just a lot of math going on, but I did not want that to disappear in the broad scope of what we're talking about.
I think it's too early to make the final decision. We want to do it or not, but we direct staff to pursue doing an evaluation.
Need more information.
And get us to a bottom line of what it actually costs and whatever problems that we might have. It's a great idea. It benefits the economic strength of our downtown area. Why wouldn't we do it?
I would have to agree with you, Bill. I think this is a chance for us to kind of get Morehead, we'll put Morehead ourselves, I think like you sat here today, last time we have stood back for years and not done anything. But there's a chance for us to step up.
Point fingers to that. I don't know if my dad never did that lately. In your cubicle, you have a document
that you asked me, could you have a copy for? Remember what that document is?
I sure do.
1997? In 1997, that document had an epic vision for the downtown waterfront that combined certain streets and made it a center place for something that was bigger than Morehead City. It was a masterful vision. And every time I passed your office, Bay Shore Cube, I always look at that document and go, what was the council's, in a good way, what was the council's vision and dialogue? Why didn't they lean into that? I know why. It was closing of streets. It was combining streets and making it a center, convention center, massive business hotel in the corridor between 5th and 8th Street. Combining areas, co-locating, and bringing in a large, massive facilities to grow the waterfront. I understand at the time everybody throws in the Myrtle Beach aspect of it, but I always go back and look at that document and go, not what if, but why, the council's vision then, which informs my thinking, and to not bring that forward with you again. This would be a cataclysm, in a good way, not a bad cataclysm, a promotional factor to lean Morehead City into. I'm anchoring it, city is committing to anchoring something very unique and special and making it a place downtown. From that will be very tough growth decisions when people like hotels and amphitheaters want to come to you and say, hey, can we close 2 streets? Can we build this up here? And you get to make very tough decisions in a positive way.
If we did something like this, it would help us develop the old Sound Show Lake property. A condominium or a hotel or something.
I'm gonna go as far as the water sewer expansion at, Regular Island, that area that Daniel's talking about is right across from Margaritaville. There could be another Margaritaville or something there for us, right there.
The difference between the WS-10 project and this project, you've never seen a city make money off of parks and recreation. It's there for cultural and recreation purposes. It's not there as a profit center. This investment has the potential to attract tax base that makes us money.
Yes, sir. Potential.
And we've got to explore those opportunities. If we talk about over here, look for ways to increase revenue. That's tax base.
I agree with that, but is there another way we can come to Mrs. Linda with a handshake rather than a slap in the face?
We need to let us explore that and see what they can come up with.
That's the intent, yeah.
I wouldn't call it a slap in the face, but I understand where you're going.
Oh, it is a slap. It's like,
To me,
you said you won't sell it to
It's
us.
a slap.
You said you wouldn't sell it to us, so I guess we're gonna have to take it from you. Oh, yeah, that, if I'm sitting there on that piece of property, I'd be mad.
Yeah. You still have to pay for it.
You just got to have a fair market value of that.
No decision that we make is ever going to feel good to everyone. What is the greater good for the people who I've heard from council members tell me, of the people who are not standing here or voicing their opinion? Of the 5 or 50 that show up, there's another 10,000, 9,000 that are not here that are okay with what you're doing. And it is the voices that are not loud and that do not show up and do not post on Facebook that I have to listen to. It's the voices of the 9,000 other than the 100 and 150 who are loud and screaming on social media and then don't show up to a meeting that I have to think, okay, they're silent for a reason. And I have to listen to that. I have to listen to you for anything else, but I have to listen to that and consider that into my proposal back to you.
So if you're saying that, Chris, well, why can't we get their input first then?
How? Silence is an input.
Yes, sir.
You and I are not going to agree on this one. Silence is an input.
Right.
Hey, in my government years, I'm going to tell you right now, I've learned that lesson. I'm going to give you credit for this one. I hate to pick on Pat Joyce when he talked. Jonathan Robinson taught me this. People not saying a word and being quiet, not showing up, is just as loud as 5 people showing up and stomping their feet in rage. If the overwhelming, you're not, I know you're looking and you don't agree with me on that one, but 9,000 people not saying a darn word versus the 50 who show up, I still have to listen to the quiet majority.
How many of those 9,000 people know what we're doing now?
You're going to have to give me an example. Now you're in platitudes.
Oh, no, what I'm saying is, We got a plan, I know this is out of closed session, it's out in the public now, but how many of our constituents actually know what we're planning to do? Yeah, you're speaking for 9,000 people that may not even know what we're doing right now.
Okay, so for Project Grander,
This is public.
it's public.
It's public, but it's ways where we can make it more public and visible.
You and I are gonna disagree on this philosophy that until we hear from the public, we shouldn't act. Because as much as I put out for, I'm gonna pick on my wife for example. I'm gonna give you my wife as an example. Until I tell her that something's happening in the city, it doesn't impact her until it's her kids, or soccer, or recreation. She ain't paying attention. I love her. She ain't paying attention to anything else. She lives with a dude that pays attention to everything, sadly, because I have to. And when she hears about it, it's because we have enraged the marching band, or the soccer team, or something else. Until it becomes a problem for the city, those people, those soccer moms, those soccer dads, those 30 to 55-year-olds won't raise up. The 55 to 65s will if we don't provide general parks and recreation for them in avenues. They will get upset if we don't pave streets, and they'll be loud and charged. When I've seen Morehead City and Carteret County raise up is when you do solar wind solutions, when I had to hold the mic and get barked at. I mean, everybody came out for that one. If you do anything with the port, solar, oil, energy, or wind, everybody's going to raise up. If you do things that they're in favor for, they will stay quiet. Not disenfranchising the public, but they're not going to motivate. As much as you and I want more public engagement, we are not going to get it until we piss somebody off. And they will have an opinion about you taking someone's property. Absolutely. You'll have 50 to 100 people who will arrive to your city council meeting and go, how dare you take her property?
Bad news travels fast.
Absent the comment, sir. Yeah. Are those 50 to 100 the voice of the 9,000? They are not. They're just the ones who are in that circle of influence who came to you and said, hey, how dare you do that? You are the wrongest thing for the city. You shouldn't be here. Okay, well, I still got 9,000 other people who didn't show up. They're like, I'm good with it. I would love to have a park on the wharf because they stayed quiet. Your point to me, I respect it, is that I don't know if that 9,000 is good for it or not because I don't think they know about it. Well, they do. It's public. And they choose not to say anything. Not all of them, to your credit. Not all of them are listening. I can ring the bell and try to get more people there, but they're not going to show up until it impacts either their wallet or it impacts their ability for their kids to have recreation. That's it. Welcome to government.
And even, it's a little different subject, but we had a program, and we're back on it now, we stopped it for COVID. Utility rates went up 3% a year, every year, like clockwork. This Bill knows it because he was helping me kind of get back on track. 3% a year, every year. For 5 years we did this. Do you want to know how many complaints I got about that? Zero. Absolutely zero. Not one person had any negative comment about it, period. Except for a councilman at the time that would eat my lunch every time I brought it up every year. But if people see the value in it, they just don't have the comment. Now, he's right. You're going to have some folks show up and they're going to be mad, and there ain't nothing you can say to make them change their mind about it. But I think, and I don't get a vote, but I think this is a fundamental change for what Morehead City looks like if y'all decide to go forward with it. I mean, it is a different downtown with this project versus, and it's different if you don't do it because things are going to get gobbled up and gravel parking lots are going to go away, and this is where we decide. And I'm buying the way.
Yeah,
I'll go to the farm.
I'll end on that. I don't have a dog or cat in the fight. It's what the council tells me to do.
Yeah, 100%.
You can tell
them to know all the facts.
Chris Turner, Jewel Astor Day will be like, yeah, take one project off the list. I'd love to do that. If you don't want to collectively do it, I'll roll on with something else.
I do have a dog in the fight, and I'm only one vote, so the other 4 want to proceed.
Welcome to government.
It takes 3 votes, so y'all
The
like it.
concern I have, Chris, I've said it before.
Yes, sir.
I think it was a slap in the face for the Wallace family to do what they did to us.
Yes, sir.
I have had heartburn with that for a long, long time, and I don't know if I'll ever get over it.
Yes, sir.
The way they treated us, and I'm very concerned with the same thing happening with other properties on the waterfront, that they would do things like that just against Morehead City.
Understood.
You know, I want this project to happen. I don't want to have to go take it, but it might be something that we might have to do in order to make it happen.
And I asked you a question specifically about these other properties, because there's several here that I would not consider doing away with. And if that's what we're hinging our $1.7 million for, then that kind of puts me at a odd place, because I am not in favor of doing away with these properties.
What property are you talking about?
The properties,
The property.
the park properties. If that's where we're having to raise funds for the 1.7 in order to get it, then
What if we're not being used, why?
I cannot see us doing away with Mitchell Village Park.
Why? Well, I'm just asking why.
The Mitchell Village folks will never agree to do away with that park.
Well,
That's my opinion, Bill, and I'm sticking with it. I will never do away with the curb market, one of the oldest curb markets in North Carolina. You don't go away with the curb market.
Really got to move the curb market.
That's
I gotta go. As much fun as this is.
I cannot hear everybody in this room.
Yeah, I thought I had.
You had the floor, so I would like to be able to hear.
It's a time George day, every time I say something.
I want to be able to hear you and what you have to say.
So that's the reason I asked specifically the question, Chris. If we're hinging the 1.7 million on the sale of these properties, then I have concern with the selling of some of these properties on this list. So again, my concern, I just don't want to see happen again to Wood City. That's, a developer comes in here and would take these properties from us. This is very significant to the heart of our city, of our waterfront. To not move forward, and I hate to take it. And I'm like Councilman Stiles said, I wish there was a way that we could do it in a nice way. I guess if we could just show them the grand plan, I don't know, but that's what we have to do to go get it.
I know by voice and by response, so I need to ask you a question before they jump in and we all get good dialogue. I can hear you. Curb market, you're not in favor for returning to curb market the property, not the curb market. The curb market function will still exist. The building will be picked up and moved, brick by brick, stick by stick, and placed on the MLK Park. That's what we're proposing. So we do this.
Do you know how long that curb market has been in this?
Curb market function in the building.
Yes, it's one of the longest serving, oldest in the north.
And they'll go.
We were proposing to keep it.
MLK.
I'm asking, hang on, before you jump in on it. I want to talk about it. They're ready to paper cut.
Wow.
So may I finish saying what? I know, I think I'm getting your So our proposal to you, I'm not trying to convince you, our proposal to you and City Council is to move stick by stick, door by door, pane glass by pane glass, that location, and give them visual line of sight to US 70, because they're in a neighborhood that has grown up around them and morphed into that. We want them to survive and to continue to survive. The functions of, so you're fighting for a group that don't have the same fight that you have. You're fighting for an operation group that brings coffee and parks their trucks and trailers there and sells goods and services that need and put banners on the end of the street. Chagrin to her, who's like, take your banners off. I'm trying to get them forward so they can still exist. They will not survive. And I will tell you to do something with that property when it goes away. I'm trying to keep them from dying.
But this is the first I've heard, and we're going to try to move this building stick by stick and take what we have there. See, I haven't, did we say that before I got it?
No. This is the first you've heard of it.
So see, these are things that I haven't heard, and we're basing a decision of doing away with the curb market. I did not hear that we want to move it stick by stick.
We're not doing it. Hey, before we finish, I know you're ready to jump in. Calm down.
I'm ready to jump in. I'm ready to talk about what we're talking about.
I know, hang on a second. Time out, brother.
Which was the grander.
I'm gonna get there. I'm not doing away with the curb market.
We did talk about possibly sending.
That's not jumping in anymore, raise your hand.
Visibility.
Okay, but I haven't heard we're moving it stick to stick, and I haven't heard that we're going to move everything there and put it back. I didn't hear any of that. All I saw was we were going to sell it, and we were doing away with it. That's what I read about it. I'm sorry, but that's what I saw.
Well, you're wrong.
That's the way I interpret it.
I'm correct interpretation.
I'm not wrong, this is the way I received it.
Got it.
And before we do away with the Mitchell Village Park, we're going to do away with that without even hearing from the good people,
No, George.
and citizens of Mitchell Village.
George Blue, you're omitting you're accusing us of not having a staff sense of understanding that we would go out and do something formative to ask their opinion before we do it. I have to receive your goodwill before I execute on generally anything.
But you're asking me to make a decision,
No,
Chris,
I'm
on the
not.
grander today.
I'm not.
With the possibility of these properties.
I'm bringing you forward information going, are you favorable for the idea? And then staff will execute the idea of going, all right, we need to talk to Mitchell Village, we need to ask them and bring the information back to you. If you don't like it at all, I'm not gonna even whisper it.
I like the grander project, but I don't know if I'm in favor of something.
Okay, fair.
And if that's what you're into, you're 1.7 million, that's the concern.
I have your opinion, thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, come at me. If you give the decision, one of our problems with Mansfield Park is that we've never been able to fully utilize because they don't want trash, they don't want restrooms, they only want an open space. With the Parks and Recreation plan, if we grow Parks and Recreation funding, we need to use that land more productively. Give the people in Mansfield Park a choice. We're going to develop this as a full service park, or we're going to sell it, use the money for something else. That's a different question. You may get a totally different answer than you anticipated. Because, think about what we talked about Mansfield Park and ideas to improve it. And we keep getting no's. Not no, but hell no.
But I'm not against that approach, Bill. If we look at them and say, okay, guys, you keep telling us no. Well, if you're going to keep telling us no that we can't enhance that park, then absolutely. But at least we should talk about it and discuss it. We haven't even talked about it and discussed it, Bill.
All of us have to assume, and it's fine to mention it in discussion, that, hey, there's a certain way to do everything. There's a certain way to eliminate DMCRA, but you go off half-cocked. You don't allow or expect staff to do their job, you're going to get a bad result. And you're going to get lots of negative. But I don't think we're going to do that.
But the decision here today, that I think that our manager presented us, that he's proposing to sell these properties and do away with them to generate the $1.7 million. And I have some concern with that.
The only thing he's asking for is permission to begin evaluation and gather details.
That's true.
He hadn't asked you to do any of it yet.
What you need from me?
To be here.
I'm here. And I'm ready to go. Not go, I'm ready to pull the trigger.
Okay.
On the property and the project.
And before I make the mayor even more mad today, he's gonna yell when I leave, he has some things important to tell us.
I'm with you with it.
Ready to adjourn or what?
No, you're gonna tell us something.
George got a hard stop at 12.
Go ahead, so you can say that.
Well, you're 25 minutes over.
But I wasn't going to leave the subject.
Hey, what you got?
So I guess, let's repeat the question. What are you asking for this particular project, and what information you presented us?
Council's will for me to move forward with the ideas and execution strategy for achieving Project Grander. Portions of that would be not to begin to execute the sale. What Mr. Taylor said is accurate and correct. I need a good consensus and a will for, yes, begin to investigate and bring a plan forward for using the properties that I presented to you as a potential for revenue to fund the acquisition of Project Grander. So short answer is I'm not going to execute. I need a, am I good to go to begin exploring this as an idea? What he said was accurate. Well, what he said, I can't do any better than what he just said. You took it, not negative, you took it as a, Chris is gonna go do it if I say yes. No.
I just don't want Chris to, if I tell you to execute this, and then you come back and say, well, that's the only way it can happen, is by doing away with those properties, and then I get caught both ways.
Did you hear what he said when he told you?
Sorry?
Did you hear what he said when he told you, you may not even be able to glean off one of those properties if we find that there are restrictions on it? We still have work to do, formative work to do.
This is like a list of surplus possible property. That's all it is.
Anybody else? I've got my general consensus. I'm good to go with Project Grant. I've heard from Mr. Stiles, I've heard from Mr. Walker, I've heard from Mr. Luke, I've heard from Mr. Abel, I've heard from Mr. Taylor, and I've heard from the mayor. Well, I'll pipe the mayor down and now he's going to shoot the car. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm the minority on this one, Chris.
Any other questions from staff regarding this one that we need a definitive answer from in terms of their will, not their go, no, go? I have my general will.
I will say, we kind of need to know whether you want to pursue this grander project or not, because once I start the process of saying, here's the notice of the possible condemnation, all kinds of stuff happens. So if you want it, if you want us to start the process, the execution process will be for us to do, but you will be involved because you will get the phone calls.
I do need an answer on eminent domain.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
No.
No. Yes.
Got it. 3-2.
3 votes.
Okay. All right, now the project grant is sunset and the screen is off. Do you want to take a recess for lunch and then summarize what we've done so far, and then we're out of here? Dan, you had one more you want to do? That's good. Joel? Okay. Sandy what? Okay. City attorney? Okay. All right. And just because Anna's here, you got anything pressing on top of your mind, Anna? Clerks, good. 5-second recap before we adjourn about where we are, and then what we're gonna do going forward, and then we probably, if you're favorable for it, it's your meeting, not mine. I wanted to open the floor for you to have dialogue before you sunset today. Thank you, Mr. Blue. Before you sunset today. We can take the working lunch, but I want to open up the floor for summary and show you where we're at, with all the things we discussed, and then what did I miss, what did we miss. So please don't leave today with things on your heart and your mind, so that the strategic session is a win for you as an individual. Notice your 3 elements that are up here as you're doing good lunch. Take a minute, take a break, take about 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm going to come back and wrap it all up if you're favorable for that. And we'll try to get you out here really quick.
There's a couple of things that we have talked about. I want to clarify.
Okay. Let's take a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll come right back if you're favorable for it.
Tired of listening to argue.
Anyway. You're been occupied.
Very enough.
You said you're not eating your food?
Huh?
You're not eating?
Well, he's gonna wrap it up in 10 minutes. I guess we can sit here and eat until we're done. I leave it up. I'm hungry.
That's right. That's right. It's gonna be a program.
Economic development downtown Main Street, we talked about fire and operation, and also doing a volunteer that are needed in Barton Creek Meyerly. We talked about EMS Station 2 and a heat truck. We talked about 24/7 or 24/72 in terms of their shift work, which is 24/48. We talked about our 207K staff and some questions and a response and feedback. This is not a driver for us. We're not moving into the execute phase. This is us signaling to you and allowing Chief Wade to have a dialogue with you and staff to come back with some more formative go-no-goes for your future decisions. Wastewater treatment plant 2, across almost every subject we've had. The wastewater treatment plant 2 is location, its need, water sewer, Western Morehead City, legislative annexation and engagement to investigate and inquire whether the legislature is favorable for us doing multiple things in this objective set. This is not Brandywine, but it includes Brandywine as a subset of that conversation. Streets and road paving, we've heard quite a bit across multiple subjects about hot paving, cold paving, great projects and infrastructure, in-house paving, and doing a lot more with our streets and road paving. We talked about building back the finance side and admin side, the 2-year forecast tax rate. I won't call it a biennium budget, we'll give you a new name for that. It is not a biennium budget because when people read that, they go, oh, you're giving us a budget specifically for 2 years straight. No.
Mid-year forecast.
Thank you, Mayor, that's a great dialogue to have. Mid-year forecast, a mid-budget forecast, so we can give a tax rate set and proposed and a forecast tax rate. Jumping down to public input survey, we didn't have much dialogue about it, but that is a tool set that's going to be engaged across the city to provide input. And again, I'll signal for that one. It allows us to see the IP address, fancy words for who are you, where are you submitting your input. Are you in the city? Are you male or female? Are you of a certain age? Across multiple subjects and projects that we have. The first engagement for this public input survey tool is going to be our budget. Okay, it'll be our budget so that you can get we can get and give back to you citizen engagement on our budget process. And so we encourage citizens to engage in that when we establish it. Think of this not like a petition. Think of it as a verified survey tool, another microphone to the public, rather than in addition to them stepping forward on public comment, they're able to engage in that process. And plus, what I'm excited about, several cities use that, will allow us to, again, verify whether you're in the city or you're not, and who you are as a market. Jump in if you need to, you and Anna both.
And engaging them early in the process instead of at a public hearing.
I'm really proud and glad to have Anna here. Jump in.
I was going to say that does the same 2 Facebook comments that would be made on that topic as well, so they would be included.
Maybe. Sorry, maybe.
Hopefully, yeah.
What's new, and the reason why I didn't, out of pro benefit to Anna being here, what's new and why I've asked her to attend, she needs to hear everything so she can help with messaging, and I'm thankful for her. It's hard for her to sit here as a professional and not want to engage in a good dialogue, because I know she's got some good thoughts as a, I'll call it department head as well. So I'm thankful for having her here because it helps that I don't have to repeat it. I don't have to give her a hot wash. She can hear real talk from you.
Oh, okay, some sidewalk.
And then I'm sure, and help you out. Yeah, about cookies. Lastly, our staff proposed objectives for how we're treating these 2 days. I pretty much walked through all of these, except for the Unified Development Ordinance element that's here, and then the Main Street. So these are not objectives going into your new revised strategic plan. All the dialogue you had today are these. So let me stop, flip the board around, and open the floor for you. If we have missed anything, what do we need to bridge before we walk out of here? And then I'll ask Mr. Stiles, does he have anything he wants to add down here to
his list of objectives in the strategic retreat. I'll give him a minute to think about some more. Have we missed anything here that you want to discuss with each other? And don't leave this room just because you're ready to get up out of here. Okay, just make sure you accomplish this before you're ready to watch it. All right, floor is always yours.
Are you ready for it?
Ready for you.
A couple of things I wanted to check on. I had asked for manpower analysis of the positions we have today. Where do you stand on that, and what are your conclusions?
My conclusions is that
are we going to be able to save some bodies to help pay for the new additions, or as we plan our budget for the future? No, we really need these to service the 85,000 people. We're going to have to do something.
the latter is the case, especially from the spirit of your dialogue today. Because you leaned into, we're going to find efficiency with downtown Morehead City and the Victorias and the Catherines of the world. I'm not proposing adding or requesting on that subject alone, adding another staff member. Sandy has been kind, going, let's test proactive code enforcement without asking for another human being. So she's taking additional tasks and seeing if we can be efficient and effective for that. Skip over to Daniel. What I've heard from City Council is you are favorable for human beings being added to your list if it satisfies multiple subjects in public services. 3, 4, paving, concrete, and additional elements. So that's adding 3 more to what we have, while not increasing on the additional demand of downtown Morehead City and code enforcement.
To offset those expenditures, we should see a drop in contract salaries.
I can't assure or promise that. I would hope that would be the case.
We should see something.
I would hope that, yes, sir. I'd hope that would be the case.
Now, is the 911 center leading the public safety in Wheeling?
Short answer is yes. When, I do not know. The new $5 million push to build a greater than $5 million location in Beaufort is going to happen. The county manager has signaled to me that she would like to try early and often to keep that location as a dormant facility. I am against that, so is Chief Dixon. We're not to a formative stage where I'm ready to bring that information to you, but the 18% share of that building location is coming up for not its sunset, but as they withdraw and move to a new facility in the next 5 years, you'll be addressing that.
Okay. We've heard so much talk, particularly from Courtney, on his manpower needs and the goal to get to IS-01.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's a goal we need to evaluate carefully to make the decision to or not to allow a separation of animals because of the negative impact on the environment. I also question whether or not adding people just to buy up the ISO rating is cost reduction. I think we need to develop objectives when we add people in fire and EMS that we see something come back to the community. That may be a decrease in crime rate, what it is up to staff to develop. But we ought to see some payback for expenditures in those areas. We've been adding people without any vision of what we're doing.
Okay.
That's me.
Simple.
I've got one thing I just want a clarification on, and again, it goes back to Courtney's. The 200-something thousand that, he wanted approval to go for the board of the city fire, the fire tax. I forget what that's called. Yeah.
Fire and EMS commission.
Like $275,000 or something like that, that sound right?
That's his swag ballpark estimate that we don't agree on.
Well, okay, well, what did we agree on? That would pay for the individual only for a year.
I can tell you that will pay for minor. I would not look to that as a satisfaction for 3 whole bodies.
Okay.
It won't be the full beyond OPEB, I'll translate. It won't be the full lift of a human being. On estimate, and she can smack me for this one, a firefighter paramedic costs us around $144,000.
I understand that, I do have that, but I was getting ready to, since this one will be a, what, paramedic?
We would be asking for a paramedic, it would be pennies, not pennies to ask for in the district, and we need to do some analysis before we say, hey, Chief, wait, go back and do it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not a favor for asking for 4 pennies to get you 3 firefighters.
Well, I know you had some issues, you said earlier.
Oh, yeah, we got one. So,
Okay.
it's done. But department heads had to open the door. Yeah, he opened the door, and I'm gonna let him walk through it. I disagree with some things. But you're a great question. It would be multiple pennies, and I hear what you and Mr. Taylor are saying. We need to satisfy some meat and potatoes. But why? And what are you asking for? I have a greater burden of the fire demon separation than I do for bringing more human bodies in to satisfy call volume and return on collective investment. I'm gonna give you one, real quick for that subject. She and I push back, but if you get these 3 people and you make them a battalion chief and you put them in an SUV, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm speaking to the masses, like I'm not in favor. If you're asking for 3 human beings, you better put them on the engine or put them on patrol. Don't give me no leadership BS.
Yeah.
And I know I'm rough and I'm a bulldog, I get it, I'm not proud of that, but that's me pushing back and as blunt as I can be. Council's not gonna be favorable for going, there's an SUV and a battalion chief. I hear you, I know the reason why you're doing that. They wanna see humans on a fire truck saving lives. Okay.
Need my objectives, Chris?
I would love to hear your voice, yes, sir.
I see, I agree with, everybody's objectives. For me, parking and traffic infrastructure is big, because we're talking about Project Grandeur and doing something for the public downtown, which I agree that the project itself is a major project, but we haven't talked about, okay, how we're gonna address, parking downtown.
Yes, sir.
So I know I had proposed the parking day before, things like that. And also, as we're growing out to the western part of the city, we definitely need to address the traffic infrastructure. Parks and Rec, of course, is a passion point for me, but also economic development. I love the fact that we added the economic development officer, and we're seeing results from that already, and just going to continue that and see if we can promote industries to come into our city to provide some great paying jobs. Sandy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, just look at us and see our smiles. That's all you're gonna get.
I'd love to see that there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd love to see that there.
Yeah, especially with Interstate 42, I mean, this is an opportunity where we can recruit some industries to come in.
Yeah.
And so we need to take advantage of it.
These guys, I wish we could we're smiling. Okay, so when we started this meeting yesterday, I said there's some things that she can't even share with me, and then I can't share with you until it reaches the portal, so we're smiling at that last statement you just made. I cannot wait till we get to a position to be able to share more.
And that's because there is such a lack of certainty. They're in negotiation phases, site selection phases. We don't want anything to fall through, because it's like chess pieces on a board. And if you move this chess piece, you might mess up something else.
You might see a quick in the next couple months check on that box down there.
Awesome. Because I know Lockwood, he wrote an editorial, and he was piggybacking off of me and Mayor Jones' forum, and he was talking about port expansion. But it's just so many pieces that you got to get on board to do something like that. And he failed to realize that Morehead City, we're looking at how we can add economic development to Morehead City right now, short term. I mean, what he's proposing with the port expansion, you talking about state getting on board and all those moving pieces. And I told Lockwood, I said, Lockwood, as far as Morehead City, we got a grand opportunity with Interstate 42 to really promote job growth, to bring in industries here. That's what we need to be looking at. So I'm big on economic development. And thank you, Sandy, for everything you and Catherine have been doing. Y'all been doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Mayor? Good. Mr. Walker? I got you right here. I hear you loud and clear. Anything else for the greater good? I know, and I'm trying to get you out there, or going once, going twice. Thank you from staff. It's been beneficial for me, and I'll again ask for your kind forgiveness and also applaud you for the passionate dialogue we had. I do mean it. I like doing it here rather than in front of even though we're public, I like doing it here so that you feel free and clear to share with us. And it is not my goal and desire to do this type of dialogue in front of our open meetings, because I think this is healthy and welfare for us in a good way. So thank you for allowing us to be free and share back and forth. Mayor?
Anything else? Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.
How was your plan this morning?
Good. Good, the Tamiflu is really helping them.
Do you want me to just send you this whole photo, or you want to take just my notes?
Can I just take the whole thing?
Yep.
Then what I say to you is stop
Thank you, Kathy. I really do appreciate that.
You go for an hour, the next day. How much I owe you?
They're all yours now.
You're funny.
They're all going back to the office one way or the other. My poor sister, her birthday was December 5th. And we got together for Christmas last night. And I said, wait, everybody stop. I said, before we can celebrate Christmas, and we sang happy birthday to her. It's the first time we've had a chance to get together since the 5th. And she lives next door.
And she lives next door. It's so sad. Life gets crazy.
And it was so funny. I gave her gift certificates for everything. I said, you know, I don't know your hobbies well enough to go buy you something. The only thing I know that I can give you is you like to read, so I've given you books.